Chapter 1 Humiliation. God level system activated. Jiang Chen, let's break up. No, to be more precise, let's break up the engagement. In the magnificent Hyatt Hotel banquet hall, the crystal chandeliers reflected a luxurious light. Today was the dinner for Jiang Chen and his girlfriend Zhang Ruoxue to discuss the details of their wedding. It should have been a joyous occasion, but at this moment it was as cold as a deep pool. Zhang Ruoxue stood in front of Jiang Chen, wearing an expensive Chanel custom dress, with delicate makeup, as beautiful as a princess high above. However, the pair of beautiful eyes that used to be full of affection now only had cold indifference and a trace of undisguised contempt. Her words were like a poisoned blade, piercing Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen's face turned pale, and he looked at the familiar yet strange woman in front of him in disbelief. Ruoxue, are you kidding? They were college classmates and were once the most perfect match in the eyes of others. After graduation, he worked hard. Although his family was ordinary, he had some savings and wanted to give Zhang Ruoxue a bright future. Are you kidding? Zhang Ruoxue raised her red lips in a mocking arc. Do you think I'm kidding? Jiang Chen, face the reality. How much money do you earn after working so hard every month? Can you afford the dress I'm wearing today? Do you know how much this watch on my hand costs? She shook the Patek Philippe inlaid with diamonds on her wrist, and the dazzling light almost burned Jiang Chen's eyes. You can't give me the life I want. Zhang Ruoxue said resolutely, but some people can. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man wearing an Armani suit, a Vacheron Constantin watch, and shiny hair walked over triumphantly and put his arms around Zhang Ruoxue's slender waist affectionately. His name is Zhao Kai. He is a well-known rich second generation in Jiangcheng and the one who can give Zhang Ruoxue the life she wants. Zhao Kai glanced at Jiang Chen with contempt, as if he was looking at a humble ant. Boy, did you hear that? Ruoxue is my woman now. A poor bastard like you, a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Take a piss and look in the mirror to see if you are worthy. Most of the guests around were relatives, friends, and business partners of the two families. At this moment, they were all pointing and whispering as if they were watching a play. Some of those eyes were sympathetic, some were gloating, and most were nakedly mocking. The world is really going downhill. She even gave up her fiancé for money. That depends on who it is. Young Master Zhao is more than 100 times better than Jiang Chen. This kid is too miserable. He was broken off in public. He lost all his face. Every comment was like an invisible slap in the face of Jiang Chen. He felt that his dignity was being trampled under the feet of Zhang Ruoxue and Zhao Kai and crushed to pieces. Anger, humiliation, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions were churning in his chest, almost exploding. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, and he was unaware of the blood seeping out. The sweet words of the past now turned into the most vicious sarcasm. It turns out that all the vows made to each other are so vulnerable in the face of money. Zhang Ruoxue, Zhao Kai. Jiang Chen's voice was a little hoarse due to extreme anger. He raised his head and stared at the couple with bloodshot eyes. You will regret it. Regret? Zhao Kai laughed exaggeratedly as if he had heard a huge joke. Will we regret getting rid of a poor guy like you? Boy, you are probably still asleep. Ruoxue, let's go. Don't waste time with this kind of trash. Zhang Ruoxue didn't even look at Jiang Chen again. She took Zhao Kai's arm and turned to leave. At this moment, a cold and mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is experiencing great humiliation, dignity is being trampled, and life is at its lowest point. Ding! The activation conditions are met, super face slapping system is binding. Binding is successful. Ding! This system is designed to help the host slap the face of all those who look down on you. You can become stronger by pretending to be cool and slapping the face, and you can get a heaven-defying reward by slapping the face. Jiang Chen was stunned. System? Was he dreaming? The plot in the novel actually happened to him? Before he could think about it, the cold mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! Newbie benefits, 1 million renminbi has been credited to the host's bank card with the last number 6688. Please complete the first face slapping as soon as possible to unlock more exciting features. 1 million? Jiang Chen subconsciously took out his phone and opened the bank app. When he saw the long string of zeros in the account balance, his whole brain buzzed. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. It's actually true. An indescribable ecstasy and excitement instantly washed away the humiliation and anger in his heart, and was replaced by endless confidence and the flame of revenge. Jiang Ruoxue. Zhao Kai. Don't you think I'm poor? Don't you like to measure everything with money? Then I will use the thing that you value most to slap you hard in the face. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head, his eyes were like lightning, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a cold arc. He looked at Jiang Ruoxue and Zhao Kai, who were about to walk out of the banquet hall, and said loudly, "Wait a moment." His voice was not loud, but it had an inexplicable penetrating power that instantly quieted the noisy banquet hall. Jiang Ruoxue and Zhao Kai turned back impatiently. "Any last words?" Zhao Kai said contemptuously. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across Jiang Ruoxue and finally landed on Zhao Kai, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Mr. Zhao, right? I heard you are very rich." Chapter 2, First Slap in the Face. Shocking everyone. Jiang Chen's words, "I heard you are very rich," were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing ripples in the banquet hall of the Hyatt Hotel. Everyone's eyes were focused on him and Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai was stunned at first, then he sneered as if he had heard a huge joke, and looked at Jiang Chen with the eyes of a clown. "Boy, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Asking me if I have money? Ha ha ha. It's normal for a poor guy like you to not understand what it means to be rich." He patted the Vacheron Constantine on his wrist proudly, pointed at a Maserati TI President parked not far from the hotel entrance, and raised his voice several degrees. "Did you see that Maserati? My daily pocket money is enough for people like you to struggle for a lifetime. Talking to me about money? Are you qualified?" Jiang Ruoxue leaned against Zhao Kai, with a victorious smile on her face, and the contempt in her eyes became even stronger. In her opinion, Jiang Chen's current behavior was nothing more than impotent rage, and he brought humiliation upon himself. The guests in the banquet hall also shook their heads, thinking that Jiang Chen was just throwing away his life and trying to save a little bit of his pitiful self-esteem in such a ridiculous way. This Jiang Chen must be mad. He actually dared to challenge Mr. Zhao? He overestimates his own ability. The Zhao family's financial strength is ranked first in Jiangcheng. It's going to be a good show. Let's see how Mr. Zhao humiliates him. Facing Zhao Kai's arrogance and the ridicule of the crowd, Jiang Chen was surprisingly calm. He had the 1 million yuan that had just arrived in his pocket, and he was full of confidence. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an unfathomable smile. He no longer paid attention to Zhao Kai, but turned around and waved to the hotel lobby manager, who had been standing respectfully not far away. Upon seeing this, the lobby manager hurried over and asked respectfully, "Sir, how can I help you? If I want to pay for this dinner at your hotel now, how much would it cost?" Jiang Chen asked calmly, but his eyes glanced at Zhao Kai and Jiang Ruoxue intentionally or unintentionally. The lobby manager was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting someone to ask this question out of the blue. He glanced at Jiang Chen's ordinary clothes, then at Zhao Kai, who was arrogant beside him, and was a little confused, but still answered professionally, "Sir, tonight's dinner is a high-end custom dinner booked by the Jiang and Zhao families. The total cost of the dishes, drinks, and venue decoration is 288,888 yuan. Hiss. Hearing this number, many guests around gasped. A meal of nearly 300,000 yuan is an astronomical figure for ordinary people. The smug look on Zhao Kai's face became even stronger. He took a step forward and deliberately shouted loudly, "Boy, did you hear that? 280,000. Even if you sell yourself, you can't even get enough, right? And you still want to pay? Don't embarrass yourself here, get out of here." Jiang Ruoxue also snorted coldly, "Jiang Chen, stop doing such meaningless things. It will only make people look down on you even more." Jiang Chen seemed not to hear their ridicule, and just nodded to the lobby manager. 288,888, right? Okay, I'll pay for this meal. Swipe the card. As he spoke, he took out the bank card that had just received a huge sum of 1 million from his pocket and handed it to the lobby manager. The entire banquet hall fell into silence in an instant. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in amazement, as if they were under a spell, wondering if they had heard it wrongly. Invite? He actually said he invited? What did he invite? The lobby manager was also a little confused. Looking at the ordinary savings card handed over by Jiang Chen, hesitantly asked, "Sir, are you sure?" "Of course I am sure." Jiang Chen's tone was calm, but it was full of unquestionable strength. "Or does your hotel look down on this card of mine?" No, of course not." The lobby manager waved his hands quickly and took the bank card. "Please wait a moment, sir, I will process it for you right away." Although he was confused, the customer's request had to be met. What if this person really was a hidden boss? Zhao Kai was the first to react. He pointed at Zhang Chen and laughed his head off. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. He actually wants to swipe the card. It's good enough that there's 2,000 yuan in that crappy card. Wait and see how he makes a fool of himself." Zhang Ruoxue also frowned. She knew Zhang Chen's family background. He might not be able to take out 30,000 or 50,000 yuan immediately, let alone 280,000 yuan. What on earth did he want to do? Amidst everyone's speculation and questioning gazes, the lobby manager quickly returned with the POS machine and bank card. He walked up to Zhang Chen, his expression had changed from hesitation to extreme respect and shock. "Sir, your bill has been settled. A total of 288,888 yuan, paid in full." "What? Paid in full?" Boom! This news exploded in the banquet hall like a bombshell. The smile on Zhao Kai's face froze instantly, his eyes widened like bells, and he cried out, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could he have so much money?" Zhang Ruoxue's face turned pale, her body trembled slightly, and she looked at Zhang Chen with disbelief. How could this poor boy, who was nothing in her eyes, take out nearly 300,000 yuan to treat her? The guests who were laughing at Zhang Chen just now opened their mouths so wide that they seemed to be able to fit an egg in. They looked at each other, and could see deep shock and horror in each other's eyes. Zhang Chen calmly took back his bank card and glanced at Zhao Kai and Zhang Ruoxue indifferently, as if he was looking at two clowns. "Mr. Zhao," Zhang Chen raised his lips with a playful smile, "you just said that your daily pocket money is enough for me to struggle for a lifetime? I wonder if your pocket money today is enough to pay for this meal?" Puff. Zhao Kai felt a surge of blood rushing to his forehead, his face turned red like a pig's liver, and he was choked by Zhang Chen's words and almost vomited blood. What a shame! What a shame! Zhao Kai, the son of the Zhao group, was actually slapped in the face with money in public by a poor guy in his eyes. Ding! The host successfully slapped Zhao Kai in the face, making him lose face and feel ashamed. Ding! The host successfully slapped Zhang Ruoxue in the face, making her shocked and stunned, and initially experiencing regret. Ding! Completed the primary face slapping achievement, the system rewards a newbie getting started gift pack, which has been stored in the system space. The host can check it at any time. The cold system prompt sounds rang in Zhang Chen's mind one after another, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Sure enough, the feeling of being slapped in the face is so refreshing. Zhang Chen ignored Zhao Kai's murderous gaze and Zhang Ruoxue's complicated eyes, as well as the awe, curiosity, and inquiring gazes of the guests around him. He took back his bank card and took a look at the payment information on it. The balance was still over 700,000 yuan. Very good, the first time I slapped someone in the face, it was a complete success. So what's next? Zhang Chen's gaze once again turned to Zhao Kai, whose face was ashen, and Zhang Ruoxue, who avoided his gaze and seemed afraid to look him in the face, and the smile on his face became even wider. Oh, I forgot to tell you one thing. Zhang Chen spoke slowly, his voice clearly spreading throughout the banquet hall. The 1 million just now was just some pocket money I earned today. Chapter 3 Newbie Gift Pack. Mysterious Rewards. The echo of Zhang Chen's words 1 million is just pocket money was still echoing in the banquet hall. Everyone was shocked by his nonchalant Versailles speech. 1 million, pocket money? Who is this guy? Is he some hidden super rich young man who deliberately pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger to experience life? Zhao Kai's face was so ugly that it couldn't be described. It was as if he had swallowed hundreds of flies. His face turned blue and white. His fists were clenched tightly, and his nails dug deep into his palms, making a crackling sound. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. The wealth that he was so proud of became so ridiculous in front of this poor boy whom he had always looked down upon. Zhang Ruoxue's body trembled, and she looked at Zhang Chen with an extremely complicated expression. There was shock, confusion, puzzlement, and even a trace of indescribable regret that she herself was unwilling to admit. If Zhang Chen was really that rich, wouldn't what she had just done be the biggest joke in the world? The person she abandoned in order to get close to Zhao Kai was actually a real hidden dragon? Just when everyone was thinking different things and the atmosphere in the banquet hall was weird, Zhang Chen ignored them. His attention was now completely focused on the so-called newbie getting started gift pack in his mind. System, open the beginner's gift pack. Jiang Chen said silently in his mind. Ding! The novice gift package is opening. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. 1. Consumption rebate card primary. For every 100 yuan spent by the host, 110 times the rebate amount can be randomly obtained. 2. God-level driving skills. The host instantly masters the driving skills of all models, comparable to top racing drivers. 3. Charm value plus 10. The host's personal charm is improved, making it easier to gain the favor of others. 4. Eye of Insight primary experience 3 times, can see through simple information about objects or people. A series of system prompt sounds made Jiang Chen's heartbeat speed up again. Consumption rebate card? This is simply a magical skill. You can make money by spending money, and the maximum rebate is 10 times? The daily limit is 1 million? Doesn't this mean that as long as he operates it properly, he can make a lot of net money every day? God-level driving skills. Charm bonus. And the mysterious Eye of Insight. This gift pack for beginners is really too generous. Jiang Chen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, but his face remained calm. He knew that now was not the time to get carried away. He glanced at the clock on the wall of the banquet hall. It was almost time for this farce to end. Everyone, Jiang Chen cleared his throat and said loudly, "Thank you all for coming tonight and witnessing such a great show. This meal is my treat, and I hope you all enjoy your meal." After saying this, he no longer looked at Zhao Kai and Jiang Ruoshua's expressions that were like a palette, turned around and walked towards the door of the banquet hall. Stop! Just as Jiang Chen was about to walk out the door, Zhao Kai finally couldn't help but explode. Like an angry bull, he rushed to Jiang Chen in a few steps and blocked his way. Jiang Chen! Who the hell are you? Zhao Kai's eyes were red, and he growled with gritted teeth, "Don't think you can act cool in front of me just because you have a few bucks. Do you believe I can make sure you can't survive in Zhongcheng?" Just now, Jiang Chen used money to slap him in the face in public, which had already made him lose all face. If he let Jiang Chen walk away so arrogantly again, how would Zhao Kai be able to gain a foothold in Zhongcheng in the future? Jiang Chen stopped and looked at the furious Zhao Kai in front of him, his eyes flashing with coldness. "What? Master Zhao, can't you afford to lose? Can't afford to lose? I will lose to a loser like you?" Zhao Kai laughed in anger. "Do you think that little bit of money you just had is a lot? In my eyes, it's just a drop in the bucket. Let me tell you, some things can't be bought with money. For example, Ruoshua's true love for me." As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Ruoshua, who was not far away, in a deliberately provocative manner. Jiang Ruoshua's face changed slightly when she heard this, but she still walked to Zhao Kai and looked at Jiang Chen calmly. "Jiang Chen, money is not everything. Zhao Kai and I are truly in love, so don't be so foolish." Hearing this, Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud. "True love? Don't you think it's ridiculous to hear this from you?" However, he was too lazy to argue with them now. Ding! A new opportunity to slap someone in the face has been detected. Temporary mission released. Expose Zhao Kai's bluff and make him embarrassed in front of everyone again. Mission reward, plus 2 times of primary experience of Eye of Insight. New system tasks are here. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth once again curled up into that familiar playful smile. He looked at Zhao Kai and said slowly, "Mr. Zhao, since you are so rich and powerful, why don't we play a game?" "Play games?" Zhao Kai was stunned, then sneered, "How do you want to play? I'll accompany you to the end." In his opinion, Jiang Chen was just at his wit's end and wanted to use other means to get back at his old self. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his eyes swept over the valuable Vacheron Constantine on Zhao Kai's wrist, and then looked at the Maserati president that was looming behind him. "It's very simple," Jiang Chen held up a finger, "let's compete to see who can spend more money. Of course, for the sake of fairness, and to prevent Mr. Zhao from thinking that I'm bullying you, let's just compete, who can spend more money in the next hour, how about that?" Chapter 4, Spend it all in 1 hour? Mr. Zhao's big gamble. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the discussions in the banquet hall, which had just calmed down a little, became lively again. In less than money? Or in less than an hour? This is an unheard of way of big gambling. Zhao Kai was also confused by Jiang Chen's sudden proposal. He originally thought that Jiang Chen would propose some tricky conditions, or want to compete with him in something he was good at, but he never expected that the other party would actually compete with him in spending money. Isn't this exactly the area that Master Zhao is best at? Ha ha ha. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Kai burst into laughter again, as if he had heard the most ridiculous proposal in the world. Jiang Chen, are you really crazy? Competing with me and spending money? Do you know how to write the word death? In his opinion, Jiang Chen was lucky to come up with more than 280,000 yuan before, or he was just pretending to be rich and emptied all his family assets. Now he dared to propose such a self-humiliating competition? Zhang Ruoxue also hurriedly pulled Zhao Kai's sleeve and whispered, "Zhao Kai, don't be impulsive. There's something wrong with this kid. She always felt that Jiang Chen's behavior today was too abnormal, especially the sentence 1 million is just pocket money just now, which made her feel uneasy. However, Zhao Kai was already overwhelmed by anger and the desire to get back at his enemies. He shook off Jiang Ruoxue's hand and glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. "Boy, since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. Tell me, how do we compete? What's the stakes?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly, as if everything was under control. "It's very simple. In the next hour, we will each find a way to spend money. Whoever spends more money wins. As for the bet..." He paused, his eyes wandering between Zhao Kai and Jiang Ruoxue for a moment. A hint of teasing appeared on the corner of his mouth. "If I win, Mr. Zhao, how about you imitate the barking of a dog 3 times in public, then bow to me and apologize, admitting that you were blind?" "What?" Zhao Kai was furious. He had to bow and apologize after barking like a dog? This was simply a disgrace to his Zhao family. The guests around were also in an uproar. The stakes were too high. Of course, Jiang Chen continued without waiting for Zhao Kai to explode. "If I lose, Master Zhao will do whatever he wants with me. And my 1 million, no, the remaining 700,000 in my card will all belong to you. How about that?" "More than 700,000. Zhao Kai's eyes lit up instantly. Although he didn't need this little money, he could pick up more than 700,000 yuan for free and humiliate Jiang Chen severely, so why not? More importantly, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could create money out of thin air. In his opinion, these more than 700,000 yuan were Jiang Chen's entire fortune. "Okay. I'll make a bet with you." A trace of greed and cruelty flashed in Zhao Kai's eyes. "But 1 hour is too long. I'm afraid you won't be able to spend even 10,000 yuan by then. Just half an hour. After half an hour, if you don't spend as much money as I do, not only will you learn to bark like a dog, but you will also have to crawl under my crotch." "Okay." Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation. Half an hour is half an hour. For him, with the consumption rebate card in hand, he can create miracles in 10 minutes, let alone half an hour. "Humph. You don't know how to live or die." Zhao Kai snorted coldly, immediately took out his mobile phone and began to contact his friends and managers of some luxury stores. He wanted to maximize his spending limit in the shortest possible time. He wanted Jiang Chen to lose everything and lose all his face. Zhang Ruoxue looked at the two people who were confronting each other, and she felt mixed emotions. She opened her mouth, wanting to persuade Zhao Kai not to be so impulsive, but swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. Things had already developed to this point, and it was too late for her to say anything. Moreover, deep in her heart, she also secretly hoped that Zhao Kai could win, so that she could prove that her original choice was not wrong. The atmosphere in the banquet hall instantly became extremely tense. All the guests were excited and looking forward to the sudden money-burning war. Jiang Chen stood there leisurely, seemingly not worried at all. He said to the system in his mind, "System, I now have a consumer rebate card and the Eye of Insight. It's time to put them to use." Ding. "Host, please rest assured that this system will fully assist you in completing this face slapping. The Eye of Insight is ready, and the host can activate it at any time to detect high-value consumable items or services around." Jiang Chen nodded slightly and began to scan the magnificent banquet hall. With the help of the Eye of Insight, he can clearly sense which things around him are likely to be consumed by the sucker Zhao Kai, and which things he can use to quickly increase his spending limit. Time passes by every second. Zhao Kai kept making calls and his expression became more and more proud. It was obvious that he had already contacted many consumer channels. "Jiang Chen, aren't you going to start yet?" Zhao Kai hung up a phone call and challenged him smugly. "In 10 minutes, you won't even be able to match my performance." Jiang Chen smiled calmly. "Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, the fun has just begun." As he spoke, he took a step and walked slowly towards the booth in the center of the banquet hall where a huge champagne tower was placed. The champagne tower was crystal clear and sparkled under the lights. It was obvious at first glance that it was worth a fortune. Seeing this, everyone was a little confused, wondering what Jiang Chen wanted to do. Did he want to buy this champagne tower? Although this thing looks good, it doesn't seem to help much in increasing the consumption limit. At this moment, the reminder of Eye of Insight sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Target, Hyatt Hotel's collectible champagne tower, value assessment. The total value of the tower and the champagne is about 150,000 yuan. Special information, this champagne tower is one of the treasures of Hyatt Hotel Jiangcheng branch. It is not for sale, but can be subscribed through a special charity auction channel. The starting price is 300,000 yuan, and the expected transaction price is more than 500,000 yuan. The money will be donated to the Jiangcheng Children's Welfare Institute. Not for sale? Charity auction? Starting price, $300,000? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This is really like someone sending you a pillow just when you are sleepy. He was just worrying about how to spend the more than 700,000 yuan in a short period of time in a reasonable and shocking way. Isn't this the best opportunity? Not only can he complete the system tasks, but he can also do charity and give Zhao Kai a slap in the face. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up, and a brilliant plan had already formed in his mind. Chapter 5 Charity Auction? Spending a huge amount of money. Jiang Chen walked to the glittering champagne tower, smiled slightly, and said to the lobby manager, "Manager, I am very interested in this champagne tower." The lobby manager was stunned and quickly explained, "Sir, I'm very sorry, this Light of Hope champagne tower is an art exhibit of our hotel, and it is also a display of our charity project in cooperation with Jiangcheng Children's Welfare Institute. It is not directly sold to the public. However," he changed the subject and added, "in order to support the children in the welfare home, our hotel will regularly hold small charity subscription activities. If you are interested in charity, you can show your love for the children by subscribing. The minimum subscription price for this champagne tower is 300,000 yuan, and all the money will be donated to the welfare home. Starting bid, 300,000. Estimated sale price, 500,000. Donate all." This is a face-slapping stage tailor-made for Jiang Chen. Zhao Kai also came over at this moment. Hearing what the lobby manager said, he showed a sneer of disdain on his face. "Jiang Chen, you are not going to swell up your face and spend 300,000 to subscribe to this broken tower, right? I tell you, charity is not a game for poor people like you to play." In his opinion, Jiang Chen's ability to come up with more than 280,000 yuan was already the limit, and it was simply unrealistic to come up with another 300,000 yuan now. He hoped that Jiang Chen would be embarrassed and unable to come up with the money in public. Zhang Ruoxue also felt that Jiang Chen was a little fanciful. She knew that Jiang Chen was usually kind-hearted, but he had to do charity within his means. In this situation, he was obviously showing off. "Mr. Zhao, you are joking," Jiang Chen smiled calmly, but a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "It's just 300,000. Since it is to show love for the children in the welfare home, I, Jiang Chen, will naturally do my best to help." He turned to the lobby manager, his tone calm but with an unquestionable momentum. "Manager, there is no need to wait for the deadline. I want to subscribe to this Light of Hope champagne tower now. I will pay 600,000. 600,000? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the entire banquet hall exploded again. Did I hear correctly? 600,000? Didn't he just spend nearly 300,000? Who is this guy? Is he really some hidden rich man? Spending a huge sum of money on charity, this is extraordinary courage. The lobby manager was so excited that his voice was trembling. 600,000? Sir, are you sure? This was already far beyond the estimated transaction price. Zhao Kai's face instantly turned darker than the bottom of a pot. He never expected that Jiang Chen would dare to offer such a high price, and he still looked calm and composed. Is this guy really richer than me? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen, stop bluffing here. Zhao Kai gritted his teeth and said, if you have the guts, take out the money now. Don't write a bad check later. As you wish. Jiang Chen smiled and took out the bank card again. Swipe the card, manager. The lobby manager quickly took the bank card and started operating the POS machine as quickly as possible. This time, everyone's eyes were fixed on the small POS machine, and they even held their breath. Ding, payment successful. A clear reminder sounded, like a loud slap in the face, slapping Zhao Kai hard in the face. 600,000. Another huge sum of money. Jiang Chen actually took out another 600,000 yuan without changing his expression. Zhao Kai felt his eyes go dark, his body swayed, and he almost lost his balance. His financial resources, which he was so proud of, seemed so pale and powerless in front of Jiang Chen. Zhang Ruoxue was also completely stunned. She stared at Jiang Chen in a daze. The man she once regarded as a poor boy now exuded a strange and frightening light. Could it be that she really made a mistake? Ding! The host successfully slapped Zhao Kai in the face, causing his self-confidence to suffer a serious blow and falling into self-doubt. Ding! The host successfully slapped Zhang Ruoxue in the face, causing her heart to waver and begin to question her own choices. Ding! The host completed a high-value charity donation, and his social reputation increased slightly, and his charm value +5. Ding! The consumption rebate card primary has been triggered. This time, the consumption of 600,000 yuan has received a tenfold rebate. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate of 6 million yuan. It has been deposited into the system account and can be withdrawn to the bank card at any time. 6 million rebate. Jiang Chen was overjoyed in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He took the bank card and the bill from the lobby manager, and cast his eyes again at Zhao Kai, who looked ashen, and said calmly, "Mr. Zhao, now, do you still think I am bluffing?" I. Zhao Kai was speechless, unable to utter a word. He felt his face burning, as if he had been hit hard by a shoe several hundred times. Time passes by every second. There were less than 15 minutes left in the half-hour bet. Jiang Chen had easily spent nearly 900,288,888 plus 600,000. As for Zhao Kai, although he also made some purchases over the phone, many of those luxury goods purchases and service reservations required time to confirm and operate. The amount of money actually transferred out in a short period of time is probably far less than a fraction of Jiang Chen's. The outcome seems to have been decided. Jiang Chen looked at the distraught Zhao Kai, and the smile on his face deepened. He knew that the best was yet to come. Chapter 6, Crazy Spending. Mr. Zhao's Despair. Just when Zhao Kai was feeling uneasy and calculating his achievements, Jiang Chen made a new move. He strolled leisurely to the wine area on one side of the banquet hall, where a variety of imported red wines and foreign liquors were displayed, including some very old and expensive treasures. Manager, Jiang Chen pointed to a row of elegantly packaged red wines in the wine cabinet. "These Lafite wines all look good. Give me a bottle of each and I'll take them away." The lobby manager was once again shocked by Jiang Chen's generosity. These were all 1982 Lafite, and there were also some collections from other top wineries. Each bottle was worth a lot of money. "Sir, these wines will cost about 1.2 million in total." The lobby manager carefully quoted the price. 1,200,000? Jiang Chen didn't even frown. "No big deal." Swipe the card. Another 1,200,000. The guests around had become numb. They had gone from being shocked and questioning at the beginning to being used to it now, and even had a hint of admiration. Mr. Jiang spends money like drinking water. When Zhao Kai heard this number, he almost couldn't breathe and slumped down in the chair. It's over. It's completely over. The luxury goods and sports car services he had previously urgently booked over the phone only added up to a consumption limit of about 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, and many of them had not yet been actually paid for. And what about Jiang Chen? The dinner cost 288,000. The champagne tower cost 600,000. And now the red wine cost 1.2 million. The total amount was over 2 million. And all of it was paid with credit cards on the spot, real money. How can you compare this? Compare it with your head? Ding! The host successfully spent 1.2 million yuan, triggering a tenfold rebate. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate of 12 million yuan. Deposited into the system account. Ding! The host's consumption amount within the specified time far exceeded that of the opponent, and the face slapping effect was significant. Zhao Kai has fallen into despair. Temporary mission completed. Reward, consumption rebate card primary. Today's rebate limit increased to 2 million yuan. Eye of Insight primary experience times +2. The system prompt sounded again, and Jiang Chen's smile became even more intense. The upper limit of the consumption rebate card has also been increased. Today's operation directly made him a net profit of 1,288,000 plus 6,600,000 plus 12,000,000. 1.2 million equals 16,912,000 yuan. It's faster than robbing a bank. At this moment, there are only 5 minutes left before the half-hour bet. Zhao Kai's face was ashen and his eyes were lifeless, like a defeated rooster, without any of his previous arrogance. Jiang Ruoxue also stood aside silently, lowering her head, not daring to look at Jiang Chen, her heart filled with regret and bitterness. She knew that she had made a huge mistake this time and missed a great opportunity. Mr. Zhao, Jiang Chen walked up to Zhao Kai leisurely and looked down at him. Time is almost up. Where is your spending record? Can you show it to everyone? Zhao Kai's lips trembled and he couldn't utter a word. Show it? What should he show? Should he tell everyone that he worked so hard for a long time, but the actual amount he spent was less than 1/5 of Jiang Chen's? Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? It seems that Mr. Zhao has nothing to show. Jiang Chen chuckled and shook his head. In that case, then the bet. I give up. Just as Jiang Chen was about to announce the result, Zhao Kai suddenly roared and stood up from his chair. His eyes were red and his face was ferocious. He pointed at Jiang Chen and his voice was distorted due to humiliation and anger. Jiang Chen. Who the hell are you? Are you deliberately playing a pig to eat the tiger to trick me? He was unwilling to accept this. He couldn't believe that a poor boy whom he had always looked down upon could suddenly become so rich. There must be some conspiracy behind this. Jiang Chen looked at him coldly, without any mercy in his eyes. Who I am, you are not qualified to know. You just need to know that you lost. According to the bet, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Bark like a dog? Bow and apologize? And crawl under the crotch? When Zhao Kai thought of this, he felt dizzy and almost fainted. When had Zhao Kai ever suffered such a great humiliation? Chapter 7, Fulfilling the Bet. The end of Mr. Zhao. Fulfill your promise? Zhao Kai shouted sharply, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. My father is Zhao Tianxiong, the chairman of the Zhao Group. If you dare to touch a hair on my body, I guarantee that you will not see the sun tomorrow. At this time, he still wanted to use his father to pressure others. Hearing this, Jiang Chen sneered with disdain. Zhao Tianxiong? Is he so great? In my eyes, he is nothing special. But you, Mr. Zhao, made a bet in public. Do you want to cheat and deny it in front of so many important figures in Zhongcheng? He looked around. Although the guests did not dare to offend the Zhao family, there was a bit of contempt and a sense of watching the show in their eyes when they looked at Zhao Kai. It is the most basic moral principle to accept defeat. If Zhao Kai cannot even do this, then the Zhao family will lose face. You. Zhao Kai was choked by Jiang Chen's words and was speechless. His face turned red and almost bled. He knew that he would definitely lose face today. If he didn't fulfill the bet, he would become a laughingstock in the upper-class circles of Zhongcheng. But if he fulfilled it, it would be more painful than killing him. Zhao Kai, forget it. Jiang Ruoxue finally couldn't help but speak. She pulled Zhao Kai's sleeve and pleaded in her voice, We admit defeat. Let's not make things worse. She was really scared now. Jiang Chen's mystery and strength had far exceeded her imagination. She didn't want to see Zhao Kai continue to make a fool of himself, which would be like slapping her in the face. Admit defeat? Zhao Kai violently shook off Jiang Ruoxue's hand and looked at her as if she were an enemy. Jiang Ruoxue, you know how to admit defeat now? Who was it that swore that this guy was a pauper? Who belittled him in front of me? Now you want me to admit defeat? He vented all his anger and resentment on Jiang Ruoxue. Jiang Ruoxue was trembling at his roar, her face was pale, her lips were trembling, but she couldn't refute a word. Yes, wasn't all this caused by her? Enough! Jiang Chen shouted coldly, interrupting the internal quarrel between the couple. Zhao Kai, my patience is limited. Either you fulfill your promise now, or I can only use my own way to let you experience what it means to be unable to survive. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, but it carried a chilling sense of oppression. Zhao Kai looked at Jiang Chen's eyes, which were as deep as a coal pond, and a chill rose in his heart. He had no doubt that Jiang Chen was absolutely capable of doing what he said. Okay. I admit it. Zhao Kai seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He lowered his head dejectedly and said in a hoarse voice. He knew he had no choice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Kai's legs trembled and he slowly bent down. Woof! A humiliating dog bark came out of his mouth. Then, the second sound, the third sound. Woof! Woof! Every bark of the dog was like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhao Kai's heart hard and shattering all his pride and dignity. The guests in the banquet hall were completely silent, with only Zhao Kai's humiliating dog barking echoing. Zhang Ruoxue closed her eyes in pain, unable to bear to watch anymore. She knew that from this moment on, Zhao Kai was finished, and she herself was finished too. After learning to bark like a dog, Zhao Kai bent down in humiliation under Jiang Chen's cold gaze and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. I'm sorry. I was blind. I shouldn't have offended you. As for getting under the crotch. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Kai, who looked like a lost dog, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Go away. Jiang Chen said calmly, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, next time, it won't be so easy. He even disdained to let Zhao Kai actually crawl under his crotch, as that would only dirty his eyes. Zhao Kai rushed out of the banquet hall as if he had been pardoned, not even caring about his Maserati parked at the door. Zhang Ruoxue also followed behind in a daze, fleeing in a panic. A farce finally came to an end. Inside the banquet hall, the eyes of the guests looking at Jiang Chen had completely changed from the initial contempt and ridicule to awe, fear, and even a hint of fawning. They knew that starting from tonight, Jiang Chen would probably be in the midst of a new storm because of this young man named Jiang Chen. Chapter 8 Aftermath and a New Beginning. After Zhao Kai and Zhang Ruoxue fled in a panic, the atmosphere in the banquet hall of the Hyatt Hotel became a little subtle for a while. The guests who had previously mocked Jiang Chen were now a little restless, fearing that Jiang Chen would bear a grudge against them. Some people with quick minds began to think about how to get closer to this suddenly rising young Master Jiang. Jiang Chen ignored these people's thoughts. His purpose of coming here today was, first, to end his bad relationship with Zhang Ruoxue, and second, to teach those who looked down on him a profound lesson. Now, the purpose has been achieved, even beyond expectations. He took a look at the Light of Hope champagne tower that he had subscribed to, and said to the lobby manager, regarding the subsequent donation of this champagne tower and the drinks I just purchased, please contact this number directly. Jiang Chen handed over a business card with only a phone number and the words Jiang Chen on it. He had printed this out before to find a job, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. He wasn't interested in handling these trivial matters himself. Okay, Mr. Jiang, we will definitely handle it properly. The lobby manager took the business card with both hands and bent down even lower. He knew that Mr. Jiang would definitely be the top VIP guest of their hotel in the future. After explaining everything, Jiang Chen calmly walked out of the banquet hall amid everyone's awe-inspiring gazes. The night tonight seems particularly clear. Walking out of the hotel, Jiang Chen took a deep breath of the cool night air and felt relaxed. The humiliation and resentment that had been suppressed in his heart for many days completely disappeared tonight. System, Jiang Chen called in his mind, with the money in my bank card plus the rebate I just received, there should be quite a bit of money now, right? Ding. The current balance of the host's bank card is 711,112 yuan. The current rebate balance of the system account is 18 million. The host can withdraw the balance of the system account to the bound bank card at any time at a 1-to-1 ratio. More than 18.71 million. Even though Jiang Chen was mentally prepared, his heart still couldn't help but pound when he heard this number. In one day, I transformed from an ordinary office worker to a multi-millionaire. This feeling is more exciting than dreaming. Withdraw. Withdraw all the money to my bank card immediately. Jiang Chen said without hesitation. Ding. The withdrawal instruction has been confirmed. 18 million yuan is being transferred to the host's bank card with the last number 6688. It is expected to arrive within 1 minute. Please check it carefully. Almost as soon as the system finished speaking, Jiang Chen's phone received a series of text messages notifying him of bank deposits. Looking at that long string of zeros, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. With this money, he can do many things that he never dared to think of before. First of all, he wanted to improve his family's life. His parents were ordinary workers who had worked hard to raise him. He didn't have the ability before, but now he wanted to give them the best life. Secondly, it is to improve himself. With the system and money, his life has just begun, and there are infinite possibilities waiting for him to explore in the future. As for Zhang Ruoxue and Zhao Kai, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. For such people, a slap in the face might make them feel painful, but it would never make them learn a real lesson. However, he was too lazy to waste too much time on them now. If they dared to come up to him again in the future, he would not mind letting them experience what true despair was. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking about his future plans, his cell phone suddenly rang. It's an unfamiliar number. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and answered the phone. Hello, hello. Excuse me, is this Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang? A respectful and slightly magnetic middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. I am the general manager of Hyatt Hotel, my last name is Wang. I am sorry for bothering you with what happened tonight, I hope you will forgive me, Mr. Jiang. General manager of Hyatt Hotel? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the other party to call him personally. It seemed that his performance tonight had indeed attracted some people's attention. Chapter 9 Mr. Wang's Olive Branch. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. Jiang Chen said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, I was a little impulsive about what happened tonight and caused trouble for your hotel. Although he now has a system and has become a multi-millionaire, he does not want to become arrogant because of this. He still understands basic social etiquette. Mr. Wang on the other end of the phone laughed heartily when he heard this. Mr. Jiang is a quick-witted person, I appreciate that. Actually, I took the liberty of calling you because, firstly, I want to apologize for the minor flaws in our service tonight, and secondly, I want to make friends with Mr. Jiang. I wonder if Mr. Jiang would honor me with his presence. The general manager of Hyatt Hotel is a well-known figure in Jiangcheng. He took the initiative to show his goodwill, obviously because he saw the potential that Jiang Chen showed tonight. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. More friends mean more paths, especially in the business world. Although he is rich now, he still has no connections or resources. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. It is my honor to be friends with you. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, I will definitely visit you when I am free someday. Ah, great. Mr. Jiang is really straightforward. Mr. Wang's tone seemed very happy, then I won't disturb Mr. Jiang's rest. If Mr. Jiang needs any help from me in Jiangcheng in the future, just let me know. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. It seems that the power of money is indeed extraordinary. In just one night, the general manager of Hyatt Hotel took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him. He opened his mobile banking app and looked at the long string of astonishing numbers, feeling overwhelmed with pride. System, the daily rebate limit for my current consumption rebate card is 2 million, right? Jiang Chen asked. Ding. Yes, host. Your current consumption rebate card primary has a daily rebate limit of 2 million yuan. When the host completes more high-level face-slapping tasks or upgrades the system, the rebate limit and rebate multiplier will have a chance to increase further. The daily rebate limit is 2 million. This means that he only needs to spend 200,000 a day calculated based on the maximum tenfold rebate, or more calculated based on a lower multiple, to easily earn 2 million. This speed of making money is simply incredible. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. He knew that his life had completely changed. And it was just the beginning. He looked up at the bright starry sky, his eyes shining with determination. Jiang Chen, no, this world, wait for me to conquer it. The next morning, Jiang Chen was woken up by a payment collection call from the bank. Of course, he was not urged to repay the loan. Instead, the bank's account manager asked him in an almost flattering tone whether he needed to increase his credit card limit, whether he needed a dedicated financial advisor, and even hinted that he could apply for the highest level black gold card for him. Jiang Chen declined these offers. The amount of money in his card was much higher than those so-called black gold cards. After a quick wash, the first thing Jiang Chen did was to call home. Hello, Mom, it's me, Xiaochen. Xiaochen, why are you calling me so early? Are you out of money? Your dad and I have just received our salary. We will transfer the money to you later. The familiar and kind voice of my mother came from the other end of the line. Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Chen's nose felt sore and his eyes became moist. These are his parents. No matter how old he is or what he is like, they are always the first to care about whether he has enough to eat, whether he is warmly dressed, and whether he has enough money to spend. Mom, I don't want money. Jiang Chen tried to make his voice sound calmer. I just want to tell you and Dad something. I made a small fortune and want to buy you a better house in the city and a car so that you can enjoy a comfortable life. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then the mother's voice came with a hint of worry and uncertainty. Xiaochen, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? Although our family is not rich, we can't go astray. Chapter 10 Peace of Mind and Planning. Mom, what are you thinking? Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could I possibly do something illegal? Is your son that kind of person? I got this money by luck. I made some money from investing. It's definitely from a clean source. Don't worry. He didn't tell the truth. The system's affairs were too unbelievable. Even if he told his parents, they might not believe him. Instead, they would be more worried. Sometimes white lies are necessary. Really? The mother's voice was still somewhat doubtful. It couldn't be more true. Jiang Chen said in a firm tone, "If you don't believe me, I'll go back in 2 days and show you my bank statements. I just want to improve my family's conditions while I have some cash. You've worked hard all your life, it's time to enjoy your life." Hearing her son say this, the mother on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time, and then she spoke again with a hint of sobs. Good boy, Mom knows that you are filial, just have this heart, buying a house and a car is such a big deal, you should also keep more money on yourself." "Mom, don't worry about the money. I know what's going on." Jiang Chen said softly, "Just wait and enjoy your life. I won't say more to you. I still have some things to deal with here. I'll go back to see you when I'm done." After comforting his mother and hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen felt warm in his heart. No matter what he becomes, his parents will always be his strongest support and his greatest motivation to strive. He turned on his cell phone and began searching online for high-end residential areas and popular car models in Jiangchang. In the past, he didn't even dare to look at these things because he knew he couldn't afford them. But now, he can choose whatever he wants. With money, the quality of life can indeed achieve a qualitative leap. Jiang Chen said with emotion. Just as he was browsing various real estate and car information, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Ding! The host is detected to be filial, triggering a hidden task. Thank you, parents. Task requirements: within 1 month, buy a comfortable house of no less than 150 square meters for your parents, and equip them with a car worth no less than 300,000 yuan. Task reward: system mall is open. Filial piety value plus 100 filial piety value can be used to exchange special items or permissions in the system mall. System mall? Filial piety value? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up again. This system is full of surprises. He originally planned to improve his parents' lives, but he didn't expect that he could trigger a hidden task and get extra rewards. System, what's in this system mall? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Ding! The system mall has a wide variety of items, including skills, props, special permissions, etc. After the host level is upgraded or a certain achievement is obtained, the types of items that can be exchanged in the mall will also increase accordingly. Filial piety value is one of the important currencies for exchanging some special items. Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It seemed that this system still had many functions waiting for him to explore. He no longer hesitated and immediately began to carefully screen the properties and car models. As a quasi-first-tier city, Jiangcheng's housing prices are naturally not low. The price of a high-end residential area of more than 150 square meters is basically more than 3 million. Add to that a car worth more than 300,000 yuan, as well as the subsequent decoration, purchase of furniture and appliances, etc., and the cost will probably be at least 4 or 5 million. However, for Jiang Chen, who now has nearly 20 million yuan in cash, these are just small matters. He soon found a high-end property in the city center called Hanlin Family. This community has a beautiful environment, convenient transportation, and complete surrounding facilities, making it very suitable for retirement. Moreover, the name is auspicious, and his parents will definitely like it. As for the car model, he chose a steady and atmospheric Audi A6L for his father, and a small and flexible Mini Cooper for his mother. After selecting the target, Jiang Chen immediately contacted the sales office of Hanlin Shurjia and the 4S stores of Audi and Mini, and made an appointment to view the house and car in the afternoon. He wanted to arrange his parents' lives as quickly as possible. After doing all this, Jiang Chen felt a little hungry. He glanced at the time and it was almost noon. Let's go have a meal first, and then book the house and car in the afternoon. Jiang Chen said to himself. Now that he is rich, he will naturally not treat his stomach badly anymore. He opened the map on his phone and searched for nearby high-end restaurants. Soon, a private restaurant called Yushan Feng caught his attention. This restaurant has received extremely high reviews online. It is said that the ingredients are all top-quality air-shipped, the chefs are of state banquet level, and the per capita consumption is frighteningly high. Ordinary people simply dare not set foot here. That's it. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. A place that he could only look at in the past, now he wants to experience what the life of rich people is like. Chapter 11, First Taste of Luxury, Turbulence in the Imperial Kitchen. Jiang Chen took a taxi to the Imperial Kitchen private restaurant. This restaurant is located in a secluded courtyard, with blue bricks and black tiles, and an antique style. There is not even a sign at the door, only two doormen in traditional costumes standing respectfully, making it look extremely low-key and luxurious. If it weren't for navigation, it would be difficult for ordinary people to find this place. "Hello sir, do you have an appointment?" Seeing Jiang Chen approaching, a doorman stepped forward and asked politely. "I didn't make a reservation. It's my first time here and I wanted to try something new," Jiang Chen said calmly. There was a hint of surprise in the doorman's eyes, but he quickly regained his professional smile and said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I need to check inside to see if there are any vacant rooms." Top-notch private restaurants like Imperial Kitchen usually require reservations several days or even weeks in advance, and customers who walk in directly will most likely be politely turned away. A moment later, the doorman returned with an apologetic look on his face. "I'm very sorry, sir, all the private rooms are fully booked today. If you don't mind, there are still a few seats in the lobby, but the environment may be a little noisy." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. It seems that this store is really doing a booming business. He came here today just to experience the life of rich people, so naturally he didn't want to force himself to sit in the lobby. "Is the box definitely gone?" Jiang Chen asked, while calmly activating the Eye of Insight. Target, Imperial Kitchen Private Restaurant, status, in operation, special information, there is still one top VIP box Emperor Hall that has not been booked today. This box has a minimum consumption limit 500,000 yuan and is usually only open to top members holding black gold cards or guests with special backgrounds. The Imperial Hall with a minimum consumption of 500,000? Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Isn't this exactly what he wants? He took out the bank card that had just received 18 million yuan and waved it in front of the doorman. "I think this should make your manager reconsider the box issue." The doorman looked at the ordinary savings card in Jiang Chen's hand, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. But Jiang Chen's calm and composed demeanor of spending money lavishly made him dare not neglect it. "Sir, please wait a moment. I will go and ask our manager immediately." The doorman's attitude became more respectful. Soon, a middle-aged beautiful woman wearing an exquisite cheongsam, with a graceful figure and capable temperament, walked out quickly. She was the manager of this Imperial Kitchen, Qin Lan. "Sir, I'm the manager of our store, Qin Lan." Qin Lan looked Jiang Chen up and down. Although Jiang Chen was dressed in ordinary clothes, his aura of a superior made her dare not underestimate him. "I heard from the doorman that you want to book our private room today?" "That's right," Jiang Chen nodded. "I heard you have an Emperor Hall here. I wonder if it's convenient today?" Qin Lan's eyes sparkled. "Sir, you are indeed a distinguished guest. The Emperor's Hall is indeed the top-level private room in our Imperial Kitchen, but it has a minimum consumption of 500,000, and usually requires advance reservation." "Money is not a problem." Jiang Chen handed the bank card to Qin Lan. "It's only 500,000 yuan. I'll spend it here today. As for the appointment, the rules are dead, but people are alive. What do you think, Manager Qin?" Qin Lan took the bank card and looked at Jiang Chen's calm expression. She had already made a judgment in her heart. This young man must be of great importance. "Sir, you are so quick to speak. Qin Lan admires you." Qin Lan smiled and handed the bank card back with both hands. "Since you think highly of our Imperial Kitchen, the Emperor's Hall will be open to you today. There is no minimum consumption required. Just tell me what you want to order." She was taking the initiative to show goodwill and give Jiang Chen some face. "Manager Qin, you are too polite." Jiang Chen took back the bank card. "Then I will trouble Manager Qin to arrange it." "Sir, please follow me." Qin Lan personally led the way and took Jiang Chen to the Emperor's Hall. The Emperor's Hall is indeed worthy of its name. It is decorated magnificently, just like an ancient palace. Various antique ornaments can be seen everywhere, which is luxurious yet elegant. Just as Jiang Chen was about to order, there was a sudden noise outside the box. "Manager Qin. What do you mean? I have already booked the Emperor Hall, and now you tell me that someone is already there?" The voice of an arrogant young man sounded, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Then, the door of the box was rudely pushed open. A young man wearing a floral shirt and a big gold chain, followed by several bodyguards in black, rushed in angrily. Chapter 12 Uninvited Guest, New Target of Slapping. "Mr. Sun, don't be angry first, listen to my explanation." Seeing this, Qin Lan hurried forward with a professional smile on her face, but a hint of displeasure flashed in the depths of her eyes. The young man who broke in was named Sun Hao. He was the young master of a local Jiangqing family that had become wealthy through demolition. He behaved arrogantly on weekdays and was a frequent visitor to the imperial kitchen, but he was only an ordinary member. Relying on the money his family had, he always wanted to book the Emperor's Hall to save face. Xinlan had rejected him many times before, but she didn't expect him to just barge in today. Explain? Explain what? Sun Hao pushed Xinlan away and stared at Jiang Chen, who was sitting leisurely in the main seat. I have already informed you that I will use the Emperor Hall to entertain guests today. How dare you give it to others? Do you look down on me, Sun Hao? The black-clad bodyguards behind him also surrounded him with unfriendly looks, looking ready to attack at any time. Xinlan's face changed slightly, and she was about to speak, but Jiang Chen spoke first. My friend, Jiang Chen picked up the top-quality De Hong Pao on the table, took a sip, and said in a calm tone, everything should be based on first come first served. I was the first to enter this Emperor Hall. Don't you think it's a bit rude for you to barge in with your people now? Impolite? Sun Hao pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and shouted arrogantly, as if he had just heard a huge joke. I'm telling you that I'm being rude? Who do you think you are? Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was dressed in ordinary clothes and had no bodyguards around him, so he must not be a big shot. Most likely, Xinlan just found a sucker to be the guest of the Emperor Hall for performance reasons. Ding! New target detected. Temporary mission released. Teach the uninvited guest Sun Hao a lesson, maintain your dignity, and make him pay for his actions. Task reward, charm plus 20. Eye of insight primary experience times plus 3. A random skill treasure chest. Another mission. And the rewards are quite generous. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. It seemed that today's meal was destined to be uneasy. However, if someone comes to your doorstep to slap you in the face, you should not refuse him. What if I don't leave? Jiang Chen put down the teacup, his eyes gradually turning cold. Don't want to get out? Sun Hao grinned and winked at the bodyguard behind him, then throw him out. Let him know what the consequences are of offending me, Sun Hao, in Jiangcheng. Upon hearing this, the black-clad bodyguards immediately rubbed their fists and approached Jiang Chen. Xinlan's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly stepped in, young master son. Please calm down. This is the Imperial Kitchen, not a place for you to act wildly. Mr. Jiang is our most important guest. If you dare to touch a hair on his body, we in the Imperial Kitchen will never let it go. Although she didn't know Jiang Chen's specific identity, but someone who could make the general manager of Hyatt Hotel take the initiative to make friends with him was definitely not comparable to a nouveau riche like Sun Hao. VIP? Sun Hao curled his lips in disdain. Manager Qin, don't try to scare me with such words. He is a worthless VIP. Today, I touched him, what can you do to me? He wants to save his face here today. Just as the bodyguards were about to take action, Jiang Chen suddenly stood up. Although he was not particularly tall, he exuded a powerful aura that made people's heart flutter. You think you can touch me with just these few pieces of trash? Jiang Chen sneered, and glanced at the bodyguards as if they were dead objects. The bodyguards shuddered involuntarily when Jiang Chen glanced at them, and their steps subconsciously paused. They had been fighting for years and had an instinctive intuition about danger. The young man in front of them gave them a very dangerous feeling. What are you still standing there for? Do it for me. Sun Hao shouted angrily upon seeing this. At this moment, Jiang Chen moved. His movements were so fast that almost no one could see how he did it. Only a few muffled bang 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 sounds were heard, accompanied by a few shrill screams, and those aggressive bodyguards in black were all sent flying backwards within just a few seconds, and fell heavily to the ground, holding their arms or stomachs, wailing in pain, and could not get up again. Second kill. Naked second kill. The entire Imperial Hall fell into deathly silence in an instant. Xinlan's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with incredible shock. She never expected that this gentle-looking Mr. Jiang could be so horrible. Sun Hao was also completely dumbfounded. His bodyguards were all retired Special Forces soldiers that he hired at a high price. Normally, one of them could easily beat 3 or 5 ordinary people. But today, they were defeated by this kid alone? Is this guy still a human being? Chapter 13 Thunderous Means, Sun Xiao's Fear. Jiang Chen slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had just done something insignificant. He had not learned any advanced martial arts, but since the system was activated, especially after obtaining the God-level driving skills and charm value bonus, his physical fitness and reaction speed have been greatly improved. In addition, the bodyguards just now underestimated the enemy, so he was able to deal with them so easily. Now, do you still think I'm kidding you? Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Sun Hao, who was already frightened out of his wits, and said in a cold tone. Sun Hao collapsed to the ground with a plop. A dark stain quickly spread across his crotch and a foul smell filled the air. He was so scared that he peed his pants. I was wrong. Big brother. No, Grandpa. I was wrong. I didn't recognize a great man. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Sun Hao burst into tears, hugged Jiang Chen's calf, and begged like a pug. Where was his previous arrogance now? All that was left was endless fear and regret. He finally realized that he had hit a real wall today. This ordinary-looking young man was not someone he could afford to offend. Xin Lan also came back to her senses from her shock. Looking at Sun Hao's miserable appearance, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, but more of it was all for Jiang Chen. This Mr. Jiang is not only wealthy, but also extremely skilled. Such a person is definitely not an ordinary person. Ding! The host successfully taught the uninvited guest Sun Hao a lesson, making him lose all face and suffer from serious psychological trauma. Ding! Temporary mission completed. Reward, charm value plus 20. Eye of Insight primary experience times plus 3. A random skill treasure box has been stored in the system space. The system prompt sounded again, and Jiang Chen smiled slightly in his heart. This Sun Hao can be considered a qualified, experienced baby. Forgive you? Jiang Chen looked down at Sun Hao, who was crying bitterly at his feet, with no emotion in his eyes. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Didn't you want me to know the consequences of offending you? No, no, no. It's me who deserves to die. I'm blind. I won't dare to do it again. Please, just treat me like a fart. Sun Hao kowtowed so hard that blood marks appeared on his forehead. He was really scared now, afraid that Jiang Chen would get angry and destroy him. Jiang Chen looked at him like a coward and was too lazy to argue with him. Getting angry with such a small character would only reduce his status. Go away. Jiang Chen said calmly, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Yes, yes, yes. I'll get out. I'll get out right now. Sun Hao was as if he had been pardoned. He crawled out of the box, not even caring about his bodyguards who were still groaning on the ground. Seeing Sun Hao's embarrassed escape, Xin Lan was filled with emotion. She walked up to Jiang Chen and bowed deeply. Mr. Jiang, thank you for helping me out today. On behalf of the Imperial Kitchen, Xin Lan would like to express her sincerest gratitude to you. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, today's incident would have been difficult to resolve. Although people like Sun Hao can't be on the big stage, they are really a headache to get entangled with. Manager Qin, you're too polite. Jiang Chen waved his hand, I just want to have a quiet meal. He paused and continued, however, it seems that the security measures in the Imperial Kitchen need to be strengthened. Otherwise, any cat or dog can break in, which would disturb the pleasure of the real guests, wouldn't it? Xin Lan blushed slightly when she heard this, and nodded quickly. Mr. Jiang taught us a lesson. We will strengthen management in the future and will never let such things happen again. To express our apology, all the expenses Mr. Jiang spent in the Emperor Hall today will be waived. Mr. Jiang, please be sure to come. Free of charge? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. This manager Qin is quite a good person. However, one of the reasons why he came here today was to spend money to trigger the consumption rebate. How could he get the rebate if the bill was free? No need to waive the bill. Jiang Chen smiled. I, Jiang Chen, don't have the habit of not paying for meals. Manager Qin, please follow the normal process. By the way, the dishes we ordered just now can be served. Now he just wanted to enjoy the food quickly and then see what good things could be found in the random skill treasure box. Chapter 14, Feast, Mysterious Treasure Chest. Seeing Jiang Chen insisted on paying the bill, Xin Lan's admiration for him became even stronger. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and he spent money lavishly but maintained his principles. Such a person was definitely not an ordinary person. Since Mr. Jiang insists, Xin Lan will not say much. Xin Lan smiled charmingly. Please wait a moment, Mr. Jiang. I will instruct the kitchen to use the best ingredients to prepare a feast for Mr. Zhang's taste buds. Soon, exquisite and fragrant dishes were served one after another. Buddha jumps over the wall, steamed grouper, Australian lobster, premium Wagyu beef. Each dish is made with the finest ingredients and is carefully cooked by state-class chefs. It is delicious and mouth-watering. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and began to taste it carefully. The melt-in-your-mouth Wagyu beef, the tender and chewy lobster, the Buddha jumps over the wall with a rich soup. Every bite is an ultimate enjoyment. It really lives up to its reputation. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. The dishes in this imperial kitchen are indeed worthy of its reputation and price. After the meal, Jiang Chen was very satisfied. When checking out, the total consumption was 1.88 million yuan. Ding! The host has successfully spent 1.88 million yuan, triggering an 8-fold rebate. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate of 15.04 million yuan. It has been deposited into the system account. Ding! The host's rebate limit for today's consumption has reached the upper limit 2 million yuan, and today's consumption will no longer trigger rebates. Another 15 million or more was obtained. Jiang Chen glanced at the skyrocketing balance in his system account and felt happy. Although today's rebate quota had been used up, this meal was worth it. System, open the random skill treasure chest. After eating and drinking, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to see the reward this time. Ding! The random skill treasure chest is opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare life skill God level cooking. God level cooking, the host instantly masters the cooking skills of all cuisines and the ultimate processing methods of ingredients. The deliciousness of the dishes made is greatly improved, and there is a certain probability of additional special effects such as restoring physical strength, improving mood, etc. God-level cooking skills? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This skill is great. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a person's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Although he is not short of money now and does not need to use his cooking skills to please anyone, it is a very pleasant thing to be able to cook delicious food by himself, whether for his own enjoyment or for his parents and future friends to taste. Moreover, this skill may also have special effects? This is even more interesting. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this newly acquired skill. He stood up and left the imperial kitchen. Xinlan personally escorted him to the door and handed him a special gold-plated business card. Mr. Jiang, this is my personal contact information. When you come to the imperial kitchen in the future, you can call this number directly. Xinlan will make arrangements for you at any time. Xinlan's smile became more sincere. Thank you, Manager Qin. Jiang Chen took the business card and nodded. It seems that this meal was not only enjoyable, but also helped me expand my network of contacts. After leaving the imperial kitchen, Jiang Chen looked at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. He took a taxi directly to the Hanlin family sales office where he had made an appointment. The sales office of Hanlin family was built in an extraordinary style, with an antique hip roof and 2 majestic stone lions at the door, showing its high-end atmosphere. As soon as Jiang Chen walked into the sales office, a tall and pretty sales lady came up to greet him. Hello sir, welcome to Hanlin family. What is your name? Do you have an appointment? The sales lady had a professional and sweet smile on her face. My last name is Jiang. I made an appointment by phone before and came to see the house. Jiang Chen said calmly. It's Mr. Jiang. The sales lady's enthusiasm increased. I'm Xiaoya, your property consultant. I'm happy to serve you. Mr. Jiang, please come this way. Let's go to the sand table first. I'll give you a detailed introduction to the specific details of our project. Under Xiaoya's guidance, Jiang Chen came to the huge sand table. Mr. Jiang, our Hanlin family is one of the most high-end pure residential communities in Jiangcheng. It covers an area of more than 300 acres, with a floor area ratio of only 1.5 and a greening rate of up to 60%. Xiaoya eloquently introduced the various advantages of the community, from its geographical location, transportation facilities, to garden design and property services, all of which reflect the word high-end. Jiang Chen nodded secretly while listening. The overall conditions of this community were indeed good, and it met his requirements for a retirement home for his parents. I'm interested in the large flats here, preferably the top floor units with a wide view and good lighting. Jiang Chen directly stated his needs. He had done his homework online before and knew that the top floor units of Hanlin family were all over 200 square meters in size and the total price was not cheap. Xiaoya's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. Anyone who can directly request the best unit in the building must be a big customer. Chapter 15 Hanlon Family, Get It in Full. Mr. Jiang has a good eye. Xiaoya's smile became brighter. We still have a small number of high-quality houses for sale in our top-floor unit, Guanlanju, ranging in size from 220 to 350 square meters. They are all designed with one elevator per unit, with north-south ventilation and no obstructions in front and back. You can overlook the central landscape lake of the entire community and the city skyline in the distance. She brought Jiang Chen to an independent VIP negotiation room and took out a thick stack of floor plans and price lists. Mr. Jiang, this is the floor plan of the 28th floor of Building 2 of our Guanlanju. It is also the best unit currently on sale. It has a construction area of 320 square meters, 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms. The total price is 12.88 million. Xiaoya pointed to one of the units and introduced it in detail. 1,002,880,000. This price is enough to discourage most families in Zhangcheng. Jiang Chen picked up the floor plan and looked at it carefully. He was quite satisfied with the layout and orientation of the house. The area of 320 square meters was enough for his parents to live comfortably. Let's take this one. Jiang Chen put down the floor plan and said calmly, pay in full. Can we go through the formalities today? Xiaoya was so shocked by Jiang Chen's quick decision that she almost couldn't react. A house worth over 10 million yuan, and he didn't even ask for a refund, but paid in full? She has been in sales for so many years, but this is the first time she has met such a generous customer. Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to choose this one? Don't you need to think about it again or discuss it with your family? Xiaoya asked stutteringly, afraid that she had heard it wrong. No need, I'm satisfied. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, swiped the card. As he spoke, he took out the magical bank card again. Xiaoya looked at the card and felt her heart pounding. She suppressed her excitement and completed all the house purchase procedures as quickly as possible. When the POS machine showed that the payment was successful and the huge sum of 12.88 million was actually transferred into the company account, Xiaoya felt like she was dreaming. She knew that she had secured the title of sales champion for this month, no, even the annual sales champion. Ding! The host successfully purchased a top-level luxury house, providing a high-quality living environment for parents, filial piety value plus 200. Ding! The housing part of the hidden task thanking parents has been completed. Ding! Because the rebate amount for today's consumption has reached the upper limit, this consumption will no longer trigger rebates. Although there was no rebate, Jiang Chen was already very satisfied that he could complete the task and gain filial piety points. Mr. Jiang, here are your purchase contract and related documents. Please keep them. Xiaoya handed a thick stack of documents to Jiang Chen with both hands, with the brightest smile in her career. Congratulations on becoming the most distinguished owner of our Hanlon family. We will have a special butler to contact you for the subsequent delivery and decoration matters. Thank you. Jiang Chen took the document and nodded. At this moment, there was a sudden roar of cars outside the sales office. Several valuable luxury cars stopped at the door, and a group of well-dressed men and women walked in, surrounding a young man. Jiang Chen glanced casually, but his brows furrowed slightly. What a narrow road for enemies. The young man in the lead was wearing a trendy brand, with his hair dyed a flamboyant golden color, wearing sunglasses, and walking in a nonchalant manner, looking arrogant. And next to him was Zhao Kai, who had been in such a mess at the Hyatt Hotel yesterday. At this moment, Zhao Kai no longer had the decadence and fear of last night, but was replaced by a face full of flattery and servility. He followed the blonde young man with a nod and a bow, like a pug wagging its tail to beg for mercy. Chapter 16, Meeting an Old Friend Again, a New Challenge. Mr. Li, look, this is it. Hanlon family, the most high-end real estate in Zhangcheng. I just booked a top-floor duplex here yesterday, it's over 300 square meters, and the view is so wide. Zhao Kai pointed at the sand table and boasted with saliva flying, as if the slap in the face by Jiang Chen yesterday had never happened. The blonde young man he called Mr. Li was none other than Li Mingxian, the young master of the Li family, one of the 4 major families in Zhangcheng. The power of the Li family in Zhangcheng is far beyond the reach of Zhao Kai's nouveau riche family. Li Mingxian is a well-known playboy in the circle, behaving erratically and lawless. Well, it looks okay. Li Mingxian took off his sunglasses and glanced at the sand table nonchalantly, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. However, no matter how high-end the property is, it depends on who lives in it. Some people, even if they live in a dragon's nest, can't become a real dragon. His words were suggestive, and his eyes glanced vaguely at Jiang Chen, who was not far away. Obviously, Zhao Kai had already told Li Mingxian what happened at the Hyatt Hotel yesterday, exaggerating it, and brought him in as a reinforcement. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. This Zhao Kai really didn't cry until he saw the coffin. He forgot the lesson of yesterday so quickly. However, this Li Mingxian is indeed a worthy opponent. Hey, isn't this Jiang Chen? Zhao Kai finally noticed Jiang Chen. He pointed at Jiang Chen as if he had discovered a new world and shouted exaggeratedly to Li Mingxian, "Mr. Li, guess what? The poor guy I told you about yesterday actually came to the Hanlin family today. Does he want to buy a house here too? Ah, this is really making me laugh to death." The friends around him also burst into laughter, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of contempt and mockery. Other customers who were viewing the house and sales staff in the sales office also looked sideways, not knowing what was going on. Seeing this, Xiaoya's face changed slightly. She quickly walked to Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Jiang, do you know them?" "I don't know them." Jiang Chen said calmly, "Maybe they are some unfriendly flies." "Who are you calling a fly?" Zhao Kai was furious when he heard that and started to curse at Jiang Chen. "Zhao Kai." Li Mingxian suddenly spoke and stopped Zhao Kai. He looked at Jiang Chen with interest, a playful smile on his face. "Are you Jiang Chen? The one who made Zhao Kai bark like a dog in public yesterday?" "It's me." Jiang Chen admitted frankly, looking calmly at Li Mingxian. "Interesting." Li Mingxian touched his chin, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "I don't care what means you used to make Zhao Kai suffer. But you have to know that Zhao Kai is my friend, Li Mingxian. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner, right?" His words were a blatant warning to Jiang Chen. Ding! New target detected. Main quest released. A truly powerful person is not afraid of any challenge. Let Li Mingxian, the eldest son of the Li family in Jiangcheng, pay the price for his arrogance, and use this opportunity to initially establish a reputation in Jiangcheng's upper class. Quest difficulty, 3 stars, quest reward, system level upgraded to LV2. Consumer rebate card upgraded to intermediate level, daily rebate limit of 5 million yuan, maximum rebate multiplier increased to 20 times. 1 mysterious skill. Filial piety value plus 500. Main quest? Jiang Chen's heart moved. It seems that this Li Mingxian will be the key person for him to upgrade the system level. Moreover, the task rewards are also extremely generous. Rebate card upgrade. Mysterious skills. And a lot of filial piety points. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Look at the master?" Jiang Chen sneered, "Sorry, I beat that bullying dog. As for the master, if he doesn't understand the situation and insists on protecting his shortcomings, then I don't mind beating the master too." Chapter 17 Arrogant Mr. Li, a new gamble. "Good. You beat up your master too." Li Mingxian laughed in anger, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. "Boy, you are very brave. I haven't seen someone as crazy as you in a long time." His friends also started to shout, "Master Li, why waste your words on this ignorant rubbish? Just break his legs and throw him out to feed the dogs." "That's right. If he dares to show off in front of Master Li, he probably doesn't know how to write the word death. Get him. Let him know whose territory Jiangcheng is." Zhao Kai was so excited that his face turned red, as if he had seen the miserable end of Jiang Chen being beaten to his knees and begging for mercy. He stared at Jiang Chen fiercely, his heart filled with the pleasure of revenge. "Mr. Jiang, you." Xiaoya, the real estate consultant, turned pale with fear, and subconsciously tried to persuade Jiang Chen to keep quiet. Li Mingxuan's reputation in Jiangcheng was no joke. Jiang Chen waved his hand at her, indicating that she need not worry. He looked at Li Mingxian, with a playful smile on his face. "Crazy? I think you are the craziest person, right, young Master Li? You dare to allow your men to commit murder in broad daylight just because your family has some power? Or are all the people in your Li family so lawless? You are looking for death." Li Mingxian was furious. He hated it most when people talked about his family. He waved his hand fiercely and shouted at the bodyguards behind him, "Go! Destroy him! I will take the blame if anything goes wrong." Those bodyguards were obviously much more capable than Zhao Kai's bodyguards. Upon hearing what was said, they immediately pounced on Jiang Chen like wolves and tigers. There was a sudden chaos in the sales office, and other guests who were looking at the house screamed and dodged, fearing that they would be implicated. At this critical moment, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with cold light, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward towards the bodyguards. His current physical fitness is far superior to what it was yesterday. Coupled with the super reaction speed and coordination brought by his god-level driving skills, dealing with these ordinary bodyguards is a piece of cake for him. Jiang Chen's figure was as fast as lightning, moving between several bodyguards. Every move he made was precise and ruthless. Bang! A bodyguard was chopped on the neck by his knife, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground limply. Crack! Another bodyguard's wrist was grabbed by him, and it was bent backwards, making a teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking, and he collapsed to the ground with a scream. Bang! Bang! The remaining two bodyguards were kicked out by Jiang Chen almost at the same time, crashing into the sand table in the distance, smashing the exquisitely made sand table to pieces. The whole process only takes a dozen seconds. Li Mingxuan's bodyguards, who looked ferocious, were easily dealt with by Jiang Chen alone. The whole place fell into dead silence again. The arrogance and complacency on Li Mingxuan's face froze in an instant, and were replaced by unbelievable shock and a hint of fear. The bodyguards he brought with him were all elite fighters trained by the Li family at great expense, and each of them was extremely skilled. They were all knocked down before they even touched the corner of this kid's clothes? What kind of monster is this guy? Zhao Kai was also so frightened that his soul flew out of his body. His legs went limp and he almost collapsed to the ground again. He finally understood that Jiang Chen had not used his full strength to deal with him yesterday. Young Master Li, Jiang Chen brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands and walked towards the frightened Li Mingxian step by step, with a harmless smile on his face. Now, do you still think you can let me know how to write the word death? You don't come over here. Li Mingxian subconsciously took a step back, his voice trembling a little. I'm telling you, my father is Li Tianlong. If you dare to touch me, our Li family will never let you go. You're bringing me up again. Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. Li Tianlong? Well, it sounds like he is a little bit stronger than Zhao Tianxiong. But in my eyes, he is still not good enough. He paused, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Li Mingxian, I'm in a good mood today and don't want to waste too much time with a small character like you. Let's follow the old rules and play a game, how about it? What game? Li Mingxian swallowed his saliva and asked nervously. He was really scared now. It's very simple, Jiang Chen smiled slightly, it's still a competition of spending money. However, this time we're going to play something bigger. Within an hour, whoever spends the most money wins. The loser not only has to publicly admit that he is a loser, but also has to give the other person his most expensive car. Do you dare to play? Chapter 18, Luxury Car Gambling. Li Xiao's struggle. Jiang Chen's proposal was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire sales office. Who can spend more money in 1 hour? The loser must not only admit that he is a loser in public, but also give his most expensive car to the other person. This bet has increased by several levels compared to the previous bet between Zhao Kai and Jiang Chen. The most expensive car owned by Li Mingxian is a limited edition Bugatti Veyron, worth at least 30 million. And what is the most expensive car owned by Jiang Chen, the mysterious young man who just paid full price for a mansion worth more than 10 million? Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Mingxian, wanting to see whether the eldest son of the Li family dared to take on this earth-shattering gamble. Li Mingxuan's face was gloomy and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Jiang Chen's terrifying skills and unfathomable financial resources made him feel apprehensive. If he had previously regarded Jiang Chen as a poor boy who was lucky, now he had elevated Jiang Chen to the level of an opponent who needed to be taken seriously. However, in front of so many people, if he didn't dare to accept the bet, then Li Mingxuan's face would be completely lost today. How could he hold his head up in the upper-class circle of Jiangcheng in the future? Mr. Li, think twice. Zhao Kai was also a little sober at this moment. He came close to Li Mingxian and whispered, "This kid is very evil. Let's retreat first. A gentleman's revenge is never too late." He was really afraid of Jiang Chen now, fearing that if Li Mingxian lost again, he would be in trouble as well. Shut up! Li Mingxian growled in annoyance and glared at Zhao Kai fiercely. What he least wanted to hear was this kind of words that would boost others' morale and destroy his own prestige. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anxiety in his heart, looked at Jiang Chen, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. I bet with you. 1 hour. Whoever spends more money wins. The loser will do as you say." He, Li Mingxian, has never been afraid of anyone. Moreover, when it comes to spending money, he believes he has never lost. Even if Jiang Chen is rich, can he be richer than his entirely family? You have guts. Jiang Chen nodded approvingly, with a barely perceptible smile in his eyes. In that case, let's start the count from now on. In an hour, we'll be here to see the result. He paused and added, to be fair, both of us can ask for help, but the final consumption must be recorded in each of our names, and there must be clear consumption receipts. If anyone dares to cheat, don't blame me for being rude. Humph. Do I need to cheat? Li Mingxian snorted coldly, immediately took out his cell phone and started calling people frantically. He would use all his connections and resources to maximize his spending within an hour. Not only did he want to win the bet, he also wanted Jiang Chen to lose everything and become bankrupt. Jiang Chen also took out his cell phone and dialed a number calmly. Hello, Mr. Wang? I'm Jiang Chen. On the other end of the phone, Wang Mingyuan, the general manager of Hyatt Hotel, was flattered when he received Jiang Chen's call. Mr. Jiang. What do you want? It's nothing big, Jiang Chen said calmly. I just want to ask Mr. Wang for a small favor. I need to consume as many high-value items or services as possible within an hour, preferably the kind that can generate consumption vouchers immediately. I wonder if Mr. Wang has any good channels or suggestions? Wang Mingyuan's heart moved when he heard this. He immediately realized that Mr. Jiang might make another big move. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make friends. Mr. Jiang, you've asked the right person. Wang Mingyuan said excitedly, in addition to the hotel business, our Hyatt Group also deals with high-end luxury goods, private jet rentals, top art auctions and many other fields. If you trust me, I will immediately arrange for our group's most professional team to tailor a set of the most efficient consumption plan for you within an hour. I guarantee that every penny you spend will be worth it, and valid vouchers will be generated quickly. Oh? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wang. I only have one request, and that is, hurry up. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I guarantee to complete the task. Wang Mingyuan promised, patting his chest. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. With the help of Wang Mingyuan, the local tyrant, and his own incredible consumer rebate card, it would be difficult for him to lose this bet. At this moment, the atmosphere in the sales office has become extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, waiting for this unprecedented money-burning war to begin. Chapter 19 Crazy Consumption, Mr. Wang's Assist. Time passes by every second. Li Mingxuan's phone was almost blown up. He kept contacting managers of major luxury stores and owners of high-end clubs in Jiangcheng, and even used some family connections to order antiques, famous paintings, and charter private yachts. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his face was flushed due to nervousness and excitement. He believed that with his full efforts, it should not be a problem to spend tens of millions in an hour. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, seemed unusually calm. After he hung up the phone with Wang Mingyuan, he sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping the top-quality Longjing tea brought by the sales lady, as if this gamble involving tens of millions of dollars had nothing to do with him. Zhao Kai looked at Jiang Chen's calm and composed appearance, and he became more and more unsure. He always felt that Jiang Chen's calmness was hiding a more terrifying backup plan. Young Masterly, that guy doesn't seem to be making any noise? Zhao Kai approached Li Mingxian and whispered. Humph. He's just pretending to be calm. Li Mingxian snorted disdainfully. He's a poor kid from another place, what kind of connections and resources can he have? Wait and see how he cries. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. It's Wang Mingyuan calling. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your help. Wang Mingyuan's voice was filled with a hint of excitement that could not be concealed. We have selected several high-value projects for you that can be traded quickly. First, our group's Shangpinhui Luxury Goods Mall can provide you with top-notch watches, jewelry and limited edition bags with a total value of about 8 million yuan. All transactions and invoices can be completed within 15 minutes. Second, we have a partnership with a top international art auction house. There happens to be a small internal auction tonight. There is a landscape painting by a modern master, which is estimated to be worth around 15 million. We can help you get it for a friendly price of 12 million. And we can sign the transfer agreement immediately. Third, if you have travel requirements, we can also arrange a short-term rental service for a Gulfstream G650 private jet for you. The monthly rental fee is about 5 million, and the contract and payment voucher can be completed within half an hour. Wang Mingyuan listed several consumption projects with a total value of tens of millions in one breath, and each transaction could be completed in a very short time. It was simply tailor-made for Jiang Chen. Mr. Wang, thank you for your concern. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Let's do as you say. I want that landscape painting. I've also signed the contract for the private jet lease. As for the luxury goods, well, you can arrange them as you see fit. Make it an even number and don't be too wasteful. He now has a consumption rebate card in his hand, so for him, these consumptions are just like transferring money from one hand to the other. Not only does he not lose money, he can even make a fortune. Okay. Mr. Jiang is straightforward. Wang Mingyuan was overjoyed and immediately began to arrange people to carry out the operation. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen glanced at Li Mingxian and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Li Mingxian felt a little scared when he looked at him, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Time passes by every second. Li Mingxuan's spending was also growing steadily. He had already successfully booked a Ferrari sports car worth 5 million, purchased luxury goods worth millions, and even booked a VIP annual pass for a top club. According to a rough estimate, his spending has reached nearly 15 million. Jiang Chen, time is almost up. Li Mingxian looked at Jiang Chen with a smug smile on his face. My spending has exceeded 15 million. How about you? How much did you spend? You didn't even spend 1 million, did you? In his opinion, he has already won this bet. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly when he heard this, and said nothing. Just then, there was a sudden commotion at the door of the sales office. Wang Mingyuan, the general manager of Hyatt Hotel, walked in quickly with several elites in professional suits, holding a thick stack of documents and several exquisite gift boxes. Chapter 20. The dust has settled, Li Xiao's humiliation. Li Mingxian looked ashen. He slumped to the ground, trembling all over, no longer showing any of his usual domineering demeanor. He lost miserably, lost completely. More than 43 million yuan in spending. This was far beyond his imagination. Even if he emptied the entire Li family, he might not be able to come up with so much cash flow in an hour. But Jiang Chen, as if nothing had happened, completed all of this with ease. Who is this person? Mr. Li, I have to accept the defeat. Jiang Chen walked up to Li Mingxian and looked down at him. His voice was cold and emotionless. Now, is it time to fulfill your promise? Not only admitting that he is a loser, but also giving the most expensive car under his name to the other person. Li Mingxian felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Humiliation, anger, fear, all these emotions intertwined together, making him almost crazy. I. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Forcing him to admit in public that he was a waste was more painful than killing him. What? You want to cheat? Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and an invisible murderous aura spread out. I seem to have said just now that if anyone dares to cheat or fail to fulfill the bet, don't blame me for being rude. Mr. Li, you don't want to try out what my rude feels like, do you? Li Mingxian felt a chill in his heart when he saw Jiang Chen's cold eyes. He had no doubt that if he really dared to cheat, the seemingly harmless young man in front of him would definitely do something more terrible than asking him to bark like a dog. I admit it. Li Mingxian gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. He knew that he was in trouble today, and he was in trouble completely. He got up from the ground trembling and lowered his once proud head under the contemptuous, sympathetic, and gloating gazes of the crowd. I'm trash. These 4 words seemed to drain all the strength from his body. After saying this, he collapsed to the ground again as if exhausted. What else? Jiang Chen's voice sounded relentlessly. Car keys. Li Mingxian tremblingly took out an exaggerated sports car key from his pocket. It was the key to his limited edition Bugatti Veyron. He looked at the key reluctantly, and finally handed it to Jiang Chen humiliatingly. This is the most expensive car I own. I'm giving it to you. Jiang Chen took the key and tossed it casually in his hand, with a playful smile on his face. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Li. I hope you can learn from your mistakes and keep a low profile in the future. After saying that, he stopped looking at Li Mingxian and turned to Xiaoya, the property consultant who had already been dumbfounded, and said, Ms. Xiaoya, have all the formalities for this house under my name been completed? Is there a garage? I have to find a good place to park my new sports car. Oh. It's done. Xiaoya finally woke up from her dream and nodded and said, Mr. Jiang, your house comes with 2 exclusive underground parking spaces. It can definitely accommodate your car. She looked at the key to the Bugatti Veyron in Jiang Chen's hand and was so excited that she couldn't speak clearly. This is a Bugatti Veyron, the legendary top sports car. She never dreamed that she would be able to see it with her own eyes. And this Mr. Jiang actually won one easily. The guests around were also completely shocked by Jiang Chen's actions. They finally opened their eyes today. What does it mean to be a super rich man? What does it mean to spend money like water? What does it mean to destroy everything in the midst of laughter and chatter? This Mr. Jiang is simply a god descending to earth. After experiencing this great humiliation, Li Mingxian was no longer ashamed to stay in Jiangcheng. He left the sales office in disgrace, along with his group of equally distraught friends. Zhao Kai was even more frightened. He crawled behind Li Mingxian, fearing that Jiang Chen would suddenly change his mind and settle the score with him later. A disturbance provoked by Zhao Kai ended with Li Mingxuan's miserable defeat and Jiang Chen's great victory. Because of this shocking gambling game, Jiang Chen's name began to spread quietly among the upper-class circles in Jiangcheng. Chapter 21 New Car and Parents Shock. After completing all the formalities at the sales office and obtaining the key to the new house and the temporary parking certificate for the Bugatti Veyron from Xiaoya, Jiang Chen said goodbye and left. Wang Mingyuan had already tactfully led his men ahead, and before leaving, he specially left behind a driver and a Rolls-Royce Phantom for Jiang Chen to dispatch at any time. Jiang Chen did not refuse this. He really needed a car to get around, and he couldn't just drive that Bugatti Veyron around everywhere. "Mr. Jiang, where are we going now?" the driver asked respectfully. "Go to the parking lot of the Hyatt Hotel. My Bugatti Veyron is still parked there," Jiang Chen said calmly. When Jiang Chen arrived at the Hyatt Hotel in a Rolls-Royce and took over the other spare key and related documents of the Bugatti Veyron from Li Mingxuan's follower, the hotel's doorman and security guards looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking up to a god. Sitting in the high-tech cockpit of the Bugatti Veyron and feeling the surging power from the engine, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. With his god-level driving skills activated, his control over this top supercar instantly reached the level of perfection. With a step on the accelerator, the Bugatti Veyron let out a deafening roar, and like an arrow shot from a bow, it sped away in the astonished and admiring eyes of passers-by. Jiang Chen did not drive the flashy sports car home immediately. Instead, he found a secluded place first, familiarized himself with the condition of the car, and then drove it to the underground garage of Hanlin family and parked it. This car can be used as a surprise prop for him in the future. Afterwards, he asked the driver arranged by Wang Mingyuan to drive him back to the slightly shabby rental house where he currently lived in a Rolls-Royce. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar environment in front of him, Jiang Chen was filled with emotion. In just 2 days, his life has changed dramatically. He did not stay in the rental house for long. He simply packed his things and prepared to leave immediately to go home to visit his parents. He couldn't wait to see his parents' surprised expressions when they moved into their new house and drove their new car. He asked the driver to drive the Rolls-Royce directly to his hometown, a small county town about 2 hours' drive from Jiangcheng City. When this top-of-the-line luxury car worth tens of millions slowly drove into the slightly old neighborhood, it immediately caused a sensation among all the neighbors. "Look! Whose car is that? A Rolls-Royce. Oh my God! How much does this car cost? Millions? Tens of millions? Is he from our neighborhood? I've never heard of anyone getting so rich." Amid the discussions among the crowd, the Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop downstairs of Jiang Chen's old apartment building. Jiang Chen got out of the car and was immediately surrounded by a group of neighbors who had heard the news. "Xiao Chen? Is this your car?" Aunt Zhang, who has a good relationship with Jiang Chen's family, widened her eyes and asked in disbelief. "Hello, Aunt Zhang." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. "I just bought a car and came back to visit my parents." At this moment, Jiang Chen's parents also came down from upstairs. When they saw the Rolls-Royce parked downstairs and their son surrounded by people, they were also completely stunned. Xiao Chen, what on earth is going on?" the mother asked in a trembling voice, her face full of shock and anxiety. The father said nothing, just looked at his son with a complicated and scrutinizing look. They really couldn't believe how their ordinary son could suddenly drive such a luxury car that they couldn't even dream of owning. Chapter 22 The Joy of the Parents and the Secret of the Son. "Dad, Mom, let's go inside and talk." Jiang Chen knew that some things were really hard to explain in front of so many neighbors. He supported his still-dazed parents and walked into his slightly old 2-bedroom apartment amid everyone's surprised, envious and inquiring gazes. After closing the door and isolating herself from the outside world, the mother grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and asked anxiously, "Xiao Chen, tell me honestly, what's going on? Where did you get so much money for that car and the house and car you mentioned before? Although my father didn't say anything, the worry and doubt in his eyes were no less than those of my mother. Jiang Chen knew that his parents would not feel at ease if he didn't give them a reasonable explanation. He helped his parents sit down on the sofa, then took out the just-signed house purchase contract and some bank bills from his bag. Of course, they had been processed to hide all traces of the system and leave only normal proof of investment income. Dad, Mom, take a look at this first. Jiang Chen handed the document to his parents. The old couple put on reading glasses and flipped through the pages one by one with trembling hands. When they saw the words Hanlon family, 320 square meters, 12.88 million and so on the house purchase contract, their hands shook even more violently. Is this true? The mother raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of disbelief. Of course it's true, Mom. Jiang Chen said with a smile, this is the new house I bought for you. It's in the center of Jiangqing City. It has a good environment and complete facilities. You can move there and live there in the future and enjoy your old age. He then took out some packaged investment income certificates and explained, as for where the money came from, don't worry. Some time ago, I made some investments with a friend, and we were lucky enough to make a lot of money. This money is all clean, and your son will never do anything illegal. Although this explanation is a bit vague, for parents who have been honest and hardworking all their lives, they will feel relieved as long as they know that their son's money comes from a legitimate source. Great! My son has made it. He has made it. The mother cried with joy, holding Jiang Chen's hand, and was so excited that she couldn't speak. The father's eyes were also a little moist. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with satisfaction and said in a deep voice, well done, Xiaochen. You didn't bring shame to our Jiang family. Seeing his parents' genuine happiness, Jiang Chen's heart was also filled with warmth and satisfaction. This is the meaning of his efforts. Dad, Mom, this is just the beginning. Jiang Chen said with a smile, I also ordered 2 cars for you, an Audi A6L for Dad and a Mini Cooper for Mom. You can pick up the cars in 2 days. He also bought 2 cars? The old couple were once again shocked by their son's big spending. Well, it will be convenient for you to go out in the future. Jiang Chen said, by the way, I have already contacted the designer for the decoration of the new house. It will be decorated according to your favorite style. You just wait to move in with your bags. In the following time, Jiang Chen described in detail to his parents the beauty of the new house and the happy life in the future. The old couple smiled happily after hearing this. All their worries and doubts disappeared, and were replaced by endless joy and pride. They knew that their son had really grown up and had a promising future. Of course, Jiang Chen still did not reveal anything about the system. He would keep this secret in his heart forever. He just wanted his parents to enjoy life happily and did not want them to worry about these unreasonable things. Ding! The host has successfully made his parents feel happy and at ease, filial piety value plus 300. Ding! The hidden task thank you to your parents has been successfully completed. Get extra rewards, skill rejuvenation primary. Parents' health status has been slightly improved. Rejuvenation elementary, the host has mastered the basic knowledge of massage and pathology, and can use his hands to perform simple physical conditioning on others, relieve fatigue, and improve some common minor ailments. Another new skill. And it's related to health. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This skill was so practical. In the future, he could personally take care of his parents' health and keep them healthy and long-lived. Moreover, his parents' health has also improved, which makes him happier than any monetary reward. On this day, Jiang Chen accompanied his parents and talked a lot, from his childhood embarrassment to future plans. The family was happy and full of laughter. Looking at the long-lost bright smiles on his parents' faces, Jiang Chen felt that everything he had done was worth it. Chapter 23 Return and New Business Opportunities. After spending 2 days with his parents in his hometown, Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction as he watched them happily discussing the decoration style of their new house and their vision of a better life in the future. Although the county town is small, the news that Jiang Chen came back in a Rolls-Royce spread quickly throughout the area like wings. For a time, the news that the Jiang family had a big boss became the hottest topic among neighbors. Those relatives who were somewhat distant from the Jiang family in the past also came to visit with gifts, asking about their well-being, and their attitudes were completely different. Jiang Chen just smiled indifferently. He knew that this was reality. When you are down and out, no one cares. When you are prosperous, there is an endless stream of people who want to add icing on the cake. He did not become proud or complacent, nor did he deliberately show off. He treated those relatives and friends who came to congratulate him sincerely with courtesy as for those who curry favor with the powerful. He just pretended to be polite and did not make close friends with them or offend them. 2 days later, Jiang Chen politely declined his parents' request to stay a few more days, and returned to Jiangcheng in a Rolls-Royce amid the envious gazes of his neighbors. He has more important things to do. After returning to Jiangcheng, Jiang Chen did not go to the Hanlin family's new house immediately, but first returned to his slightly shabby rental house. He needs to plan the future development direction carefully. Although he now has tens of millions of yuan in his bank card and can earn huge profits through consumption rebates every day, this is ultimately not a long-term solution. Although the system is powerful, it cannot guarantee that there will never be any problems. Moreover, although simple consumption and slapping faces are refreshing, they lack a real sense of accomplishment. What he wants to do is to build a business that truly belongs to him and create greater value, rather than just being a super rich man who spends money like water. System: my current system level is LV2. In addition to upgrading the consumer rebate card and obtaining the skills of photographic memory and rejuvenation, are there any other new functions or permissions? Jiang Chen asked in his mind. Ding! After the host system level is upgraded to LV2, in addition to the enhancement of existing functions, the following new functions are also unlocked. 1. Asset Management Module Primary. The system can provide the host with basic asset analysis and investment advice, helping the host to manage and increase wealth more effectively. 2. Network Development Radar Primary. The system can scan and analyze the brief information and potential value of people within a certain range around the host, helping the host to screen and expand effective networks. 3. System Mall LV2. More LV2 level redeemable skills, props, and permissions are added to the mall. Asset Management Module. Network Expansion Radar. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. These 2 new features were tailor-made for him. He is now worried about how to plan his wealth and career, and these 2 functions will undoubtedly provide him with great help. He immediately opened the Asset Management Module. An interface similar to a stock K-line chart and data analysis appeared in his mind. The system made a preliminary analysis and listed his current asset status, consumption habits, and some popular investment areas in Jiangcheng and even the whole country. Real estate, finance, high-tech, culture and entertainment. Jiang Chen looked at the several key investment directions given by the system, thoughtfully. At this moment, the network expansion radar suddenly issued a slight prompt sound. Ding! A person with high potential commercial value is detected near the host. Do you want to view detailed information? Oh? Something's happening so soon? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and chose yes. Character: Lin Shuiao. Age: 25. Occupation: independent fashion designer, founder of the original brand Shuiao. Current status: the brand has encountered a development bottleneck and is in urgent need of funding and channel support. It is considering whether to accept a large clothing group's acquisition invitation, but is worried about the acquisition conditions and the future development direction of the brand. Potential value: high talent in fashion design, unique brand concept, and huge market potential. If it can obtain appropriate support, its brand Shuiao is expected to become a well-known designer brand in China and even internationally. Relationship with the host: low-no direct intersection. Independent fashion designer? Original brand? Jiang Chen's heart moved. Although he didn't know much about the clothing design industry, the keywords original brand and huge market potential made him keenly smell a business opportunity. More importantly, this designer Lin Shuiao seems to be facing difficulties and is in urgent need of funds and support. Isn't this the perfect time for him to intervene? Chapter 24, a timely help? Or is there another purpose? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Shuiao's information and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. A talented and promising fashion designer who is in trouble. This is undoubtedly an excellent investment opportunity for him. If he could lend a helping hand at this time and help Lin Shuiao and her brand Shuiao overcome the difficulties, he would not only get rich financial returns, but also gain an excellent designer and a team with unlimited potential. More importantly, it fits in with his initial idea of building his own business. The clothing industry, especially original brands with unique design concepts, has very broad market prospects if operated properly. System: can you locate the current location of designer Lin Shuiao? Jiang Chen asked. Since the network expansion radar can scan her, it should be able to locate her. Ding! Designer Lin Shuiao is currently in room 1508, Building A, Creative Soho, West District, Jiangcheng District, where her personal studio Shuiao Design Studio is located. Very good. Jiang Chen immediately stood up and picked up his coat. The driver arranged by Mr. Wang is still waiting downstairs. He will come in handy. He came downstairs, got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and said to the driver, "Master, please go to the West District Creative Soho." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." The driver responded respectfully and started the vehicle smoothly. An hour later, the Rolls-Royce stopped downstairs of Creative Soho. This is a modern-looking office building, which houses many small startups and personal studios. Jiang Chen followed the address given by the system and came to room 1508, Building A. There is a simple and elegant sign hanging at the door: Shuiyu Design Studio. Jiang Chen knocked on the door gently. After a moment, the door opened. The person who opened the door was a young woman, about 24 or 25 years old, with a plain face, but it was hard to hide her beautiful face. She was wearing a loose white linen shirt, her hair was casually tied behind her head with a hairpin, and her eyes were a little tired, but more of a kind of unyielding tenacity. "I think this person should be Lin Shuiao." "Hello, who are you looking for?" When Lin Shuiao saw the unfamiliar Jiang Chen at the door and the Rolls-Royce looming behind him, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. "Hello, Ms. Lin." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, trying to make his expression look more friendly. "I am Jiang Chen. I am sorry to come to visit you because I want to talk to you about your original brand Snow Language. Hearing this, Lin Shuiao frowned slightly, with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. "Mr. Jiang? Do we know each other?" "Regarding Shuiyu, I have indeed been in contact with some people recently, but it seems that I have never made an appointment with you." She had indeed recently contacted many investors and representatives of large clothing groups due to brand development issues, but she had no impression of the young man in front of her. Moreover, he looked too young to be one of those experienced investors. "It's normal that Miss Lin doesn't know me. This is indeed the first time we meet." Jiang Chen said frankly, "I am, a personal investor who is very interested in original design. I accidentally learned about the Shuiyu brand and some of the difficulties you are facing, Miss Lin, so I took the liberty to come here and see if there is any opportunity for cooperation." He did not reveal his cards directly, but chose a relatively tactful approach. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the vigilance in Lin Shuiao's eyes did not completely disappear, but instead there was a hint of scrutiny. "Individual investor?" She looked Jiang Chen up and down. "Mr. Jiang, forgive me for being frank, Shuiyu is indeed facing some difficulties, but not just anyone can interfere. I don't know how you learned about my situation, and why you think you have the ability to help Shuiyu." Her tone was a little cold, and even carried a hint of arrogance. This is understandable. As a talented designer, she naturally has her pride. Moreover, most of the so-called investors she has contacted recently have been giving her instructions on her design concepts, and even want to use the name of investment to swallow up Shuiyu and turn it into a cheap brand produced on their assembly line. This made her feel very disgusted and disappointed. Jiang Chen was not angry because of Lin Shuiao's coldness. Instead, he admired her even more. Being proud and persistent is what a true designer should be like. Ms. Lin is quick to speak, I like that. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "Why do I think I have the ability to help Shuiyu? It's simple, I have money, and I respect originality and the designer's ideas." He paused, his eyes becoming serious. "I can provide sufficient financial support for Shuiyu to solve all the financial difficulties you are currently facing. I can also connect you with the top fabric suppliers, manufacturers, and sales channels. I can even build an independent fashion publishing platform for you, so that the designs of Shuiyu can truly enter the international stage. And all I need is a portion of the shares of the future earnings of the Snow Language brand, and Miss Lin, you continue to stick to your design dream and build Snow Language into a truly great brand." Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried a convincing force. As Lin Shuiao listened to Jiang Chen's words, the expression on her face changed from initial vigilance to surprise, and then to emotion. Chapter 25: Lin Shuiao's doubts and Jiang Chen's sincerity. Lin Shuiao was silent. The blueprint that Jiang Chen has drawn is undoubtedly what every original designer dreams of: sufficient funds, top resources, and most importantly, respect for the designer's ideas and guarantee of brand independence. This is in stark contrast to the capital party she has recently come into contact with, who only want to squeeze out the brand value or transform Shuiyu into a soulless assembly line product. But it all sounds too good to be true. "Mr. Jiang," Lin Shuiao took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. "What you said is indeed very tempting. But, excuse me, why did you choose Shuiyu? There are many potential new designer brands in Jiangcheng and even in the whole country. Why did you choose me?" This was her biggest concern. If someone showed kindness for no reason, he was either a traitor or a thief. She didn't believe that there was kindness without reason in the world, especially in the cruel business world. It's very simple. Jiang Chen said frankly in response to Lin Shuiao's scrutinizing gaze, because I believe in my vision, and I also believe in your talent, Miss Lin. He paused and continued, I can indeed learn about many potential projects through some special channels. But among the many options, the design concept of snow language and your insistence on originality, Miss Lin, are what impressed me the most. I have seen some of the design drafts of Shuiyu, and I also know how many times you have rejected the temptation and compromise of capital in order to stick to your own design style. This persistence is very precious in this impetuous era. Jiang Chen's words were not just flattery. He really saw Lin Shuiao's talent and her love for design through the system's network expansion radar. When Lin Shuiao heard this, her eyes moved slightly. Jiang Chen actually knew that she had rejected the temptation of capital? It seems that he did some research on Shuiyu and was not just talking nonsense. Mr. Jiang, I feel your sincerity. Lin Shuiao's tone softened a lot. However, for such a big thing, I need time to consider it. Moreover, I need to see your more specific cooperation plan and the financial strength you mentioned. Although she was somewhat moved, she remained rational. Anyone can make empty promises. She needed to see something tangible. That's as I should. Jiang Chen nodded, showing his understanding. As for funding, I can immediately inject 10 million into the Shuiyu brand as initial startup capital. Later, according to the needs of brand development, additional investment can be made at any time, with no upper limit. As for the specific cooperation plan, we can sit down and discuss it slowly. I have only one principle, that is, I fully respect your professional opinions, Ms. Lin, on the core design concept and development direction of the brand. I am only responsible for providing financial and resource support, as well as giving some suggestions on business operations, and will never interfere with your creative freedom. 10 million. Just the initial startup capital? You can always add more later, no upper limit? Lin Shuiao was once again shocked by Jiang Chen's generosity. The investors she had contacted before were only willing to put up 3 to 5 million at most, and also attached various harsh conditions, almost treating her as a machine to produce design drawings. And this young man in front of her not only promised not to interfere with her design, but was also willing to provide such a huge amount of money. This courage and trust caused a crack to appear in the barrier in her heart that she had maintained for so long. Mr. Jiang, Lin Shuiao looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Do you really think so highly of Shuiyu? Of course. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his eyes firm and confident. I believe that with our joint efforts, Shuiyu will definitely become the top original designer brand in China and even the world. His self-confidence also deeply infected Lin Shuiao. Perhaps this young man could really become a benefactor to her and Shuiyu? Okay. Lin Shuiao took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She stretched out her hand and said to Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, I'd like to discuss the specific cooperation plan with you. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Jiang Chen looked at the fire rekindled in Lin Shuiao's eyes, and stretched out his hand, shaking hers tightly. It's a pleasure to work with you, Miss Lin. Chapter 26, Investing in Snow Language, Preliminary Planning. For the next 2 hours, Jiang Chen and Lin Shuiao had an in-depth discussion on the specific details of the cooperation in the slightly crowded but design-oriented office of Shuiyu Design Studio. Lin Shuiao gave Jiang Chen a detailed introduction to the current operating status, design concept, team composition and main difficulties faced by the Shuiyu brand, including shortage of funds, limited production channels, weak market promotion, etc. Jiang Chen listened patiently, and from time to time offered his own opinions and suggestions. Although he did not understand fashion design, he had a keen insight into market trends and business operations far beyond ordinary people, thanks to his photographic memory and the business information analysis provided by the System Asset Management module. Many of his views made Lin Shuiao feel as if a new world had been opened. Ms. Lin, according to my preliminary assessment, Jiang Chen concluded after understanding all the circumstances, the biggest problem with the Shuiyu brand right now is not design, but business operations. You have top-notch designs, but lack effective ways to transform designs into commercial value. So, my initial thought is that after the capital injection, the first thing we need to do is to solve these core problems. First, expand the scale of production and optimize the supply chain. I will use my resources to connect Shuiyu with the best domestic fabric suppliers and garment processing factories to ensure product quality and production efficiency. Second, expand online and offline sales channels. In addition to the existing online stores, we can also open flagship experience stores of the Shuiyu brand in high-end business districts in Jiangcheng and even first-tier cities across the country. At the same time, actively expand cooperation with major e-commerce platforms and fashion buyer stores. Third, we will increase our efforts in brand promotion. I will invest sufficient funds to conduct all-round brand marketing, including cooperating with fashion media, inviting celebrities to endorse our products, hosting independent fashion shows, etc., to quickly increase the brand awareness and influence of Shuiyu. Fourth, improve team building. In addition to the design team, we also need a professional operation team, marketing team, and customer service team to support the rapid development of the brand in the future. Zhang Chen explained his plan in a clear and logical manner. Each point hit the nail on the head and pointed directly at the core pain points that Shuiyu was currently facing. Lin Shuiyu nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She discovered that the young man in front of her not only had strong financial resources, but also had a business mind and strategic vision far beyond his peers. This gave her unprecedented confidence in the cooperation between the two parties. Mr. Jiang, your plan is perfect. I totally agree. Lin Shuiyu said excitedly, if we can really develop according to your plan, I believe that Shuiyu will be reborn and reach a whole new level. Of course. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, however, all of these require money. So, the first step is to solve the funding problem first. He took out his cell phone and transferred 10 million directly to Lin Shuiyu's corporate account. Ms. Lin, this 10 million is the first startup capital for the Shuiyu brand. You should use it to solve some of the most pressing problems at present, such as paying the overdue employee wages, supplier payments, and studio rent, etc. Zhang Chen said, I will inject the subsequent funds in batches according to our plan. Looking at the long string of zeros in the mobile banking account, Lin Shuiyu felt her heart skip a beat. 10 million. Just transferred it so easily? She had been worried about the funding gap of several 100,000 before, and now, a huge sum of 10 million was in front of her. This feeling is like a dream. Mr. Jiang, this is too much, Lin Shuiyu said incoherently. Although she was eager for funds, she was still a little overwhelmed by getting so much money at once. Not much. Zhang Chen waved his hand. For the future value of Shuiyu, this 10 million is just a drop in the bucket. Miss Lin, what you need to do now is to put aside all your worries and boldly display your talents. Leave the money issue to me. Lin Shuiyu looked at Zhang Chen's eyes full of trust and encouragement, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, Mr. Jiang, thank you. I will never let you down. From today on, I, Lin Shuiyu, and the Shuiyu brand will be handed over to you. Ding. The host successfully invested in the original designer brand Shuiyu and gained Lin Shuiyu's initial trust. The business map has taken shape. Ding. Trigger the hidden achievement. Knowing the pearl with a wisdom eye, reward, business talent point +1 can be used to enhance the host's insight or operational ability in a certain business field. Ding. Since this investment is a commercial behavior, it is not counted as personal consumption and does not trigger consumption rebates. Business talent points? Zhang Chen was delighted. This reward would undoubtedly be of great help to his future career development. It seems that investing in potential projects can not only make money, but also gain unexpected system rewards. This makes him even more excited about his future career. Chapter 27, The Rebirth of Shuiyu, Zhang Chen's Ambition. After solving the funding problem, Lin Shuiyu was filled with renewed energy. She took immediate action. The first thing she did was to pay the long overdue wages to several core employees of the studio, and then announced the good news that the brand had received huge financing. This news instantly rekindled the fighting spirit of the team, which had already been somewhat demoralized. Immediately afterwards, Lin Shuiyu began to contact fabric suppliers and processing factories with whom she had interrupted cooperation due to financial problems, to repay the debts owed and negotiate new cooperation. With the sufficient funds provided by Zhang Chen as a backing, she is now full of confidence. Many things that she didn't dare to think about or do before, she can now try them with ease. Zhang Chen did not interfere too much with Lin Shuiyu's specific operations. He believed that professionals should do professional things. He only needed to provide her with the necessary support and resources at the critical moment. He introduced Wang Mingyuan to Lin Shuiyu, and asked Wang Mingyuan to use the Hyatt Group's connections and channels in Jiangcheng and even the whole country to facilitate the development of the Shuiyu brand. Wang Mingyuan naturally agreed. Being able to share Mr. Zhang's worries was something he had been looking forward to. Moreover, he also keenly realized that the Shuiyu brand had unlimited potential in the future with the support of Jiang Chen. It would be beneficial for both himself and the Hyatt Group to lay out in advance. In the next few days, Jiang Chen's life was very fulfilling. During the day, he would visit Shuiyu Design Studio to learn about the progress of the brand and occasionally discuss future development directions with Lin Shuiyu. Lin Shuiyu's design talent is indeed well-deserved. After no longer having to worry about funding, her creative inspiration came out like a spring, and she designed a series of amazing new clothes. Jiang Chen also used the business talent points awarded by the system and chose to add them to the fashion industry insight. This gave him a deeper understanding of the fashion trends, market demand, and brand operations in the clothing industry, and was able to provide Lin Shuiyu with more valuable suggestions. In the evening, Jiang Chen would return to the Hanlin family's new house. Although the house is still under renovation, he can't wait to experience what it's like to live in a top-notch luxury house. Of course, he did not forget to use that mid-level consumption rebate card. The daily rebate limit of 5 million and the maximum rebate multiplier of 20 times made his wealth grow rapidly like a snowball. He purchased a large number of luxury goods, artworks, and top-quality ingredients, and even participated in some small private auctions through Wang Mingyuan's channels, buying some antiques and jewelry of collectible value. He did not do these things just to show off or satisfy his vanity. On the one hand, it was to trigger consumption rebates and accumulate original capital. On the other hand, it was also to improve his taste and vision and lay the foundation for entering a broader business field in the future. He even used his god-level cooking skill to cook a few meals for himself. The food was as delicious as a state banquet, which made him love this skill even more. As for his miraculous healing skill, he plans to wait until his parents move into their new home and then slowly regulate their bodies. As for the Bugatti Veyron, Jiang Chen only occasionally drove it out for a few laps in the dead of night to experience the ultimate speed and passion of a top supercar. Most of the time, it was quietly parked in the garage, like a dormant beast. Everything is moving in a good direction. Jiang Chen knew that this was just the beginning. His goal is definitely not just to become a rich man, or to act tyrannically in a small place like Jiangcheng. He wants to build a business empire of his own and let the name Jiang Chen resound throughout the world. The Shuiyu brand is the first cornerstone for him to achieve this grand goal. He wants to make this original brand created by a Chinese designer shine the brightest on the international fashion stage. On this day, Jiang Chen was in the new house of the Hanlin family, communicating the design plan of the house with a top decoration designer who was far away abroad through video. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and the location shown was Beijing. Chapter 28: A call from Beijing, a mysterious invitation. Capital city? Jiang Chen's heart was slightly moved. He didn't know anyone in Beijing. Who could be calling? He pressed the answer button and said calmly, "Hello, I'm Jiang Chen." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Excuse me, I am the butler of the Qin family, my name is Qin Hai." A calm and respectful male voice came from the other end of the phone. "My old man, Mr. Qin Zhenbong, would like to invite Mr. Jiang to come to his house tomorrow for a chat. I wonder if it is convenient for Mr. Jiang." The Qin family? Qin Zhenbong? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He was a little unfamiliar with this name. He subconsciously activated the Eye of Insight and wanted to find out the details of the Qin family. However, this time, the Eye of Insight did not give any useful information, but only showed a vague fog. Target: Qin family in Beijing. Information is blocked by special power and cannot be detected. Unable to detect? Jiang Chen was shocked. This was the first time he encountered the failure of the Eye of Insight. It seems that the Qin family in the capital has a very powerful background and may even possess some power beyond the mundane world. Butler Qin. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "I wonder what Mr. Qin wants to talk to me about." "I don't know the details." Qin Hai's tone was still respectful. "It's just that my old man happened to hear about Mr. Jiang's deeds in Jiangcheng. He admired Mr. Jiang very much and wanted to make friends with Mr. Jiang and discuss cooperation." "Mr. Jiang, don't worry, our Qin family has no ill intentions." Overheard by chance? Jiang Cheng's deeds? Jiang Chen's mind raced. He had not been in Jiangcheng for long, and the real big commotion had only happened in the past 2 days. Could it be that the Li family or the Zhao family passed the news to the capital? No, even the Li family would not be able to say anything in front of a behemoth like the Qin family in the capital. Then, the only possibility is Wang Mingyuan from the Hyatt Hotel or Qin Lan from the Imperial Kitchen. These two people are both powerful figures in Jiangcheng. They may have close ties with certain forces in the capital. Cooperation? Jiang Chen asked calmly. I appreciate Mr. Qin's kindness. However, I have just arrived and am not familiar with the capital. Moreover, I have been busy with some mundane matters in Jiangcheng recently. I am afraid. He did not agree immediately. The Qin family was too mysterious, and he needed to be cautious. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Xin Hai seemed to have expected Jiang Chen to ask this question, and said with a smile, if it is inconvenient for Mr. Jiang to come to Beijing, my old man said that he can send someone to Jiangcheng to contact you personally. Alternatively, our Qin family also has a small courtyard in Jiangcheng that can be used as a temporary meeting place. The old man of the Qin family is actually willing to send someone to Jiangcheng in person, or meet him in the villa in Jiangcheng? This gift is extraordinary. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and made a decision in his heart. No matter who the Qin family is, whether they are an enemy or a friend, he cannot show the slightest cowardice. Moreover, the system had just released the main task, asking him to become famous in the upper class of Jiangcheng. If he could establish contact with the power of the Qin family in Beijing, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his development in Jiangcheng and even at a higher level. Since Mr. Qin is so sincere, Jiang Chen smiled, I naturally cannot fail to appreciate your kindness. How about this, Butler Qin, I will be waiting for the people sent by the Qin family at the Hyatt Hotel in Jiangcheng at 10 a.m. tomorrow. What do you think? He chose the Hyatt Hotel as the meeting place, firstly because it was Wang Mingyuan's territory and relatively safe. Secondly, he wanted to take this opportunity to see what kind of connection Wang Mingyuan had with the Qin family. Good. Mr. Jiang is very straightforward. Xin Hai said with a hint of appreciation, then I will reply to my father like this. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, our people will meet with Mr. Jiang at the Hyatt Hotel on time. At that time, someone will hold the Qin family's token to contact you. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's eyes became deep. The Qin family in Beijing? Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. What did this mysterious family want from him? Or what did they see in him? Is it his financial resources? Or his unfathomable system? Jiang Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. No matter if there is a dangerous place ahead or a broad road ahead, Jiang Chen will move forward courageously. What he needs to do now is to continuously improve his own strength so that he can have enough voice and confidence to face all unknown challenges and opportunities in the future. Chapter 29 Undercurrents, Early Planning. At 9:50 the next morning, Jiang Chen arrived at the rooftop executive lounge of the Hyatt Hotel on time. Wang Mingyuan had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Jiang Chen, he immediately came up to him warmly. Mr. Jiang, you are here. I have arranged the quietest meeting room for you and I guarantee that no one will disturb you. Wang Mingyuan said attentively. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Jiang Chen nodded and followed Wang Mingyuan into a reception room with a wide view and elegant decoration. As soon as the two sat down, Wang Mingyuan couldn't help asking, Mr. Jiang, I wonder which distinguished guest is coming to visit you today? He received a call from Jiang Chen yesterday and learned that people from the Qin family in Beijing were coming to Jiangcheng to meet Jiang Chen, and the meeting place was set at the Hyatt Hotel. He was shocked and excited. The Qin family of Beijing. They were a top-notch wealthy family that could shake the whole of China with just one stomp of their feet. He never expected that Jiang Chen could actually connect with such a force. It seems that choosing to make friends with Jiang Chen was definitely the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. They are from the Qin family in Beijing. Jiang Chen did not hide it, they said they want to discuss cooperation with me. It is indeed the Qin family. Wang Mingyuan's eyes flashed, and he lowered his voice and said, Mr. Jiang, to be honest, our Hyatt Group's headquarters has some business dealings with the Qin family in Beijing. The Qin family is unfathomable, especially in the fields of antiques, Chinese medicine, and some special resources. It has a pivotal position. Special resource areas? Jiang Chen's heart moved. It seemed that the Qin family was indeed not simple. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for the reminder. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door of the reception room. Come in. Wang Mingyuan said loudly. A middle-aged man wearing a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, with an elegant temperament, walked in. He was holding an antique rosewood box in his hand. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Wang. The middle-aged man bowed slightly and said respectfully, I am the person in charge of the Qin Group's Jiangcheng office. My name is Lin Dong. I am here on the orders of Butler Qin Hai to contact Mr. Jiang. This is a token of the Qin family. Please take a look, Mr. Jiang. As he spoke, he gently placed the rosewood box in his hand on the coffee table in front of Jiang Chen and slowly opened it. Inside the wooden box, there lay a jade pendant that was all emerald green and carved with a Kirin pattern. The jade pendant had a soft texture and a restrained luster, and it was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary item. Jiang Chen just glanced at it casually and nodded, yes, this is it. He did not touch the jade pendant. He knew that this was just a process of identity verification. Mr. Lin, please take a seat. Jiang Chen gestured for Lin Dong to sit down. I wonder what specific cooperation Mr. Qin wants to discuss with me by sending you here. After Lin Dong sat down, he did not directly answer Jiang Chen's question, but took out another document from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Chen with both hands. Mr. Jiang, this is our Qin family's preliminary understanding of you, as well as some of our ideas for future cooperation. Please take a look first. Lin Dong said. Jiang Chen took the document and read it carefully. The content of the document is very detailed. It not only records Jiang Chen's recent highlight moments in Jiangcheng, but even records his investment in the Shuiyu brand. It seems that the Qin family has really put a lot of effort into him. The idea of cooperation in the document surprised Jiang Chen even more. The Qin family actually wanted to invite him to jointly develop a piece of land in the western suburbs of Jiangcheng to create a super project integrating high-end residences, commercial complexes, and a mysterious paradise. A paradise on Earth? These 4 words made Jiang Chen's heart beat faster involuntarily. Chapter 30: The Qin family's big cake and Jiang Chen's prudence. Jiang Chen suppressed his surprise and carefully read the description of the blessed land in the document. It turned out that the so-called blessed land of the Qin family was not the kind of place for cultivating immortals and supernatural powers as he had imagined, but a comprehensive health industry park that integrated top-level Chinese medicine treatment, high-end health vacations, and the cultivation and trading of rare medicinal materials. According to the plan in the document, this park will rely on the unique natural environment of the western suburbs of Jiangcheng and the Qin family's profound foundation in the field of traditional Chinese medicine to create a unique health and wellness resort in the country and even the world. The park will not only be equipped with the most advanced medical equipment and a top team of experts, but will also restore ancient methods to grow a large number of rare medicinal materials, and establish a high-standard medicinal material trading center to attract medicinal material dealers and collectors from all over the world. High-end residential and commercial complexes exist as supporting facilities for this health industry park, and are mainly aimed at the wealthy class who pursue high-quality and healthy life. What a generous move! Jiang Chen secretly admired after reading the document. If this project can really succeed, its commercial value and social impact will be immeasurable. Mr. Jiang, what do you think of our cooperation plan? Lin Dong looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of expectation in his eyes. It's a good idea, and the plan is big. Jiang Chen gently placed the document on the table and said calmly, but I have a few questions. Mr. Jiang, please speak. First, this project requires a huge investment and carries considerable risks. Why would the Qin family choose a young and inexperienced person like me as their partner instead of choosing stronger consortiums or listed companies? Jiang Chen asked straight to the point. This is the issue he cares about most. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The Qin family took the initiative to offer such a big cake, which must have a deep meaning. Hearing this, Lin Dong smiled slightly, as if he had expected Jiang Chen to ask this question. Mr. Jiang is a man of few words. Lin Dong said, the Qin family has our own reasons for choosing to cooperate with Mr. Jiang. First of all, we value your extraordinary luck and courage, Mr. Jiang. Lin Dong's wording was very clever. You have accumulated such an amazing wealth in just a few days in Jiangcheng, and you dare to confront the local tyrants like the Li family head-on. This courage and ability are not something that ordinary people can achieve. Secondly, although this project has broad prospects, it also involves some special areas, such as the cultivation of rare medicinal materials and the application of some ancient healing techniques. If these things are cooperated with those profit-seeking capital consortiums, they will easily change their nature and even cause some unnecessary troubles. As for you, Mr. Jiang, according to our understanding, you are decisive and unconventional, and you don't seem to have too many ties and concerns of a secular family. Cooperating with you will allow our Qin family to be more relaxed in certain aspects. Jiang Chen understood after hearing this. To put it bluntly, the Qin family saw that he was a barefoot man who was also very good at making money and fighting. By cooperating with him, they could take advantage of his financial resources and luck without having to worry about any complicated forces behind him trying to get a piece of the pie or hinder their plans. The last reason, Lin Dong continued, is also the most important one. Our Qin family has received some, advice from experts, saying that Mr. Jiang is the key variable for the success of our project. Although we cannot fully understand the deep meaning of it at present, our Qin family has always believed in the advice of experts. Any advice? Key variables? Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that the Qin family was indeed involved with some special circles. However, this is not a bad thing for him. I understand. Zhang Chen nodded. Then the second question is, in this cooperation project, what do I need to pay? What can I get? Mr. Jiang is a man of few words. Lin Dong said with a smile, according to our initial plan, the Qin family will be responsible for providing the land, core technology, and connections in the field of traditional Chinese medicine required for the project. And you, Mr. Jiang, will be mainly responsible for providing the initial startup funds for the project, and at certain critical moments, using your special abilities to clear some obstacles for the project. In return, Mr. Jiang, you will receive 30% of the total revenue of the project after the project is successful. In addition, you will become the most distinguished guest and the most solid ally of our Qin family. 30% total profit. Zhang Chen's heart was shocked again. This Qin family is really willing to spend a lot of money. If this project can really be accomplished, the profit of 30% will definitely be an astronomical figure. What's more, he can get in touch with the Qin family and become their ally. The invisible value of this is immeasurable. It does sound tempting. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and said, however, for such a large project, I need time to consider it, and I also need to have a deeper understanding of the Qin family and this project. He would not immediately agree to a favorable offer from the other party. The greater the benefits, the greater the risks. Of course. Lin Dong nodded. Mr. Jiang, our Qin family welcomes you to visit Beijing at any time for field investigation. If it is inconvenient for you in the near future, we can also arrange for someone to report to you in detail on the specific progress and planning of the project. In addition, Lin Dong took out a beautifully made gold-stamped invitation from his briefcase and handed it to Zhang Chen with both hands. 3 days later, there will be a birthday banquet for our old man of the Qin family to celebrate his 80th birthday. Celebrities from all walks of life in Beijing will be present. The old man specifically asked me to invite you, Mr. Jiang, to attend. This is also a good opportunity for you, Mr. Jiang, to get to know our Qin family more deeply and to get to know more people in Beijing. An invitation to the Qin family's old man's 80th birthday? Zhang Chen took the invitation and looked at the 3 powerful words Qin Jinban on it, his eyes slightly condensed. It seems that the Qin family is really determined to get him. Chapter 31, Trip to the Capital, Preparations before the Banquet. Zhang Chen accepted the invitation, exchanged a few more words with Lin Dong, and then saw the guest off. Wang Mingyuan sent Lin Dong downstairs to the hotel. When he came back, his expression was still a little excited and inquiring. Mr. Jiang, is this Mr. Lin, really from the Qin family in Beijing? It's absolutely true. Zhang Chen nodded. Boss Wang, it seems that you have a deep connection with the Qin family. Wang Mingyuan smiled bitterly. Mr. Jiang, you are joking. Although our Hyatt group is quite powerful, it is nothing compared to the giant Qin family. It is just because of some business dealings that I have the honor to meet several managers of the Qin family. I didn't expect that Mr. Jiang could get a personal invitation from Mr. Qin. There is no other person in Jiangcheng who can have this honor. The look in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Chen became more and more odd. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and said nothing more. He knew that Wang Mingyuan was trying to show goodwill to him, while also secretly trying to find out about his relationship with the Qin family. Zhang Chen would naturally not easily reveal his cards to this old fox in the business world. Boss Wang, thank you for your hospitality and help today. Zhang Chen stood up and said, I still have some personal matters to take care of, so I'll take my leave now. I'll invite you for tea another day when I'm free. Mr. Jiang, you are so polite. It is my honor to serve you. Wang Mingyuan quickly stood up to see him off. After leaving the Hyatt Hotel, Zhang Chen did not return to the rental house immediately. Instead, he asked the driver to drive the Rolls-Royce around the city of Jiangcheng for a few laps. He is thinking. The invitation from the Qin family in Beijing is both an opportunity and a challenge for him. To go or not to go? If he goes, he may be exposed to a whole new level and gain access to broader resources and connections, which will undoubtedly have a huge boost to his career development. But at the same time, he may also be involved in some unknown vortexes and disputes. If he doesn't go, he can avoid these troubles temporarily, but he may also miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wealth and honor are achieved through risk. Jiang Chen finally made up his mind. He is not a person who is content with mediocrity. Since the system has chosen him and given him the ability to change his fate, he cannot let this opportunity go to waste. He must go to the capital. Moreover, he had to appear in front of the dignitaries in the capital in the most dazzling manner. After making up his mind, Jiang Chen immediately began to prepare for his trip to the capital. First of all, it is to improve your own image. Although he is rich now, he still dresses casually on weekdays. If he wants to attend the birthday party of the old man of the Qin family, he can't be too shabby. He asked the driver to drive the car directly to Jiangqing's highest-end luxury shopping mall Shangpinhui. This was the place where Wang Mingyuan had arranged consumption for him before. Thanks to Wang Mingyuan's advance arrangement in Jiang Chen's own bank card with an astonishing limit, he enjoyed the top VIP service here. From Italian handmade suits, top-grade Swiss watches, to French limited edition leather shoes, and specially formulated men's perfume, Jiang Chen almost completely renewed himself from head to toe. When he changed into a well-tailored Armani haute couture suit and wore the multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe Starry skywatch on his wrist, he was a little surprised when he saw his brand-new image in the mirror. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. After dressing up carefully, his aura of a superior became more prominent, and his every move exuded a confidence and composure that could not be underestimated. Ding! The host's image and temperament have been greatly improved, and the charm value is +10. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. The next step is to prepare a birthday gift for Mr. Qin. This birthday gift should neither be too shabby nor too ostentatious, but should just reflect his sincerity and strength. Jiang Chen thought about it and finally set his sights on the authentic painting by Zhang Daqian that he had just photographed 1,000 miles of the Yangtze River. This painting is worth tens of millions, is magnificent and auspicious, and is undoubtedly the best choice as a birthday gift. Moreover, by giving this painting as a gift, he could also indirectly demonstrate his financial resources and special channels to the Qin family. Everything was ready, and Jiang Chen waited quietly for his trip to the capital 3 days later. He knew that it would be a brand new beginning and a real test. Chapter 32, Departure to Beijing, First Meeting with the Qin Family. 3 days passed in a flash. Jiang Chen declined Wang Mingyuan's offer to send a special car to take him to the airport, and instead took a taxi to Jiangcheng International Airport. He didn't want to be too ostentatious, nor did he want to expose his close relationship with Wang Mingyuan too early. The plane took off on time and brought Jiang Chen to the political and cultural center of China, Beijing. After more than 2 hours of flight, the plane landed smoothly at Beijing International Airport. As soon as Jiang Chen walked out of the exit, he saw a middle-aged man holding a sign that read, "Mr. Jiang Chen." The man was wearing a proper Mao suit, with a kind face and a shrewd look in his eyes. It was Qin Hai, the butler of the Qin family, who had spoken to him on the phone before. "Mr. Jiang, you have worked hard on the journey." Qin Hai took the initiative to step forward and shook hands with Jiang Chen enthusiastically. "I am Qin Hai, and I am here to pick you up on the orders of my father." "Butler Qin, you are too polite." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "Please go there in person." Of course, of course." Qin Hai led Jiang Chen to the parking lot. "The car is ready, let's go directly to the Qin mansion. The old man and several young masters are already waiting for you." The Qin family's car is a Hongqi L5, which looks inconspicuous, but people who know the business can see its extraordinary features at a glance. A car of this level is not only a symbol of wealth, but also a reflection of identity and status. Jiang Chen got into the car calmly, and he had a deeper understanding of the Qin family's strength. The car drove smoothly all the way, passing through the bustling urban area, and finally entered a special area with strict security and shaded by green trees. This is where the real rich and powerful in the capital live. Ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to get close to it. Finally, the Hongqi L5 stopped in front of a large and magnificent traditional Chinese courtyard. The tall gatehouse, the vermilion courtyard wall, and the 2 majestic stone lions at the gate all demonstrate the dignity and extraordinary status of the owner of this mansion. "Mr. Jiang, we've arrived at the Qin residence." Qin Hai respectfully opened the car door for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen got out of the car, looked up at this mansion full of history, and a barely perceptible gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He knew that from the moment he stepped into this mansion, a new chapter in his life would begin again. Under Qin Hai's guidance, Jiang Chen passed through several courtyards and came to a reception room with antique style and elegant furnishings. Several distinguished figures were already sitting in the reception room. Sitting in the middle is a white-haired old man who looks vigorous and imposing without even getting angry. He is wearing a loose tang suit, holding 2 warm jade walnuts in his hands, and his eyes are as deep as the sea, as if he can see into people's hearts. I think this person should be the helmsman of the Qin family, Mr. Qin Jinbong. Below Mr. Qin Jinbong sat 3 middle-aged men of different ages but equally impressive. They looked at Jiang Chen with scrutiny, curiosity, and subtle inquiry. These 3 should be the core members of the Qin family, the sons of Old Man Qin. Dad, Mr. Jiang Chen is here. Qin Hai said respectfully to Qin Jinbong. Qin Jinbong slowly raised his head and his eyes fell on Jiang Chen, with a hint of approval in his eyes. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. Jiang Xiaoyu, please take a seat. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Qin. Jiang Chen bowed neither humbly nor arrogantly and sat down in the seat arranged by Qin Hai. He knew that what was coming would be a real battle. He had to use his wisdom and strength to win the respect and recognition of this top family. Chapter 33: The Qin family's test and Jiang Chen's calmness. My dear Jiang, you must have come all the way here for a long time. Qin Jinbong picked up the teacup and took a sip. His eyes were gentle but piercing. I took the liberty to invite you here. I mainly wanted to meet you in person. What kind of young man is this? He can make Wang Mingyuan praise him so much and make the useless boy of the Li family lose face in such a short time. Although his tone was polite, Jiang Chen could sense that the old man from the Qin family exuded the majesty and scrutiny of a superior between the lines. Mr. Qin, you are too kind. Jiang Chen smiled and responded calmly, I am just lucky, and some people are really short-sighted, so I was lucky enough to take advantage of them. His words were both humble and implicitly pointed out Li Mingxuan's faults. Qin Jinbong's eyes flashed with a smile when he heard this, and he looked up to Jiang Chen for his neither humble nor arrogant attitude. Luck is also a part of strength. Qin Jinbong put down his teacup and changed the subject. Friend Jiang, regarding the cooperation project proposed by our Qin family, I wonder what you think about it? Finally, we get to the point. Jiang Chen knew that this was the core of today's meeting. Mr. Qin, I have carefully studied the cooperation project proposed by your family. It is indeed a very grand and far-sighted plan. Jiang Chen first gave his affirmation, and then changed the subject. However, such a huge investment involves such a wide range of fields. Although I am not rich, I believe that I am afraid that I am not qualified for such a heavy task in terms of financial strength or human resources. Mr. Qin thinks so highly of me, which makes me feel a little terrified. He was retreating to advance, testing the Qin family's true intentions. When Qin Jinbong heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he exchanged an imperceptible glance with the 3 middle-aged men sitting below him. One of them, a middle-aged man in his 50s who looked the most calm, said, Mr. Jiang is too modest. What our Qin family values is not only Mr. Jiang's current financial resources, but also the extraordinary potential you have shown in certain special fields. We believe that with Mr. Jiang's participation, the chances of success of this project will be greatly increased. This middle-aged man is Qin Jinbong's eldest son, Qin Mingyuan, and one of the current main helmsmen of the Qin group. His words clearly represent the official attitude of the Qin family. Special field? Extraordinary potential? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows in confusion. What do you mean, Mr. Qin? I am stupid, please explain clearly. He knew that the Qin family must have noticed some abnormalities in him through some channels, such as his incredible ability to make money or his skills that far surpassed those of ordinary people. But he would never take the initiative to admit the existence of the system. Qin Mingyuan looked at Jiang Chen deeply, pondered for a moment, and said, Mr. Jiang, there are some things that we cannot explain too clearly. But our Qin family believes that you, Mr. Jiang, are definitely not an ordinary person, and your future achievements are limitless. We are extending an olive branch to you now, hoping to establish a good relationship with you while you are still a potential talent, and to create a career together. This was a very skillful statement. It pointed out Jiang Chen's uniqueness, but did not point it out directly, giving both sides enough room. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded, and he had already made up his mind. I feel the sincerity of the Qin family. However, we still need to discuss in more depth the specific details of the cooperation, such as the method of capital investment, the management rights and responsibilities of the project, and the distribution of future profits. After all, brothers should settle accounts clearly, right? Although he was very interested in this project and wanted to get in touch with the Qin family, he would never give up his own interests and initiative. Of course. Qin Mingyuan nodded immediately. We completely understand Mr. Zhang's concerns. Regarding the specific terms of cooperation, we can set up a special team to conduct detailed discussions and docking. Our Qin family will definitely offer sincerity and the most generous conditions. Okay. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. In that case, I agree in principle to cooperate with your family on this project. The team arranged by President Qin will contact me on the specific matters. He did not say anything final, but only agreed to cooperate, leaving himself enough room for maneuver. Seeing that Jiang Chen finally gave in, Qin Zhenbang showed a satisfied smile on his face. Good. Young friend Jiang is quick to speak. I really didn't misjudge you. Qin Zhenbang laughed loudly. Today is my birthday party. Young friend Jiang must stay for a while and have a few drinks with us. I can also take this opportunity to introduce you to some friends in Beijing. This is to show goodwill to Jiang Chen, and also to announce to the outside world that Jiang Chen is someone that his Qin family values. Jiang Chen naturally would not refuse this kindness. That's what I want, but I dare not ask for it. Jiang Chen bowed and said with a smile. Chapter 34, Qin Mansion Birthday Banquet, Undercurrents. With an order from old man Qin Zhenbang, the birthday banquet at the Qin Mansion officially kicked off. The courtyard outside the reception room was already filled with exquisite banquets. The guests, dressed in fancy clothes, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. All those who were able to attend Mr. Qin's birthday banquet were well-known figures from all walks of life in Beijing and even the whole country. Business tycoons, political dignitaries, academic masters, artistic celebrities, big figures who are rarely seen on weekdays, all gathered together at this moment to celebrate Mr. Qin's birthday. As a distinguished guest specially invited by Mr. Qin, Jiang Chen naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. With Qin Mingyuan's personal introduction, Jiang Chen got to know many heavyweights in the Beijing circle. These people were all the smartest of the smart. Although they were curious about Jiang Chen, a young man who suddenly appeared, they were very polite and enthusiastic on the surface, toasting Jiang Chen and chatting with him. Jiang Chen also behaved calmly and appropriately, neither humble nor overbearing. With his skill of photographic memory, he could easily remember everyone's name, identity, and talking points, and the bonus of charm value also made it easier for him to gain the favor and recognition of others. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The atmosphere of the banquet also reached its climax. At this moment, a middle-aged beautiful woman wearing a luxurious cheongsam and with a graceful temperament, surrounded by several young women, walked up to old man Qin Zhenbang and said in a gentle and pleasant voice, "Uncle Qin, today is your 80th birthday. Your niece wishes you good fortune and a long life." As she spoke, she motioned to the woman behind her to present a beautifully wrapped gift. "Ha, it's girl Yuru. You are so thoughtful." Qin Zhenbang looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman in front of him with a kind smile on his face. This middle-aged beautiful woman is none other than Su Yuru, the head of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Beijing. The Su family started out as a jewelry and jade family, and has a pivotal commercial position in Beijing and even in the country. Among the young women following Su Yuru, there was one who stood out. She was wearing a lavender evening dress, with a graceful figure, beautiful face, and a temperament as cold as the moon, like a fairy who was not affected by worldly affairs. Jiang Chen's gaze involuntarily froze slightly the moment it met the purple-clothed woman. What a stunning beauty! Whether it was her appearance, temperament, or the coldness that kept people at a distance, she was completely different from all the women he had seen before. As if she had noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, the woman in purple also glanced at him indifferently, her eyes calm and without any emotion. "This is..." Qin Mingyuan noticed Jiang Chen's gaze and introduced with a smile, "This is the daughter of the Su family, Miss Su Wancheng." Wancheng is not only a famous talented woman in the capital, but also has her own unique insights in the business field. At a young age, she has already taken over some of the core businesses of the Su family. Su Wancheng? Jiang Chen silently recited the name in his heart. At this moment, the network expansion radar sounded another prompt. Character, Su Wanqing, age, 24 years old, identity, the eldest daughter of the Su family in Beijing, one of the future heirs of the Su group, current status, facing power competition within the family and malicious suppression by external business rivals, urgently need to find a strong partner to consolidate its position and resolve the crisis. Potential value, extremely high business talent and extensive network resources. If we can cooperate deeply with him, it will be of great help to the host's business layout in Beijing and even the whole country. Relationship with the host, medium preliminary intersection has occurred, and there is potential for cooperation. Another character with extremely high potential value. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. It seemed that he had come to the right place to attend today's birthday banquet. However, he did not approach her immediately to strike up a conversation. A girl like Su Wanqing, who was born with a lot of talent, would naturally have many admirers and people trying to please her. If he acted too eager, it would cause the other party to be disgusted. He simply looked at Su Wanqing twice calmly, then looked away and continued chatting and laughing with other guests around him. However, Jiang Chen's calmness and composure caused dissatisfaction among some people. Not far away, a young man wearing an Armani suit, with a handsome face but a sinister look in his eyes, was staring at Jiang Chen with an unfriendly look. His name is Lin Yifeng. He is the young master of the Lin family in Beijing. He is also the most persistent and crazy one among Su Wanqing's many suitors. Although the Lin family can be regarded as a second-rate family in Beijing, it is still far behind the top wealthy families such as the Su family and the Qin family. Lin Yifeng has always wanted to achieve a class leap for his family by marrying Su Wanqing. Although there was nothing unusual about the way Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanqing just now, in Lin Yifeng's view, it was a naked provocation. Humph. A country bumpkin who came out of nowhere dares to covet Wanqing? He really doesn't know how to live or die. A cold light flashed in Lin Yifeng's eyes. He picked up the wineglass and walked towards Jiang Chen. Chapter 35 Lin Yifeng's Provocation, New Conflict. Lin Yifeng held the wineglass and walked straight to Jiang Chen, his eyes full of undisguised hostility and contempt. Boy, I don't care where you came from, or what means you used to curry favor with the Qin family. Lin Yifeng said arrogantly, I just want to warn you that Su Wanqing is not someone you can covet. If you know what's good for you, stay away from her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. He spoke in a low voice, but the guests around him could hear it clearly. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Chen and Lin Yifeng, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Su Wanqing also heard what Lin Yifeng said, her eyebrows slightly frowned, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. She had long been fed up with Lin Yifeng's persistent behavior, but because of the relationship between the two families, she couldn't get angry. Jiang Chen looked at the self-righteous Lin Yifeng in front of him, with a sneer on his face. Another ignorant dandy boy. Who are you? Jiang Chen asked in a flat tone, as if he didn't take Lin Yifeng's warning to heart at all. Humph. You don't even recognize me, Lin Yifeng. It seems that you are really a bumpkin from outside the province. Lin Yifeng was even more proud. He held his head high and said in a condescending tone, listen carefully, my father is Lin Jiangwo, the chairman of the Lin Group. In Beijing, although my Lin family is not as good as the Qin family and the Su family, it is not something that a nobody like you can afford to offend. Oh, Lin Group. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully, I don't think I've heard of it. Puff. Some of the guests around couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although the Lin Group is somewhat famous in Beijing, it is not on the same level as top wealthy families like the Qin family and the Su family. Jiang Chen's I've never heard of it was simply a slap in Lin Yifeng's face. Lin Yifeng's face instantly turned the color of liver. He didn't expect that this seemingly insignificant bumpkin would dare to humiliate him like this. You're looking for death. Lin Yifeng was furious. He threw the wineglass in his hand to the ground and pointed at Jiang Chen and started cursing. A Feng. Don't be rude. At this moment, a majestic rebuke was heard. I saw old man Qin Jinbong, supported by Qin Mingyuan, slowly walking over. Although he was old, his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle, and he was majestic without being angry. Uncle Qin Lin Yifeng's arrogance suddenly diminished when he saw Qin Jinbong, and he lowered his head guiltily. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to act in front of the old man of the Qin family. Lin boy, today is my birthday party, not the place for you to act wildly. Qin Jinbong's tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Zhang Xiaoyu is my honored guest. If you dare to be rude to him again, don't blame me for not giving you the Lin family face. When Lin Yifeng heard this, his face turned pale and his heart was filled with humiliation and resentment. He had never expected that Mr. Qin would humiliate him in public for this kid from outside the province. Yes, Uncle Qin taught me a lesson, and Yifeng knows he was wrong. Although Lin Yifeng was indignant, he could only swallow his anger and reluctantly bowed to Qin Jinbong to apologize. But the look he gave Jiang Chen was filled with resentment and jealousy. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly and didn't take Lin Yifeng's threats seriously at all. He didn't even have the interest to slap this kind of clown in the face. Ding! A new face slapping opportunity has been detected, automatically ignored. The target's level is too low, not worth the host's personal effort. Ding! Triggering the hidden event, the boss's appreciation. The host's calm performance at the Qin family's birthday banquet has won further recognition from Qin Jinbang, and the Qin family's trust in the host has increased. Reward: sharing of Qin family's core network resources primary. Filial piety value plus 200. Sharing of Qin family's core network resources? Jiang Chen was delighted. This reward was much more valuable than slapping a small character like Lin Yifeng in the face. It seems that sometimes, ignoring provocation and maintaining style can bring unexpected rewards. Qin Jinbang looked at Jiang Chen deeply, with a hint of approval in his eyes. He has lived to such an old age, what kind of people has he not seen? Jiang Chen's calmness and composure in the face of Lin Yifeng's provocation just now were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. This character and this bearing made him think highly of Jiang Chen. "My dear Jiang, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Qin Jinbang said to Jiang Chen, "Some minor frictions between young people are inevitable. Don't worry, with me here, no one dares to harm you in the Qin family." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "I naturally believe in Mr. Qin's prestige." A small storm was thus calmed down. But Jiang Chen knew that the feud between him and Lin Yifeng had been established. But he didn't care. With his current strength and trump card, a small Lin family is not enough for him to take seriously. What he cares more about is Su Wanqing. This woman, who combines beauty, talent and family background, seems to be hiding many secrets and is facing considerable challenges. The prompts given by the system also made him feel a strange interest in this woman. Chapter 36: Su Wanqing's Dilemma, Opportunity for Cooperation. The birthday banquet continued with clinking of glasses. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to contact Su Wanqing, but observed her from the corner of his eye from time to time. He discovered that although Su Wanqing was interacting with the guests and talking and laughing, there was always a hint of imperceptible worry and fatigue between her brows. Obviously, the power competition within the family and malicious suppression by external business rivals mentioned in the system prompts brought her considerable pressure. After being scolded by Mr. Qin, although Lin Yifeng did not dare to provoke Jiang Chen openly again, the look he gave Su Wanqing was full of possessiveness and vigilance against other potential competitors. Jiang Chen understood. Su Wanqing's current situation could be described as being in a dilemma both internally and externally. She needs a strong external aid to help her break the current predicament. And perhaps I am the most suitable candidate. Halfway through the birthday banquet, the guests gradually began to disperse. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity, picked up the wineglass, and walked towards Su Wanqing slowly. "Ms. Su, I've long heard of you. I'm Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, raised the wineglass in his hand, and spoke in a gentle and confident tone. Su Wanqing saw Jiang Chen coming over, and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. She had naturally heard of this young man who had caused quite a stir at the birthday banquet. Especially his calmness when facing Lin Yifeng's provocation just now, and the special look that Mr. Qin gave him, made her a little curious about Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, you're too polite." Su Wanqing nodded slightly, raised the champagne in her hand, and clinked it with Jiang Chen's glass. "Mr. Jiang is so young, but he can be appreciated by Mr. Qin. He must be extraordinary." Her voice is clear and pleasant, like a spring in a valley, refreshing and soothing. "Miss Su, you are too kind." Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "I am just luckier." But Miss Su, at such a young age, has taken charge of some of the core businesses of the Su Group. It is truly admirable that a woman is as capable as a man. Mutual promotion of business is a necessary means to build closer relationships. Su Wanqing heard this, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but there was still a hint of alienation in her eyes. "Mr. Jiang, you are too kind. I am just sharing some responsibilities for the family. Compared with Mr. Jiang, who started from scratch and stirred up the world, I am really not worth mentioning." Her words were both polite and tentative. Jiang Chen naturally understood the deeper meaning behind her words. "Miss Su, let's not beat around the bush." Jiang Chen put down his wineglass and his eyes became serious. "I took the liberty to come here today to make acquaintance with Miss Su, not just for a simple greeting." "Oh?" Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. "Who is Mr. Jiang?" "I want to discuss a cooperation with Miss Su." Jiang Chen said straight to the point. "Cooperation?" Su Wanqing's eyes narrowed slightly. She looked at Jiang Chen, as if trying to read something from his face. "Mr. Jiang, although my Su family is also involved in some investment businesses, it is mainly focused on jewelry and jade. I wonder what kind of cooperation Mr. Jiang wants to discuss with us." "I would like to discuss a cooperation with you personally, Miss Su." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said something shocking. With me personally? Su Wanqing was very smart and immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. She narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and a trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Mr. Jiang, I don't understand what you mean. Although I, Su Wanqing, am also involved in some family businesses, I am only a member of the Su family after all. I am afraid that it is a bit against the rules for you to cooperate with me personally? She thought Jiang Chen wanted to conduct some private transactions with the Su family through her, or he had some other intentions. Miss Su, you misunderstood. Jiang Chen saw her concerns, smiled slightly, and explained, what I want to cooperate with you is not the traditional business of the Su family, but your personal career, Miss Su. He deliberately emphasized the word career. Su Wanqing was shocked when she heard this. Her personal career? Could it be that he meant? Chapter 37, Providing Timely Assistance or Letting a Wolf In? She had indeed recently encountered some thorny troubles in the power struggle within the family. Several uncles and brothers, relying on their seniority and wide connections in the company, excluded her everywhere and wanted to drive her out of the core management. Externally, some business rivals took advantage of the opportunity to add insult to injury, maliciously acquiring shares of the Su group and spreading rumors in an attempt to bring down the Su family. Although she was capable and resourceful, she was young and had a shallow foundation. Faced with these internal and external troubles, she felt a little overwhelmed for a while. Could it be that this mysterious young man in front of her could actually see through her predicament? Mr. Jiang, what exactly do you want to say? Su Wanqing's voice unconsciously carried a hint of nervousness. What I want to say is very simple. Jiang Chen's eyes became deep and sharp, as if he could see through everything. Miss Su is facing a dilemma now. Whether it is pressure from within the family or challenges from external business rivals, I can help you solve it. I can provide you with sufficient financial support, so that you have enough say and confidence in the competition within the family. I can also use my resources to help you repel those business rivals with ill intentions, or even swallow them up. I can also introduce you to more top connections like the Qin family, so that you can have a pivotal position in the business landscape of Beijing and even the whole country. Every word Jiang Chen said was like a heavy bomb, hitting Su Wanqing's heart hard. She looked at Jiang Chen in shock, almost unable to believe her ears. This young man is too arrogant. Resolve disputes within her family? Defeat business rivals? Introduce top connections? Any one of these things would be enough to deter countless wealthy families in Beijing. And he actually said it so lightly? Who is he? Why does he have such great power? Mr. Jiang, Su Wanqing took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. Why do you want to help me? What can you get from me? She didn't believe that there was a free lunch in this world. Jiang Chen must have some ulterior motive in helping her so tirelessly. What I want is also very simple. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, with a confident light in his eyes. I need a capable, ambitious, and courageous partner like you, Miss Su, to create a bigger business together. As for why I chose you, Jiang Chen paused, his tone becoming serious, because I believe in my judgment. Miss Su, you are a phoenix trapped in the shallows. Once you are given a vast sky, you will soar into the sky and sing to the heavens. And I am willing to be the one who gives you wings. Su Wanqing's heart began to beat violently because of Jiang Chen's words. Give me wings? She murmured to herself, with a complex look in her eyes. There was shock, doubt, but more of it was a long-suppressed desire and ambition. Su Wanqing has been a proud daughter since she was a child. She is proud and unwilling to be inferior to others. She has always wanted to use her own abilities to create a world of her own in the Su family and even in the entire Beijing business world. However, the cruelty of reality, the strife within the family, and the meanness of her opponents made it difficult for her to move forward, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. Chapter 38 Phoenix's Choice, Future Allies. Just when she was about to despair, Jiang Chen, this mysterious man, suddenly appeared in front of her and made her a promise that was so tempting yet so risky. Is this a helping hand that comes in time of need, or a trap that invites a wolf into the house? Jiang Chen, Su Wanqing took a deep breath, looked directly into Jiang Chen's eyes, and asked word by word, why should I believe what you said? And why do you think you can do it? She no longer used the slightly distant title Mr. Jiang but called him by his name. This meant that she began to seriously examine Jiang Chen and the cooperation he proposed. Just because. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his eyes full of strong confidence, just because my name is Jiang Chen. And because you, Su Wanqing, are not a woman content with mediocrity. He paused and continued, I know you must have a lot of doubts now. It's okay, I can give you time to think about it. However, I hope you can understand that opportunities often only come once. If you miss it, you may never get it back. As for whether I can do it, Jiang Chen's lips curled up with an unfathomable arc, you can wait and see. But I can guarantee that cooperating with me will definitely be the wisest choice you have ever made in your life. Su Wanqing was silent. She had to admit that Jiang Chen's strong self-confidence and mysterious confidence gave her an unprecedented impulse. Maybe, I can really take a gamble? If she lost, she could just start over. She, Su Wanqing, could afford to lose. But if she wins, she will completely break free from the shackles of her family, control her own destiny, and realize all her ambitions. Okay. Su Wanqing raised her head abruptly, with a determined light flashing in her eyes. Jiang Chen, I agree to cooperate with you. However, I also have my conditions. Please go ahead. Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. A smart woman would not easily hand over her fate to others. First, during the cooperation period, I need to have absolute control over the Su Group's related business. You can provide financial and resource support, but you cannot interfere with my specific business decisions. Su Wanqing said. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. He had no intention of interfering too much in Su Wanqing's internal affairs. Second, I need to know your true identity and background. I don't want to work with someone who I don't even know the details of. Su Wanqing's eyes became sharp. That's no problem. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. However, my identity may be different from what you imagined. But I can guarantee that I will never let you down. Third, Su Wanqing took a deep breath and said the issue she was most concerned about: if the cooperation is successful, I need to obtain at least 50% of the controlling stake in the Su Group in the future. This is her real ambition. Not only does she want to get out of trouble, but she also wants to firmly control the Su Group in her own hands. When Jiang Chen heard this, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. This woman is really courageous. 50%? Jiang Chen touched his chin, pondered for a moment, and then smiled. Miss Su, your appetite is bigger than I thought. He paused, his eyes became sharp and aggressive, but I like it. 50% is 50%. But I also have a condition. What conditions? Su Wanqing asked. What I want is not just a part of the future profits of the Su Group. Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanqing with burning eyes. I also want you, Miss Su, to be my most capable ally and most trusted partner in my future business landscape. His meaning was very clear. He not only wanted to invest in the Su Group, but also in Su Wanqing as a person. Su Wanqing was shocked again when she heard this. She looked at Jiang Chen's eyes that were as deep as the starry sky, and for the first time she felt that she seemed to be unable to see through this man who was a few years younger than her. What exactly does he want to do? How big is his ambition? Okay. Su Wanqing finally nodded, with an unprecedented light flashing in her eyes. Jiang Chen, I promise you. From today on, I, Su Wanqing, will be your most solid ally. Two young hands were tightly clasped together amidst the clinking of glasses at the Qin Mansion's birthday banquet. A powerful alliance that could shake the entire capital and even the Chinese business community was quietly born at this moment. Chapter 39, Birthday Banquet Ends, New Journey. The Qin family's birthday banquet gradually came to an end at midnight. After Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing reached a preliminary cooperation intention, the two talked in a low voice for a long time and exchanged some views on how to deal with the current difficulties of the Su family and the expansion of the future business territory. Jiang Chen admired Su Wanqing's business talent and insight into the situation in Beijing. Jiang Chen's advanced strategic vision and endless wonderful ideas analysis results of the system asset management module also opened Su Wanqing's eyes and made her look forward to their future cooperation. Old Master Qin Jinban was obviously also happy to see this happen. He regarded Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing, two of the best young people in Beijing, as important future partners of the Qin family, and naturally hoped that they could join forces. After the birthday banquet, the Qin family specially arranged a car to take Jiang Chen to the place that had been prepared for him, a top private club located in the core area of Beijing and not open to the public. The security and privacy here are far beyond what an ordinary 5-star hotel can provide. Mr. Jiang, this is a little gift from our Qin family in Beijing. Butler Qin Hai handed a specially made black gold card to Jiang Chen. With this card, you can enjoy the highest level of VIP treatment at any Qin family property in Beijing. At the same time, this is also a symbol of your status in Beijing. Jiang Chen did not refuse and frankly accepted the black gold card that represented the Qin family's goodwill. He knew that this was not just a consumption card, but also a key to open the door to the upper-class circles in Beijing. In the next few days, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to return to Jiangcheng. On the one hand, accompanied by Qin Hai, he visited some of the Qin family's core industries in the capital, including the preliminary planning site of the mysterious Dongtian Fudi project. It was a valley located in the western suburbs of the capital, with beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy. The Qin family had already invested a huge amount of money here to carry out preliminary infrastructure construction. Jiang Chen used the Eye of Insight to conduct a careful investigation and discovered that there seemed to be some special minerals and energy fields hidden under the ground of the valley, which indeed had extraordinary benefits for the growth of Chinese herbal medicines and the conditioning of the human body. It seems that the guidance from an expert mentioned by the Qin family is not groundless. On the other hand, Jiang Chen also began to have deeper contact with Su Wanqing. Together, the two analyzed the current financial situation and equity structure of the Su Group, and jointly formulated a series of countermeasures against internal opposition forces and external competitors of the Su family. Jiang Chen once again demonstrated his super-rich character and directly injected 50 million special funds into Su Wanqing's personal account to support her and give her enough ammunition in the subsequent business struggle. This amount of money naturally triggered the system's consumption rebate. Although only 5 million was returned due to the daily limit, it also allowed Jiang Chen's personal assets to rise again. Su Wanqing was very grateful for Jiang Chen's trust and support. She also reciprocated by using her connections in Beijing to introduce many talented young people and business partners to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's network expansion radar also obtained a lot of valuable information, which reserved more talents and resources for his future business layout. In his interactions with Su Wanqing, Jiang Chen gradually discovered that this woman, who appeared to be as cold as the moon, was actually very passionate inside and had great business acumen and leadership skills. The two hit it off immediately on many business views and had a great understanding of each other. Of course, Jiang Chen did not forget to develop a girlfriend. Su Wanqing was undoubtedly an excellent target. Whether it was her appearance, talent, family background, or her heroic spirit that was no less than that of any other man, she deeply attracted Jiang Chen. However, he did not act too eager. He knew that a woman like Su Wanqing would never be easily tempted by a man. What he needed was a silent penetration, as well as the strong charm and strength to be displayed at the critical moment. After staying in the capital for a week, Jiang Chen felt that the purpose of his trip had basically been achieved. He established a preliminary cooperative relationship with the Qin family and formed a solid alliance with Su Wanqing. More importantly, he gained a more intuitive and profound understanding of the capital, the center of power in China. It's time to return to Jiangcheng and start his real journey. Chapter 40, Jiangcheng is in turmoil, and Xueyu's transformation. The news of Jiang Chen's return to Jiangcheng was not deliberately concealed and soon spread among some interested people. Those who had seen his super-rich style in the sales department of Hanlin family were full of curiosity about his subsequent movements. And after Li Mingxian was frustrated in the capital and returned to Jiangcheng in a mess, his friends became more wary of Jiang Chen. For a time, Jiang Chen became a mysterious and awe-inspiring figure in Jiangcheng's upper-class circles. Jiang Chen ignored the disturbances from the outside world. After returning to Jiangcheng, he devoted most of his energy to the development of the Xueyu brand. With sufficient funds and various resource support provided by Jiang Chen, the development speed of the Xueyu brand can be said to be rapid. Lin Xueyu first used the tens of millions of dollars in startup capital to quickly stabilize the team, and began recruiting on a large scale to expand core departments such as design, operations, and marketing. She also personally led a team to visit some of the top fabric production bases across the country and even in Europe to inspect and purchase the latest and best quality fabrics. Jiang Chen's consumer rebate card once again played a huge role at this time, allowing her to get the top raw materials at a cost far below the market price. At the same time, with the help of Wang Mingyuan, the Xueyu brand successfully reached cooperation agreements with several top domestic clothing processing factories, ensuring the high quality of the products and stable production capacity. In terms of online channels, the official flagship stores of the Xueyu brand were launched on major e-commerce platforms, and huge amounts of money were invested in publicity and promotion. With its unique design style and excellent product quality, as well as some precise marketing strategies given by Jiang Chen from time to time using the system's business talent points, Xueyu quickly carved out a path in the fiercely competitive online market, with sales rising steadily. Offline, Jiang Chen is even more generous. He directly bought several shops in prime locations in Jiangcheng's most prosperous commercial pedestrian street and several top shopping malls, and invested heavily in building a flagship experience store for the Xueyu brand. The design of these flagship stores was completely led by Lin Xueyu, and Jiang Chen was only responsible for providing funds and making the final decision. Each store is as exquisite and unique as a work of art, perfectly interpreting the design concept and cultural connotation of the Shuiyu brand. In just 1 month, the Shuiyu brand has been reborn like a phoenix, exuding new vitality and vigor. From a personal studio on the verge of bankruptcy, it has become a new and cutting-edge brand that has attracted much attention in Zhangqing's fashion circle. All of this is inseparable from Jiang Chen's strong support behind the scenes. Lin Shuia's gratitude and trust in Jiang Chen also grew day by day. She discovered that this man, who was a few years younger than her, not only had unfathomable financial resources and connections, but also had business wisdom and strategic vision far beyond the ordinary. With his help, her once unattainable dream was gradually becoming a reality. The cooperation between the two is becoming more and more tacit. Jiang Chen fully respected Lin Shuiao's professionalism in design and never interfered with her creations. Lin Shuiao also became more and more dependent on Jiang Chen's accurate judgment in business operations and marketing. Through frequent contact and fighting side by side, a subtle feeling quietly grew between the two. Lin Shuiao found that she increasingly admired Jiang Chen's calmness, wisdom, and self-confidence. Jiang Chen was also moved by Lin Shuiao's talent, tenacity, and persistence in her dreams. However, both of them buried this feeling deep in their hearts and did not express it easily. They knew that now was not the time to talk about love. The Shuiyu brand had just started, and there was still a long way to go in the future. They needed to devote more energy to their career. But the tacit understanding and appreciation make the cooperation between the two more motivated and passionate. Jiang Chen knew that conquering a girl like Su Wanqing would take time and patience, and he would need to show strength and charm that could match her. And Lin Shuiao, the girl who worked with him and witnessed him build his career from scratch, might be a different beginning on his emotional journey. Chapter 41 Brand Launch, Stunning Appearance. With the joint efforts of Jiang Chen and Lin Shuiao, the first official new product launch of the Shuiyu brand was put on the agenda. The venue of the press conference was set at the newly opened Shuiyu brand flagship store in Jiangcheng. This flagship store is located in the top commercial center of Jiangcheng, with 3 floors. The decoration style combines Oriental Zen with modern simplicity, perfectly interpreting the unique charm of the Shuiyu brand. For this press conference, Jiang Chen once again showed his super rich side. Not only did he spend a huge amount of money to invite the country's top show directors and stage design teams, he also used Wang Mingyuan and the Qin family's connections in Beijing to invite dozens of well-known domestic fashion media editors, fashion bloggers, and some popular celebrity artists to come to support him. The high standard of this press conference caused quite a stir in Jiangcheng fashion circle and even the entire domestic fashion circle. Many people are curious about who this little-known Shuiyu brand is and why it has such great power to hold such a grand press conference. On the day of the press conference, the flagship store was crowded with luxury cars and stars. Celebrities and fashion gurus from all walks of life in Jiangcheng, as well as media reporters from all over the country, surrounded the entire flagship store. As the founder and chief designer of the Shuiyu brand, Lin Shuiao was naturally the focus of the entire event. Wearing a white dress designed by herself, she looked elegant and confident. Standing at the end of the tea stage, she introduced the design concept of the Shuiyu brand and the inspiration for this season's new products to all the guests. Her talent and unique insights into fashion won the admiration and applause of everyone present. When models dressed in the latest Shuiyu clothing walked gracefully across the tea stage, the atmosphere of the entire press conference reached its climax. The new products of Shuiyu this season are themed ink Jiangnan, which perfectly combines traditional Chinese ink elements with modern tailoring design. They have both oriental subtlety and elegance, and modern fashion and avant-garde. Every piece of clothing is like a flowing landscape painting, full of poetic and picturesque beauty, and it is amazing. It's so beautiful. It's simply a work of art. I didn't expect that our Chinese original designs could be so stunning. This Shuiyu brand is definitely the biggest dark horse in the fashion circle this year. The fashion media editors and bloggers in the audience expressed their sincere admiration and kept taking pictures with their cameras and mobile phones. Jiang Chen sat in the first row of the guest seats, looking at Lin Shuiao, who was confident, calm and radiant on the stage, his eyes full of admiration and pride. He knew that from today on, the Shuiyu brand would truly go nationwide and even to the world. And Lin Shuiao, the once unknown independent designer, will also carve out a place for herself in the fashion industry with her talent and hard work. After the press conference, major fashion media and social platforms were flooded with reports about the Shuiyu brand and Lin Shuiao. The Shuiyu brand became an instant hit with its stunning designs and high-standard press conferences, becoming the hottest new fashion favorite. Orders came in like snowflakes, the flagship store's store was almost broken down, and the sales of the online store also set new records. Lin Shuiao and her team are very busy, but they also enjoy it. Jiang Chen looked at all this and felt a sense of accomplishment. This is only the first step in his business empire, but it is also a crucial step. The success of Shuiyu not only brought him rich economic returns, but more importantly, it helped him accumulate valuable business experience and personal connections, and also made him more confident about his future career development. Behind this success, the relationship between Jiang Chen and Lin Shuiyu has become more subtle and closer. They experienced the hardships of starting a business together and shared the joy of success together. This friendship of fighting side by side and the tacit appreciation between each other brought their hearts closer and closer. Perhaps, the seeds of love have already sprouted quietly without our knowing. Chapter 42, The Hidden Worries of Snow Language, A New Storm. The launch of the Shuiyu brand was an unprecedented success, and Lin Shuiyu and her designs became the focus of the fashion circle overnight. However, behind this prosperity and praise, Jiang Chen keenly sensed a hint of hidden worry. The rise of Shuiyu has undoubtedly affected the interests of some old brand clothing companies in Zhejiang and even in China. These companies are deeply rooted in the industry and have huge resources and channels. They will never sit idly by and watch a new brand so easily seize market share. What's more, the design style and brand positioning of Shuiyu are quite similar to those of a domestic first-line clothing brand called Nishang Yui. The Nikkang Yui Group is one of the giants in the domestic clothing industry, with many well-known brands and a market value of tens of billions. Its chairman is famous for his ruthless and vindictive methods. Jiang Chen has learned through the system's network expansion radar and asset management modules that the Nikkang Yui Group has noticed the rise of Shuiyu and has begun to make some small moves in secret in an attempt to suppress this emerging competitor. For example, they began to poach the core design team and technical backbones of Shuiyu at high prices. For another example, they used their influence in the industry to put pressure on some fabric suppliers and processing factories, asking them to stop cooperating with Shuiyu. They even hired internet trolls to spread negative rumors about the Shuiyu brand and Lin Shuiyu on the internet. Although these methods are despicable, they are very effective. Lin Shuiyu soon felt the pressure from rainbow feathered clothes. Some collaborations that had already been negotiated were suddenly and unilaterally cancelled by the other party. Some core employees began to show signs of wavering, and leaving the malicious slander and defamation on the internet put her and the entire team under tremendous psychological pressure. Jiang Chen, we seem to be in trouble. Lin Shuiyu found Jiang Chen, her beautiful face full of worry and fatigue. She told Jiang Chen about a series of recent events, with a hint of helplessness and indignation in her voice. After Jiang Chen heard this, his eyes were unusually calm. All this was already within his expectations. The business world is like a battlefield, it is always cruel and realistic. The rise of an emerging brand is bound to be accompanied by the suppression and counterattack of the old forces. Shuiyu, don't worry. Jiang Chen patted Lin Shuiyu's shoulder gently and comforted her. These are just small scenes. With me here, rainbow feathered clothes won't cause any big waves. The calmer he was, the more uncertain Lin Shuiyu felt. She knew Jiang Chen had money and connections, but in front of an industry giant like Nikkang Yui, could he really be sure? But, No buts. Jiang Chen interrupted Lin Shuiyu, his eyes gleaming with confidence. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Since they dare to attack, we will let them know what it means to truly overestimate one's own capabilities. He paused, a cold smile appeared on his lips. I wanted to let them jump around for a few more days, but since they are so eager to die, I will grant their wish. Jiang Chen knew that it was time to let the Nikkang Yui Group and all the forces that were secretly coveting Shuiyu see his true strength. He will use thunderous means to completely crush all enemies who dare to challenge him. A bigger storm is brewing quietly in Zhejiang and even in the entire Chinese clothing industry. Chapter 43, Remove the firewood from under the cauldron and purchase rainbow feathered clothes. Faced with the covert suppression of the Nikkang Yui Group, Jiang Chen did not choose to passively defend or simply counter the attack. What he needs to do is to remove the fire from under the cauldron and solve the problem once and for all. Doesn't the Nikkang Yui Group like to use capital and influence to bully people? Then he will use more powerful capital and influence to trample it under his feet. Jiang Chen immediately contacted Su Wansheng, who was far away in Beijing, and Lin Dong of the Qin family. Ms. Su, I need you to do me a favor. Jiang Chen said straight to the point on the phone. Help me conduct a comprehensive investigation of the equity structure, financial status, major business dealings and potential weaknesses of the Nikkang Yui Group. Although Su Wansheng was somewhat surprised as to why Jiang Chen suddenly became interested in the Nikkang Yui Group, she did not ask any more questions and immediately agreed. No problem, Jiang Chen, I will give you a most detailed investigation report within 3 days. She knew that Jiang Chen would never do something without a purpose. Since he had set his sights on rainbow feathered clothes, the the good days of this company were probably coming to an end. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen contacted Lin Dong again. "Mr. Lin, I would like to ask the Qin family for a favor." Jiang Chen's tone was calm and confident. "I am planning to acquire the Nikhang Yue Group. I need the Qin family to provide me with some financial and channel support when necessary." Acquire rainbow feathered clothes? Lin Dong was also surprised when he heard this. Although the Nikhang Yue Group is not as powerful as the Qin family, it is still a powerful lord in the domestic clothing industry. Jiang Chen actually wants to acquire it directly? This courage is really astonishing. However, Lin Dong did not hesitate too much and agreed immediately. "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, the Qin family will fully support you. How much money do you need and what channels do you need? Just tell me." He knew that this was a great opportunity for the Qin family to show goodwill to Jiang Chen and further deepen the cooperation between the two sides. In the next few days, Jiang Chen was in charge of the Shuiyu brand, stabilizing the morale and appeasing the employees, while closely following the progress of Su Wanqing and the Qin family. Su Wanqing was very efficient. In just 2 days, a detailed investigation report on the Nikhang Yue Group was placed on Jiang Chen's desk. The report not only lists in detail the shareholding structure, financial loopholes, and some operational mistakes of the Nikhang Yue Group in recent years, but also even uncovers some disgraceful black materials about the chairman's personal lifestyle. Jiang Chen looked at the report with a sneer on his face. It seems that this Nikhang Yue Group is not as glamorous as it seems on the surface, and its interior has long been riddled with holes. The Qin family also prepared sufficient ammunition for Jiang Chen. Not only did they mobilize tens of billions of liquid funds, ready to support Jiang Chen's acquisition activities at any time, they also used their influence in the financial community and regulatory authorities to clear some potential obstacles for Jiang Chen. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated and immediately launched the acquisition plan for the Nikhang Yue Group. He first used some secret channels to quietly absorb the circulating shares of the Nikhang Yue Group in the secondary market. With the precise analysis of the system's asset management module and his photographic memory, he has a bird's-eye view of stock market fluctuations and opportunities. In just a few days, he quietly controlled more than 10% of the shares of the Nikhang Yue Group and became one of its important shareholders. Immediately afterwards, he began to contact some shareholders within the Nikhang Yue Group who were dissatisfied with the current chairman or had financial needs, and bought their shares at a premium price far higher than the market price. At the same time, he also cleverly leaked the black material about the chairman that Su Wanqing had investigated, as well as some business scandals within the group through some special channels. For a time, negative news about the Nikhang Yue Group was overwhelming, the stock price plummeted, and the people within the group were panic-stricken and in chaos. Just when the Nikhang Yue Group was caught in internal and external troubles and was in a precarious situation, Jiang Chen, as a savior, formally submitted a takeover offer to its board of directors. The conditions he offered were both generous and strong enough to not be refused. After experiencing a series of blows including plummeting stock prices, scandals, and shareholders forcing him to abdicate, the chairman of the Nikhang Yue Group has long been exhausted and unable to turn the situation around. In the end, faced with absolute strength and capital, he had no choice but to sign the equity transfer agreement in a humiliating manner. Jiang Chen, with his thunderous momentum, successfully took control of this once invincible clothing industry giant. The entire process, from planning to success, took only 1 week. Chapter 44, The Counterattack of Shuiyu, The Shock of the Industry. The news that Jiang Chen successfully controlled the Nikhang Yue Group was like dropping a giant bomb on a calm lake, instantly causing uproar in the entire Chinese clothing industry and even the business community. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's powerful methods and unfathomable strength. An unknown young man, in just 1 week, was able to manipulate an industry giant with a market value of tens of billions and eventually took it into his pocket. This is simply a miracle in the history of business. As for those forces that had suppressed and coveted the Shuiyu brand, after hearing the news, they all became silent and stopped their actions, fearing that they would be the next one to be targeted by Jiang Chen. Lin Shuiyu was also completely shocked when she heard the news. Although she knew that Jiang Chen had the ability to help Shuiyu overcome the difficulties, she never expected that Jiang Chen would use such a domineering and direct method to turn their biggest competitor into his own possession. You acquired rainbow-feathered clothes? Lin Shuiyu looked at Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with incredible shock and admiration. To be precise, it's a controlling stake. Jiang Chen smiled and said calmly, from now on, the Nikhang Yue Group will be the most solid backing and largest OEM factory for our Shuiyu brand. Hearing this, Lin Shuiyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Let the once powerful industry giant serve as the OEM factory for your emerging brand? I'm afraid only Jiang Chen would dare to say this, and only he has the ability to do it. After successfully taking control of the Nikkang Yui Group, Jiang Chen did not carry out large-scale layoffs or business adjustments, but instead adopted a relatively gentle integration approach. The first thing he did was to decisively divest and sell those sub-brands under the Nikkang Yui Group that had similar positioning to the Shuiyu brand or that were in vicious competition with it, thus recovering a large amount of funds. Then, he integrated all of the Nikkang Yui Group's best production lines, design teams and sales channels into the Shuiyu brand, providing strong support for the further development of Shuiyu. As for those business segments that originally belonged to the Nikkang Yui Group but had different brand positioning from the Shuiyu brand, Jiang Chen retained them and handed them over to a professional management team for operation. He did not intend to put all his eggs in one basket. Under Jiang Chen's series of vigorous and resolute operations, the Shuiyu brand seemed to have taken off with wings, and its development speed was advancing by leaps and bounds. All the problems that had troubled Lin Shuiyu, such as funding, production capacity, and channels, were solved. She can focus on design without distraction and pour all her talent and inspiration into the products of the Shuiyu brand. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, relied on the various magic skills and business talents provided by the system to plan and strategize behind the scenes to safeguard the development of the Shuiyu brand. The photographic memory enables him to quickly grasp industry trends and competitor intelligence. The network expansion radar allows him to accurately find the most suitable partners, and the asset management module provides him with the most scientific investment and operation advice. Coupled with that incredible consumption rebate card, he has almost unlimited cash power, which allows him to provide the most powerful firepower support for the Shuiyu brand at critical moments. With the tacit cooperation of the two, the Shuiyu brand quickly gained a firm foothold in the domestic clothing market and began to advance into the international market. Lin Shuiyu's designs have also frequently appeared at international fashion weeks, winning numerous praises and awards. Shuiyu, an original brand that carries Oriental aesthetics and modern fashion, is sweeping the world with an unstoppable momentum. With the rise of the Shuiyu brand, Jiang Chen's name has become a rising star in the business world and has attracted much attention. He is no longer the poor boy who is only laughed at by others, but a strong man who truly controls his own destiny and can influence the destiny of others. Chapter 45: Jiang Chen's Legend and New Prey. With the growing fame of the Shuiyu brand and Jiang Chen's successful acquisition of the Nikkang Yui Group, Jiang Chen has gradually evolved from a little-known mysterious man to a nearly legendary existence in the Jiangcheng business community. Various rumors about him circulated among Jiangcheng's upper circles. Some people said that he had a powerful background and was the illegitimate son of a top wealthy family in Beijing, who came out to gain experience. Some people said that he had obtained a mysterious inheritance and had the ability to turn stone into gold. Some people even said that he was not an ordinary person at all, but a big boss who played games in the human world. Jiang Chen just smiled at these rumors and did not comment. He still maintains a relatively low-key lifestyle. In addition to dealing with matters related to the Shuiyu brand and the newly acquired Nikkang Yui Group, he spends most of his time improving himself and looking for potential projects worth investing in, as well as capable people worth making friends with. His network expansion radar is tirelessly scanning everything around him every day. On this day, Jiang Chen was in his new office, the chairman's office on the top floor of the former Nikkang Yui Group headquarters, listening to the latest progress report of the professional team sent by the Qin family on the Dongtian Fudi project in the western suburbs of Jiangcheng. With the huge capital injection from Jiang Chen and the full support from the Qin family, this project has begun to take shape. The high-end health villa area of the first phase of the project has started construction, and the rare medicinal material cultivation base has also introduced the first batch of precious medicinal materials. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. At this moment, the network expansion radar issued a slight prompt again. Ding! A target person with extremely high scientific research value and commercial potential is detected near the host. Do you want to view detailed information? Scientific value? Commercial potential? Jiang Chen's heart moved and he immediately chose yes. Character: Chen Mo, age, 35 years old, occupation, Doctor of Biomedicine, former core researcher of National Key Laboratory, current status, because he insisted on a forward-looking but short-term commercial return research on neuron regeneration and repair technology, he had serious disagreements with the laboratory leaders and was ostracized, so he resigned in anger. He is currently unemployed, and the research project has stagnated due to lack of funding and equipment support. Potential value: the neuron regeneration and repair technology he studied has epoch-making significance in the field of treatment of neurological diseases such as Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, spinal cord injury, etc. Once the technology matures and is commercially transformed, it will create immeasurable medical value and commercial profits. Degree of association with the host: low, no direct intersection, but its current location is less than 1 kilometer away from the host's office building. Neuron regeneration and repair technology? Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Although he is not a medical professional, he also knows the importance of this technology. If this technology can really succeed, it will be a huge breakthrough in the entire history of human medicine. Countless patients suffering from neurological diseases will be reborn. The medical value and commercial potential behind it are simply immeasurable. How could such a top scientist lose his job because his research direction was not supported? And his research project was stalled? This is such a waste of resources. System, locate Dr. Chen Mo's exact location immediately. Jiang Chen said without hesitation. He knew that he had discovered another treasure. This time, he will not only reap a project with unlimited potential, but also provide the most solid support to this respectable scientist so that he can concentrate on completing this great research that can change the world. Chapter 46: 3 Visits to the Thatched Cottage, Chen Mo's Persistence. Ding! Dr. Chen Mo is currently staying at room 302, Building 7, Blue Sky Apartment, West District, Zhangcheng. The apartment is in an old residential area with low rent, which is in line with his current economic situation. Jiang Chen immediately asked the driver to drive to Blue Sky Apartment. This was a typical old neighborhood with shabby buildings and narrow roads, which formed a sharp contrast with the Hanlin family that Jiang Chen had just visited. Jiang Chen didn't care about these. He went straight to room 302, Building 7, and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man who looked a little unkempt, with slightly messy hair and deep eye sockets, but his eyes were unusually bright, revealing the persistence and wisdom of a scholar. He is Dr. Chen Mo. Hello, who are you looking for? When Chen Mo saw the unfamiliar Jiang Chen and the Rolls-Royce behind him that didn't fit in with the neighborhood, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Hello, Dr. Chen, I'm Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and got straight to the point. I'm the head of a startup technology investment company. I accidentally learned about your research in the field of neuronal regeneration and repair technology. I'm very interested in your project and would like to discuss cooperation with you. When Chen Mo heard this, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a hint of vigilance. Investment company? Chen Mo laughed at himself. Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. My project is simply not likely to generate any commercial returns in the short term. It can even be said to be a bottomless pit. Many investors have approached me before, but they backed off when they heard the amount of money I needed and the long research cycle. He paused and said tiredly, if you are here for the purpose of short-term profit, then I advise you to find another way. I don't want to waste each other's time anymore. Having said that, he prepared to close the door. During this period, he had experienced too much hope and disappointment. Most of the so-called investors only cared about the immediate benefits and did not understand the true value and significance of his research. Dr. Chen, please wait a moment. Jiang Chen hurriedly stopped him. Since I can find you, I naturally have a deep understanding of your research project. I know how far-reaching the impact of this technology will be on the entire human medical community once it succeeds. I know that what you need most now is not those speculators who just want to make quick money, but a partner who truly understands you, supports you, and has enough strength to allow you to complete this great research without distraction. Jiang Chen's tone was firm and sincere, and his eyes were full of respect and appreciation for Chen Mo and his research. Chen Mo paused. He looked at Jiang Chen, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. It was the first time in many years that he heard such words of understanding and support from an investor. Do you really understand? Chen Mo's voice was a little hoarse. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded solemnly. I know that once neuronal cells are damaged or die, it is almost impossible to regenerate. This is one of the biggest challenges facing modern medicine. And your research is to break this confinement and let those patients who are in despair due to nerve damage see hope of recovery again. I also know that this research requires a lot of money, top-notch equipment, and the best talents. I can provide you with all of these. Jiang Chen's eyes became fiery. Dr. Chen, I came here today not to ask for anything from you, but to provide you with a platform to realize your dream. A platform that is free from any external interference and allows you to devote yourself to research. I am willing to invest 500 million yuan in my personal name to build a world-class neuroscience laboratory for you. There is no upper limit to the subsequent research and development funds. I only have one request, and that is to let this technology benefit all mankind as soon as possible. 500 million. Just the initial investment? No upper limit for subsequent investment? Chen Mo was completely shocked by Jiang Chen's big words. It's not like he hasn't seen rich people before, but this is the first time he has seen a madman like Jiang Chen who dares to invest so recklessly for a scientific research project with an uncertain future. Why do you do this? Chen Mo's voice trembled. He didn't believe that there were such pure idealists in the world. Because, Jiang Chen smiled slightly, with a determined light in his eyes, I believe in the power of science, and I believe even more that you, Dr. Chen, have the ability to create this miracle. Moreover, I also hope that through this technology, I can help more people in need in the future, including some of my relatives and friends. He was not lying. His parents were getting old and would inevitably encounter various health problems in the future. If he could master this core technology, it would undoubtedly provide them and himself with the most solid insurance. Chen Mo looked into Jiang Chen's sincere and open eyes, and the barrier in his heart finally began to loosen. This young man might really be different from the investors he had met before. Chapter 47, A Man Dies for His Friend, Chen Mo's Return. Mr. Jiang, is everything you said true? Chen Mo's voice still trembled with a hint of disbelief, but in his eyes, a flame called hope had already ignited. It's absolutely true. Jiang Chen nodded solemnly. Dr. Chen, although I, Jiang Chen, don't dare to claim to be a great philanthropist, I also know what is worth doing and who is worth investing in. Your research benefits the country and the people and benefits mankind. I have no reason not to support it. He paused, and his tone became more sincere. I know you may still have doubts about me, which is normal. I can give you time to consider. However, I hope you can understand that time waits for no one. The sooner the research is launched, the sooner those patients suffering from illness can be relieved of their pain. Besides, Jiang Chen smiled, if you are worried that I will interfere too much with your research direction or rush for success like other investors, then you don't have to. I have said before that I am only responsible for providing funds and support. The specific direction and progress of the research are completely led by you. I only have one request, and that is to do your best and do the best. These words completely broke down the last line of defense in Chen Mo's heart. For many years, he has endured so much contempt and indifference for persisting in his research, and was even regarded as an abnormal and a madman by his closest colleagues and leaders. But today, a young man who has never met him before is willing to pay such a huge price to support his seemingly unattainable dream. How could he not be moved by this trust, this respect, and this courage? A man will die for his friend. Chen Mo raised his head suddenly, tears of excitement flashing in his eyes, his voice a little hoarse due to excitement. Mr. Jiang. No, from today on, you are my benefactor. I, Chen Mo, swear to heaven that as long as you can provide the conditions required for research, I will do my best, even until my death, to conquer this technology. He no longer had any doubts or hesitations. The young man in front of him was his destined benefactor. He was the confidant who could help him realize his lifelong dream. Dr. Chen, you are too polite. Jiang Chen quickly supported the emotional Chen Mo. We are partners, and more importantly, comrades fighting for a common goal. In the future, I hope Dr. Chen will give me more guidance. Ding! The host successfully recruited top scientific research talent Dr. Chen Mo, and gained his high recognition and loyalty. Ding! Trigger the hidden achievement Bolu Xiangma Reward. A technology research and development acceleration card can be used to shorten the research and development cycle of a certain scientific research project by 30%. Leadership plus 10. Technology research and development acceleration card? Leadership bonus? Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This reward was so timely. The research of neuron regeneration and repair technology is bound to be a long and arduous process. With this accelerator card, the research and development cycle can undoubtedly be greatly shortened, allowing this technology to benefit mankind as soon as possible. The improvement of his leadership will also enable him to better control and manage his growing business empire and talent team in the future. Mr. Jiang, no, President Jiang. Chen Mo's emotions gradually calmed down. He looked at Jiang Chen with a look of gratitude and determination in his eyes. I will follow your arrangements for the site selection of the laboratory, the purchase of equipment, and the formation of the team. I only have one request, and that is to start as soon as possible. He can't wait to get back to the research he loves. No problem. Jiang Chen smiled. Dr. Chen, from today on, you are the chief scientist and CEO of our newly established Shenma Biotechnology Company, Limited. The company's initial 500 million yuan will be fully received within 3 days. I will let the most professional people be responsible for the site selection and construction of the laboratory, and ensure that a world-class scientific research platform will be built for you in the shortest possible time. As for the team, Jiang Chen paused, a smile flashing in his eyes. If those capable people you had in the National Key Laboratory are also frustrated for the same reason, you might as well poach them. The salary and benefits are definitely at the top level in the industry. My company, Jiang Chen, will never mistreat anyone with talent and dreams. When Chen Mo heard this, excitement flashed in his eyes again. He knew that his colleagues who had been ostracized for sticking to their ideals would be ecstatic if they learned the news. A brand new and hopeful future is beckoning to them. Chapter 48: The birth of Chunma biology shocked the scientific research community. Jiang Chen's swift and decisive actions once again made Chen Mo deeply understand what cashability and execution ability mean. In just 3 days, Chunma Biotechnology Company, Limited, with a registered capital of 500 million yuan, was officially established. The company's registered address was chosen to be an independent R&D building in the latest high-tech industrial park in Zhangcheng. This R&D building was originally the project site for a team of overseas returnees that was given priority support by the municipal government. However, due to various reasons, the project was eventually aborted and the building has been vacant ever since. Through Wang Mingyuan's connections, Jiang Chen bought this R&D building, which was equipped with top-notch infrastructure, as well as the surrounding ancillary land, at a very favorable price, to serve as the future headquarters and core R&D base of Chunma Biology. Then, Jiang Chen ordered hundreds of millions of yuan of the latest experimental equipment from the list of the world's top scientific research equipment suppliers. Many of these equipment were luxury goods that other key laboratories in China dreamed of, but for Jiang Chen, they were as casual as buying cabbage. Of course, these purchases also brought Jiang Chen huge rebates, which made his personal assets soar again. However, due to the daily rebate limit, he did not pay off all the equipment payments within 1 day, but chose to pay in batches to maximize his profits. Thanks to Chen Mo's efforts, several of his former core members in the National Key Laboratory, as well as some outstanding scientific researchers who had been marginalized for their academic ideals, quit their original jobs and joined this new team without hesitation after learning about the grand blueprint of Chunma Biology and the generous conditions offered by Jiang Chen. For a time, this little-known new company, Chunma Bio, caused quite a stir in the biomedical circles at home and abroad because of its amazing achievements and huge attraction to scientific research talents. Many people are wondering what the origin of this Chunma Biology is and who is the young chairman Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored the speculation and discussions from the outside world. He handed over the daily management and operation of the company to an experienced professional manager recommended by Chen Mo and the Qin family. He himself became a hands-off boss, only grasping the general direction at critical moments. He knew that his advantage did not lie in specific business management, but in discovering opportunities, integrating resources, and using money to create a future. In addition to the Chunma Biology and Shuayu brands, the Dongtian Foodie project that Jiang Chen is cooperating with the Qin family in the western suburbs of Jiangcheng is also in full swing. With Jiang Chen's huge financial support and the system's technology research and development acceleration card, the progress of the entire project was much ahead of schedule. Although the main function of this card is for scientific research projects, Jiang Chen found that it can also play a certain accelerating role in some projects involving complex engineering technology. It can be foreseen that in the near future, a super health industry park integrating top-level convalescence, high-end residences, and cultivation and trading of rare medicinal materials will rise in Jiangcheng, becoming a unique health and wellness resort in the whole of China and even the world. Jiang Chen's business empire is expanding at an alarming rate. Chapter 49: Goodbye Jianghu, the stormy road to Beijing. Jiangcheng, the city that had witnessed Jiang Chen's transformation from ordinary to extraordinary, gradually became a solid footprint on his journey in his eyes. In a few months, his life trajectory had changed dramatically. From an unknown young man struggling for a living, he became a billionaire in the business world who was in charge of several emerging industries. All these changes seemed like a dream, but they were real and unquestionable. The Shuayu brand, a fashion pearl discovered and carefully cultivated by him, has now shined in the Chinese fashion industry. With his strong support, Lin Shuya, a talented designer, finally got rid of the shackles of the past and soared freely in the palace of design. The neon lights of the flagship store flicker with the prosperity of the city, and the orders of the online store fly like snowflakes. Every Shuayu clothing that embodies Oriental aesthetics and modern ingenuity is announcing to the world the rise of Chinese original design. Jiang Chen can clearly feel that every time Lin Shuya discusses the future of the brand with him, her eyes have gradually changed from initial gratitude and dependence to an indescribable appreciation and tacit understanding. The feelings that sprouted in the fight side by side are like buds that quietly bloom in spring, implicit and beautiful, waiting for the right time to be carefully watered. Shenhua Biology, a scientific research institution that carries the hopes of countless patients with neurological diseases, is also changing with each passing day under the unremitting efforts of Dr. Chen Mo and his team. The world's top experimental equipment has been put in place one after another, and the lights in the independent R&D building are brightly lit. Researchers work day and night for the neuron regeneration and repair technology that can change the world. Jiang Chen knows that the significance of this research is far more than just commercial value. It is related to the happiness of countless families and the progress of human medicine. Whenever he thinks of this, he feels that the responsibility on his shoulders has become heavier, but the pride in his heart has become more and more exciting. Dr. Chen Mo's sincerity and persistence of "a man dies for his confidant" also deeply infected Jiang Chen, making him more determined to support this great cause. The Dongtian Foodie project in cooperation with the Qin family in Beijing is a highlight in Jiang Chen's future business map. This super health industry park, which integrates top Chinese medical care, high-end health vacation, and rare medicinal material cultivation and trading, not only heralds immeasurable economic benefits, but also an important ticket for him to enter the real top power circle in China. The Qin family's unfathomable depth and different view of him made Jiang Chen understand that the world is far more complicated and exciting than he imagined. His cooperation with the Qin family is both an opportunity and full of unknown challenges, but he is fearless. Jiangqing's affairs, under Jiang Chen's orderly arrangement, have basically been put on the right track. He has promoted a group of capable and trustworthy management talents and established a sound operating mechanism. Even if he leaves temporarily, these industries can still operate well. It's time to embark on a new journey. Jiang Chen declined the grand farewell banquet held by Lin Shuya, Chen Mo, and others. He did not like the overly noisy farewell scene, and preferred to keep this friendship deep in his heart and turn it into motivation for the future. He just had in-depth conversations with them separately, and made detailed arrangements and instructions on the future development direction and possible problems. Lin Shuya looked at Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes full of reluctance and expectation. She knew that Jiang Chen's stage was not just Jiangcheng. This man was destined to soar above the 9 heavens. All she could do was to manage Shuyu better and become the most dazzling pearl in his future business empire, waiting for the day to fight side by side with him again. Dr. Chen Mo held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, his eyes full of gratitude and respect. He assured Jiang Chen that he would lead the team to overcome the technical difficulties as soon as possible and live up to Jiang Chen's trust and confidence. Just like when he came here, he boarded the flight to Beijing alone and quietly. Inside the cabin, Jiang Chen looked out the window. The sea of clouds outside the porthole was rolling endlessly, just like his excited heart at the moment. The capital, the heart of China, the center of power, and the gathering place of elites. There is a broader stage, stronger opponents, and a more complicated chess game. The plane broke through the clouds, and the prosperous and ancient land of Beijing gradually appeared outside the window. A new storm has arrived. Chapter 50, First Time in the Capital, Undercurrent Outpost. The plane landed at Beijing International Airport. Jiang Chen walked out of the gangway and breathed the unique air of this 1,000-year-old capital. The air seemed to be filled with a heavy sense of power and history. Different from the gentleness of Jiangcheng, the aura of Beijing was more restrained and deep, like a lurking giant beast that could reveal its frightening power at any time. Xinhai had already arranged for a car to wait in the VIP channel. It was still the low-key yet noble Hongqi L5, driving smoothly to the place arranged by the Qin family for Jiang Chen to stay atop private club called Jing Sinuan. Mr. Jiang, the old man specifically instructed that I will be responsible for arranging all your trips in the capital. If you have any needs, just let me know. Xinhai's attitude was still respectful, but his eyes had a subtle scrutiny compared to the last time he was in Jiangcheng. Obviously, Jiang Chen's thundering methods in Jiangcheng and his initial alliance with Su Wanqing had already reached the ears of the Qin family. Thank you, Butler Qin. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. He knew that the Qin family was showing goodwill to him, and at the same time they were observing him and evaluating his true value. Jingxin Garden is located on a hillside with excellent scenery in the West Mountain of Beijing. It has a quiet environment and strict security. Every detail here shows the owner's extraordinary taste and strong strength. Jiang Chen was arranged in an independent courtyard, equipped with a dedicated butler and service team, with high standards, comparable to the treatment of a state guest. After settling down, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to contact Su Wanqing or the Qin family. He knew that when he first arrived in Beijing, the most important thing was to stabilize his position and find out the situation. In the center of this vortex of power, every step must be cautious. He used the system's network expansion radar to quietly scan and analyze the information of people in the upper circles of Beijing. He found that the power structure of Beijing was much more complicated than that of Jiangchang. On the surface, several major families and consortiums were competing against each other, but secretly, there were more unknown ancient families and mysterious organizations manipulating everything. The Qin family is undoubtedly one of the top families. Although the Su family is also a first-class family, it is still inferior to the Qin family. As for the Lin family, where the arrogant Lin Yifeng is from, it is not even ranked in the power map of the capital. It seems that if I want to gain a foothold in the capital, or even go further, relying solely on money and business means is far from enough. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He needed stronger strength, deeper connections, and more reliable allies. Su Wancheng is undoubtedly his most important ally in the capital. He took out his cell phone and called Su Wanqing. Jiang Chen? You've arrived in Beijing? Su Wanqing's voice was slightly surprised. Her voice was still cold, but Jiang Chen could hear a hint of warmth in it. I just arrived and contacted you as soon as I settled down. Jiang Chen said with a smile, President Su, you are a landlord in Beijing. Shouldn't you show your hospitality and treat me, an outsider, to a simple meal? Of course. Su Wanqing chuckled, I'll host a party tonight to welcome you. You decide the location, or I can give you a surprise? Oh? A surprise? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, then I'll wait and see. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. He knew that the surprise Su Wanqing mentioned was not just a meal. This might be a test for him, and also an opportunity for her to show him her strength and connections in Beijing. He was looking forward to what kind of surprise this extremely intelligent and gifted girl would bring him. In the evening, Su Wanqing personally drove a fiery red Ferrari sports car to Jingxin Garden to pick up Jiang Chen. Today, she changed her usual business suit into a well-cut black tube-top evening gown that outlined her perfect body curves. The exquisite makeup, coupled with her cool and beautiful face, made her like a black rose blooming in the dark night, full of fatal temptation. Boss Jiang, are you satisfied with my car? Su Wanqing parted her red lips and asked jokingly. Jiang Chen whistled and praised, a beautiful woman and a nice car, a perfect match. But, Miss Su, are you sure you want to drive this car to dinner? Isn't it a bit too ostentatious? It's just right for tonight's occasion. Su Wanqing smiled mysteriously and started the sports car. The Ferrari let out a low roar, and like a flash of lightning in the dark night, it carried the two people and sped away towards an unknown direction in the capital. Chapter 51, Beijing Night Banquet, First Show of Strength. The Ferrari shuttled through the colorful streets of Beijing at night, and finally stopped in front of an extremely secret private club. This club had no conspicuous sign, only a heavy black door. Standing at the door were two stern-looking, burly men in black, exuding an aura of keep away from strangers. This is the Purple Palace. Su Wanqing turned off the fire, turned her head and smiled at Jiang Chen. This is the real top circle in the capital. Many secret transactions and important meetings will take place here. Ordinary people, even if they have a lot of money, may not be able to step into the door here. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the mysterious club in front of him. He could feel that the security measures here were more stringent than the Jingxin Garden arranged by the Qin family for him. It seemed that the place Su Wanqing brought him tonight was indeed not simple. After the two got off the car, the man in black at the door obviously knew Su Wanqing. He bowed respectfully and quickly opened the heavy door. Behind the door is a different world. Pavilions, towers, bridges, flowing water, winding paths, and the air is filled with the scent of sandalwood and precious incense. Compared with the hustle and bustle of the outside world, this place is more like a secluded paradise. Led by the waiter, the two walked through several corridors and came to an elegant box called Tinjiachuan. In the box, there were already several young people sitting there, 3 men and 2 women, all well-dressed and with extraordinary temperaments. They were obviously second and third generation prominent figures in the Beijing circle. Wanqing, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. A young man wearing a Versace haute couture suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking gentle but with a hint of shrewdness in his eyes, immediately stood up and greeted Su Wanqing enthusiastically when he saw her. His name is Zhao Shiji, and he is the eldest grandson of the Zhao family in Beijing. Although the Zhao family's influence in Beijing is not as great as that of the Qin family and the Su family, they are still considered to be a powerful family, mainly involved in real estate and financial investment. Young Master Zhao, I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road and I'm late. Su Wanqing smiled apologetically, then pulled Jiang Chen over and introduced him to everyone. Let me introduce everyone, this is my friend, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, this is young Master Zhao Shiji, and this is. Su Wanqing introduced several young people in the box to Jiang Chen one by one. Most of them were children of second and third-rate families in Beijing, and usually followed Su Wanqing and Zhao Shiji's lead. Jiang Chen also greeted everyone politely, neither humble nor arrogant, and calm and composed. However, when those young people heard that Jiang Chen was just Su Wanqing's friend and did not seem to have any prominent family background, they all unconsciously revealed a hint of contempt and disapproval in their eyes. In the circle of Beijing, people pay the most attention to the matching of family backgrounds and the strict hierarchy. An ordinary friend from outside the city naturally has no weight in front of these favored people who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Especially Zhao Shiji, when he shook hands with Jiang Chen, a hint of imperceptible hostility flashed in his eyes. He always regarded Su Wanqing as his own concubine, and was instinctively wary and repulsive to any outstanding man who appeared around Su Wanqing. Jiang Chen naturally noticed these subtle changes in the atmosphere, but he didn't care. He didn't come here today to make friends with these playboys. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The atmosphere in the box gradually became lively. The young people began to talk about some interesting things that happened in the capital recently, as well as some developments in their family businesses. Jiang Chen just listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a word or two. Although he didn't say much, his words were always sharp and to the point. His calmness and wisdom gradually made others in the box no longer dare to underestimate him. Zhao Shiji was even more secretly shocked. He found that although Jiang Chen looked young, his knowledge and conversation were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. In particular, his analysis and judgment of the business situation were so accurate that it was astonishing. Brother Jiang, I heard from Wanqing that you are also in business? Zhao Shiji picked up the wineglass and asked casually, I wonder what field Brother Jiang is mainly developing in. Maybe we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. He was testing Jiang Chen's background. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, put down the chopsticks in his hand, and said, Mr. Zhao, you are too polite. I am currently mainly involved in the field of clothing brands and biomedicine. If there is a chance in the future, I can indeed communicate more with Mr. Zhao. Clothing brand? Biopharmaceuticals? Zhao Shiji's eyes flashed with disdain. In his opinion, these were just some minor things, and compared with the Zhao family's real estate projects worth billions, they were simply not worth mentioning. It seems that this Jiang Chen is just so-so. However, he didn't know that the clothing brand Jiang Chen mentioned was Shuayu, which had successfully acquired the Nikhang Yui Group and was sweeping the country with a prairie fire. And the biomedicine he mentioned was Shunma Biology, which had a world-class scientific research team and was committed to solving the medical problem of neuron regeneration and repair technology. Any one of these 2 industries is enough to shock the entire capital. Just when Zhao Shiji was about to say something to further suppress Jiang Chen's arrogance, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man wearing a black tang suit and with an arrogant look on his face swaggered in, surrounded by a group of people. Hey, isn't this young Master Zhao and the beautiful Miss Su? What's the wind today that brings both of you to my Dingyu pavilion? The middle-aged man said sarcastically, his eyes full of provocation. Chapter 52 Uninvited Guests, Young Master Zhou's Provocation. Just as the atmosphere in the box was subtle and everyone was thinking about their own things, the door of the private room was rudely pushed open again. A middle-aged man wearing a black tang suit with dark patterns, a thumb-thick gold chain, a defiant look, and a hint of drunkenness in his eyes, swaggered in, surrounded by a group of equally ruffian followers. This person is one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of Zichen Pavilion, Zhou Shenxiong, also known as Young Master Zhou. The Zhou family is also a powerful force in Beijing, mainly operating some entertainment venues and gray industries. They have some business dealings with the Zhao family, but compared with top wealthy families such as the Su family and the Qin family, they are naturally not on the stage. Zhou Shenxiong usually likes to call friends in Zichen Pavilion to show off his status. He just heard from another box that Zhao Shiji and Su Wanqing, 2 famous handsome men and beautiful women in Beijing, were also here, so he brought people over to toast, but in fact he wanted to show his presence in front of Su Wanqing. Hey, isn't this young Master Zhao and the beautiful Su? What's the wind today that brings both of you to my Tinjiaxuan? Zhou Shenxiong said sarcastically with a greasy mouth, his eyes unscrupulously looking up and down at Su Wanqing's exquisite body, full of undisguised desire. Su Wanqing frowned, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She had never liked Zhou Shenxiong, and she usually avoided him as much as possible. Zhao Shiji's face was also a little ugly. Although he was also a dandy, he still considered himself several levels higher than Zhou Zhenxiong, a tycoon with underworld habits. Being teased in public by such a person made him feel very embarrassed. It's Boss Zhou, Zhao Shiji said with a fake smile. Wan Chang and I are having a small gathering with a few friends here, so we won't disturb Boss Zhou's fun. His words were already in order to leave. However, Zhou Zhenxiong seemed not to understand and continued to stand there. He turned his gaze to Jiang Chen and said with a hint of disdain and provocation, "This young man looks unfamiliar. I wonder which family he is from." To be able to have Miss Su and young Master Zhao accompany him, he must be someone who was not ordinary, right? He saw Jiang Chen sitting next to Su Wanqing, and Su Wanqing seemed to be quite friendly towards Jiang Chen, and a nameless jealousy suddenly rose in his heart. In his opinion, a beauty of Su Wanqing's level is only worthy of him, young Master Zhou. Who is this young man who came out of nowhere? Ding! A new target has been detected. Side quest released. Teach Zhou Zhenxiong, who is ignorant of the current situation, a lesson to protect yourself and Su Wanqing's reputation. Quest difficulty 1 star, quest reward, random attribute point +1. Su Wanqing's favorability is slightly improved. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. It seems that this capital city is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there are all kinds of monsters and demons. Before Su Wanqing and Zhao Shiji could speak, he put down the wineglass in his hand, glanced at Zhou Zhenxiong calmly, and said calmly, "My surname is Jiang, and my given name is Chen. I am a nobody, and I don't deserve such honor from Boss Zhou." His words seemed modest, but actually contained hidden meanings. He placed great emphasis on the word uplift, which was full of irony. Zhou Zhenxiong naturally heard the sarcasm in Jiang Chen's words, and his face suddenly darkened. "Boy, who the hell are you with? Do you know where this is? Do you know who I am? You dare to act cool in front of me, you must be tired of living." The followers behind him also started shouting, rubbing their hands, and looking ready to take action at any time. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became tense. Chapter 53 Jiang Chen's Intimidation, Mr. Zhou's Retreat. Facing Zhou Zhenxiong's arrogance and his men's covetous eyes, Jiang Chen remained calm, without even a ripple on his face. He picked up the teacup in front of him, blew gently on the floating tea leaves, and said slowly, "Boss Zhou, I advise you to weigh your own weight before you speak. Some people are not someone you can afford to offend. Some words, if spoken, will cost you a price." His voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling deterrent force. Zhou Zhenxiong was stunned when he heard this, and then he pointed at Jiang Chen as if he had heard a huge joke, and said to Zhao Shiji and Su Wanqing beside him with an exaggerated smile, "Young Master Zhao, Miss Su, listen to this. Is this kid fucking threatening me? Ha ha ha. In this land of Beijing, the person who dares to threaten me, Zhou Zhenxiong, has not been born yet." The followers behind him also joined in the booing, using foul language that was unbearable to hear. Zhao Shiji's face looked a little ugly. Although he didn't like Zhou Zhenxiong, he didn't want to see Jiang Chen and Zhou Zhenxiong conflict here. If it got out of hand, it wouldn't be good for his Zhao family. He was about to open his mouth to smooth things over, but Su Wanqing stopped him with a look. Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen with interest. She wanted to see how this man, whom she could hardly understand, would deal with the current situation. Really? Jiang Chen put down his teacup, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and an invisible murderous aura emanated from him. "I'd like to see how capable you, Zhou Zhenxiong, are." He did not take direct action like he did last time at the Hanlin family sales office. He knew that this was the Purple Palace, a den of money for the top circles in the capital, and that those who could act wildly here had some background. If he took action rashly, he would be at a disadvantage and might even cause unnecessary trouble. What he wants to do is to defeat the enemy without fighting. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed a number calmly. "Hello, is this Butler Qin Hai? This is Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen's tone was still calm, as if he was just making a normal greeting call. "I'm in Tinjiaquan in Zichen Pavilion right now, and I'm having some trouble. There's a Mr. Zhou who claims to be the boss here. He seems to have some misunderstandings about me, and he wants to discuss with me. Do you think I need to tell Mr. Qin about this?" Qin Hai on the other end of the phone felt nervous when he heard this. Jiang Chen. That was the distinguished guest that the old man personally told us to treat well. He actually ran into trouble in Zichen Pavilion? And he was even contradicted by that blind Zhou Zhenxiong? "Mr. Jiang, please wait. I'll handle it right away." Qin Hai hung up the phone, cold sweat already seeping out of his forehead. He immediately reported the matter to Mr. Qin Zhenbang, who was practicing calligraphy in the study. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinbong paused the wolf hair in his hand, and a barely perceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. How dare that good-for-nothing kid from the Zhou family dare to mess with God? Qin Jinxiong snorted coldly. Tell Wang Mingyuan to go to Zichen Pavilion in person and settle the matter for me. If that Zhou Jinxiong dares to disrespect Jiang Xiaoyu again, let the Zhou family disappear completely in the capital. Yes. Old man. Qin Hai quickly took the order and left. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Tinjiuxuan box has become extremely solemn. Zhou Jinxiong looked at Jiang Chen's fearless look and was a little confused. Does this kid really have a powerful background? Who did he call just now? Butler Qin Hai? Which butler Qin Hai? Could it be the one from the Qin family? When he thought of this, Zhou Jinxiong sobered up immediately and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If it really is the Qin family, then he has really hit a wall today. Just when he was feeling anxious and hesitant about whether or not to give in, the door of the box was pushed open again. This time, the person who walked in was Wang Mingyuan, the general manager of Hyatt Hotel. Behind Wang Mingyuan, there were a dozen professional bodyguards wearing black suits, with stern expressions and powerful auras. These bodyguards are much more professional and powerful than those thugs brought by Zhou Jinxiong. Mr. Jiang, you are frightened. Wang Mingyuan walked quickly to Jiang Chen and bowed respectfully. It's all because of my poor discipline that some unscrupulous people disturbed your fun. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. As he said that, he turned around, glanced at Zhou Jinxiong with a cold gaze, and said in a stern tone, Zhou Jinxiong, you were so brave. How dare you bump into Mr. Jiang? Are you tired of living? Chapter 54 Wang Mingyuan's Thunder, Zhou Daxiao's Despair. Wang Mingyuan suddenly broke in with a large group of people and scolded Zhou Jinxiong so harshly that the already tense atmosphere in the box instantly froze to freezing point. Zhou Jinxiong looked at the general manager of the Hyatt Hotel in front of him, who was usually quite polite and even a little fawning to him. At this moment, he seemed like a different person, with cold eyes and an imposing aura. His heart suddenly skipped a beat and he thought to himself that this was not good. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he also knew Wang Mingyuan's power in Beijing. The background of Hyatt Group was unfathomable, and it was definitely not something that a small Zhou family like him could easily offend. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this? Zhou Jinxiong forced himself to remain calm, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. I was just playing a little joke on Mr. Jiang. I didn't mean any harm. Are you kidding? Wang Mingyuan sneered, his eyes slashing across Zhou Jinxiong's face like a knife. Zhou Jinxiong, open your dog eyes and see clearly. This Mr. Jiang is the most distinguished guest of our Hyatt Group. He is also the VIP that our chairman personally instructed to treat well. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of Mr. Jiang? His words were merciless, and every word was like a loud slap in Zhou Jinxiong's face. Zhou Jinxiong was scolded so badly that his face turned pale and blue, and his heart was filled with humiliation and fear. He finally understood that he had really hit a wall today. And it was a wall that could crush him to pieces. This ordinary-looking Jiang Chen was actually a VIP that even the chairman of Hyatt Group valued? Damn, who the hell is this guy? Zhao Shiji and the other second and third generation people in the box were all so frightened that they were silent, not daring to breathe. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed from the initial contempt and disdain to deep awe and fear. The identity and background of a person who even Wang Mingyuan had to treat with such respect was simply unimaginable. Su Wanqing also looked at Wang Mingyuan in surprise. She knew that Jiang Chen had a close relationship with the Qin family, but she didn't expect that he could be protected by the general manager of Hyatt Group. It seemed that her understanding of Jiang Chen was far from enough. Mr. Wang, this is a misunderstanding, it really is a misunderstanding. Zhou Jinxiong fell to his knees with a plop, hugged Wang Mingyuan's thighs, and begged with tears, I didn't recognize you. I didn't know Mr. Jiang was your honored guest. Please, for the sake of my father's friendship with you, forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. He was really scared now. If he offended Jiang Chen and implicated the entire Zhou family, he would be doomed to die. Wang Mingyuan shook off Zhou Jinxiong's hand in disgust and snorted, you know you're wrong now? It's too late. Mr. Zhang's identity is something you can't just mess with? If Mr. Jiang is not satisfied with what happened today, not only you, but your entire Zhou family will be finished. His words were by no means alarmist. With Jiang Chen's current relationship with the Qin family and his own terrifying strength, it would be easier to crush a small Zhou family than to crush an ant. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenxiang was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, with feces and urine all over his body, looking in a miserable state. Mr. Jiang, Grandpa. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I beg you to be magnanimous and just treat me like a fart. I kowtow to you. Dong dong dong. Zhou Zhenxiang said as he really kowtowed on the ground, and soon blood came out of his forehead. Jiang Chen looked at the funny yet sad scene in front of him, his eyes clear of any emotion. He felt that it was a waste of time to even look at this kind of villain who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Boss Wang, Jiang Chen said calmly, get rid of these eyesores. Don't let them ruin Miss Su and I's dinner. Yes. Mr. Jiang. Wang Mingyuan immediately bowed and responded, then waved his hand to the group of bodyguards, throw these blind people out. From now on, Zichen Pavilion does not welcome them. If they dare to take another step in, I will break their legs. Yes. The group of bodyguards rushed forward like wolves and tigers, picked up Zhou Zhenxiang, who was as limp as mud, and his equally frightened followers, and dragged them out like dead dogs. Soon, peace returned to the box. Wang Mingyuan bowed to apologize to Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing again, and personally replaced the drinks and dishes for them. His service was extremely thoughtful. After this incident, the other second and third generation people in the box looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of awe and flattery. They raised their glasses and took the initiative to toast Jiang Chen, using their words to flatter and curry favor with him. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly and responded occasionally, but he had no intention of making close friends with them. He knew that these so-called friends were nothing more than people who curry favor with the powerful. The only ones he could really take notice of were people of the level of Su Wanqing and Zhao Shiji. And after witnessing Jiang Chen's terrifying strength and connections, Zhao Shiji completely put away his previous contempt and hostility. When he looked at Jiang Chen, there was a more solemn look and a subtle hint of winning him over. He knew that if he couldn't be a friend with a fierce dragon like Jiang Chen, then he definitely couldn't be an enemy. Chapter 55, Undercurrent After the Banquet, Su Wanqing's Invitation. The farce was quickly settled due to Wang Mingyuan's strong intervention. After Zhou Zhenxiang was dragged out in a panic, the atmosphere in the Tinjiuxuan box became even more heated. Of course, this enthusiasm mainly revolves around Jiang Chen. Zhao Shiji and the other second-generation people in Beijing looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of awe and a hint of unnoticeable flattery. They raised their glasses and took turns to toast Jiang Chen, using their words to flatter and please him as much as possible. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly and occasionally raised his glass in response, but he had no intention of making close friends with them. He knew very well that the reason these people were so enthusiastic was just because they saw the possible Qin family background behind him, as well as his own money ability and military strength. This kind of friendship based on interests and fear comes and goes quickly and is unreliable. The only people he really values are people of Su Wanqing and Zhao Shiji's level. Su Wanqing behaved calmly and elegantly from beginning to end, as if the conflict just now had nothing to do with her. She just sat quietly beside Jiang Chen, occasionally talking to him in a low voice, but a strange light flashed in her eyes from time to time. She found that she was increasingly unable to understand the man in front of her who was a few years younger than her. He is like a mystery, full of unknowns and surprises. Every time you think you have seen his cards, he always shows more shocking strength and background. As the banquet entered the second half, everyone was a little tipsy. Zhao Shiji took the initiative to suggest, Brother Jiang, Wanqing, it's getting late, I think we should stop here today. I will host you two another day and invite you two to have a good gathering. Okay, then thank you, Mr. Zhao. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and agreed happily. Su Wanqing also nodded. Everyone dispersed. Su Wanqing still drove the fiery red Ferrari, carrying Jiang Chen, and drove away from Zichen Pavilion. Jiang Chen, Su Wanqing suddenly spoke up in the car, breaking the silence, thank you for what happened today. She was referring to Zhou Zhenxiang's matter. If Jiang Chen hadn't acted in time and demonstrated a strong deterrent power, she would probably be in trouble today. Miss Su, you are too polite. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, it's just a small favor. Besides, aren't we allies now? It's only natural for allies to help each other. When Su Wanqing heard this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly and a hint of warmth flashed in her eyes. By the way, she said to Jiang Chen as if she remembered something, in a few days, there will be a top private antique auction in Beijing. It is said that there will be many good things, and many collectors and wealthy families in Beijing will participate. Are you interested in going to take a look together? A private antique auction? Jiang Chen's heart moved. This is a good opportunity. Not only can he see the luxury of the top circles in Beijing, but he might also find some valuable treasures and trigger some consumption rebates. Okay. Jiang Chen agreed readily. I'm also quite interested in antiques, so I can go and broaden my horizons. It's settled then. Su Wanqing smiled sweetly. I'll pick you up then. The Ferrari stopped at the entrance of Jingxin Garden. After Jiang Chen got out of the car, he waved to Su Wanqing and said, "Be careful on the road." Yeah. Su Wanqing nodded, looked at Jiang Chen deeply, then started the sports car and disappeared into the night. Jiang Chen looked at the Ferraris receding back with deep eyes. Although there were some minor incidents at tonight's banquet, it also gave him a more intuitive understanding of the circle in Beijing. Chapter 56, Phantom of the Dark Night, The Trial of Jingxin Garden. It was late at night when he returned to the elegant and private independent courtyard of Jingxin Garden. The night sky of Beijing was not as misty as that of Zhangcheng. Instead, it was deep and clear, with stars shining, but also hiding countless unknown secrets. Jiang Chen did not rest immediately. The conversation with Su Wanqing during the day and his first experience of the top private club Zichen Pavilion made him feel more deeply about Beijing, the center of the vortex of power and wealth. He sat behind the large rosewood desk in the study, and on the computer screen in front of him, some internal information about the antique auction circle in Beijing sent by Su Wanqing was displayed. This information was detailed and professional, not only including the background strength and special features of major auction houses, but also the preferences and recent trends of some well-known collectors. Jiang Chen read it with great interest. He knew that in order to gain a foothold in Beijing, a place where dragons and crouching tigers are hidden, in addition to one's own hard power, the understanding of the rules of various circles and the accumulation of personal connections were also crucial. His skill of photographic memory was playing a huge role at this moment, clearly imprinting these complex information in his mind. Jiang Chen had seen the security of Jingxin Garden. From the moment he entered the area, there were sentries and various high-tech surveillance equipment, covering almost every corner. The fact that the Qin family arranged him here was enough to show how much they valued him, and it also reflected the security of this residence. However, just as Jiang Chen was concentrating on studying the auction materials and thinking about how to make a splash at the upcoming antique auction, his keen hearing caught a very subtle abnormal sound. The sound was as light as a feather falling to the ground, and also like the faint sound of a night owl's wings cutting through the air as it glided silently. If not for his 5 senses that were enhanced by the system and were far superior to those of ordinary people, he would have been unable to detect it. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and all his thoughts instantly converged. He was like a cheetah ready to pounce, and all his senses were heightened to the extreme. He did not panic, nor did he immediately make any extreme reactions. The light from the computer screen cast bright and dark shadows on his face, and he still maintained his previous sitting posture, as if he was unaware of the unusual movements in the outside world. But in fact, his mental power was already highly concentrated. His ears twitched slightly, carefully identifying the source and pattern of the strange sound. It wasn't the wind, there was no wind tonight. Nor was it the movement of small animals, for the sound carried a deliberately suppressed rhythm that was unique to human activity. Someone had sneaked into Jingxin Garden. Moreover, they were getting closer and closer to the courtyard where he was. Jiang Chen's mind instantly flashed through countless thoughts. The security of Jingxin Garden was as strong as a fortress. To be able to sneak in so quietly, the intruder must be very skilled. Who could it be? Lin Yifeng, the good-for-nothing dandy? Jiang Chen first ruled out this possibility. Although Lin Yifeng was arrogant and domineering, he definitely didn't have the courage and ability to dare to touch him on the Qin family's territory. Unless he was tired of living and wanted to drag the entire Lin family down with him. So, is it the opposition of the Su family? Su Wanqing's power struggle within the family has reached a fever pitch. In order to prevent her from taking the throne, will those uncles and brothers take risks and send people to test or even deal with Su Wanqing's newly won ally? This possibility is not impossible, but Jiang Chen feels that with the style of those old foxes, they will not easily use such means that are easy to leave handles before they know his background. Or was it the Li family? Although Li Mingxian was severely punished by him in Jiangcheng and lost face, the Li family still had a certain influence in Beijing. Could it be that they couldn't swallow this breath and sent people to investigate his strength, or even wanted to give him a warning? Or was it an unknown enemy who had been hiding in the dark and eyeing him covetously? Since he obtained the system and his life trajectory was reversed, although he was making rapid progress, it was bound to affect the interests of some people and arouse the hatred of some forces. Jiang Chen's eyes became deep and cold. He didn't like trouble, but he was never afraid of it. Since someone dared to put his claws in front of him, he had to let the other party know that if he stretched his claws in the wrong place, he would have to pay the price. He calmly turned off the computer monitor, and the entire study room instantly fell into darkness. Only the moonlight outside the window shone through the thin curtains, casting a few cool spots of light on the ground. He slowly stood up, his movements as light as a civet cat, without making any sound. He did not choose to hide, but quietly moved to the window, pressed his body against the wall, and watched the movement in the courtyard vigilantly through the gap in the curtains. Under the moonlight, a vague black shadow, like a ghost, quickly shuttled between the rockery and flowers in the courtyard. The black shadow's movements were extremely strange, and every step fell into the blind spot of the surveillance. It was obvious that it had conducted a precise survey of the environment here. The black shadow did not rush to approach the room where Jiang Chen was, but wandered around the courtyard, as if confirming something, or arranging something. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, what a professional stealth skill. It seems that the person who came here has bad intentions and a clear goal. He immediately gave the system an instruction in his mind, system, scan this person's information. Ding. Scanning the target person's information. Ding. Warning. The target person carries a special energy shielding device, and some key information cannot be accurately detected. Character code, Shadowblade preliminary judgment based on its action mode and energy fluctuations, gender, presumed to be male, age unknown, strength assessment, extremely dangerous. Its physical fitness, reaction speed, and stealth skills are all at the top level of humans, and it may have received some special enhancement or training. Affiliated organization, unknown information shielding, current mission, unknown based on the analysis of its action trajectory, it is very likely to spy on, deter or eliminate the host. System suggestion, although the host's current strength has improved, it is not likely to win a head-on confrontation with this target. It is recommended to immediately activate the highest level of defense and seek support from the Qin family's security forces. Extremely dangerous. Special enhancement. Clear? Jiang Chen's heart sank suddenly. This was no longer a simple business competition or revenge by a playboy. This was clearly a fatal threat from a mysterious organization targeting him personally. Who wants to put him to death? Was it the system that was exposed? Or had he touched upon the interests of some entity that he could not yet imagine? Countless questions flooded into his mind like a tide, but Jiang Chen knew that now was not the time to think about them. He must make a decision immediately. Seek support from the Qin family? The system's suggestion was undoubtedly the safest. But Jiang Chen felt that if he easily exposed his attack, would it make some people more wary, or would it cause the Qin family to have unnecessary doubts about him? Moreover, deep down, he is not a person who likes to rely on others. Just because the odds of winning are low doesn't mean there is no chance of winning. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp cold light. I want to see how powerful this so-called Shadow Blade is. Chapter 57, A Sneak Attack at Night, a Life and Death Duel in the Courtyard. Jiang Chen did not choose to trigger the alarm system of Jingxing Garden immediately. He knew very well that this Shadow Blade could sneak in here quietly, so he must have some knowledge of the Qin family's security forces, and might even have been prepared to deal with it. If he rashly alarmed the Qin family, it might not only alert the enemy and allow them to escape, but might even drag the Qin family into this unknown vortex. More importantly, Jiang Chen is not a person who likes to rely on others for his own safety. Although the system prompted him that his chances of winning a head-on confrontation with Shadow Blade were not high, low did not mean no at all. Since he acquired the system, his physical fitness, reaction speed, and even combat instincts have been greatly improved. In particular, the extreme control over his body brought by the god-level driving skill and the understanding of the human body structure that came with the rejuvenation skill have given him confidence far beyond that of ordinary people in close combat. Since you want to play, then I will play with you. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He did not choose to wait passively, but decided to take the initiative. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breath to an extremely restrained state, and then, like a cheetah, he suddenly flipped out of the study window and landed silently in the shadow of the courtyard. His movements were equally light and swift, without making any sound. The Shadow Blade in the courtyard obviously did not expect Jiang Chen to take the initiative to attack. He seemed to be conducting some kind of exploration, or waiting for the best time to assassinate. Just when he passed by a rockery and his attention was slightly distracted, Jiang Chen moved. He shot out from the shadows like an arrow, at an extremely fast speed. Who? The reaction speed of Shadow Blade was also terrifying. The moment Jiang Chen jumped up, he sensed the danger and turned around abruptly. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his hand, and a short blade with a peculiar shape, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, slashed towards Jiang Chen's throat. This knife was fast, accurate, and ruthless. And the angle was tricky, full of deadly murderous intent. If it were an ordinary martial artist, facing this sudden knife attack, he probably wouldn't even have time to react and would die on the spot. However, Jiang Chen is not an ordinary person. At the moment when the shadow blade came out, Jiang Chen's eyes also flashed a cold light. He did not choose to fight head-on, but relied on his reaction speed and body coordination far beyond that of ordinary people, and leaned back suddenly at an incredible angle, with his body almost parallel to the ground. The fatal blow of the shadow blade brushed past the tip of his nose, bringing up a gust of fierce wind. That was a close call. Jiang Chen was also slightly surprised. The strength of this shadow blade was indeed extraordinary. But he did not back down. At the moment of avoiding the opponent's attack, his right leg was like a poisonous dragon coming out of a cave, suddenly lifted up and kicked directly at the jaw of Shadow Blade. This kick was powerful and fast as lightning. Shadow Blade obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen's reaction to be so quick and his attack to be so fierce. He quickly put away his knife to block and retreated backwards at the same time. Bang! Jiang Chen's toes kicked heavily on the short blade used by Shadow Blade to block, making a dull metallic collision sound. A huge force came from the short blade, which made Shadow Blade's arm numb and his body staggered back a few steps involuntarily. What a strong power! Shadow Blade was also shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly gentle young man could have such terrifying explosive power. The two men fought each other with one move, and were evenly matched, but both had a preliminary assessment of the other's strength. Jiang Chen knew that he was facing a real top killer. And Shadow Blade also understood that his target this time was definitely not a good guy. In the courtyard, the moonlight is like water, and murderous intent is lurking everywhere. The two figures, like phantoms in the dark night, entangled together again. Fists and feet collided, cold light flashed. Every collision erupted with a heart-pounding force. Although Jiang Chen had never learned any systematic martial arts moves, he relied on his physical fitness enhanced by the system, his super reaction speed, and his fearless ruthlessness to fight the Shadow Blade to a standstill. The Shadow Blade moves were ruthless and efficient, and each move hit Jiang Chen's vital points. His movements were even more bizarre and unpredictable, like a real shadow, making it hard to grasp. However, Jiang Chen, with the help of the Eye of Insight, although he cannot fully see through the opponent's information, he can make certain predictions about the opponent's movement trajectory and attack intentions, as well as the powerful analytical ability brought by his photographic memory, can always turn danger into safety at the most dangerous moments, and can even seize the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. The battle between the two has already exceeded the scope of what ordinary people can understand. Their speed, strength, and reaction have all reached the limit of human beings. The flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard suffered greatly in the fierce fight between the two men, with broken branches and leaves flying everywhere. However, Jing Sinuan's security system seemed to have malfunctioned, and no alarm was issued from beginning to end. Jiang Chen knew in his heart that this Shadow Blade must have tampered with the security system here before sneaking in. Today, he can only rely on himself. We must fight quickly and decisively. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination, otherwise, once the Qin family is alarmed or other unnecessary troubles are caused, things will become more complicated. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen no longer held back his strength. He took a deep breath, and the energy and blood in his body began to circulate in a special way. This is a technique similar to the internal martial arts method that comes with the rescuing hand's skill. Although it cannot directly increase his attack power, it can greatly improve his physical strength and endurance in a short period of time. At the same time, his eyes became more focused and sharper, bringing the ability of Eye of Insight to the extreme. He wants to find the flaw of Shadow Blade and kill it with one blow. Chapter 58, Flaw. The fatal blow and the true face of Shadow Blade. With Jiang Chen's full strength burst, the battle in the courtyard suddenly became more intense. He no longer deliberately pursued the exquisiteness of his moves, but instead used his speed, strength, and reaction to the extreme, sweeping towards Shadow Blade like a violent storm. Every punch and kick was full of overwhelming momentum, forcing Shadow Blade to retreat again and again, and his originally smooth and flowing body movements began to show a hint of stagnation. Shadow Blade was shocked. He had never thought that someone who looked so young, and didn't even look like a martial artist, could actually burst out with such terrifying fighting power. Especially the opponent's desperate fighting style, and the strange insight that seemed to be able to predict his attack, made him feel extremely difficult and palpitating. His proud stealth and assassination skills were actually unable to be fully utilized in the face of Jiang Chen's unpredictable and violent attacks. What kind of monster is this guy? Shadow Blade roared in his heart, and the short blade in his hand danced more rapidly, trying to make up for the disadvantage with a more fierce attack. However, Jiang Chen held him tightly like a piece of taffy, not giving him any chance to breathe. With the eye of insight fully open, it was as if a supercomputer was running at high speed in Jiang Chen's mind, constantly analyzing every movement, every micro-expression, and even every breathing rhythm of Shadow Blade. What he was looking for was that fleeting flaw. Finally, when Shadow Blade froze for a moment in order to avoid Jiang Chen's heavy punch, Jiang Chen keenly caught this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now! Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with cold light, and his body twisted at an incredible angle. His right leg was like a battle axe, and with a whistling sound of tearing the air, it fiercely chopped towards the left rib of Shadow Blade. He used all his strength in this kick. Shadow Blade's face changed drastically. He felt the terrifying power contained in this kick and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only hastily hold the short blade across his chest and try to block it. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking was heard. Jiang Chen's right leg fiercely kicked Shadow Blade's ribs. Although blocked by the short blade, the huge impact still made Shadow Blade groan in pain. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and hit the rockery in the courtyard heavily. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Shadow Blade's mouth, staining his black nightgown red. The short blade in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang. The winner is decided. Jiang Chen did not immediately chase after him, but instead looked at the Shadow Blade lying on the ground vigilantly to prevent him from having any other tricks up his sleeve. However, Shadow Blade only struggled a few times before he could no longer stand up. Jiang Chen's kick had apparently broken several of his ribs, and the severe pain made it difficult for him to even breathe. Jiang Chen slowly walked up to Shadow Blade and looked at him coldly. "Tell me, who sent you here? What is your purpose?" Shadow Blade raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with unwillingness, shock, and relief. He did not answer Jiang Chen's question, but said in a hoarse and weak voice, "You are very strong, I deserve to lose." After he finished speaking, a trace of black blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes quickly dimmed. Oh no! He wants to commit suicide. Jiang Chen was shocked and immediately took a step forward, trying to stop him. But it was too late. The body of Shadow Blade trembled violently, and then it completely lost its life. He actually committed suicide by taking poison. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. This Shadow Blade is indeed a professional killer. Not only is he extremely skilled, but he is also ruthless and merciless to himself. Who sent him? Is his mission really to eliminate himself? Jiang Chen walked to Shadow Blade's body, squatted down, and began to examine it carefully. He first lifted the black mask on Shadow Blade's face. Under the mask was an ordinary, even somewhat unfamiliar face of an Asian male, approximately 30 years old, without any obvious features. Jiang Chen searched him carefully again, but found nothing that could prove his identity except the peculiarly shaped short blade and some professional stealth tools. The clues seemed to end here. Jiang Chen stood up and looked at the mess in the courtyard, his eyes becoming somewhat solemn. The appearance of this Shadow Blade was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in his heart. He knew that his peaceful life might be coming to an end. A bigger storm is approaching him secretly. He must find out as soon as possible who the mysterious organization behind the Shadow Blade is and why they are targeting him. Otherwise, he will never have peace. Chapter 59, Late Night Secret Talk, Qin Family's Help. Jiang Chen stood in the courtyard, the moonlight stretched his figure very long, the air was filled with a faint smell of blood and the special aura of Shadow Blade that had not yet dissipated. He did not immediately deal with the body of Shadow Blade, nor did he touch the stealth tools and the strange short blade scattered on the ground. He knew that these things might be a clue to reveal the power behind Shadow Blade. He took out his cell phone, but instead of calling the police, he called Qin Hai directly. The call was quickly connected, and Qin Hai's voice was a little sleepy, but still respectful. "Mr. Jiang, it's so late, what do you want?" "Butler Qin, I have a small problem here." Jiang Chen's tone was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable coldness. "An uninvited guest just broke into the courtyard where I was staying. He was very skilled, like a professional killer. However, I have already dealt with him." "What? Killer?" Qin Hai on the other end of the phone was instantly awake, his voice a little out of tune. "Mr. Jiang, are you okay?" A storm of shock rose in his heart. Jiang Chen was assassinated in the Jingxin garden arranged by the Qin family? This was simply a slap in the face of the Qin family. If Jiang Chen really had an accident, how would the Qin family explain to that expert? How would they maintain their prestige in the capital? "I'm fine, unharmed." Jiang Chen said calmly. However, this killer is very professional and has committed suicide by taking poison. I need the Qin family to help me deal with the scene and investigate the origins of this person and the people behind him. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Qin Hai's tone became extremely solemn and grim. We, the Qin family, will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. I'll bring people over right away. You must not leave the spot, and be careful. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's eyes were as deep as the night sky. He knew that after hearing the news, the Qin family would be even more angry and nervous than he was. This is not only related to his personal safety, but also to the Qin family's reputation and prestige in the capital. If the Qin family can't even protect the guests they invited, who would dare to cooperate with them in the future? Who would still take them seriously? Therefore, Jiang Chen believed that the Qin family would use all their strength to thoroughly investigate the matter and give him a satisfactory answer. In less than 10 minutes, a burst of hurried and orderly footsteps were heard outside the courtyard. Qin Hai personally walked in quickly with a dozen Qin family guards dressed in black, with stern expressions and powerful auras. When they saw the messy scene in the courtyard and the body of Shadow Blade lying in a pool of blood, even the Qin family guards who were used to the ups and downs of life could not help but gasp. Qin Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Jiang Chen was safe and sound. He quickly walked up to Jiang Chen, bowed, and said with apology and fear, Mr. Jiang, I frightened you. It was my poor arrangement that allowed the villain to sneak in and disturb your peace. Please punish me, Mr. Jiang. Butler Qin, you are too polite. Jiang Chen waved his hand. This matter has nothing to do with you. This killer was able to avoid the layers of guards at Jingxin Garden. It is obvious that he came prepared, and his methods are extraordinary. The most important thing now is to find out his background. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Qin Hai's eyes became extremely sharp. I have already notified the personnel in charge of intelligence and security in our Qin family. They will immediately investigate the scene and conduct a thorough investigation of the killer's identity. No matter who dares to make trouble, our Qin family will never let him off easily. He turned to the guards behind him and ordered, immediately seal off the entire Jingxin Garden. Search every corner carefully, and don't let go of any suspicious clues. Also, take this guest away and deal with him properly. Make sure to find something valuable from him. Yes. Several guards immediately stepped forward, carefully carried away Shadow Blade's body, and began a carpet search and cleanup of the courtyard. Qin Hai personally accompanied Jiang Chen back to the study. Mr. Jiang, you should rest tonight in another safer place I have arranged for you. Qin Hai said with some concern, it may not be safe here for the time being. Jiang Chen shook his head, no need, Butler Qin. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. I believe that after what happened tonight, no one will dare to disturb me easily in the short term. He paused, his eyes sharpening. Besides, I also want to see what tricks this rat hiding in the dark is up to. Since he dares to send someone to test me, he will surely make the next move soon. Qin Hai looked at Jiang Chen's calm and confident eyes, and couldn't help but feel a little admiration in his heart. This Mr. Jiang not only has unfathomable strength, but also has the courage and determination to remain calm in times of crisis, which is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Since Mr. Jiang has made up his mind, I will not persuade him any further. Qin Hai nodded. However, for your safety, I will send more people to conduct a 24-hour strict defense around the courtyard. If there is any situation, please inform me at any time. Thank you, Butler Qin. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He knew that starting from tonight, the relationship between him and the Qin family would become closer and more complicated because of this sudden assassination. And the enemy hiding in the dark was completely exposed to his sight because of this failed attempt. Chapter 60, Chasing the Murderer in the Dark, the clues point to. The Qin family is extremely efficient. Under Qin Hai's personal command, a professional team composed of retired special forces and criminal investigation experts quickly took over the security and on-site investigation of Jingxin Garden. They conducted a preliminary examination of Shadow Blade's body and found that the poison in his mouth was an extremely rare and powerful neurotoxin. Once it enters the mouth, it will almost kill instantly, and there is no possibility of rescue. This further confirms the professionalism and ruthlessness of the organization behind Shadow Blade. At the same time, they also found some tiny clues from Shadow Blade. For example, after analysis, some special dust on his combat boots was not from the capital, but more likely came from a humid and rainy province in southern China. His short blade had a peculiar shape, was made of a special material, and had a very sophisticated forging process. It seemed to be a legacy of an ancient school and was extremely rare on the black market. And the nightgown he was wearing, which could block most electronic signals, its fiber composition and production process also pointed to a mysterious organization famous for high-tech research and development. Although these clues are scattered, they are like invisible threads that gradually outline a vague contour. Jiang Chen did not place all his hopes on the Qin family. He knew that although the Qin family was powerful, the waters of the capital were too complicated and there were some things that they might not be able to find out clearly. He himself must also take action. The first person he thought of was Su Wanqing. The Su family has been doing business in the capital for many years, especially in the field of jewelry, jade, and luxury goods. They have extensive connections and are well informed. Perhaps she can start with that strange short blade and find some useful clues. Jiang Chen immediately sent the photo of the short blade of Shadow Blade and some related feature descriptions to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing was also shocked when she learned that Jiang Chen had been assassinated last night. She immediately said that she would mobilize all the power of the Su family to help Jiang Chen investigate the matter. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's expression became a little complicated. He could feel that Su Wanqing's concern for him seemed to have gone beyond an ordinary alliance. This woman, who appears to be as cold as the moon, may be hiding a tenderness unknown to others deep in her heart. In addition to Su Wanqing, Jiang Chen also thought of another person, the manager of the Imperial Kitchen, Qin Lan. Qin Lan was able to run a thriving business in a place like Zichen Pavilion where all kinds of people gathered. She was able to handle the business with ease. There must be some unknown connections and intelligence network behind her. Moreover, she seems to have close ties with some gray areas in the capital. Perhaps, she could get some clues from Shadow Blade's style of doing things and some of his underworld tactics. Jiang Chen decided to go to the Imperial Kitchen in person tomorrow to pay a visit to the well-mannered manager Qin. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Jiang Chen received a call from Qin Hai. "Mr. Jiang, we have already got some preliminary clues about the killer last night." Qin Hai said solemnly, "According to the clues we have so far, this person, codenamed Shadowblade, is indeed a member of the very mysterious international killer organization Scythe of the Night. Scythe of the Dark Knight?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard of this name somewhere. "Yes." Qin Hai continued, "Night Scythe is an international assassin organization that acts in an extremely secretive and cruel way. They never ask for reasons when accepting missions, they only look at the price. Moreover, each of their members is a top expert, skilled in various assassination and stealth techniques, and extremely difficult to deal with." "Then why are they targeting me?" Jiang Chen asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. "It's not clear yet." Qin Hai shook his head. "Night Scythe has done a very good job of keeping secrets. We can't find out who hired them yet. But don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Our Qin family has activated the highest level of intelligence network and will find out the real culprit as soon as possible." In addition, Qin Hai paused, his tone becoming more serious. "According to the intelligence we have obtained, after a mission fails, the Night Scythe will usually send out a higher-level assassin to hunt down the enemy a second time until the mission is completed. So, Mr. Jiang, you must be more careful in the near future." "A higher-level killer? A second pursuit?" Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold in an instant. It seems that this Scythe of the Night is determined to go against him to the end. "Thank you for the reminder, Steward Qin." Jiang Chen's voice was unrecognizable. "I will be careful. However, if they really dare to send people again, I, Jiang Chen, will never let them leave China alive." Chapter 61, Secret Talk in the Imperial Kitchen, Qin Lan's Clue. After ending the call with Qin Hai, Jiang Chen's eyes became more profound. Night Scythe, this name is like a ghost, lingering in his mind. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have seen the name of this organization when browsing some international news or business reports, but he didn't pay attention to it at that time. Now it seems that this organization is more difficult and dangerous than he imagined. He did not go to the Imperial Kitchen immediately, but first used the system's network expansion radar to conduct a preliminary scan and analysis of the Scythe of the Night organization. However, the result disappointed him a little. The information provided by the system is very limited. It only shows that this is a top killer organization with a long history, strict structure and members all over the world. Its core members and specific strongholds are shrouded in heavy fog. Even a top wealthy family like the Qin family may find it difficult to touch its core. It seems that if we want to completely solve this problem, we need to take a long-term view. Jiang Chen thought to himself. However, he was not discouraged. He knew very well that no matter how powerful the enemy was, he would always have his weaknesses and flaws. He decided to follow the original plan and visit Qinlan in the Imperial kitchen first. This well-mannered manager Qin might be able to provide him with some unexpected clues from the perspective of the underworld. Jiang Chen changed into a low-key yet tasteful casual outfit, and asked the driver to drive the relatively inconspicuous Audi A8L to the Imperial kitchen. It is still the same secluded courtyard, and the same two doormen in traditional costumes. Seeing Jiang Chen, the doorman's attitude was more respectful than last time, and even had a little bit of subtle fear. Obviously, Jiang Chen's thunderous means at Tinjiaquan last time had left a very deep impression on them. Xinlan soon came out to greet them in person. Today, she is wearing a simple and elegant blue and white porcelain cheongsam, which outlines her mature and graceful figure. She has just the right smile on her face, showing the shrewdness and competence of a businessman, while also maintaining the softness and gentleness of a woman. Mr. Jiang, your visit really brings honor to our humble shop. Xinlan smiled sweetly and welcomed Jiang Chen into a private room, the Jingxi Zhai, which was more private and elegant than the Tinjiaquan. Manager Qin, you are too polite. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. I am here today because I want to ask Manager Qin for advice on something. Mr. Jiang, please feel free to speak. As long as Qinlan knows something, I will tell her everything. Qinlan personally brewed a pot of top-quality Wui Mountain Dehongpo for Jiang Chen. Her movements were smooth and pleasing to the eye. Jiang Chen did not beat around the bush and simply told the story of the assassination attempt last night and how the killer might be a member of the Scythe of the Night. Of course, he concealed the existence of the system, and just said that it was just luck, and the other party underestimated him, so he managed to kill the other party. After listening to Jiang Chen's narration, Qinlan's pretty face, which was originally smiling, suddenly became solemn. Scythe of the Dark Knight? She frowned, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Mr. Jiang, you actually got in trouble with this organization? It seems that Manager Qin knows something about this organization? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Xinlan took a deep breath and said slowly, Night Scythe is a taboo in the underworld. The history of this organization can even be traced back to the last century. They act ruthlessly and never fail, unless the target itself has strength far beyond their expectations. She looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully. Obviously, her evaluation of Jiang Chen had risen to a higher level. As far as I know, Xinlan continued, the assassins of Night Scythe are strictly graded. From low to high they are divided into bronze, silver, gold, and the legendary diamond-level assassins. Killers of each level have different privileges and resources, and the difficulty of the tasks they perform is also completely different. If I'm not mistaken, the Shadowblade who assassinated you last night should only be a silver or bronze-level assassin, mainly responsible for intelligence gathering and eliminating ordinary targets. Otherwise, with your skills, Mr. Jiang, it would be difficult for you to kill him so easily. Jiang Chen nodded. Xinlan's analysis was basically consistent with the Qin family's judgment. Then, Manager Qin, do you know which forces in Beijing, or in China, are capable of hiring assassins from the Night Scythe? Jiang Chen asked. This was the main purpose of his visit today. Xinlan pondered for a moment and said, when accepting missions, Night Scythe only cares about money, not people. Anyone can become their employer as long as they can afford the price. However, the person who can hire them and dare to attack you in a place like the capital must have an extraordinary background. In Beijing, the only ones who have the power and motivation to do this are those who have had a feud with you, or who may have a conflict of interest in the future. Xinlan's eyes became meaningful. For example, the Lin family. Although they dare not do anything to you openly, there is no guarantee that they will not use some despicable means in secret. There are also some people in the Su family. Xinlan paused, observing Jiang Chen's expression. Mr. Jiang must have heard about Miss Su's recent situation within the family. If those who regard her as a thorn in their side knew that you are Miss Su's strong supporter, there is no guarantee that they will not take risks. Even. Xinlan lowered her voice even more. There are some forces hidden deeper than we can imagine at present. The water in the capital is much more turbid than it appears on the surface. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Although Xinlan's analysis did not give a clear answer, it pointed out several possible directions for him to investigate. Chapter 62 Clues, Su Wanqing's Discovery. The conversation with Xinlan gave Jiang Chen a clearer understanding of the current situation, but it also made him more alert. He knew that he had been drawn into a vortex that was far more complicated than he had imagined, and he had to be careful with every step. After leaving the Imperial kitchen, Jiang Chen did not return directly to Jingxing Garden, but asked the driver to drive casually on the streets of Beijing. He needed some time to digest the information provided by Qin Lan and think about the next countermeasures. Just then, his cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Wanqing. Jiang Chen, I have made some discoveries about that short blade. Jiang Chen perked up and immediately replied, Oh? Tell me about it. I asked several senior ancient weapon appraisers of the Su family to look at the photos in your description, Su Wanqing replied quickly. They initially determined that the forging process and material of the short blade are very close to a long-lost ancient method of 100-fold cold steel. This technique was used in ancient times to forge royal weapons or top assassins' weapons. The requirements for materials and craftsmanship are extremely stringent and have been lost for many years. Long-lost ancient method? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. You mean, this Scythe of the Dark Knight organization may be related to an ancient heritage? It's possible. Su Wanqing replied, more importantly, one of my masters once saw a weapon that was very similar in style to this short blade decades ago. And the owner of that weapon is said to be related to a secret Chinese family in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia? A secretive Chinese family? Jiang Chen's eyes instantly became sharp. This is an extremely important clue. Can you find out which family it is? Jiang Chen asked immediately. It's not certain yet. Su Wanqing replied, that family is very low-key and powerful. They are deeply rooted in Southeast Asia and rarely come into contact with the outside world. My master only got a glimpse of them by chance and didn't get to know them in depth. However, he provided an important feature. The totem of that family seems to be a black scorpion. Black scorpion totem? Jiang Chen kept this feature firmly in mind. Thank you, Wanqing. Jiang Chen said sincerely, this clue is very important and helps me a lot. We are allies, aren't we? Su Wanqing replied with a playful expression. However, Jiang Chen, I still have to remind you that if this Scythe of the Dark Knight is really related to that mysterious family in Southeast Asia, then the trouble you have caused may be much greater than you think. It is said that the family is very cruel and vindictive. I understand. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. If they don't offend me, I won't offend them. But if they insist on seeking death, I, Jiang Chen, will never show mercy. After ending the call with Su Wanqing, Jiang Chen already had a preliminary judgment in his mind. The mysterious Chinese family in Southeast Asia, the Black Scorpion Totem, the Scythe of the Night Killer organization, these clues, like invisible threads, gradually point to a vague and dangerous target. It seems that his acquisition of the Nikhang Yui Group in Jiangcheng and a series of subsequent business actions may have touched upon certain interests of this mysterious family in China, leading to their revenge. Interesting. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. I want to see how capable you are to dare to extend your claws into my territory. He knew that passive waiting was not his style. Now that the enemy has shown his fangs, he must take the initiative to attack and nip all threats in the bud. He contacted Qin Hai immediately. Butler Qin, I need you to help me investigate a force. Jiang Chen said straight to the point, a Chinese family that may be from Southeast Asia and has a black scorpion as its totem. They may have a close relationship with a killer organization called Scythe of the Dark Knight. Qin Hai's tone became serious after hearing this, black scorpion totem? Southeast Asian Chinese family? Mr. Jiang, the clue you provided is very important. I will immediately arrange for someone to investigate. However, since it involves foreign forces, and this is a secretive family, the investigation may be difficult and will take some time. I understand. Jiang Chen said, just do your best. Also, help me keep an eye out for any suspicious people or capital flows from Southeast Asia in Beijing recently. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll keep a close eye on it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. An invisible net is quietly spreading. He wanted to see who the black scorpion hiding in the dark was. Chapter 63, The Scorpion's Shadow Appears, Undercurrents of the Auction. Over the next 2 days, the capital seemed calm on the surface, but secretly, things became turbulent because of Jiang Chen's arrival and the assassination of Shadowblade. The Qin family used its intelligence network that had been cultivated in Beijing for many years to track down the Scythe of the Night and the mysterious Black Scorpion family. Su Wanqing also used the Su family's channels to collect relevant clues from Southeast Asia. Jiang Chen behaved unusually calmly. Apart from paying attention to the remote affairs of Shuiyuan Shenmo biology every day, he stayed in Jingxing Garden to study the detailed information about the Dongtian Fudi project provided by the Qin family. Occasionally, he would ask the driver to take him to some antique markets in Beijing to familiarize himself with the market and prepare for the upcoming antique auction. He knew that the enemy hiding in the dark would never give up after a failed assassination attempt. They would either send out a more powerful assassin or use more covert means. And Jiang Chen was waiting for them to show their true colors again. That evening, Su Wanqing personally drove to Jingxing Garden to pick up Jiang Chen and went to the much-anticipated private antique auction together. Tonight, Su Wanqing wore a well-cut ivory Chanel suit, which showed the competence of a career woman and the gentleness of a lady from a noble family. Her beautiful face was covered with a faint smile, and she was obviously in a good mood. "Jiang Chen, good news," Su Wanqing said as soon as she got in the car. "I have made some breakthrough progress on the Black Scorpion family." "Oh?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "Tell me about it." According to the news my people sent back from Southeast Asia, the mysterious Chinese family with the Black Scorpion as its totem is named Tang. Su Wanqing's tone became a little solemn. The Tang family is very powerful in Southeast Asia, especially in the Golden Triangle area. They are almost the only ones who have the final say. Not only do they control most of the local jade, spices, and rare wood trade, they are also said to have close ties with some illegal underground industries. Moreover, according to reliable information, a group of core members of the Tang family did recently sneak into the capital for unknown purposes. Tang family? Golden Triangle? Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp. This information coincided with his previous guess. It seems that the Tang family is the mastermind behind hiring the Scythe of the Night to assassinate me. Why are they targeting me? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. He had never met the Tang family before, let alone any grudges between them. Su Wanqing shook her head. The specific reason is still unclear. However, I guess it may be related to your recent series of business moves in Jiangcheng. You acquired Nikhang Yue in Jiangcheng, integrated the clothing industry chain, and invested in biomedicine. The Tang family also has some involvement in these industries in Southeast Asia and China. Perhaps your rise has touched some of their core interests in China, or made them feel threatened. Threat? Jiang Chen sneered. They think too highly of themselves. No matter what, you have to be careful. Su Wanqing warned, the Tang family has always been ruthless and will do anything to achieve their goals. Now that they have sent out the assassin of Scythe of the Dark Knight, they will never give up easily. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Thank you for your reminder, Wanqing. I will have a good play with the Tang family. Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen's confident yet dangerous eyes, and her heart was moved involuntarily. This man always exuded a fascinating charm inadvertently. The auction was held in a top private club in Beijing called Jubo Pavilion. Those who could enter here were all billionaires and collectors. The arrival of Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing did not attract much attention. Although Su Wanqing was a famous daughter of heaven in Beijing, there were many guests present tonight who were more noble than her. And Jiang Chen was still a newcomer in this circle in Beijing. The two found a relatively secluded spot and sat down, sipping tea while waiting for the auction to begin. Jiang Chen's eyes seemed to be casually scanning the venue, but in fact he secretly turned on the network expansion radar and eye of insight to carefully observe everyone present. He wanted to see whether the member of the Tang family hiding in the dark was also mixed in. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly and fell on a middle-aged man not far away who was wearing a dark gray Zhongshan suit, with a sinister face and eyes like a venomous snake. The middle-aged man wore an inconspicuous black collar pin on his chest. The shape of the collar pin was a lifelike black scorpion. Chapter 64, The Tang Family Visitors, The Prey at the Auction. Jiang Chen's eyes were like a hawk, fixed on the middle-aged man wearing a black scorpion collar pin. Character, Tang Ming pseudonym, real identity, a core member of the Tang family, the third brother of Tang Xiaotian, the head of the Tang family, responsible for some of the Tang family's secret business and intelligence networks in mainland China. Strength assessment, extraordinary skills, deep mind, and ruthless. Current status, observing the situation at the venue, it seems that he is looking for a target or waiting for a certain opportunity. Relationship with the host, high, very likely to be targeting the host, or one of the behind-the-scenes planners of this assassination. He is indeed from the Tang family. And he is the younger brother of the Tang family patriarch. Jiang Chen understood instantly. It seemed that Tang Ming was the big fish he was going to catch tonight. He calmly withdrew his gaze and continued to talk in a low voice with Su Wanqing, as if he was unaware of Tang Ming's appearance. Su Wanqing also noticed Jiang Chen's strangeness. She followed his gaze and glanced at Tang Ming, then calmly looked away and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" "I don't know him." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, "But I guess he will get to know me soon." Su Wanqing was very smart and immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. A trace of solemnity flashed in her eyes. People from the Tang family? They are here as expected. As expected. Jiang Chen's tone remained calm. When an enemy comes, we will fight him with our troops. When a flood comes, we will block it with earth. I want to see what tricks they want to play. At this moment, the auction officially began. An elegant female auctioneer wearing a cheongsam walked onto the stage and announced the first item in a clear and pleasant voice. It is a blue and white porcelain vase from the Qing dynasty, with a starting price of 3 million. The guests present raised their placards to bid, and the atmosphere gradually became heated. Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing did not rush to take action. They just quietly observed the developments in the venue and Tang Ming's reaction. Tang Ming behaved very calmly from beginning to end, and did not seem to have much interest in the items on the stage. He would only occasionally pick up the teacup and take a sip slowly, but his eyes would drift towards Jiang Chen from time to time, with a barely perceptible coldness and scrutiny. Jiang Chen knew that Tang Ming was observing him and testing his background. He was in no hurry and just chatted leisurely with Su Wanqing, occasionally commenting on an item on the stage, behaving like a true antique lover. After several rounds of bidding, the atmosphere became more and more heated, and some rare treasures appeared one after another. Su Wanqing had her eyes on a pair of Hutyan jade bracelets from the Ming dynasty, with a starting price of 5 million. She was about to raise her hand, but Jiang Chen stopped her with a look. No hurry. Jiang Chen whispered, the best is yet to come. Although Su Wanqing was a little puzzled, she still chose to believe Jiang Chen and put down the license plate in her hand. Sure enough, just when the price of the pair of jade bracelets was raised to 8 million and was about to fall, Tang Ming suddenly raised the number plate in his hand. 8.5 million. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly added 500,000, and his tone was full of unquestionable strength. Su Wanqing frowned slightly. Although this pair of jade bracelets can be considered fine products, their market value is only about 7 million at most. Tang Ming offered 8.5 million, which was obviously a bit overpriced. Is he raising the price on purpose, or does he have some other agenda? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an imperceptible sneer. He knew that the big fish Tang Ming was finally about to take the bait. Chapter 65, Bidding Storm, Tang Ming's Test and Jiang Chen's Counterattack. Tang Ming suddenly made a bid for the pair of Hutyan jade bracelets at a price of 8.5 million, which immediately attracted the attention of many people in the venue. Anyone who knows the business can see that this price has obviously exceeded the value of the bracelet itself. Tang Ming's action is more like a demonstration, or a test. His eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, glanced in the direction of Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing, with a hint of imperceptible provocation in his eyes. Su Wanqing's face darkened slightly. She naturally saw Tang Ming's intention. She really liked this pair of jade bracelets, but if Tang Ming wanted to raise the price maliciously, she would not be the one who was taken advantage of. Jiang Chen, this Tang Ming is probably coming for us. Su Wanqing whispered to Jiang Chen, he wants to test our background, or he wants to show us his power. I know. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, with a hint of understanding in his eyes. Since he wants to play, then we will play with him. He did not raise his placard immediately, but waited until the auctioneer asked for the third time, and when the hammer was about to fall, then he calmly raised the number plate in his hand. 9 million. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the venue. Hiss. The guests present were once again shocked by Jiang Chen's generosity. Who is this young man? How dare he confront the Tang family head-on? Tang Ming's expression also changed slightly, and a hint of sinisterness flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this seemingly insignificant young man would dare to be so disrespectful to him and directly raise the price by 500,000. 9.5 million. Tang Ming raised the sign again without hesitation, with a hint of anger in his tone. 10 million. Jiang Chen followed calmly, as if in his eyes, these 10 million were just an insignificant number. 1.5 million. Tang Ming gritted his teeth and raised the price again. He had already made up his mind that he must buy the pair of jade bracelets today and give Jiang Chen a good rub. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen raised the number plate again. 12 million. This time, Jiang Chen directly added 1.5 million. The entire venue was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's crazy bidding method that did not follow common sense. Even Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. She knew Jiang Chen was rich, but she didn't expect that he would go to such lengths to confront Tang Ming just to help her vent her anger. Tang Ming's face has turned ashen. 12 million. This price far exceeded his psychological expectations for the pair of jade bracelets. If he continued, even if he filmed it, he would only become a laughingstock among others, who would say that people from the Tang family were stupid and had lots of money. However, if he gave up like this, he would lose all his face today. How could he survive in the circle of Beijing in the future? Mr. Tang, would you like to raise your price? The auctioneer's voice sounded at the right time. Tang Ming's hand holding the number plate was trembling slightly, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He stared at Jiang Chen intently, trying to see even the slightest hint of nervousness or hesitation on Jiang Chen's face. However, Jiang Chen always had a calm and confident expression, as if he didn't take this bidding worth tens of millions seriously at all. This invisible pressure made Tang Ming feel extremely depressed and angry. Humph. In the end, Tang Ming snorted coldly and put down the number plate in his hand. Since Mr. Jiang has such a special liking for this pair of jade bracelets, then I, Tang, will help him. His words sounded high-sounding, but in reality they were just a way for himself to save face. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for letting me have you. Jiang Chen smiled and said to the auctioneer, I want this pair of jade bracelets. Ding! The host successfully spent 12 million yuan, triggering a 15-fold rebate. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate of 180 million yuan. Deposited into the system account. Ding! The host successfully slapped Tang Ming, a core member of the Tang family, in the face, making him lose face and initially showing his strength. Reward, a random item treasure box. Aura value plus 10. Another huge rebate. There is also a random item treasure chest and aura value bonus. Jiang Chen felt very happy. It seems that Tang Ming is really a good boy who brings money. After witnessing Jiang Chen's money ability and Tang Ming's retreat, the other guests in the venue looked at Jiang Chen with more awe and curiosity. Who is this mysterious young man? What is the grudge between him and the Tang family? Chapter 66, Giving Beautiful Jade to Beautiful Women, Su Wanqing's Thrill. The auction continued, and several rare items appeared later, attracting many guests to buy them. Jiang Chen did not participate in the bidding again. His main purpose today was to test Tang Ming's background and to show support to Su Wanqing. Now that these two goals have been achieved, he will naturally not waste ammunition at will. However, Su Wanqing, with Jiang Chen's secret encouragement and support, successfully bought several antiques and jewelry that she had long admired, and seemed to be in a very happy mood. She turned her head from time to time and whispered to Jiang Chen, sharing her views and love for these auction items. The atmosphere between the two became more and more harmonious and ambiguous. Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanqing's bright and charming smile, as well as the undisguised admiration and curiosity in her eyes, and his heart couldn't help but feel a ripple. This woman not only has a beautiful face and extraordinary wisdom, but also has an ambition to challenge and not be mediocre. Being with her always makes him feel a sense of rivalry and a tacit understanding. Perhaps, she will really become a unique existence in his life. As the auction drew to a close, the finale item finally appeared. It was a rare piece of imperial green jadeite, weighing 10 kilograms. It was emerald green all over and full of water. Under the light, it exuded a lustrous and mysterious luster. As soon as this rough stone appeared, it immediately caused a sensation in the audience. Imperial green jade is the best quality jade, which is hard to come by. Such a huge piece of imperial green raw stone is rare in the world and is priceless. The starting price is as high as 50 million. The wealthy people and collectors present were all gearing up for a fierce competition. Even Su Wanqing's eyes flashed with surprise and desire when she saw this rough stone. The Su family started out as a jewelry and jade company, so they naturally had a natural love and pursuit for this top-grade jade rough stone. However, she also knew that the financial resources required to buy this rough stone might be beyond her current resources. Just as she was secretly regretting, Jiang Chen suddenly raised the number plate in his hand. 100 million. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder coming out of the blue, shocking the entire audience instantly. 100 million. He actually doubled the price. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if he was a madman. Even the auctioneer was a little confused and forgot to make an offer for a moment. Su Wanqing also covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Chen, you. Do you like it? Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Su Wanqing with a gentle smile in his eyes. If you like it, I will take a picture of it and give it to you. Give it to her? Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. This is 100 million. He is actually willing to spend 100 million for her? An indescribable feeling of being moved and throbbing, like an electric current, instantly spread throughout her body. She looked into Jiang Chen's deep and gentle eyes, and for the first time she felt that her long-frozen heart seemed to begin to melt. Su Wanqing's pretty face flushed slightly, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. After a brief moment of shock, other people in the venue also reacted. Who is this guy? He's too arrogant. He spent 100 million without blinking an eye? Is he the heir of some hidden family? He's too rich. He spent 100 million just to make a beautiful woman smile. I'm impressed by his courage. Tang Ming's face was extremely ugly at the moment. He had originally wanted to compete with Jiang Chen again on this finale item to save some face. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would directly offer a sky-high price that he couldn't even look up to. He knew that he was completely screwed today. In the end, faced with Jiang Chen's earth-shattering offer of 100 million, no one dared to make a bid. That rare piece of imperial green jadeite rough stone was successfully bought by Jiang Chen without any suspense. Ding! The host has successfully spent 100 million yuan, triggering a 20-fold rebate. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate of 2 billion yuan. Deposited into the system account. Ding! The host has successfully demonstrated his amazing financial strength at the top auction, and used thundering means to intimidate his opponents, greatly improving his reputation. Aura plus 20. Ding! The host has successfully won the favor of Su Wanqing, and the activation progress of the Confidant module is plus 30%. 2 billion rebates. And a bonus to the progress of the Confidant module? Jiang Chen was ecstatic. It seems that sometimes, appropriately showing off wealth can be beneficial. He turned his head and looked at Su Wanqing, whose pretty face was still flushed and whose eyes were filled with complex emotions. He smiled slightly and gently placed the subscription card for the priceless imperial green jadeite rough stone in her hand. A beautiful jade gift to a beautiful woman. Jiang Chen's voice was gentle and magnetic. I hope you like it. Chapter 67, Aftermath and the Tang Family's Invitation. The auction finally ended with Jiang Chen shockingly spending hundreds of millions of dollars. The priceless imperial green jadeite raw stone was naturally immediately delivered to the location designated by Su Wanqing by the professional team of Jubao Pavilion under heavy security. Su Wanqing held the heavy subscription card in her hand, feeling the envy, jealousy, and awe of Jiang Chen's unfathomable financial resources from the guests around her, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She knew that starting from tonight, the name Jiang Chen would become well known in the upper-class circles of Beijing. And she, Su Wanqing, will become the focus of countless people's attention and discussion because of her special relationship with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, thank you. On the way out of Jubao Pavilion, Su Wanqing sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari and said softly to Jiang Chen. Her voice was filled with a subtle tenderness and throbbing. Giving a beautiful woman a beautiful jade is only right. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and turned his head to look at Su Wanqing's face, which looked even more beautiful under the moonlight. Besides, we are allies, aren't we? Your enemy is my enemy. Naturally, I also have a share in your glory. His words were both a response to Su Wanqing's gratitude and a hint to Tang Ming. Su Wanqing was very smart, so she naturally understood the deep meaning of Jiang Chen's words. She knew that the reason why Jiang Chen competed with Tang Ming so high profile tonight and finally spent $1 billion to buy the jadeite raw stone was not only to show his goodwill to her, but more importantly, to declare his strength and determination to all potential enemies of the Tang family and even the entire capital. He is using this most direct and domineering way to tell everyone, I, Jiang Chen, am not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who wants to touch me, or my allies, must first consider their own weight. Aren't you afraid of completely offending the Tang family? Su Wanqing asked with some concern. The Tang family's influence in Southeast Asia is far more complicated and dangerous than you think. They are vindictive and ruthless. Once they target you, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles. Afraid? Jiang Chen sneered, a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Since I decided to step into the muddy waters of Beijing, I have never been afraid. Whether it's the Tang family or other monsters, if they know what's good for them, they'd better not mess with me. If they insist on seeking their own death, then I don't mind sending them on their way. The powerful aura that looked down on the world from him made Su Wanqing's heart beat faster again. This man was like a whirlpool full of magic, which made her unconsciously fall into it and unable to extricate herself. Just as the two were talking in low voices, Jiang Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but the location showed as Beijing. Jiang Chen raised his brows slightly and answered the call. Mr. Jiang? Excuse me for disturbing you. A slightly old but vigorous male voice came from the other end of the line. I'm Tang Xiaotian. Tang Xiaotian? The patriarch of the Tang family? Jiang Chen's eyes instantly became sharp. He didn't expect that the head of the Tang family would call him personally. It seems that what happened at tonight's auction has reached his ears at the fastest speed. Mr. Tang, what advice do you have? Jiang Chen's tone was calm, and no emotion could be heard. I don't deserve your advice. Tang Xiaotian laughed loudly on the other end of the phone. Mr. Jiang is so young, but he has such courage and financial resources. It really opens my eyes. My son Tang Ming has offended me tonight. I hope Mr. Jiang will forgive me. His words seemed like an apology, but in fact he was testing Jiang Chen's reaction. Mr. Tang, you are too polite. Jiang Chen said calmly, children are ignorant and it is inevitable that they make mistakes occasionally. Just don't provoke me again in the future, and I will naturally not argue with him. He did not directly point out the relationship between Tang Ming and Nightside, nor did he mention the assassination that night. He knew that now was not the time to completely break off relations with the Tang family. Mr. Jiang is really quick-witted and has an extraordinary demeanor. Tang Xiaotian laughed again. I have admired Mr. Jiang for a long time. I wonder if Mr. Jiang is free tomorrow to come to my humble home. I want to discuss some cooperation matters with Mr. Jiang in person. Cooperate? Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. This old fox, slapping someone and then giving them a sweet date, he was really good at it. He knew that Tang Xiaotian's so-called cooperation was mostly an attempt to find out his background, or to win him over with some benefits and resolve previous grievances. However, Jiang Chen did not refuse immediately. Since Mr. Tang has invited me so kindly, I, Jiang, will naturally appreciate the favor. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Please let Mr. Tang know the time and place tomorrow. He wanted to see what the head of the Tang family was up to. Chapter 68, Tang Mansion Night Banquet, Smiling Face Hiding Dagger. The next evening, the afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden veil over the ancient capital of Beijing. Jiang Chen still chose the low-key Audi A8L. Under the steady driving of the Qin family driver, he drove through the busy streets and headed for the Tang family mansion in the western suburbs of Beijing. In stark contrast to the traditional Chinese courtyard of the Qin family, which is full of historical heritage and strict regulations, the Tang family mansion is more like a modern manor with strict barriers. On the towering walls, there are dense electric grids, and hidden surveillance probes are watching every corner like eagle eyes. At the gate of the manor, rows of bodyguards in black suits and stern expressions stood solemnly. Their eyes were sharp and vigilant, not letting go of any suspicious signs. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression and a solemn atmosphere that kept strangers away. Jiang Chen knew that this family with the black scorpion as its totem must behave like a scorpion, full of mystery, danger, and strong aggressiveness. Today's trip was not just a simple banquet, but more like a game of going deep into the tiger's den. The vehicle went through several strict identity verification procedures at the gate of the manor, each of which was a combination of modern technology and traditional rules. Finally, after confirming Jiang Chen's identity, the heavy alloy door slowly opened inward, revealing the luxurious and slightly ostentatious scene inside the manor. Tang Xiaotian, the head of the Tang family, was standing under the grand porch of the main building of the manor with several core members of the family. It seemed that they had been waiting for a long time. Tang Xiaotian looked to be in his 60s, but the years did not seem to leave too many signs of aging on him. Instead, he had a kind of weathered majesty. He was tall and strong, with a tough face and a pair of deep, hawk-like eyes, flashing with a shrewd and fierce light, as if he could see through people's hearts. He was wearing a loose and comfortable black tang suit with dark patterns, with his hands behind his back. He was majestic without being angry, and exuded a strong aura that was unique to those who had been in a high position for a long time, which made people dare not underestimate him. Next to him, standing with his hands down, was Tang Ming, who had lost all face at the auction last night. At this moment, Tang Ming no longer had the arrogance and domineering attitude of yesterday. He lowered his head, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness, but when he met Jiang Chen's calm gaze, he unconsciously revealed a trace of deep fear. Obviously, the lesson last night gave him a new understanding of Jiang Chen's strength. Jiang Xiaoyou's presence is a real honor to our Tang family. As soon as Tang Xiaotian saw Jiang Chen getting off the car, he immediately laughed out loud, took the initiative to step forward, stretched out his strong hand, and shook hands with Jiang Chen enthusiastically. His voice was loud and full of energy, and his face was full of enthusiastic smiles, as if the unpleasantness at the auction last night and the assassination incident earlier had never happened. This shrewdness and acting skills are really admirable. Mr. Tang, you are too polite. Jiang Chen also had a faint smile on his face. He looked at Tang Xiaotian neither servilely nor arrogantly, feeling the hidden strength coming from the other's hand. He knew that this seemingly warm handshake was actually a silent contest and test. It is an honor for Jiang to be personally invited by Mr. Tang. After a brief greeting, Tang Xiaotian personally led Jiang Chen through several heavily guarded sentries and into a banquet hall in the main building of the manor that was decorated in a magnificent and even overly luxurious way. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the high ceiling, emitting a dazzling light, reflecting the shiny marble floor. On the walls of the banquet hall, there were several paintings and calligraphy that were said to be authentic works of famous artists, but the mounting style seemed a bit exaggerated, which was completely different from the introverted cultural heritage of the Qin family. In the banquet hall, a banquet of astonishing richness had already been set up. Top ingredients from all over the world, such as Australian marbled Wagyu beef, French blue lobster, Russian black caviar, and various unnamed delicacies from land and sea, rare and precious fruits, were laid out on the huge round table in a dazzling array. Every dish was extremely luxurious, as if all the delicacies in the world were gathered here. Jiang Chen was arranged to sit in the guest of honor position, opposite Tang Xiaotian. Tang Ming and several other core members of the Tang family who seemed to have high status were seated on the left and right. Their eyes were all fixed on Jiang Chen, with scrutiny, curiosity, and even a hint of hostility. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Tang Xiaotian was always very enthusiastic and talkative. He seemed to have shown a strong interest in Jiang Chen's history of success and kept asking about Jiang Chen's little achievements in Jiangcheng. He and Jiang Chen chatted and laughed, from the customs of the capital to the international economic situation, and even discussed with interest the appreciation of some antiques and cultural relics, as if he was really drinking and talking with a like-minded friend of different ages. However, Jiang Chen keenly sensed the subtle temptation and murderous intention behind his seemingly kind smile and those seemingly casual questions. This old fox seemed to have hidden secrets in every question and every word, trying to find out his true background in depth from Jiang Chen's answers. Jiang Chen would not be fooled easily. He acted perfectly, and in response to Tang Xiaotian's questions, he either evaded the main point or gave half-truths. He neither boasted about his achievements nor concealed his strength, and always maintained a sense of mystery and distance. He knew that in front of such an old man, the more he talked, the more mistakes he would make. Finally, after drinking a few glasses of expensive special Maodai, Tang Xiaotian seemed to feel that the time was right. He put down the glass in his hand, looked at Jiang Chen with burning eyes, and asked casually, "My dear Jiang, I heard that you have made quite a stir in Jiangcheng recently. Not only did you successfully acquire the Nikhang Yui group with thunderous means, but you also invested in a promising biomedical project with unique vision. I heard that the research is about the neuron regeneration and repair technology, right? Once this technology is successful, its value will be inestimable. Here we come." Jiang Chen sneered in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. He knew that Tang Xiaotian, the old fox, was finally going to get to the point and reveal his true purpose. Mr. Tang is really well informed. He even knows such a trivial matter. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, picked up the wine glass, and gently swirled the amber wine in the glass. "I am just doing a small business. I am lucky and have earned some hard-earned money. Compared with the Tang family, a century-old family with a profound foundation in industries all over the world, it is really not worth mentioning. I am sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Tang." Jiang Xiaoyu was too modest. Tang Xiaotian's eyes flashed. He leaned forward slightly, and said slowly with a hint of inexplicable meaning in his tone, "As far as I know, the potential of your biomedical project is not just as simple as making some hard-earned money. Neuron regeneration and repair, this is a great innovation that can change the history of human medicine. I am just a little curious, Jiang Xiaoyu is so young, but he has such courage and foresight, investing huge sums of money to study this technology that will not see returns in the short term. Does he want to use this technology to save the world and benefit all mankind, or does he have other intentions and want to use it as a trump card to pry some deeper interests?" Tang Xiaotian's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. It seemed casual, but it stirred up ripples in Jiang Chen's heart. This old fox was indeed not simple. Not only did he know the existence of Chunma biology, he even knew the core direction of the research. It seemed that the Tang family's intelligence network in Jiangcheng and even the whole country was much more rigorous and efficient than he imagined. Chapter 69, Confrontation, Tang Xiaotian's Goodwill. Facing Tang Xiaotian's probing and oppressive gaze, Jiang Chen was not panicked at all. He knew that any hesitation or retreat at this moment might be regarded as weakness by the other party, thus falling into a passive situation. He gently put down the wine glass in his hand, and the bottom of the glass made a slight and crisp collision sound with the rosewood table, breaking the momentary stagnation in the banquet hall. Mr. Tang, Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly, his eyes calm and deep, like an ancient well, without any ripples. What do you think is the deeper interests? He did not directly answer Tang Xiaotian's question, but cleverly threw the question back. At this time, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. It is better to let the other party show his cards first. Tang Xiaotian obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen to ask such a question. He was slightly startled, and then burst into laughter, but there was a barely perceptible chill in his laughter. Young friend Jiang is indeed a smart man, and he likes to practice Tai Chi. However, since I invited you to my house today, I naturally came with sincerity. He raised his glass, gestured to Jiang Chen, and continued, I believe that the value of neuron regeneration and repair technology is better known to Jiang Xiaoyu than to me. Once this technology is successful, it will not only bring you immeasurable wealth, but also allow you to have a decisive voice in the medical community and even in certain special fields. Isn't this a deeper benefit? Jiang Chen sneered in his heart when he heard this. This old fox was indeed coveting the core technology of Chenma biology. Mr. Tang, you must be joking. Jiang Chen's tone remained calm. My original intention for investing in biomedicine was very simple. I just wanted to make a small contribution to human health. Of course, if I could make some money and improve my life, that would be great. He paused, his eyes became sharp, and he looked directly into Tang Xiaotian's eyes. As for the right to speak and special field you mentioned, I am not very knowledgeable and have no such ambitions for the time being. I just want to do some business quietly and live a stable life. If someone insists on thinking that I am blocking his way or wants to take something away from me, then I, Jiang Chen, will never sit there and wait to be slaughtered. His words were soft yet firm, showing that he was harmless while making no secret of his bottom line and determination. Tang Xiaotian's pupils shrank slightly. He felt a strong will and dangerous aura that should not be underestimated from Jiang Chen's calm eyes. This young man is more difficult to deal with than he imagined. The atmosphere in the banquet hall became solemn again. Tang Ming and several other core members of the Tang family also felt the invisible pressure emanating from Jiang Chen, and their eyes looked at him with more solemnity and fear. Ha, young Master Jiang is indeed a man of temperament and quick to speak. Tang Xiaotian laughed again, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. I admire you. In fact, I invited you here today for no other reason. I mainly want to make friends with you and see if there is any opportunity for cooperation. He changed the subject and his tone became gentle. Friend Xiang, although you have achieved some success in Jiangcheng, the waters of Beijing are much deeper than those of Jiangcheng. Some things are difficult to handle without sufficient background and connections. Our Tang family still has some reputation in Beijing and even in the whole of China. If you are willing, our Tang family will be happy to provide you with some help and support within our capacity. For example, Tang Xiaotian's eyes flashed, your Chenma Bio has a bright future, but if you want to truly commercialize a top biomedical technology and bring it to the global market, the difficulties and obstacles you need to overcome are probably far beyond your imagination. Not to mention the technical barriers and patent blockades from international pharmaceutical giants, the various domestic approval processes and industry access alone are enough to make you anxious. And our Tang family has a unique advantage in this regard. Tang Xiaotian said with a hint of pride, we not only have a global pharmaceutical sales network and rich clinical trial resources, but also maintain good cooperative relations with many top medical institutions and authoritative experts at home and abroad. If you are willing to cooperate with our Tang family, we can help your Chenma biology to get through all the barriers at the fastest speed and truly bring that great technology to the market for the benefit of all people. Of course, Tang Xiaotian changed the subject, revealing his true purpose. In return, our Tang family only needs 51% of the shares of the Chenma biology. Jiang Xiaoyu, what do you think of my proposal? The real purpose is revealed. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. This old fox, after going through so much trouble, finally showed his fangs. 51% of the shares. This is not just about getting a piece of the pie, but also about directly controlling the controlling rights of Chenma biology. What a big appetite! What a cruel calculation! Mr. Tang's proposal is indeed very tempting. Jiang Chen still had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes became as cold as ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. However, there is one thing I don't understand, so please enlighten me, Mr. Tang. Young friend Jiang, please feel free to speak. What if I don't agree? Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, exploding in the banquet hall. Chapter 70, the final trump card, Jiang Chen's toughness. Jiang Chen's words, what if I don't agree, were like a spark thrown into a calm frying pan, instantly making the atmosphere in the banquet hall tense. The smile on Tang Xiaotian's face froze in an instant. His deep, hawk-like eyes narrowed slightly, emitting two terrifying cold rays of light, like a poisonous scorpion about to launch a fatal attack. "Friend Jiang," Tang Xiaotian's voice became low and hoarse, with a hint of unquestionable oppression, "you are a smart person, you should know that a man who knows the times is a hero. Some opportunities, once missed, will never come back again." He paused, his tone full of naked threats. "Our Tang family can help you rise to prominence in the capital, and even in the whole of China. Similarly, our Tang family can also make you lose your reputation and become penniless. In this land of Beijing, no one dares to reject the goodwill of our Tang family." The temperature in the banquet hall seemed to drop several degrees suddenly. Tang Ming and several other core members of the Tang family also had fierce looks on their faces, staring at Jiang Chen with unfriendly eyes, as if as long as Tang Xiaotian gave the order, they would immediately pounce on him and tear Jiang Chen into pieces. However, facing the naked threat and strong sense of oppression from the Tang family, Jiang Chen did not show the slightest fear on his face. He still sat there calmly, with even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't take Tang Xiaotian's threats seriously at all. "Mr. Tang, your words are a bit too serious." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said in a relaxed tone, "Although I, Jiang Chen, am not a big shot, I am definitely not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. I founded Shenhua Biology, and its core technology is related to the well-being of countless people. I can't and will never hand over its controlling rights to anyone else." He paused, his eyes became sharp as a knife, staring straight into Tang Xiaotian's eyes, and said word by word, "As for the goodwill you mentioned, if this goodwill is at the cost of sacrificing my principles and bottom line, then I, Jiang Chen, would rather not have it." "Good. Good. Good." Tang Xiaotian laughed despite his anger, saying good 3 times in a row, his aura rising to the peak. "Jiang Chen, you really have guts. It seems that you are determined to go against my Tang family to the end. Oppose?" Jiang Chen shook his head and said calmly, "Mr. Tang is wrong. I have never thought of opposing the Tang family. I just want to protect my own legal rights. If the Tang family insists on treating me as an enemy, then I can only fight to the end." "I'll stick with you till the end?" Tang Xiaotian snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. "Jiang Chen, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think that you can compete with my Tang family with your tiny strength? I tell you, in the face of absolute strength, all your struggles are in vain." "Really?" Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in an unfathomable arc. "Mr. Tang, do you really think that you have seen through all my cards?" As he spoke, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number calmly. "Hello, is this Butler Qin Hai? I'm Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen's tone was still calm, but his eyes were shining with confidence. "I'm in a little trouble here, so I might need Mr. Qin to help me out." Qin Hai on the other end of the phone heard what Jiang Chen meant. "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang." The old man had expected this to happen and had made all the necessary preparations. Qin Hai said in a deep voice, "Our people will be here soon." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen looked at Tang Xiaotian, whose face changed slightly, and smiled slightly. "Mr. Tang, now, do you still think that I am struggling in vain?" Chapter 71: The Qin Family's Thunder, Tang Xiaotian's Shocking Change. Jiang Chen's seemingly casual phone call was like dropping a huge rock into Tang Xiaotian's heart, causing huge waves. "The Qin family? Mr. Qin?" The muscles on Tang Xiaotian's face twitched unconsciously, and his eyes were filled with incredible shock and fear. Although he claims to be a local tyrant in the capital, and the Tang family's influence is deeply rooted in Southeast Asia, there is still an insurmountable gap compared to the Qin family, a behemoth that truly stands at the top of China's power. If the Tang family is a ferocious hungry wolf, then the Qin family is a real prehistoric giant crocodile. The two are not even on the same level. He never expected that this seemingly unknown Jiang Chen could actually be related to the Qin family, and even be able to ask Mr. Qin to personally support him? Who is this kid? Don't bluff here. Tang Xiaotian pretended to be calm and said in a timid tone, "The Qin family is so powerful, how could they stand up for a kid like you?" However, just as he finished speaking, there was a burst of hurried and heavy footsteps outside the banquet hall, as well as suppressed exclamations and commotion. Immediately afterwards, the heavy mahogany door of the banquet hall was pushed open from the outside. Qin Hai, the Qin family's gold medal butler, had a gloomy face and rushed in with dozens of Qin family guards dressed in black, with stern expressions and powerful auras, like a black torrent. Each of these Qin family guards had eyes as sharp as lightning, their temples bulged high, and they exuded a heart-pounding murderous aura. Obviously, they were all real elites who had walked out of the hail of bullets. Their appearance instantly caused the temperature in the entire banquet hall to drop by several degrees. After seeing this scene, Tang Ming and several other core members of the Tang family were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their legs became weak. They no longer had their previous arrogance. Tang Xiaotian. Qin Hai's eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing Tang Xiaotian. His voice was cold and emotionless. How dare you be so rude to Mr. Jiang? Do you want my Qin family to completely wipe out your Tang family from the capital? Every word Qin Hai said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Tang Xiaotian's heart hard. Tang Xiaotian only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and his whole body was cold. He knew that Qin Hai's words were not empty threats. With the power of the Qin family in the capital, it would be easy for them to destroy the Tang family. Butler Qin, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The color on Tang Xiaotian's face instantly faded, his voice trembling, and he quickly stood up from his seat, wanting to explain. However, Qin Hai didn't give him a chance to explain. Misunderstanding? Qin Hai snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Tang Xiaotian, do you think our Qin family is stupid? Mr. Jiang is our Qin family's most distinguished guest. Our old man personally told us to treat him well. How dare you show off in front of him and even want to seize his property? I think you are really tired of living. He paused, and his tone became more sinister. I will give you two choices now. First, kowtow to Mr. Jiang and apologize immediately, and compensate Mr. Jiang for all the mental damage he suffered today. Second, our Qin family will officially declare war on your Tang family. You make your choice. Kneel down and apologize? Compensate for the losses? Or declare war on the Qin family? Tang Xiaotian felt a black flash in front of his eyes and he almost fainted. He couldn't understand how things could have developed to this point. He originally thought that with the strength and prestige of the Tang family, it would be easy to capture a young man from outside the area. But he did not expect that this young man was actually a prehistoric dragon in sheep's clothing. Behind him stood the unshakable Qin family. Today, he had completely hit a wall. And it was a wall that could smash into pieces. I. Tang Xiaotian's lips trembled, sweat poured down, and he couldn't utter a word. He knew that no matter which path he chose, the face of his Tang family would be completely lost today. Chapter 72, The Price of the Tang Family, Jiang Chen's Establishment of Authority. The air in the banquet hall seemed to freeze, and it was so oppressive that it made people feel breathless. Tang Xiaotian's usually dignified face was now filled with humiliation, unwillingness, and deep fear. He knew that in front of the giant Qin family, his so-called Tang family foundation was nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and could not withstand a single blow. Qin Hai's eyes were cold and sharp, like a judge, waiting for Tang Xiaotian's final decision. The dozens of Qin family guards behind him exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, as if they would raise the entire Tang family manor to the ground at any time. Tang Ming and several other core members of the Tang family were already pale with fear, not daring to breathe. When had they ever seen their old man in such a miserable state? And how could they have ever thought that just because they provoked a seemingly insignificant young man, it would bring disaster to the entire family? Jiang Chen still sat calmly in the guest of honor seat, picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. He did not speak, nor did he show the slightest bit of pride or gloating. He knew that at this moment, he just needed to watch quietly, watching how this once invincible local snake lowered his proud head in front of the Qin family, the dragon crossing the river. Time passes by every second. For Tang Xiaotian, every second was like being frying in a frying pan. Finally, he seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He drooped his shoulders dejectedly and said in a hoarse and dry voice, Butler Qin, I, Tang Xiaotian, admit defeat. I am willing to apologize to Mr. Jiang and compensate him for all his mental losses. When he said this, he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His heroic aura also disappeared. Humph. Qin Hai snorted coldly, not letting up at all because of Tang Xiaotian's surrender. Tang Xiaotian, do you think that a simple apology and compensation can erase your offense against Mr. Jiang? Can it calm the anger of our Qin family? Then Butler Qin, what you mean is... Tang Xiaotian's heart sank to the bottom again. It's very simple. Qin Hai's tone left no room for doubt. First, you and your good-for-nothing son Tang Ming must kowtow in front of Mr. Jiang and admit your mistakes. Each kowtow must be loud and clear. Until Mr. Jiang is satisfied. Secondly, regarding the cooperation between your Tang family and Mr. Zhang's Chenemo biology. Oh no, it's the cooperation between our Qin family and Mr. Zhang's Chenemo biology. You, the Tang family, are not allowed to interfere. And, you must hand over all the technical information and business secrets about biology that you have previously found out, intact. If you conceal anything, you will bear the consequences yourself. Third, Qin Hai's eyes became even colder. In order to make up for the mental damage you caused to Mr. Jiang and the damage to our Qin family's reputation, all of your Tang family's entertainment industries in Beijing, as well as some of the jade mines in Southeast Asia, must be unconditionally transferred to our Qin family and Mr. Jiang. We will send someone to discuss the specific shares with you in detail. Each of the three conditions Qin Hai put forward was like a steel knife, stabbing Tang Xiaotian's heart. Kowtow and admit mistakes, lose face. Withdraw from cooperation, cut off the source of income. Cede the industry, seriously hurt the vitality. This is simply to destroy his Tang family. Tang Xiaotian felt his eyes go dark and his body was about to collapse. He knew that once he agreed to these conditions, his Tang family's power in the capital would completely collapse. Even their foundation in Southeast Asia would be severely damaged. But does he have a choice? In front of the giant Qin family, he had no room for bargaining at all. Okay. Tang Xiaotian's lips trembled as he squeezed out these two words from his teeth. He knew that from this moment on, he, Tang Xiaotian, and the entire Tang family would become the biggest laughingstock in the upper-class circles of Beijing. He turned around and looked at Jiang Chen, who was still sitting there calmly, his eyes filled with complex emotions, resentment and unwillingness. Under Qin Hai's cold gaze, Tang Xiaotian and his son Tang Ming knelt down in front of Jiang Chen in humiliation and kowtowed again and again. The dull sound echoed in the silent banquet hall and shattered the last dignity of the Tang family. Jiang Chen looked at the humiliating scene in front of him coldly, without any mercy in his heart. He knew that to deal with the ruthless and vindictive enemies like the Tang family, he had to use more ruthless and overbearing means to completely cripple and scare them, so that they would never dare to have any unreasonable thoughts again. Tonight, Jiang Chen not only wants to establish his authority in the capital, but also wants to let everyone know that his people and his property will never be coveted or violated by anyone. Chapter 73, The Aftermath and Reactions from All Sides. The thrilling night banquet at the Tang family mansion was like dropping a death bomb on the calm lake surface of the capital. The chain reaction it triggered was far more severe than it seemed on the surface. The news that Tang Xiaotian and his son kowtowed to Jiang Chen in public and were forced to cede a large amount of property spread like wildfire to all circles in the capital at an astonishing speed. Everyone who heard the news was shocked. Although the Tang family is not as powerful as the Qin family and the Su family, they are also a force in Beijing, especially in certain gray areas, where they have a complex network of relationships. Tang Xiaotian himself is also known for his ruthlessness and cunningness. However, such a family actually suffered such a huge setback in front of an unknown young man. Not only did they lose face, but they were also seriously damaged. For a time, Jiang Chen's identity and background became the hottest topic of discussion among the upper class in Beijing. Some people said that he was a secret weapon secretly cultivated by the Qin family, specially used to deal with those disobedient second- and third-rate families. Some people said that he was actually the heir of a hidden wealthy family, and that he came to the capital this time just to play around and give the Tang family a warning. Some people even linked him to Su Wanqing, speculating that he was a strong ally invited by the Su family to fight against internal opposition forces. Various speculations and rumors spread like wildfire, making Jiang Chen's image even more mysterious and powerful. Those who once looked down on or were hostile to Jiang Chen were now secretly thankful that they did not, like the Tang family, recklessly provoke this evil god. After learning about the fate of the Tang family, Lin Yifeng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was glad that although he had also spoken rudely at the Qin family's birthday banquet, it was fortunate that Mr. Qin stopped him in time and did not make things irreversible. Otherwise, the fate of his Lin family would probably be no better than that of the Tang family. From then on, Lin Yifeng no longer dared to have any improper thoughts about Su Wanqing. Even when he met Jiang Chen in some public occasions, he would take the initiative to retreat, for fear of angering this moody young Master Jiang again. Compared with the shock and speculation of the outside world, Jiang Chen himself appeared unusually calm. He did not become complacent because of the Tang family's surrender, nor did he change his style of doing things because of rumors from the outside world. He still stayed in Jingxin Garden. In addition to paying attention to the progress of the Shuiyu, Xinma Biology and Dongtian Foodie projects every day, he used the abilities given to him by the system to continuously improve himself. His skill of photographic memory enables him to learn and absorb all kinds of knowledge at an astonishing speed. Whether it is business management, financial investment, history and culture, or music, chess, calligraphy and painting, he has dabbled in a wide range of subjects and constantly enriched himself. The two life skills of superb cooking and rejuvenation also make his life more colorful. He occasionally cooks a delicious meal for himself, or in his spare time, he studies the art of Chinese medicine to prepare for the future healthcare for his parents. The intermediate consumption rebate card gave him almost unlimited cash power. He did not squander it recklessly, but selectively made some high-value investments in consumption, which not only triggered rebates and accumulated wealth, but also reserved more resources and connections for his future business layout. He knew that the Tang family's surrender was just a small episode on his way to the capital. The real challenge was still to come. The mysterious Night Scythe Killer organization and the possible more powerful forces behind it are like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, which may fall at any time. He must improve his strength as soon as possible so that he has enough ability to deal with all unknown dangers in the future. Just when Jiang Chen was concentrating on studying and accumulating strength, Su Wanqing came to Jingxin Garden again. Today, she was wearing a smart business suit, with an excitement on her face that was hard to conceal. Chapter 74, The Su Family's Surprise, the Clarion Call for Counterattack. Jiang Chen, good news. Su Wanqing said impatiently as she entered the reception room of Jingxin Garden. Her cold phoenix eyes were burning with excitement at this moment. The plan we deployed earlier was successful. Oh? Jiang Chen put down the ancient book in his hand and looked at her with interest. Is it about your good uncles or those external forces who took advantage of the situation to rob you? Both. Su Wanqing said with a hint of satisfaction, I followed your previous advice and used the special funds you provided to quietly absorb some of the Su Group's circulating shares in the secondary market. At the same time, I also cleverly revealed some evidence of their previous collaboration to suppress me and even misappropriation of company funds to several old shareholders who remain neutral on the board of directors. At the board meeting this morning, Su Wanqing raised her lips with a confident arc, I exposed their actions in public and successfully won the support of those neutral shareholders. Now, my voice in the board of directors has been greatly enhanced. My good uncles are now like ants on a hot pot, unable to take care of themselves. Well done. Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. Su Wanqing's decisiveness and execution did not disappoint him. This is just the beginning. Su Wanqing's eyes became sharp. Next, I will gradually take back the power in their hands and clear out the termites they have planted inside the company one by one. The Su Group must be firmly controlled in my own hands. As for those external business rivals, Su Wanqing sneered, didn't they want to maliciously acquire the shares of the Su Group and bring us down? Now, it's our turn to fight back. I used the funds you gave me and joined forces with several financial institutions that are friendly with our Su family. I have begun a reverse takeover of one of the most popular companies, Hongyuan Capital. According to the intelligence I received, Hongyuan Capital's capital chain has had some problems recently, and its stock price has been low. We have a great chance of taking them down at a relatively low price. Hongyuan Capital? Jiang Chen had some impression of this name. It seemed that he had seen it before in the information provided by the Qin family. It was a private equity fund that was quite active in Beijing, but had a somewhat radical style of operation. That's right. Su Wanqing nodded. This company has done a lot of things to hinder our Su family before, and it is also the most active one in this crackdown. We must use them as a warning to others. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with admiration when he heard this. Su Wanqing's ruthlessness and decisiveness made her look like a heroic woman. Do you need me to do anything? Jiang Chen asked. Not for now. Su Wanqing smiled slightly, her eyes full of confidence. Su Wanqing, don't take opponents of this level seriously. But, Jiang Chen, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for your support and encouragement, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to make such a big decision, and I might not be able to get to where I am today. The look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Chen was gentle and sincere. Jiang Chen could feel that Su Wanqing's trust and dependence on him had deepened. Ding! The host successfully helped Su Wanqing consolidate her position in the Su Group and launched a counterattack against her business rivals. The activation progress of the Confidant module plus 10%. The system's prompt sounded again, making Jiang Chen happy. It seems that investing in Su Wanqing can not only bring commercial returns, but also improve the progress of close friend, killing two birds with one stone. We are allies, aren't we? Jiang Chen smiled. Your victory is my victory. However, Wanqing, I still want to remind you that the business world is like a battlefield, and things change rapidly. Before you achieve final victory, you must not take it lightly. In particular, be careful of those enemies hiding in the dark. He was referring to the mysterious Tang family. Su Wanqing's expression became serious when she heard this. I understand. I will keep a close eye on the Tang family. Since they have already made a move on you, they will never give up. We must prepare early. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. I have also obtained some new clues about the Tang family. Perhaps we can start from their weakness and teach them a lesson they will never forget. A hint of coldness flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Chapter 75, The Tang Family as Hibernation and the Undercurrent Resurfacing. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from the Qin family and Jiang Chen's unfathomable strength, Tang Xiaotian, a tyrant who had been active in Southeast Asia for many years, had to choose to lie dormant for the time being. He knew very well that with the Qin family's clear statement of support for Jiang Chen, any direct and fierce counterattack would be like hitting a rock with an egg, and would only accelerate the Tang family's defeat. On the surface, he fulfilled all his promises to Jiang Chen and the Qin family, and was extremely humble. He even took the initiative to send people to give Jiang Chen a generous gift to apologize and try to repair the relationship between the two sides. However, Jiang Chen did not relax his vigilance at all. He knew very well that a ruthless and vindictive person like Tang Xiaotian would never give up. His forbearance and concession at this moment were just accumulating strength and waiting for the opportunity to launch a more deadly counterattack. There must be deeper calculations and resentment hidden in those hawk-like eyes. Sure enough, in the following days, Jiang Chen keenly noticed some unusual signs through the system's network expansion radar and Su Wanqing's intelligence network. Although the Tang family seemed to have stopped its actions on the surface, they were still making frequent moves in secret. First, Tang Xiaotian gradually faded out of the public eye on the pretext of being ill, leaving the family's daily affairs to a few trusted people. But in fact, he was secretly contacting some allies and partners in Southeast Asia, seemingly seeking external support and strength. Jiang Chen even discovered that several mysterious funds from the Golden Triangle region quietly flowed into the accounts of several shell companies of the Tang family in the country through some secret channels. Secondly, Tang Ming, the third young master of the Tang family who had lost face in front of Jiang Chen, was not completely banished to the cold palace as rumored by the outside world. On the contrary, he became more low-key and forbearing, often going in and out of some remote clubs and private bases in the capital, and secretly meeting with some unidentified people. Jiang Chen's eye of insight once captured a blurry picture of Tang Ming contacting a suspected peripheral member of the Night Scythe organization by chance. What Jiang Chen was more concerned about was that some bad news came from Chunma Biology. Although the construction of the laboratory and the purchase of equipment were very smooth with the strong support of the Qin family and the local government of Jiangcheng, some inexplicable resistance was encountered in the recruitment of core technical personnel and the import of some key experimental consumables. Some overseas experts who had already been negotiated suddenly declined the invitation for various reasons. Some special culture media and reagents ordered from abroad always encountered various accidents in the customs process, resulting in failure to arrive on time. These seemingly isolated incidents all point to the same direction: the Tang family. It seems that this old fox Tang Xiaotian is planning to play dirty tricks on us. Jiang Chen was in the study room of Jingxing Garden, watching Su Wanqing sort out the latest information she sent him, with a cold arc on his lips. Su Wanqing frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "The Tang family's influence is indeed intertwined in Southeast Asia, especially in some special resources and channels, which have an influence that we can hardly imagine. If they are determined to trip us up in these aspects, it will be very troublesome." She paused and continued, "Moreover, I am worried that Tang Xiaotian's real goal may not be as simple as revenge. The reason why he is so obsessed with Chunma biology is probably because he sees the immeasurable strategic value behind neuron regeneration and repair technology. Once this technology is successful, it will not only bring huge commercial benefits, but also allow those who master it to take the absolute initiative in future international competition. A hero like Tang Xiaotian will never give up such a huge temptation easily." Jiang Chen nodded. Su Wanqing's analysis coincided with his judgment. So, he is lying dormant now. On the one hand, he wants to paralyze us and make us relax our vigilance. On the other hand, he is also accumulating strength and looking for new breakthroughs. Jiang Chen's eyes became sharper. He may think that although the Qin family is powerful, it is impossible for them to stand up for me in everything, especially in some seemingly legal and compliant business competition and technical exchanges. Besides, he may still be waiting for an opportunity. Su Wanqing added, "An opportunity when the Qin family is too busy to take care of other things, or when we ourselves are vulnerable." "That's right." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Since he wants to play lurking and infiltrating, then we will play along and have a good game with him. I want to see how many cards Tang Xiaotian has yet to reveal." He knew that passive waiting was definitely not his style. Instead of waiting for the Tang family to accumulate strength in secret, it would be better to take the initiative and bring the war to their territory. He glanced at Su Wanqing and said in a deep voice, "Wanqing, I need you to do me a favor. Use the Su family's intelligence network in Southeast Asia to keep a close eye on the Tang family's every move, especially their financial transactions and personnel transfers with those forces in the Golden Triangle. At the same time, help me find out who else in the Tang family, besides Tang Ming, is eyeing Tang Xiaotian's position, or is at odds with him. Do you want to disintegrate them from within?" Su Wanqing was very smart and immediately understood Jiang Chen's intention. Only by removing the firewood from under the cauldron can we solve the problem once and for all. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up with a confident smile. Doesn't Tang Xiaotian like to play tricks? Then I will let him have a taste of what it feels like to be played around by others. Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen's deep and confident eyes, and a strong trust and an indescribable throbbing surged in her heart. This man always showed his courage and wisdom in the most dangerous moments. Okay. Su Wanqing nodded without hesitation. Jiang Chen, Su Wanqing, will accompany you to turn him upside down. Chapter 76, Undercurrents, Layout in Southeast Asia. In the following days, Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing began a series of careful plans around the Tang family. Su Wanqing is indeed the Su family's proud daughter, with first-class business talent and intelligence integration ability. With the support of Jiang Chen's strong financial resources, she quickly mobilized the Su family's intelligence network that had been lurking in Southeast Asia for many years, like casting a huge fishing net in the dark, and began to collect all information about the Tang family. The Tang family's organizational structure, core members, major industries, financial transactions, and evidence of collusion with the mysterious forces in the Golden Triangle region all flowed into Su Wanqing's hands like a trickle, and after her analysis and organization, they were finally presented to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen used the system's network expansion radar and asset management modules to conduct a deeper analysis and screening of the intelligence, and find out the Tang family's weakest links and most fatal flaws. He discovered that although the Tang family had great influence in Southeast Asia, it was not a monolithic entity internally. Tang Xiaotian has 3 sons. The eldest son, Tang Yong, has a calm personality and is quite like his father. He has always been regarded as the future successor of the Tang family and is responsible for the family's core business in Southeast Asia. The second son, Tang Jia, is a typical dandy, addicted to alcohol and sex, not doing his job properly, and indifferent to the family business. The third son, Tang Ming, who was severely taught a lesson by Jiang Chen in the capital, is scheming but mediocre in ability and eager for quick success. He is not valued in the family and has been looking for opportunities to prove himself and seize more power. In addition to these 3 sons, some of the Tang family's collateral relatives and elders were dissatisfied with some of Tang Xiaotian's decisions, or coveted the family's power and wealth, and were secretly plotting. It seems that the internal situation of the Tang family is more exciting than we imagined. Jiang Chen looked at the information in his hand and sneered. That's right. Su Wanqing nodded, with a gleam in her eyes. Although Tang Xiaotian is ruthless, he seems a bit indecisive when it comes to family inheritance and power distribution, which gives his sons and collateral branches an opportunity to take advantage of. If we can cleverly use the conflicts between them, perhaps we can disintegrate the Tang family's influence in Southeast Asia without bloodshed. Great minds think alike. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. However, internal collapse alone is not enough. We also need to give them some external troubles. He turned his attention to those local forces and international financial groups in Southeast Asia that had conflicts with the Tang family or were eyeing them covetously. Although each of these forces cannot compete with the Tang family, what if we can unite them, provide them with sufficient funds and support, and give them the courage and strength to challenge the hegemony of the Tang family? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed dangerously. Su Wanqing was shocked when she heard this. She knew that Jiang Chen was going to play a big game. Jiang Chen, do you mean that we should support the Tang family's competitors and make them unable to take care of themselves in Southeast Asia? It's not just that they can't take care of themselves. Jiang Chen shook his head and said calmly, I want to make their backyard burn, and eventually collapse. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing began to implement their plan secretly. Su Wanqing used the Su family's secret channels in the international financial community to anonymously inject a large amount of risk capital into the Southeast Asian local forces and international financial groups that competed with the Tang family. These funds, like timely rain, instantly revitalized those forces that were originally struggling to survive under the suppression of the Tang family. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, used more covert means to cleverly leak some of the Tang family's internal business secrets and dirty material of power struggles to these competitors, as well as some international media that were eager to create chaos. For a time, negative news about the Tang family's suspected illegal transactions, internal power struggles, and collusion with unknown armed forces in the Golden Triangle region caused an uproar in Southeast Asia and even the international community. The Tang family's stock price plummeted, and many international partners who had originally cooperated with them began to re-evaluate the risks of cooperation and even terminated some cooperation projects. Those competitors who had received secret support from Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing took the opportunity to launch attacks and began to erode the Tang family's market share in various fields and snatch away the Tang family's high-quality resources. A commercial encirclement and suppression campaign against the Tang family has quietly begun in Southeast Asia. Tang Xiaotian, who was in the capital, soon noticed the unusual movements from Southeast Asia. He was furious, but also a little anxious. He never expected that the Southeast Asian business he had worked hard to build for many years would fall into such a passive situation in such a short time. He knew that there must be someone behind this. Moreover, the person who had such power and forced him into such a situation in such a short time was definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen's calm face with a hint of evil smile involuntarily emerged in Tang Xiaotian's mind. Chapter 77 Internal and External Troubles, Tang Xiaotian's Broken Wrist. Tang Xiaotian sat in the heavily guarded study of the Tang mansion in the capital, his face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out. In just a few days, the Tang family's business in Southeast Asia suffered an unprecedented impact. The stock price plummeted, partners were lost, and the market share was eroded by competitors. All kinds of bad news flew in from all over the world like snowflakes, almost suffocating him. What made him even more frightened was that some local officials and military figures in Southeast Asia who had close ties with the Tang family and could even be said to be the Tang family's protective umbrella also began to avoid him and became ambiguous in their attitude. This is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous signal. Jiang Chen. Su family. Tang Xiaotian gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words, his eyes filled with rage. Although he had no direct evidence, he was almost certain that Jiang Chen and the Su family were behind all this. Only they have the motivation and the energy to force the Tang family into such an embarrassing situation in such a short period of time. Dad, it's being said that our Tang family has offended someone they shouldn't have offended. I'm afraid a disaster is about to happen. Tang Ming stood aside, his face pale, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. He was really scared now, afraid that Jiang Chen would trample the entire Tang family under his feet like he did to him. What are you panicking about? Tang Xiaotian slammed the table and shouted angrily, the sky hasn't fallen yet. I, Tang Xiaotian, have been in the martial arts world for so many years, what storms and waves have I not seen? Although he spoke toughly, his heart was already in turmoil. He knew that if he did not take decisive measures and allowed the situation to continue to deteriorate, his Tang family's century-old foundation would probably be destroyed. Just then, a trusted subordinate ran in with a panicked look. Master. It's bad, the subordinate panted. The people we planted inside Shenhua Biology just sent us news that Jiang Chen has obtained evidence of the people we sent to steal technical information. Moreover, he has joined forces with the Qin family and the Su family, and is preparing to file a lawsuit against our Tang family on charges of commercial espionage and unfair competition. What? Tang Xiaotian was struck by lightning when he heard that. His eyes went dark and he almost fainted. He never expected that Jiang Chen's counterattack would be so swift and so brutal. Corporate espionage. Unfair competition. If these two charges are proven, not only will the Tang family's assets in China be completely destroyed, but he himself will probably not be able to escape jail. What is even more terrifying is that the Qin family and the Su family are also involved. This means that Jiang Chen has successfully pulled these two top giants onto his warship. Good. Good Jiang Chen. Good at cutting off the source of the problem. Tang Xiaotian laughed bitterly, his eyes full of despair and unwillingness. He knew that he had really lost this time, completely defeated, and there was no possibility of any comeback. Dad, what should we do now? Tang Ming asked at a loss. Tang Xiaotian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that now was not the time to despair. He had to find a way to preserve the last bit of vitality of the Tang family. Notify all family members in Southeast Asia immediately to shrink their defenses, abandon all non-core industries, and do their best to protect our roots in the Golden Triangle. Tang Xiaotian's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Also, gather all the assets that we have previously transferred and hidden in China through various means, and prepare to spend money to avoid disaster. Also, he paused, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable determination. Tang Ming, immediately prepare a generous gift and personally deliver it to Jiang Chen. Tell him that I, Tang Xiaotian, admit defeat. As long as he is willing to show mercy and let our Tang family live, I am willing to pay any price. Dad. You. Tang Ming was shocked when he heard this. He never expected that his father, who had always been so arrogant, would make such a humiliating decision. Shut up. Tang Xiaotian shouted angrily, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As long as our Tang family can keep its foundation, there will always be a day for a comeback. Now, do it immediately. Although Tang Ming was unwilling, he knew that this was his only option at the moment. He could only nod in humiliation and turn away. Tang Xiaotian looked at his son's lonely back, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Jiang Chen, Su family, Qin family. He muttered to himself, I, Tang Xiaotian, will remember today's humiliation in my heart. One day, I will make you pay back 100-fold. Chapter 78, The Generous Gift and Jiang Chen's Warning. In the night, the lights in Jingxing Garden were bright, which formed a sharp contrast with the gloomy and gloomy Tang family residence 100 miles away. Jiang Chen had just finished a call with Su Wanqing and learned in detail about the latest developments of the Tang family's Southeast Asian industry. Su Wanqing's intelligence network was incredibly efficient. Every change in the Tang family's stock price and every defection of a partner were accurately transmitted to them. It seems that this old fox Tang Xiaotian can't hold on any longer. Jiang Chen stood in front of the French window in the study, holding a glass of red wine, with a playful smile on his lips. He knew very well that a man like Tang Xiaotian would never bow his head unless he was beaten to the point of heartbreak. Mr. Jiang, Tang Ming, the third young master of the Tang family, is asking for an audience outside the courtyard. He said that he was ordered by the head of the Tang family to come and apologize to you and give you a small gift. Butler Qin Hai knocked on the door at the right time and reported respectfully, with a hint of relief in his tone. The Qin family had heard about the arrogance of the Tang family in Tiandu, and now seeing them fall into such a situation, they were naturally happy to see it happen. Oh? He's quite quick. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Let him in. I want to see how much sincerity Tang Xiaotian has prepared this time. He did not choose to stay in the living room, but remained in the study. This slightly casual posture was itself a silent knock. A moment later, Tang Ming, under the escorted gaze of the Qin family guards, lowered his head, holding a heavy rosewood box, and walked into the study. At this moment, Tang Ming no longer had the arrogance and domineeringness of the past, but instead had a haggard face and deep fear. He didn't even dare to look up at Jiang Chen, and he looked like a dog that had lost its home. Mr. Jiang, Tang Ming said in a hoarse voice, his legs a little weak. If he hadn't been holding on, he would have already fallen to his knees. My father specially ordered me to come here to apologize to you. I have offended you before and offended Mr. Zhang's authority. I hope Mr. Jiang will be magnanimous and forgive my mistakes, and give our Tang family a way out. As he spoke, he raised the rosewood box in his hand high above his head and said in a trembling voice, This is a little gift from my father. I hope Mr. Jiang will accept it. Jiang Chen did not immediately take the wooden box, but looked at Tang Ming calmly, as if he was looking at a clown. The calmer he was, the greater the pressure on Tang Ming's heart. The cold sweat on his forehead dripped down, soaking his collar. Third young master Tang, I don't understand what you are saying. Jiang Chen spoke slowly, his voice was not loud, but it carried a suffocating sense of oppression. I have never had any dealings with your Tang family, so how can I say I have offended you? But your father seems to have been very caring for me, Jiang Chen, and the properties under my name. He paused, picked up the wineglass, and gently swirled the red wine. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Sending people to sneak into Chenma Biology to steal business secrets, spreading rumors behind the scenes to slander the Snow Language brand, and even using a shady organization like Dark Night Scythe to deal with me. Tang Sanshao, tell me, are these considered small misunderstandings that can be resolved with a small gift? Every word Jiang Chen said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Tang Ming's heart hard. His face turned pale, his body shook like a sieve, and with a thump, he could no longer hold on and fell to his knees. Mr. Jiang, please spare me. Mr. Jiang, please spare me. Tang Ming kowtowed repeatedly, his voice filled with desperate pleas. Those things were all caused by my father's confusion and obsession. They have nothing to do with me. I was also following orders and had no choice. In order to survive, he did not hesitate to push all the responsibility onto Tang Xiaotian. Jiang Chen looked at his ugly appearance, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. This kind of bastard is worthy of being the heir of the Tang family? If Tang Xiaotian knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he died again. It has nothing to do with you? Jiang Chen sneered, Young Master Tang, you are really good at passing the buck. But do you think that a few light-hearted excuses can help your Tang family escape the blame? He stood up and walked to Tang Ming step by step, looking down at him with eyes as cold as ice. I, Jiang Chen, have always been clear about gratitude and resentment. Since your Tang family dared to kill me, you should be prepared to bear the consequences. Open the box and let me see your father's sincerity. Jiang Chen's tone was emotionless. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly opened the rosewood box with trembling hands. The moment the box was opened, a bright light burst out, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Inside the wooden box, there lay a thick equity transfer agreement and several special seals engraved with black scorpion totems. Mr. Jiang, this is our Tang family's 30% stake in all jade mines and spice plantations in Southeast Asia, as well as 50% of the profit rights of all underground industries in the border special zones. Tang Ming's voice was intermittent due to fear. My father said that as long as Mr. Jiang is willing to show mercy, all of these will belong to you. In addition, there are several rare treasures that our Tang family has collected for many years, which are also presented to Mr. Jiang. Tang Xiaotian really spent a lot of money this time. He put almost half of the Tang family's assets in front of Jiang Chen, just to seek a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen picked up the equity transfer agreement, glanced at it casually, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. 30% of the shares? 50% of the profit rights? Jiang Chen's tone was full of sarcasm. Tang Xiaotian is really good at calculating. He wants to use these invisible and intangible futures to exchange for my forgiveness? He really underestimates me. He paused, his eyes suddenly becoming fierce. Go back and tell Tang Xiaotian that I, Jiang Chen, don't like these things. What I want is the entire Tang family. I want him to pay the most painful price for what he did before. I want his Tang family to completely disappear from this world. Jiang Chen's voice was like a judgment from the netherworld, which plunged Tang Ming into a deep abyss of despair. He knew that Jiang Chen was determined to wipe out the entire Tang family. Chapter 79, Cutting Off the Firewood from Under the Cauldron and the Invitation of Dark Night. Tang Ming was completely crushed by Jiang Chen's merciless words. He collapsed to the ground, looking ashen. He had never thought that Jiang Chen's appetite was so big that his target was the entire Tang family. This was no longer a simple revenge, but a naked annexation. Mr. Jiang, you are going to kill us all. Tang Ming's voice was trembling with despair. He knew that facing Jiang Chen's tough attitude and the Qin and Su families looming behind him, the Tang family had almost no room for resistance. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, his eyes showing no mercy at all. Kill them all? Young Master Tang, don't you think it's ridiculous to hear you say that? When your Tang family was trying to kill me, sending people to steal the secrets of Qinma biology, and even using an organization like Dark Night Scythe to assassinate me, did you ever think of leaving me a chance to survive? He leaned down and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Go back and tell Tang Xiaotian that I, Jiang Chen, never like to leave troubles behind. He can either simply hand over the entire Tang family in exchange for a way for you and your son to survive. Otherwise, I will personally take action and uproot your foundation in Southeast Asia. By then, it will not be as simple as losing half of the family assets. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, but it revealed a chilling murderous intent. He knew that when dealing with a tyrant like Tang Xiaotian, blindly giving in and being merciful would only be seen as weakness by the other party. Only by showing a more ruthless and stronger attitude than him could he really scare him and completely give up the idea of resistance. Tang Ming was frightened by Jiang Chen's eyes, and he fled from Jingxin Garden in a panic, holding the rosewood box containing the generous gift. He had to bring Jiang Chen's ultimatum back to Tang Xiaotian as quickly as possible. Looking at Tang Ming's fleeing back, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a cold arc. He knew that Tang Xiaotian would definitely make a wise choice after hearing these words. After all, compared with the destruction of the entire family, losing most of the family property in exchange for a glimmer of hope is already the best result. In the next few days, Tiandu seemed calm on the surface, but secretly, it became turbulent because of the game between Jiang Chen and the Tang family. Like dominoes, the Tang family's businesses in Southeast Asia began to encounter problems one after another. First, the jade mines and spice plantations on which they depended for survival were ordered by the local government to stop production and rectify due to poor management and environmental issues. Partners also terminated cooperation one after another, and the stock price plummeted. Then, the gray industries they operated in the border special zone also suffered an unprecedented severe blow, and the capital chain was broken instantly. These seemingly isolated incidents were naturally fueled by Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing used the Su family's network of relationships in Southeast Asia to cleverly leak some of the Tang family's dirty information to local competitors and media, triggering a series of chain reactions. Jiang Chen, through the asset management module given by the system, accurately predicted the stock price fluctuations of the Tang family's listed companies, and directed a mysterious fund to carry out precise short selling and bottom fishing operations in secret, further exacerbating the Tang family's financial crisis. Under the pressure from both inside and outside, Tang Xiaotian finally despaired. He knew that he had no chance of turning the situation around. If he continued to resist, what awaited his Tang family would only be an abyss of no return. 7 days later, a transfer agreement signed by Tang Xiaotian himself, which contained almost all of the core assets of the Tang family, and a black scorpion totem seal symbolizing the highest power of the Tang family, was delivered to Jiang Chen. Tang Xiaotian, the once powerful hero in Southeast Asia, finally chose to cut off his arm to survive, exchanging the future of his entire family for the life of himself and his son Tang Ming. Jiang Chen looked at the heavy gift in front of him, and his heart was not too moved. To him, this was just another inconspicuous stepping stone on his road to becoming a super rich man. What he cared more about was that through this incident, he completely eliminated the potential threat of the Tang family and cleared the obstacles for his future layout in Southeast Asia. Ding! The host successfully dismantled the Tang family in Southeast Asia without bloodshed, obtained its core assets, and greatly expanded its business territory. The system's comprehensive evaluation has been greatly improved. Reward, a set of business empire construction drawings primary, which can be used to plan and optimize the host's industrial structure and improve overall operational efficiency. Special skills, deterrent aura passive, automatically produces a mental suppression effect on NPCs with a lower level than the host, making them dare not easily become enemies with the host. Blueprints for building a business empire? A halo of deterrence? Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the system reward this time. The former could help him better integrate and manage the increasingly large industry, and the latter would allow him to take more initiative in future business negotiations and interpersonal relationships, and avoid many unnecessary troubles. Just when Jiang Chen was about to study this business empire construction blueprint carefully, butler Qin Hai came to visit again. Mr. Jiang, Qin Hai said with a serious expression, although the matter of the Tang family has come to an end, the scythe of the Dark Knight assassin organization does not seem to have given up. Oh? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. What new moves have they made? According to the intelligence we have obtained, Qin Hai said in a deep voice, after learning that you killed their Shadow Blade and indirectly caused the destruction of their major client, the Tang family, the night side seems to have developed a strong interest in you. They believe that you are a high-value target with great potential, and you are even qualified to become a member of their organization. What do you mean? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. In addition to carrying out assassination missions, the Night Scythe organization will also periodically look for new talents with talent, ability, and behavior styles that meet their standards around the world, and recruit them into the organization for training. Qin Hai explained, they seem to think that Mr. Jiang meets their selection standards. Just now, we intercepted an encrypted message from the top management of Scythe of the Night. The content of the message is an invitation letter for you. Qin Hai took out a peculiarly shaped black metal card from his arms and handed it to Jiang Chen. The card was cold to the touch, with a bloody sickle engraved on the front and a string of meaningless characters and a set of coordinates on the back. Jiang Chen looked at this so-called invitation letter and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Invite me to join them? These killers really think highly of me, Jiang Chen. He knew that this was by no means a well-intentioned invitation. It was more like a temptation, a provocation, or even a carefully designed trap. Chapter 80, Negotiations and Unexpected Gains in the Abandoned Park. The night was as dark as ink, and the abandoned industrial park outside Beijing cast a hideous silhouette in the moonlight, like a dormant beast. Jiang Chen went to the appointment alone, his figure shuttled among the broken walls, looking unusually calm, but his deep eyes flashed with a colder light than the night. He did not go directly to the core coordinates marked on the card. Instead, he relied on the danger perception and terrain analysis capabilities granted by the system, as well as the detailed park information provided by the Qin family, to cleverly avoid several obvious surveillance and traps on the periphery. A bunch of killers who only know how to use brute force. You want to play tricks on me? Jiang Chen's mouth curled up with disdain. He knew that an organization like Dark Knight Scythe must have set up a net in secret, waiting for him to fall into it. Jiang Chen stopped on the second floor of a relatively secluded abandoned factory building. The view here was wide, overlooking most of the park, and there were also multiple escape routes. He activated several miniature high-frequency jammers from the special communicator he carried with him, temporarily shielding the wireless signals within a certain range around him. Okay, the stage has been set, and we're just waiting for the protagonist to appear. Jiang Chen sat leisurely on a worn iron chair, as if he was not here to attend a life and death appointment, but to enjoy the night view. Time passes by every second. In the core coordinate area, several ghostly figures were lurking in the shadows, and their patience was clearly wearing out. The target hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that he has noticed something? One of the hoarse voices whispered through the encrypted channel. Impossible, our arrangements are flawless. He is just a businessman who relies on some dirty money and a bit of luck. Wait a little longer, he will come. Another cold voice responded, but there was also a hint of uncertainty in the tone. Just when they were getting anxious, there was a sudden explosion from the teammates who were setting up the bomb. At this moment, a sharp electric sound suddenly came from the communication devices on their wrists, and then there was dead silence. What's going on? The communication is being interfered with. Oh no! There's an ambush. Several killers became alert instantly, but it was too late. Dear friends of Night Sight, now that you are here, why hide? Why not come out for a cup of tea and a chat? Jiang Chen's voice, through a modified loudspeaker, echoed clearly in the silent industrial park, with a hint of teasing and unquestionable control. The killers in the core area were suddenly angry. They didn't expect that the target would turn the tables and cut off their communications. Jiang Chen's voice sounded again, with a hint of cold smile. I heard that the Scythe of Dark Night has always only recognized money, not people. Well, I also want to discuss a business with you today. What business? A black-clad assassin who looked like the leader asked in a deep voice, suppressing his discomfort. He knew that they might have encountered a tough opponent today. Not only did the opponents see through their trap, but he also set a trap for them in return. It's very simple. Jiang Chen's voice came from the loudspeaker with a hint of temptation. Tell me who hired you to deal with me. In exchange, I can pay you double the commission and spare your life. Of course, if you want to play with me to the end, I don't mind letting you have a taste of what true despair is. The black-clad leader was silent. They were assassins, not death warriors. When the mission had failed and they were in danger, betraying their employer was not unacceptable to them. How can we trust you? You have no choice. Jiang Chen's tone left no room for doubt. Besides, I can give you an extra surprise. I know that your organization is not united. Some people have probably been coveting your current position for a long time, right? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of several assassins changed drastically again. Jiang Chen actually knew about the conflicts within their organization? Of course, Jiang Chen continued, if you are willing to work for me for a while, I can help you solve those little troubles and even help you improve your position in the organization. How about it? Intimidation, inducement, and division. Jiang Chen has mastered the business world to perfection. The black-clad leader exchanged glances with several of his men, and they had already made up their minds. We can consider it. The black-clad leader said with difficulty. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Well, now, tell me the name of your employer. My patience is limited. In the face of Jiang Chen's powerful psychological offensive, these assassins of Dark Night Scythe finally chose to give in. They not only gave out their employer behind the scenes, a small warlord in Southeast Asia who had close ties with the Tang family but tried to take over some of the Tang family's overseas assets after the fall of the Tang family and took his anger out on Jiang Chen, but also handed over some important intelligence about the Dark Night Scythe branch in Asia. Jiang Chen did not kill these people immediately, but gave them a chance to redeem themselves, letting them fight back, to deal with the warlord who hired them, and secretly pass on the internal intelligence of Scythe of the Night to him. Ding! The host successfully resolved the Night Scythe crisis and initially subdued some members of the killer organization. Rewards: Intelligence Network Construction Map Primary, slightly improved crisis warning ability, extraordinary wit, improved charm, Su Wanqing's favorability +5. Intelligence Network Construction Map? This is a good thing. Jiang Chen was delighted. It seems that this adventure has yielded a lot of rewards. Chapter 81, A Dark and Windy Night, with Murderous Intent. In the deepest darkness before dawn, the abandoned industrial park was filled with a strange smell of gunpowder and rust. Jiang Chen stood on the second floor of the dilapidated factory building, playing with the virtual card of Intelligence Network Construction Map Primary that the system had just rewarded, with a satisfied smile on his lips. It seems that this adventure has yielded a lot of rewards. He whispered to himself. He defeated a group of assassins without bloodshed, and also subdued several members of the Night Scythe as spies. More importantly, he found out the small Southeast Asian warlord who had been hiding and trying to attack him after the fall of the Tang family. At this moment, outside the factory, the aftermath personnel sent by the Qin family have quietly started working. Those Night Scythe killers who were subdued by Jiang Chen with high-tech means have long been secretly taken away, and what awaits them will be the redeem plan tailored for them by the Qin family and Jiang Chen. And those jammers and small drones activated by Jiang Chen have also been fully recovered without leaving any trace. Jiang Chen looked out the window. The abandoned park shrouded in darkness was no longer just a wasteland in his eyes, but more like a battlefield where a fierce chess game had just ended. He recalled the short but thrilling negotiation just now, as well as the various arrangements made before to lure the snake out of its hole. Although the system prompted him to use his danger perception and terrain analysis abilities to cleverly avoid the enemy's surveillance and traps on the periphery, he knew that the reason he was able to counterattack so smoothly this time was not only due to the powerful assistance of the system and the equipment support provided by the Qin family, but more importantly, his accurate grasp of the enemy's psychology. The killers of Night Scythe are indeed much more difficult to deal with than Shadowblade. Jiang Chen silently analyzed in his mind. Although the people who came tonight finally chose to surrender, their tacit cooperation when sneaking, their quick reaction after being discovered, and the calmness and cruelty unique to professional killers are far from comparable to the lone assassins like Shadowblade. If we hadn't used jammers to cut off their communications at the beginning, and used strong light and sonic weapons to disrupt their formation, once they were able to form an effective joint attack, or if some of them were proficient in blasting and long-range sniping, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy tonight. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his assessment of the strength of the Scythe of the Night organization by another level. He knew that the forces coming tonight were probably only part of the Night Scythe branch in Asia, and might even be the vanguard responsible for assessing his value. The small warlord in Southeast Asia must have paid a great price to invite them. And after the initial setback of the mission, whether Night Scythe would send a stronger force in the future, or even list him as a higher-level target, was still unknown. Jiang Chen's face showed no fear, but a hint of excitement and anticipation. He liked the tense atmosphere of this battle of wits, and he enjoyed the feeling of being in control of a powerful enemy. His calmness and foresight were his greatest assets in surviving in this world full of crises. Southeast Asian warlords, Night Scythe Asian branch. Jiang Chen's fingertips tapped lightly on the cold windowsill. It seems that the days ahead will not be too boring. He turned on his phone, and Su Wanqing's favorability increased by another 5 points because of his wisdom and control. This smart and intelligent girl must be worried about his safety at this moment. A gentle smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips, which was then replaced by a deep and sharp look. He walked to the iron chair, sat down slowly, and began to carefully study the intelligence network construction map primary that he had just obtained. He knew that this would be another weapon for him to fight against those powerful enemies hiding in the dark. The night was still dark, but Jiang Chen's eyes had already lit up with a light brighter than the stars, full of vigilance against unknown challenges and the desire to conquer. Chapter 82 Hunter and Prey, A Battle of Wits. The night gradually faded away, and the faint light of dawn penetrated the layers of haze in the abandoned industrial park, bringing a faint hint of life to this grim place. The Qin family's aftermath team had efficiently cleaned up all traces, as if the thrilling secret battle last night had never happened. Jiang Chen did not leave immediately. He stood on the second floor of the factory, flipping through a preliminary intelligence report on the known locations and activity patterns of the Asian branch of Night Scythe sent by Qin Hai overnight. His expression was focused and calm, and his mind was like a high-speed precision instrument, verifying and analyzing every detail of last night with the intelligence. Although he won the battle last night, Jiang Chen knew that it was just a pathfinder thrown by the Night Scythe. This huge and mysterious killer organization would never give up just because of a small defeat. System, call up the core coordinate area of last night, and all the activity tracks and behavior patterns of those killers before I issued the warning. Jiang Chen recited in his mind. Ding. Retrieving and analyzing relevant data. Soon, a three-dimensional dynamic image appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. It was a clip he had recorded before through the micro-monitoring equipment provided by the Qin family. Combined with the system's analysis of energy fluctuations and environmental changes, it almost perfectly restored the state of the assassins lurking at the ambush point. In the video, three blurry figures, like ghosts blending into the darkness, quietly sneaked into the preset core coordinate area. Their movements were light and coordinated, and every step accurately avoided the obstacles on the surface, and quickly occupied several hidden shooting points that formed corners with each other. It's indeed a small team operation, and they cooperate well and act very cautiously. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that one of the figures seemed to have installed some tiny device in a specific location while lurking, and another figure was scanning the surrounding environment with some special instrument. Another figure was like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity, always hiding in the deepest darkness, exuding a dangerous aura. Ghost Claw, Phantom, Thunder Fire. Jiang Chen's mind flashed with the 3 code names that the killer leader who was subdued last night revealed under coercion and inducement. He tried to match the 3 code names with the 3 figures in the image. The one who installed the tiny device should be Thunderfire, who was good at small explosives. The one who was responsible for scanning the environment and whose figure was erratic was probably Phantom, who was proficient in speed and hidden weapons, and the one who was the most hidden and murderous was undoubtedly Ghost Claw, who was good at close combat and used a special claw set as his weapon. Jiang Chen did not launch an attack immediately after they infiltrated. He was like an experienced hunter, patiently observing the every move of these prey. He even deliberately used some subtle changes in the environment, such as making a strange sound of metal collision in the distance, or using the moonlight to create swaying light and shadows through the gaps in the clouds, to test their reactions in vigilance. Every time he tried, he had a deeper understanding of the professionalism and danger of this assassin team. They were almost not disturbed by the outside world, and always maintained a high degree of concentration and calmness, like a group of well-trained hounds, quietly waiting for the appearance of prey. If I hadn't seen through their goal in advance and set up a trap in the opposite direction, with their stealth and reconnaissance capabilities alone, ordinary people would have probably become their prey long ago. Jiang Chen thought to himself. This silent battle of wits began the moment he stepped into the abandoned park. The identities of hunter and prey had already changed without him noticing. Jiang Chen knew that last night's victory was only the beginning of this contest. The subsequent revenge of Night Scythe would inevitably be more fierce and cunning. He must improve his strength as soon as possible and make full use of the intelligence and resources in his hands to always take the initiative in this deadly cat and mouse game. He shifted his gaze from the information in his hand and looked out the window at the gradually brightening sky, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. Come on, Night Scythe, let me see how many tricks you still have. Chapter 83, Trap Activated, First Kill, Thunder Fire. The glimmer of dawn completely dispelled the last trace of haze in the abandoned industrial park, and also illuminated the sharp light in Jiang Chen's deep eyes. He was still standing in the dispatch room on the second floor, replaying the thrilling secret battle last night frame by frame in his mind like a movie, especially the layout of the fatal attack against Thunderfire. The following is a detailed recollection of the battle. According to the confession of the captured killer leader Ghost Claw and Jiang Chen's detailed analysis of the battlefield environment through the system, he learned that Lei Hua's role in the team is not only a blasting expert, but also a breakthrough point with an impatient personality and easy to be angered. Jiang Chen seized this point and tailored a big gift for him. During last night's operation, when the Night Scythe team was initially disrupted by Jiang Chen's loudspeaker calls and drone harassment, they did not immediately choose to storm the second floor factory where Jiang Chen was located, but tried to eliminate potential threats around them first and look for a more suitable attack route. Lei Hua, who had the most impatient temper, was the first to lose control. With his professional sense, he quickly locked onto some flaws that Jiang Chen had deliberately left near an abandoned chemical warehouse in the park, a few fuses scattered on the ground that seemed to have been hastily cut, and a camouflaged weak wall at the entrance of the warehouse that seemed to be easily blown up. Lei Hua didn't have too many doubts. In his opinion, this was probably a crude trap set by Jiang Chen in a panic, or a bait to lure them into the warehouse. He sneered and decided to use a micro-high explosive bomb to blow up the weak wall and create chaos, and then Ghost Claw and Phantom took the opportunity to break in. However, he didn't know that this was exactly the chain plan that Jiang Chen had carefully prepared for him. Behind the so-called weak wall was not an unobstructed passage, but a deadly dust explosion trap set by Jiang Chen using a large amount of flammable dust such as flour, metal powder, etc. left in the abandoned warehouse and several barrels of remaining combustion-supporting chemicals, combined with a simple timed detonation device. When the miniature high-explosive bomb thrown by Thunderfire detonated, the violent shock wave and sparks immediately ignited the high concentration of dust that permeated a specific area of the warehouse. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted. The violent fire dragon was like a giant beast that had awakened. It gushed out from the doors and windows of the warehouse and the damaged walls, sweeping the surrounding area of dozens of meters. The terrifying high temperature and shock wave instantly engulfed Thunderfire. Although he was wearing a special explosion-proof suit, he still seemed vulnerable to such a close range and powerful dust explosion. When the explosion occurred, Jiang Chen had already watched it all indifferently through the preset monitoring screen. He could even clearly see the unbelievable and horrified expression on Lei Hua's face before he was engulfed by the flames. Lei Hua was severely injured on the spot, his body was charred, and he completely lost his combat capability. If Ghost Claw and Phantom had not reacted quickly and dragged him out of the fire in time, he would have been turned into charcoal. And this is just the beginning of Jiang Chen's counterattack. Just when the dust explosion caused huge chaos and attracted most of the attention of Ghost Claw and Phantom, Jiang Chen moved. Like a cheetah in the dark night, he slid down silently from the window on the other side of the second-floor factory building, and with the help of the smoke and flames produced by the explosion as cover, he quickly went around to the side and rear of the Ghost Claw and Phantom who were rescuing Leihua. He did not launch an attack immediately, but calmly observed the positions and reactions of the two men, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. His deep eyes flashed with a cold and deadly light under the flickering firelight. Chapter 84, Fighting with Ghost Claw and Phantom, Capturing and Interrogating. The tragic situation of Thunderfire obviously caused a great psychological impact on Ghost Claw and Phantom. They never thought that the target person not only did not fall into the trap they carefully set, but also used the environment to counterattack and destroyed the demolition expert in their team in such a tragic way. At this moment, most of their attention was focused on Thunderfire and they were alert to whether there were other unknown traps around. They were obviously not prepared for the threat from the side and rear. The timing of Jiang Chen's attack was perfect. Just as Ghost Claw leaned over to check on Thunderfire's injuries, and Phantom looked around vigilantly, trying to find Jiang Chen's location, Jiang Chen moved. He is as fast as lightning and has a clear goal to get rid of the Ghost Claw who has the strongest close combat ability first. Ghost Claw is indeed an elite killer of Night Scythe. Even in such a chaotic and passive situation, he still maintains a high level of vigilance. When Jiang Chen's murderous aura approached, he suddenly sensed the danger, roared, exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and twisted his body at an incredible angle. At the same time, his right hands wearing special alloy claws, like a venomous snake coming out of a cave, fiercely grabbed Jiang Chen's throat with a sharp whistle that tore through the air. This alloy claw set flashed a cold light in the faint light of morning, and each fingertip was as sharp as a knife. If Jiang Chen was caught, his throat would probably be torn apart on the spot. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed. Facing this extremely sharp claw, he did not choose to confront it head-on. He knew that the killer Ghost Claw who had been immersed in close combat for many years must have mastered the skills of claw sets, and he would only suffer if he took it head-on. He took a wrong step and cleverly avoided the fatal blow of Ghost Claw like a willow swaying in the wind. At the same time, his right fist blasted out like a cannonball, hitting the left temple of Ghost Claw. With this punch, Jiang Chen used all the strength strengthened by the system. The fist was whistling, carrying with it an overwhelming and brutal momentum. The Ghost Claw missed, and seeing Jiang Chen's attack was so fierce, he did not dare to be negligent and quickly raised his left hand to block. Bang! With a dull thud, Jiang Chen's iron fist slammed hard into the forearm of the Ghost Claw that was blocking. Crack! The sound of bone breaking can be clearly heard. Ghost Claw felt an irresistible force coming from his arm, and his entire left arm instantly lost consciousness. The severe pain made him groan, and his body staggered back a few steps involuntarily. He looked at Jiang Chen in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. This young man's power is so terrifying? Just when the Ghost Claw became unstable and revealed a flaw, the phantom that had been wandering on the wing moved. She was as fast as a ghost. With a flash of cold light in her hand, several specially made darts as thin as cicada wings, like cold stars twinkling in the night sky, shot towards Jiang Chen's eyebrows, throat and heart from 3 different tricky angles with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. These darts were obviously poisoned. Once hit, the consequences would be disastrous. Jiang Chen snorted in his heart. He had been prepared for the sneak attack of Phantom. Eye of Insight had already analyzed the movement trajectory and timing of Phantom clearly. He ducked suddenly, dodging the 2 darts that were aimed at his forehead and throat. At the same time, his left hand shot out like lightning, and caught the dart that was aimed at his heart with incredible precision. The poisoned dart tip was only a millimeter away from his chest. That was a close call. Even though Jiang Chen was skilled and courageous, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The hidden weapon technique of this phantom was indeed insidious and vicious. The moment Jiang Chen caught the dart, his counterattack also began. He flicked his wrist, and the dart he caught flew back at a faster speed than when it came, and hit the phantom in the face. Phantom obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to catch the blade with his bare hands and counterattack instantly. She screamed and quickly turned her head to avoid it. The dart flew past her cheek, leaving a strand of broken hair and a faint trace of blood. Taking advantage of the gap when the phantom dodged, Jiang Chen rushed forward again, and his target was still the injured Ghost Claw. He wanted to use the advantage of numbers to completely eliminate this melee threat first. Seeing Jiang Chen attacking again, Ghost Claw was furious. He endured the severe pain in his left arm, waved the sharp claw of his right hand, and frantically attacked Jiang Chen. He knew that if Jiang Chen got close to him, he would definitely die with his terrifying power. However, a wounded beast will eventually fight to the bitter end. Relying on his physical fitness enhanced by the system and his reaction speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, Jiang Chen shuttled through the seemingly impenetrable claws of the ghost claw like a fish. He always managed to avoid the opponent's attacks at the most critical moment and seized the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the opponent. He did not use any fancy moves. Every punch and kick was simple and direct, yet contained explosive power. Bang! 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 The dull sound of hitting continued to ring out, and it was unknown how many bones in the ghost claw were broken. His proud claws seemed so pale and powerless in front of Jiang Chen's attack that was like a torrent of steel. Finally, with a shrill scream, Jiang Chen hit the ghost claw fiercely on the chest with a knee strike. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily on the rubble a few meters away, blood gushing out of his mouth, and he completely lost his fighting ability. After dealing with the ghost claw, Jiang Chen's gaze, like a cold blade, fell on the pale-faced phantom not far away. The heart of Phantom was already filled with endless fear. She could never have imagined that this seemingly harmless young man actually possessed such terrifying strength. The three of them joined forces, but were defeated by the other party in such a short time. It is unknown whether Lei Hua is alive or dead. Ghost Claw is seriously injured and on the verge of death, and now she is the only one left. Escape! This was the only thought in Phantom's mind. She turned around without hesitation and fled into the depths of the abandoned factory like a frightened rabbit. She was good at speed and stealth. As long as she could get out of Jiang Chen's sight, she was confident that she could escape. However, how could Jiang Chen give her this opportunity? Want to leave? Have you asked me? Jiang Chen sneered, exerted force on his feet, and his body was like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly catching up with the Phantom. Phantom felt the terrifying murderous aura coming from behind her and was frightened out of her wits. She shook her wrist and threw out several poison darts again, trying to stop Jiang Chen's pursuit. But this time, Jiang Chen was too lazy to even dodge. He directly activated a one-time defensive item exchanged in the System Mall Energy Deflection Shield Primary. A layer of faint golden light flashed across the surface of his body. The deadly poison darts were bounced away as if they had hit an invisible wall the moment they touched his body. What? Phantom was completely desperate. This man is not even afraid of hidden weapons? At the moment when she lost consciousness, Jiang Chen had already caught up with her and chopped the back of her neck with his hand knife with incredible precision. The Phantom only felt a darkness before his eyes, and then he completely lost consciousness. Jiang Chen did not kill her immediately. This woman was still useful to him. He needed to pry more information about the night side and the employer behind the scenes from her. He dragged the unconscious Phantom to a relatively secluded corner and tied it up tightly with the special rope he carried with him. Then, he exchanged a true lie detector from the System Mall, a disposable prop that can be used to judge the truthfulness of the other person's words based on their heartbeat, micro-expressions, and other physiological indicators. After doing all this, Jiang Chen walked leisurely to the Phantom and splashed her with a bottle of cold mineral water to wake her up. Phantom woke up slowly. When she saw the face in front of her with a cold smile, her eyes were filled with fear again. Let's play a game. Jiang Chen shook the true lie detector in his hand and said calmly, I ask, you answer. If you tell the truth, maybe you can die more comfortably. If you dare to lie. Jiang Chen didn't say anything else, but that cold look was enough to explain everything. Faced with the threat of death and Jiang Chen's strong psychological pressure, the psychological defenses of Phantom soon collapsed. She told Jiang Chen everything she knew and surrendered to him. Phantom also revealed an important transit station or contact point of the Scythe of the Night in Asia, a secret base Scorpion Tail Island located in a Southeast Asian country. This information made Jiang Chen's eyes instantly become extremely sharp. Chapter 85: Shocking Intelligence and the Asian Branch of Dark Knight. The Asian branch of Scythe of the Night, a tentative operation in parallel with assessment and elimination. Jiang Chen tapped his knees lightly with his fingertips, his eyes as deep as the sea. This information was more complicated and tricky than he had expected. He originally thought that this attack was merely a revenge action carried out by a force associated with the Tang family, or a small Southeast Asian warlord whose interests he had touched after the Tang family was destroyed. But I didn't expect that the top leaders of the Asian branch of Scythe of the Night, a top international killer organization, were involved in this. They actually developed such a strong interest in a little-known person like me. Assess my true strength? Jiang Chen raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. If I am easily killed, the threat will be lifted if I show enough value. You may consider recruiting me, or list me as a higher level elimination target? These words gave Jiang Chen a deeper understanding of the style of the organization Night Scythe. They were not just a group of killers who only cared about money, but more like a sophisticated machine with a strict organizational structure, clear strategic goals, and constantly looking for and evaluating potential assets or threats. It seems that my previous counterattack against Shadow Blade and the destruction of the Tang family in a short period of time have attracted the attention of their top leaders. Jiang Chen thought to himself, they regard me as a potential stock worth betting on, or a serious threat that must be eliminated as soon as possible. And what Phantom confessed about an important transit station or contact point of the Scythe of the Night in Asia, the secret base Scorpion Tail Island located in a Southeast Asian country, made Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly light up. Scorpion Tail Island. Jiang Chen muttered the name silently, and quickly connected this information with the clues about the black scorpion totem of the Tang family that Su Wanqing had provided before. Could it be that this Scorpion Tail Island is not only the stronghold of the Scythe of the Night, but also has an inextricable connection with the destroyed Tang family, or the forces behind the Tang family? If this is true, then this Scorpion Tail Island will undoubtedly become an important breakthrough for his next move. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! The host has completed the difficult counter-killing intelligence acquisition mission, Gaze in the Dark Night, and received the following rewards: combat skill, critical hit, increases the critical hit rate and damage of attacks on enemy weaknesses; reconnaissance skill, eagle vision, greatly increases the visual range and motion capture capabilities in a short period of time; special item, master key, can open most conventional locks, and system points of 5,000 points. Combat skill, critical strike. Reconnaissance skill, eagle vision. Also, special item, master key, and 5,000 system points. Jiang Chen's mood became cheerful because of these generous rewards. The skill, critical strike, will undoubtedly greatly enhance his melee explosiveness, allowing him to have a stronger ability to kill instantly when facing stronger enemies. Eagle eye vision allows him to find hidden enemies and clues more quickly in complex environments, which is especially helpful when conducting reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance operations. As for the master key, as the name implies, it allows him to ignore the obstacles of most conventional locks, making it more convenient for him to sneak in, explore secrets, or obtain intelligence. As for the 5,000 system points, they can be used to exchange for various urgently needed props and skills in the system mall in case of emergency. It seems that high risk is indeed accompanied by high returns. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and his eyes fell on the trembling Phantom again. The information you provided is very valuable. Jiang Chen said calmly, in return, I can give you a chance to survive. When Phantom heard this, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, but it was soon replaced by a deeper fear. She knew that someone like Jiang Chen would never easily let go of an enemy who knew so many of her secrets. What do you want me to do? Asked the Phantom in a hoarse voice. It's very simple. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an unfathomable smile. I want you to return to Night Scythe and continue to be your Phantom. However, from today on, your real master is me. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. Jiang Chen's tone was still calm, but his eyes became as cold as ice. In that case, I will let you taste what it means to be worse off than dead. Faced with Jiang Chen's unquestionable intimidation and fear of death, Phantom finally chose to give in. She knew that she had no way out. Jiang Chen did not completely believe her. He fed Phantom a neurotoxin that could cause severe pain, and the antidote for this toxin needed to be supplied regularly to ensure that she would not dare to betray him. Chapter 86: Su Wanqing's Tenderness. Jiang Chen pulled his thoughts back, no longer thinking about the specific details, and after explaining the follow-up precautions to the Qin family, he left. He knew that after a night of fierce fighting and high mental concentration, what he needed most now was an environment where he could completely relax and feel at ease. And this environment is naturally Su Wanqing's private residence in the capital. When Jiang Chen appeared at the gate of Su Wanqing's top-notch courtyard house located in the core area of Beijing, with a lingering smell of gunpowder and a faint smell of blood, although he had tried his best to clean it up, Su Wanqing, who had already received the news and had not slept all night, rushed out almost immediately. The female president of the Su group, who was usually as cool as the moon and capable of planning all the strategies, had now shed all her disguise and strength. Her beautiful eyes were filled with undisguised worry, anxiety, and imperceptible fear. Jiang Chen. How are you? Are you hurt? Su Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. She walked quickly to Jiang Chen, stretched out her slender hand desperately, and checked him carefully, as if she wanted to confirm whether he was safe. When her fingertips touched a wound on Jiang Chen's arm that was cut by a sharp blade and was still bleeding even though it had been simply bandaged, Su Wanqing's delicate body trembled violently and her eyes instantly turned red. You're injured. Her voice was filled with tears and deep heartache. Is your injury serious? Come in quickly. I've asked the family doctor to wait inside. Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanqing's anxious and tearful appearance, and a warm current surged in his heart. He knew that this woman was really worried and afraid for him. He gently held Su Wanqing's slightly cold little hand and said in a relaxed tone, "Wanqing, don't worry, it's just a minor skin injury, it's nothing serious. Those jumping clowns can't hurt me." However, in Su Wanqing's opinion, his relaxation seemed more like a forced calmness. She didn't say anything else, and quickly pulled Jiang Chen into the mansion. The family doctor who had been waiting in the living room immediately came forward to carefully examine and treat Jiang Chen's wound. Although Jiang Chen said it was a superficial injury, the wound was deep enough to reveal the bone. If it was a few inches more, it would probably injure the tendons and veins. Su Wanqing watched the doctor clean, disinfect, and suture Jiang Chen's wound. Every step made her tremble with fear, and the worry on her pretty face became more and more intense. She pursed her lips tightly, trying not to make any sound, but her clenched and slightly trembling hands revealed her inner restlessness. Jiang Chen could clearly feel Su Wanqing's genuine concern and nervousness. He stretched out his other uninjured hand, gently placed it on the back of Su Wanqing's hand, and comforted her softly, "Silly girl, I'm really fine. This minor injury is nothing new to me." Su Wanqing raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen's eyes with a gentle smile, as well as the dense beads of sweat on his forehead due to the pain from the wound treatment. Some soft spot in her heart was deeply touched. This man always took all the pressure and pain on himself at the most dangerous moments, but he still had to comfort her in return. Jiang Chen Su Wanqing's voice was a little choked. She could no longer control her emotions. She stretched out her arms, hugged Jiang Chen tightly, buried her pretty face in his chest, and let her tears soak his clothes. Jiang Chen was slightly startled, then he stretched out his hand and gently embraced the soft and delicate body in his arms that exuded a faint fragrance, feeling her genuine concern and dependence. At this moment, all the plots and intrigues, all the life and death struggles, seemed to no longer matter. He just wanted to quietly enjoy the rare warmth and tranquility after sharing hardships. The two hugged each other for a long time, until Su Wanqing's emotions gradually calmed down, and she reluctantly raised her head from Jiang Chen's arms. Her beautiful phoenix eyes looked even more charming because of crying, and there was a hint of shyness on her pretty face. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure," Su Wanqing said a little embarrassedly. "It's okay." Jiang Chen gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and said with a smile, "I'm glad that you're worried about me." Su Wanqing's pretty face turned even redder when she heard this, but an indescribable sweetness welled up in her heart. She knew that after what happened tonight, the relationship between her and Jiang Chen was no longer just that of allies. A deeper emotion was quietly growing between the two of them, like bamboo shoots after rain, unstoppable. Her awe and curiosity about Jiang Chen's powerful strength and mysterious background were gradually replaced by a more complex and passionate emotion that was the worship of the hero, the admiration of the strong, and the love for her sweetheart. Jiang Chen's heart was also moved after he felt Su Wanqing's sincere and passionate feelings. He knew that his feelings towards this woman who looked cold on the outside but was passionate on the inside were no longer just appreciation and use. Just when the atmosphere between the two of them became somewhat ambiguous and charming, Xinhai's butler called at the right time. "Mr. Jiang, are you recovered?" "I'm fine, Butler Qin, thank you for your concern." Jiang Chen's tone returned to calm. "How are the aftermath being dealt with?" "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Everything has been handled properly." Xinhai's tone became respectful and solemn. "We have already dealt with the bodies of the killers and the captives in secret according to your instructions. The scene has also been cleaned up without leaving any trace. We, the Qin family, will never let this matter cause you any subsequent trouble." He paused and continued, "In addition, the old man highly appreciates the strength and handling methods you showed last night. He asked me to tell you that the Qin family will investigate the influence of the Dark Knight Scythe in Asia and the employer behind the scenes at all costs. No matter who dares to make trouble, our Qin family will never let it go." Mr. Qin Jinban's statement undoubtedly gave Jiang Chen a reassurance. It also meant that the Qin family's interests were more closely tied to Jiang Chen's because of this incident. Jiang Chen knew that the Qin family was trying to show goodwill to him, and was also announcing to all potential enemies that he, Jiang Chen, was protected by the Qin family. "Thank you, Mr. Qin and Butler Qin, for your trouble." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "I also have some information about the Scythe of the Dark Knight and the employer behind the scenes." I will sort it out and send it to Butler Chin later. Perhaps it will be helpful to your investigation. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Qin Hai's tone contained a hint of surprise. After ending the call with Qin Hai, Jiang Chen looked at Su Wanqing, whose eyes were full of admiration and love, and his heart was filled with pride. Chapter 87. After the storm, elegance and fun come to Lulikang. The thrilling secret battle with the Night Scythe came to an end for the time being, and Jiang Chen's arm injury was almost healed under Su Wanqing's careful care. Although the capital seemed to have returned to peace on the surface, Jiang Chen's name had already caused quite a stir in various circles. On this day, Jiang Chen remembered that Mr. Qin had mentioned that he could go to Lulikang, the famous antique culture street in Beijing, to feel the cultural heritage of Beijing and pave the way for further integration into the social circle of Beijing's upper class. He wanted to go alone, but Su Wanqing offered to accompany him on the tour after learning about it, saying that she was also interested in antiques and could be a guide for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would naturally not refuse the kindness of the beauty. It seemed that Mr. Qin was also busy with some family matters, so he was happy to let Su Wanqing play the role of host on his behalf. So, on a sunny afternoon, Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing, like ordinary couples, strolled on the quaint Lulikang cultural street. Unlike the tense atmosphere of the past few days, Lulikang is now full of rich cultural atmosphere and leisurely lifestyle. Shops are lined up on both sides of the street, selling antiques, calligraphy and paintings, for treasures of the study, gold and stone jade, and ancient books. The air is filled with the faint scent of ink and the quiet taste of old things. Su Wanqing put on a simple and elegant modified cheongsam today, which outlined her beautiful figure and added a bit of classical charm. She held Jiang Chen's arm and introduced him to the historical illusions of Lulikang and the characteristics of some well-known time-honored brands from time to time. She was smiling and relaxed, and she was like a different person from the vigorous female chief referee of the Su group. Jiang Chen was also happy to enjoy this rare leisure time. While listening to Su Wanqing's introduction, he looked at the shops and various antiques on both sides with interest. Although his knowledge of antiques was not profound, with the eye of insight given by the system, he could roughly judge the authenticity and age of some items. Lulikang has been the largest book market and antique distribution center in Beijing since the Qing dynasty. Literati, dignitaries and nobles all like to come here to shop, hoping to pick up some treasures covered in dust. Su Wanqing pointed to an old shop with a simple facade and smiled at Jiang Chen. It is said that many national treasures in the past were circulated from these inconspicuous shops. Oh? It seems that this is really a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. He came here today not only to relax, but also to find some bargains. After all, he now has the powerful weapon eye of insight, and maybe he can really find some unexpected surprises in Lulikang. The two walked and stopped along the way. Su Wanqing would occasionally walk into some old shops she was familiar with, exchange a few words with the shop owners, and introduce some collections worth seeing to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen watched silently from the side, and occasionally picked up one or two items of interest to examine carefully, but he was not in a hurry to buy them. Their combination is undoubtedly a beautiful landscape of Lulikang. Su Wanqing's peerless beauty and noble temperament have long been the focus of the Beijing socialite circle, and although Jiang Chen's clothes are relatively low-key, his calm and unhurried demeanor, as well as the deep eyes that occasionally reveal him, also make some discerning old-timers dare not underestimate him. Just as the two were enjoying their shopping, an antique shop with 3 large gold-plated characters, Juzhen Pavilion, hanging on the lintel caught Jiang Chen's attention. The store's facade was not particularly impressive, but it exuded a sense of heaviness and simplicity that had been accumulated over the years. More importantly, when Jiang Chen's eye of insight swept across the store, it actually captured a very weak, but extremely pure special energy fluctuation. Chapter 88. Inside the Juzhen Pavilion, the cold and arrogant Moron Lioli. Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing walked side by side into the old antique shop called Juzhen Pavilion. The light in the shop was a little dim, and the air was filled with a faint smell of sandalwood and the unique musty smell of old paper. On the antique shelves around, various porcelain, jade, bronze and miscellaneous items were placed in an orderly manner, and each piece showed a bit of age. Just as they entered the door, a suppressed argument came from the inner hall of the store, attracting their attention. Mr. Huang, let me say it again, this ancient jade is a family heirloom of my Morong family. It is definitely not a fake as you say. Its value is definitely not just the mere 100,000 yuan you said. A cold and stubborn female voice sounded, with a bit of suppressed anger and a hint of imperceptible grievance in her tone. Then, a slightly slick and somewhat contemptuous male voice responded, Miss Morong, you can't say that. The texture of your jade is just an ordinary piece of Hetian material, and the carving is mediocre, and there is no special decoration or origin. I, Mr. Huang, have been in Lolakang for so many years, and I have handled treasures worth at least 8,000 if not 10,000 yuan. I have a good eye. 100,000 yuan is already a favor to your Morong family and my father. If you think it is not suitable, you can take it to other houses to see if anyone is willing to pay a higher price. Jiang Chen and Su Wanqing looked at each other and saw a hint of curiosity in each other's eyes. They walked slowly towards the inner hall and saw a young woman in a plain long dress, with a cold and aloof temperament, but extremely beautiful appearance, standing in front of a middle-aged fat man with oily hair and powdered face, a bulging belly, and gold-rimmed glasses, holding tightly in her hand a piece of ancient jade that looked inconspicuous. The woman was about 20 years old. Although she was dressed simply and even a little shabby, her unyielding pride and innate scholarly temperament made her stand out from the crowd. She was the new heroine Morong Lioli. At this moment, Morong Lioli's pretty face was slightly flushed with anger, and her clear almond eyes were shining with stubbornness. She stared closely at the Mr. Huang San in front of her, and emphasized again, "This piece of Nwanchua jade was accidentally obtained by my great-grandfather. It is an imperial item and a witness to the 100-year inheritance of my Morong family. Its historical value and cultural connotation are far beyond the measurement of money. If you don't want to make a serious appraisal, Lioli will not force you. Goodbye." After saying that, she turned and left. "Hey, Miss Morong, don't leave in such a hurry." Seeing this, Master Huang's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible greed. He quickly stepped forward and blocked Morong Lioli's way. His tone softened a bit. "As for the price, it's not that we can't negotiate. But, you also know that the antique market is not doing well now, and I have to take risks with my small business, right? How about this, you give me a few more days, and let me find a few experts to take a look. If it is really a rare treasure as you said, I, Master Huang, will naturally not treat you unfairly." His words seemed polite, but in fact he was just stalling for time so that he could get the ancient jade at a lower price. Morong Lioli was very smart. How could she not see through his tricks? She snorted coldly and was about to open her mouth to refute, but was interrupted by a gentle and magnetic voice. "Miss, if you don't mind, could you let me appreciate the ancient jade in your hand?" The one who spoke was Jiang Chen. When he heard the words Morong family and heirloom, his heart moved slightly. At this moment, his eyes also fell on the ancient jade in Morong Lioli's hand. Under the gaze of the eye of insight, the seemingly ordinary ancient jade, although covered with a layer of dust from the years, exuded a faint but extremely pure special energy fluctuation from its interior. This energy fluctuation was somewhat similar to the spiritual energy contained in some rare jades he had felt in the Qin family's Dongtian Fudi project, but it seemed different, more restrained and profound. Chapter 89, They Are Just Imitations. Morong Lioli and Mr. Huang San heard the voice and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a tall and straight young man with a refined temperament and a heroic spirit between his eyebrows, walking slowly towards them. Next to him was a beautiful and elegant woman, Su Wanqing. As soon as Mr. Huang San saw Su Wanqing, a hint of subtle flattery and awe flashed in his eyes. The status of the Su family in the capital was not something that a small antique shop owner like him could afford to offend. He quickly put on a smile and said, "Hey, isn't this Miss Su? What brings you here? Come in, come in." Su Wanqing just nodded lightly without exchanging too much greetings with him. Instead, she turned her gaze to Jiang Chen, obviously focusing on Jiang Chen. Mr. Huang then noticed Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen was young, although he had an extraordinary temperament, his clothes were not the kind of luxury brands that deliberately showed his status, and he was traveling with Su Wanqing, so he subconsciously regarded him as a rich dandy who came out to experience life and pretended to know everything. He had seen many such people, most of whom were those who were overconfident and liked to pretend to be big shots. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and he said to Jiang Chen with a fake smile, "This young man is also interested in antiques? Want to see Miss Morong's jade? Sure, no problem. But I have to remind you that the antique business is very complicated. Don't make a mistake and pay tuition in vain." On the surface, his words were a reminder to Jiang Chen, but in reality, he was hinting at Jiang Chen not to meddle in other people's business. He also took the opportunity to belittle the ancient jade in Morong Lioli's hand. Morong Lioli frowned slightly, and was about to open her mouth to refute, but Jiang Chen gave her a calm look, then turned to Mr. Huang San, smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Huang San. I really only have a vague understanding of antiques, but occasionally I can guess a few with good luck. Mr. Huang San's Juzhen Pavilion has such a loud sign. I guess the collections in the store must be some rare treasures that are straightforward, right?" Upon hearing this, Master Huang San showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. He puffed out his already round belly, pointed at a few treasures on the antique shelf that looked quite impressive, and boasted, of course. My Juzhen Pavilion is also a time-honored brand in Lulakang. I dare not say anything else, but my eye is quite sharp. Take this one for example. He pointed at a large blue and white plate with lotus pattern, and said proudly, Yuan blue and white. A genuine official kiln product. I spent a lot of money to buy it from the descendants of a fallen prince. And this one, he pointed to a bronze tripod with a simple shape, a sacrificial ritual vessel from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The inscription on it is a living fossil for studying ancient characters. These are all the treasures of Master Huang San. He boasted with saliva flying, as if every item in his shop was a priceless national treasure. Jiang Chen just listened quietly, with a faint smile on his face. When Mr. Huang San was talking until his mouth was dry and he paused for a while, Jiang Chen spoke calmly. His tone was still calm, but it was like thunder in the ears of Mr. Huang San and several guests who came here after hearing the sound. Mr. Huang, this so-called Yuan blue and white plate of yours has a loose body, a glaze that is impetuous, and the blue and white color is too bright. It does not have the calm charm of the Yuan dynasty's summa-liking that penetrates into the body. If I am not mistaken, this should be a high-quality imitation of Jingdezhen from the Republic of China period, and at best it is worth a few thousand yuan for a handicraft. And your Shang and Zhou bronze tripod. Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the bronze tripod again, with a hint of amusement in his tone. Although the shape of the vessel is well imitated, look at the casting process of the tripod's feet, and the rust color. It is obviously the floating rust of the new work, which was brought out by chemical solutions. The real Shang and Zhou bronze vessels have gone through thousands of years of sedimentation, and the vast and simple raw pit atmosphere is not so easy to imitate. This thing is probably not even from the late Qing dynasty. At most, it can be regarded as the work of a small workshop in the 1980s, right? Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it was like a sharp sword, piercing Mr. Huang's vital point with incredible precision. Not only did he see through the authenticity of the two treasures at a glance, he also described the age of their imitation and the counterfeiting techniques clearly, without any error. The smug look on Mr. Huang's face froze instantly, replaced by incredible shock and panic. He never thought that this young-looking boy could have such a sharp eye. These two things were indeed high-quality imitations that he used to fool laymen. Normally, only he knew the details. He didn't expect that today an outsider would expose them in public. The other guests in the inner hall who were originally watching the excitement also showed expressions of surprise and curiosity. Among them, there were also some knowledgeable players who nodded secretly in their hearts after listening to Jiang Chen's analysis, which was very logical and well-reasoned. Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes also sparkled. She knew that Jiang Chen had some mysterious methods, but she didn't expect that he had such profound attainments in antique appraisal. Warong Liuli opened her beautiful almond eyes in surprise and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Although she was convinced of the value of her ancient jade, her family had fallen into poverty and she rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with real high-end antiques. Jiang Chen's comments just now made her feel enlightened, and also made her feel a sense of inexplicable trust and curiosity towards this young man who suddenly appeared. You are talking nonsense. You are slandering me. After a brief moment of shock, Mr. Huang immediately became angry and pointed at Jiang Chen's nose, shouting in a timid manner, all these treasures of mine have been authenticated by experts. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak nonsense here? I think you are here to cause trouble. He was a typical guilty thief, trying to use noise to cover up his panic. Jiang Chen, however, still looked calm and composed. He shook his head and sighed. Mr. Huang, as the saying goes, what's real won't be fake, and what's fake won't be real. If you are really confident, why are you so excited? How about this, let's not argue about this. I'm sure you still have a lot of treasures in your store, why don't you take out a few more and let the younger generation open their eyes and learn from them? His words seemed polite, but in fact they were pressing forward step by step, not giving Mr. Huang any chance to breathe. Mr. Huang was almost choked by Jiang Chen's words, and his fat face turned the color of liver. He knew that he might have met a real expert today. If he took out other things, he would probably be seen through by this kid at a glance, which would only make him more embarrassed. His eyes rolled and he suddenly came up with an idea. He pointed at the dusty pile of junk in a corner and the ancient jade in Moron Lioli's hand that he had devalued to nothing, and sneered, okay. Since Mr. Jiang has such a keen eye, I do have some dusty pearls here. It depends on whether you have the ability to pick them out. Chapter 90, A Discerning Eye Identifies a Pearl, the dusty fragment of the Imperial Seal? On the surface, he was giving Jiang Chen a chance to show off, but in reality, he wanted to humiliate Jiang Chen with these junk goods that he himself despised. In his opinion, There couldn't be any real treasures among these things. If Jiang Chen couldn't pick out anything decent, then his comments on the yuan blue and white porcelain and the Chang and Zhou Ding would naturally become nonsense, just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Su Wanqing frowned slightly. She naturally saw through Mr. Huang San's sinister intentions. She was about to speak up to help Jiang Chen out, but was stopped by Jiang Chen with his eyes. Jiang Chen still had that nonchalant smile on his face, as if he didn't take Mr. Huang's provocations seriously at all. He walked slowly to the dusty pile of debris, and his eyes slowly swept through the pile of broken copper and iron, broken porcelain pieces, and rotten wood carvings. These things, in the eyes of ordinary people, are indeed no different from garbage. But Jiang Chen's eye of insight can penetrate the dust and debris on the surface and see directly into its essence. Target: Late Qing Dynasty imitation bronze Ju cup fragmented, value, almost zero. Target: Republic of China period famille rose porcelain bowl fragment, value, negligible. Target: Modern imitation Han Dynasty jade cicada, poor quality, value, none. A series of information flashed through Jiang Chen's mind quickly. Just as Mr. Huang San expected, there was indeed nothing worth mentioning in this pile of miscellaneous items. However, just when Jiang Chen's gaze was about to move away from the pile of debris, his eyes suddenly focused and fell on one of the inconspicuous objects. It was a piece of debris covered with thick black dirt, and looked like some kind of stone or pottery fragment. It was irregular in shape and only the size of a palm. It was mixed in a pile of rubbish and did not attract anyone's attention at all. But Jiang Chen's eye of insight captured an extremely faint, but extremely pure and ancient breath under the thick layer of dirt. Target: Unknown jade fragments suspected to be related to the Chinese dragon vein or royal sacrifice. Age: Unable to accurately determine, far beyond the upper limit of currently known identification technology. Material: Unknown special jade contains weak but pure dragon energy or special energy fluctuations. Status: Severely incomplete. Information is vague. Value is inestimable. Special tip: This fragment seems to have a deep origin with some long-lost royal token or sacrificial ritual vessel. The energy fluctuations contained in it resonate to a certain extent with the energy fields of items such as Yu Linglong and Heart of the Sea God that the host has obtained before. It is recommended that the host take it. Resonates with Yu Linglong and Heart of the Sea God? Contains dragon chi or special energy fluctuations? Is its value inestimable? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He could hardly believe his eyes. Could it be that this piece of debris that looks like garbage is actually a fragment of the legendary imperial seal? Or at least a part of the top-level royal sacrificial ceremonial vessel related to that level? This thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind like lightning, making him instantly excited. He suppressed the shock and ecstasy in his heart, and remained calm on the surface. He knew that at this time, he must not show any strange expression, otherwise, if the old fox Huang San noticed something, things might get out of hand. He slowly stretched out his hand, seemingly casually fiddling with the pile of debris for a few times, and then, as if unintentionally, picked up the fragment covered with dirt, as well as several other equally insignificant pieces of garbage in his hand. Master Huang, Jiang Chen turned around with a playful smile on his face. Your pile of dusty pearls is indeed quite special. However, I am not very good at seeing any earth-shattering treasures. These few things are the only ones that look pleasing to the eye. I wonder if Master Huang is willing to part with them. When Mr. Huang saw Jiang Chen picking and choosing and finally selecting a few pieces of junk that were worthless in his opinion, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart, thinking that Jiang Chen was just so-so and had run out of tricks. Mr. Jiang has a really good eye. Mr. Huang said in a surprised tone, his tone full of sarcasm. These are all rare items that I found from corners and corners. Most people don't really like them. Since Mr. Jiang likes them, I can't take them away. How about this, you give me 10,000 yuan for these things, just treat it as making friends and take them to play with. He was asking for too much, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to extort money from Jiang Chen. In his opinion, all these things together were not worth even $100. However, Jiang Chen's next words once again surprised Mr. Huang San and everyone present. 10,000 yuan? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, then smiled. Mr. Huang, you underestimate me too much. I think these things are meant for me, so I'll pay 1 million. I'll buy them. 1 million? Buying these few pieces of junk? Mr. Huang was completely stunned. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. Could this young man really be a fool with too much money to spend? Su Wanqing also opened her eyes wide, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Although she knew that Jiang Chen always had his reasons for doing things, it was too unbelievable for him to spend 1 million to buy such a pile of garbage that was worthless in her eyes. Morong Liuli opened her mouth in surprise. She thought Jiang Chen just wanted to help her out and teach Mr. Huang a lesson, but she didn't expect that he would actually spend so much money to buy those junks that even she didn't like. Mr. Jiang, you are not kidding, right? Mr. Huang's voice was trembling. He never dreamed that the garbage he casually threw in the corner could be sold for $1 million. Do you think I'm joking? Jiang Chen smiled and took out the magical bank card from his pocket. Please pay with the card, Mr. Huang-san. Or do you think these treasures are worth more than $1 million? Mr. Huang looked at the black bank card in Jiang Chen's hand and his calm and unquestionable expression. The little thoughts in his mind had long been overwhelmed by the huge sum of $1 million. No. $1 million. Just $1 million. Uncle Huang nodded and bowed hurriedly, as if he was afraid that Jiang Chen would go back on his word. He snatched the bank card from Jiang Chen's hand and swiped $1 million on the POS machine at the fastest speed in his life. Ding, payment successful. The clear reminder sounded like a beautiful celestial music, making Mr. Huang feel elated. He never dreamed that he could earn $1 million so easily. This young man was simply his destined god of wealth. The look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Chen instantly changed from contempt and ridicule to flattery. The identity and background of someone who can casually take out $1 million to buy junk must be extraordinary. Jiang Chen calmly took back his bank card and carefully put away the treasures, especially the mysterious fragment covered with dirt. He knew that his trip to Lulikang today was not in vain. This deal is a real profit. Chapter 91, Spending a Huge Amount of Money, Liuli's Shock and Gratitude. Mr. Huang held the 1 million yuan credit card voucher, his hands were shaking slightly, and the smile on his face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. He never dreamed that the few junk he casually piled in the corner and didn't even bother to look at on weekdays could be exchanged for such a huge fortune. This 1 million yuan, for him, a small antique shop owner, is almost his profit for half a year. Mr. Jiang, you have such a good eye. So courageous. Mr. Huang nodded and said, his tone full of flattery, although these treasures have been covered in dust for a long time, in the hands of a master like Mr. Jiang, they will surely shine again. It is their blessing to be favored by Mr. Jiang. At this moment, he had already thrown away the words that had previously belittled these objects, and he wanted to praise Jiang Chen to the sky. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly and ignored Mr. Huang's flattery. He carefully put away the treasures, especially the mysterious fragment covered with dirt. He knew that the value of this fragment was far more than 1 million. Su Wanqing watched this dramatic scene from the side, her beautiful eyes full of surprise and confusion. Although she was well informed, it was the first time she had seen someone like Jiang Chen spend $1 million to buy a bunch of junk that she thought was worthless. She couldn't help but feel very curious about Jiang Chen's behavior. Could it be that there were really some unknown secrets hidden in these things? Morong Liuli's mood at this moment was extremely complicated. She stared at Jiang Chen in a daze, watching him casually squander the 1 million. She felt shocked, grateful, and an indescribable throbbing in her heart. She originally thought that Jiang Chen pointed out the counterfeit goods in Mr. Huang's shop just to help her vent her anger and teach this profiteer a lesson. But she didn't expect that he would actually spend so much money to buy things that were no different from garbage in her eyes. This heroism, this courage, and this selfless help made her heart, which had become somewhat cold and wary due to her family's decline, involuntarily warm up a little. Mr. Jiang, Morong Liuli stepped forward and said in a somewhat dry voice, "Thank you for your help today." Liuli is grateful. She knew that if Jiang Chen had not appeared, she would have had a hard time getting any advantage from the profiteer Mr. Huang Sani today, and might even have suffered humiliation. Jiang Chen's appearance not only saved her, but also virtually upheld the last dignity of her Morong family. "Miss Morong, you are too polite." Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Morong Liuli's clear and stubborn almond eyes. He smiled and said, "It's just a small favor. Don't take it to heart. But can you let me take a closer look at the ancient jade in Miss Morong's hand?" His gaze fell on the piece of warm snow jade that Morong Liuli had been holding tightly in her hand. Morong Liuli was slightly startled when she heard this, and then handed the ancient jade in her hand to Jiang Chen without hesitation. "Mr. Jiang, please have a look." Although this piece of Nwanshua jade was devalued by Mr. Huang San, it is a priceless treasure in Liuli's heart. Jiang Chen took the ancient jade and felt it was warm to the touch and cool to the touch. It was indeed a piece of fine Hutan warm jade. The jade was delicate and smooth, with a natural and mellow coating. Although the carving was not shocking, it was also quite simple and elegant, revealing the vicissitudes of time. More importantly, when Jiang Chen's eye of insight focused on this ancient jade again, he discovered that the inside of this jade also contained a weak but extremely pure special energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was surprisingly similar to the aura emitted by the mysterious fragment he had just found from the pile of debris. Target: Morong family heirloom jade Nuanshui, suspected to be a token component related to the Chinese dragon vein or royal sacrifice era, speculated to be from the Han and Tang dynasties. Material: top-grade Hetan warm jade, contains a faint dragon spirit or special energy mark. Status: well preserved, but its true secret seems to have not yet been fully revealed. Special tip: this jade seems to have some special induction with the unknown ancient jade fragment that the host obtained before. The combination of the two may solve a major historical mystery or point to a lost treasure. It is recommended that the host try to obtain it together. Really? Jiang Chen's heart was once again in turmoil. This piece of warm snow jade that was devalued by Mr. Huang San was actually a token component related to dragon energy and royal sacrifices. Moreover, it had a special connection with the mysterious fragment that he had just found. Could it be that these two things were originally one? This thought was like an electric current, instantly hitting Jiang Chen. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, carefully looked at the warm snow jade in his hand, and took out the mysterious fragment covered with dirt from his arms. He tried to move the two objects closer together. Just when the two objects were about to touch, something strange happened. The dirt on the surface of the mysterious fragment, which was originally inconspicuous, began to fall off by itself, revealing the crystal-clear jade inside that shone with a faint golden light. And the warm snow jade seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, and began to vibrate slightly, emitting a soft and warm halo. Two similar but slightly different energy fluctuations intertwined and collided in the air, like long-parted relatives reuniting, making a silent call. What is this? Everyone present was stunned by the magical scene before them. Mr. Huang was stunned and regretted his decision. He never dreamed that the rag he had treated as garbage would turn out to be a rare treasure with such a miraculous appearance. And the warm snow jade that he had depreciated in every way was obviously not an ordinary product. What a huge loophole he missed. Su Wanqing's eyes widened as she looked at the miraculous scene in disbelief. She knew that Jiang Chen had some mysterious means, but she never expected that he could make two seemingly ordinary pieces of ancient jade produce such a magical resonance. And Morong Liuli was so excited that her body was shaking slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Although she didn't know what was going on, she could clearly feel that her family heirloom warm snow jade was emitting unprecedented joy at this moment. Mr. Jiang, Morong Liuli's voice was choked with sobs and trembling with disbelief. What on earth is going on? Could it be that these two pieces of jade were originally? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. He looked at Morong Liuli and nodded solemnly. Miss Morong, if I'm not mistaken, these two pieces of jade are very likely originally one piece. They are both some long-lost royal keepsakes, or are the key components of some earth-shattering secret. He paused, and his tone became more sincere and serious. Ms. Morong, to be honest, I am very interested in the origins of these two pieces of jade and the secrets that may be hidden behind them. I hope to have the opportunity to explore their truth with you. Of course, in exchange, I am willing to purchase this piece of warm snow jade in your hand at a price that satisfies you. Or, if you don't want to sell it, we can also adopt a cooperative approach to jointly develop their potential value. He knew that since the two pieces of jade could resonate, they could never be separated. He had to find a way to get them both. Morong Liuli looked at Jiang Chen's eyes that were sincere and expected, then looked at the warm snow jade that emitted a soft glow in his hands and the mysterious golden fragment, feeling mixed emotions. She knew that what Jiang Chen said was most likely the truth. These two pieces of jade did hide some unknown secrets. And this secret might be related to the legend that her Morong family had guarded for generations. She also knew that with her current abilities, she could not solve the secret on her own. However, Jiang Chen, the mysterious man who suddenly appeared, seemed to have unimaginable strength and luck. Perhaps, cooperating with him is the best choice. Mr. Jiang, Morong Liuli took a deep breath, her eyes became firm. This piece of Nuanchua jade is a family heirloom of my Morong family. I can't sell it. But I am willing to trust you once. I am willing to explore the secrets behind them with you. She paused, with a hint of pleading in her tone. I only ask Mr. Jiang, if this secret is really solved in the future and can prove the innocence of my Morong family, Liuli is willing to work like a cow and a horse for you to repay your great kindness. Jiang Chen's heart was slightly moved when he heard this. It seemed that Morong Liuli also carried unknown family secrets. Miss Morong, you are too kind. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Since we are partners, we should naturally help each other. As for the innocence of your Morong family, if there is any injustice, I, Jiang Chen, will definitely do my best. Although he didn't know what kind of injustice the Morong family had suffered, since he had decided to cooperate with Morong Lioli, he naturally would not stand idly by. Moreover, his intuition told him that the so-called strange injustice of the Morong family was most likely related to these two pieces of mysterious ancient jade. Chapter 92: The Morong Family's Century-Old Injustice and the Plot of Redemption. After reaching a cooperation agreement with Jiang Chen in Juzhen Pavilion, Morong Lioli finally felt relieved. She knew that with Jiang Chen's mysterious strength and unfathomable financial resources, the heavy shackles that had troubled her Morong family for 100 years might really have hope of being solved. That evening, Morong Lioli took the initiative to meet Jiang Chen in a secluded tea house in the capital. Su Wanqing wanted to come along, but Jiang Chen declined on the grounds that it was involving some private matters. He knew that what Morong Lioli was going to tell was probably the core secret of her family, and it was not appropriate for outsiders to be present. In the tea house, the sandalwood incense was wafting and the music of the piano was melodious. Morong Lioli changed into a light and elegant moon-white skirt, which made her look more elegant and refined. However, in her beautiful almond eyes, there was a hint of melancholy and heaviness that was inconsistent with her age. "Mr. Jiang, thank you again for your help today." Morong Lioli personally brewed a cup of fragrant tea for Jiang Chen and said softly, "If it weren't for your keen eye, I'm afraid that this piece of warm snow jade in Lioli's hand, and the mysterious fragment that resonates with it, would continue to be covered in dust and never see the light of day again." "Miss Morong, you are too polite." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, picked up the teacup and took a sip. "We are partners now, and these are what we should do. What's more, I am also full of curiosity about the secrets that may be hidden behind these two pieces of ancient jade. Miss Morong asked me to come here today. I guess she wants to solve some doubts for me, right?" Morong Lioli nodded, and a trace of sadness and resentment that was difficult to conceal emerged on her beautiful face. She was silent for a moment, as if she was organizing her words, and then she slowly opened her mouth and told Jiang Chen about the century-old injustice that had been buried for a long time, but had weighed down her Morong family for generations. It turns out that the Morong family was once a prominent family of scholars in the Qing dynasty. Their ancestors even served as the president of the Hanlin Academy and were deeply favored by the emperor. The Morong family was not only well-read for generations, but also proficient in the appreciation and restoration of bronze, stone, jade, ancient books, calligraphy, and paintings. They were once known as the first treasure appraisal family in Beijing. However, just over 100 years ago, during the turbulent times of the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China, the Morong family suffered a devastating disaster. At that time, a batch of priceless national treasures were mysteriously stolen from the palace, including several ritual vessels that were said to be related to the royal dragon veins. The court was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. The person in charge of keeping and identifying these cultural relics was Morong Lioli's great-great-grandfather, Morong Bo, the then minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Somehow, all the evidence ultimately pointed to Morong Bo as the culprit for the embezzlement. Although Morong Bo denied it flatly and tried his best to defend himself, the evidence was conclusive, and coupled with the chaos in the political situation at the time and the intrigue among various forces, Morong Bo was eventually thrown into prison on the charge of stealing national treasures and plotting against the government, and died unjustly soon after. The Morong family was also implicated, their property was confiscated, and their members were displaced. From being a prominent family in the capital, they became the descendants of a traitor who was despised by everyone. Before his death, my great-great-grandfather left a will saying that he was framed and that the real thief who stole the country was someone else. Morong Lioli's voice was choked with sobs. He also said that he hid the key clues to prove his innocence and the true whereabouts of the stolen national treasures in a map called Zhao Tu. He divided this map into two parts, and one half, together with this Nuan Shuiyu, was secretly passed down as a family heirloom. The clues on the other half of the map point to a mysterious jade fragment that is very similar in material and aura to the Nuan Shuiyu. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart was shocked. The clue on the other half of the map points to a mysterious jade fragment? Could it be that the ancient jade fragment covered with dirt that he found in the Juzhen Pavilion today is the key clue to the other half of the Zheox left by Morong Lioli's great-great-grandfather? This thought made Jiang Chen's breathing become a little rapid. "Mr. Jiang," Morong Lioli looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of expectation and pleading, "the mysterious fragment you got today that can resonate with the Yuanchua jade, Lioli dares to guess, it is very likely to be the key to unlocking the mystery of the Zheox that my Morong family has been pursuing for generations. Several generations of my Morong family have been saddled with the stigma of thieves and have suffered from the world's contempt and humiliation. My father became ill due to this and died young." Morong Lioli's eyes were filled with tears. Lioli's greatest wish in this life is to find the stolen national treasures and uncover the truth of that year, so as to clear this century-old injustice for my great-great-grandfather and my Morong family. But, relying on my own strength alone, it is too slim. Morong Liuli's tone was full of helplessness. The Zayaksuetu is incomplete, and the information on it is obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, the descendants of those forces that framed my great-great-grandfather are still powerful in the capital. If Liuli is not careful, I am afraid it will only bring disaster upon herself. She took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of determination and resoluteness. Mr. Jiang, Liuli knows that this request may be a little abrupt and presumptuous. But Liuli begs you, considering your affinity with these two pieces of ancient jade, and also considering Liuli's sincerity, can you help Liuli to unlock the secret of this Zayaksuetu and clear the injustice of my Morong family? If this is accomplished, the batch of hidden royal treasures, except for the key evidence that can prove the innocence of my Morong family, the rest of the colored glass will all belong to Mr. Jian without any money. I only hope that my Morong family can be cleared of all charges. After Morong Liuli finished speaking, she stood up and knelt down to kowtow to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly reached out to support her, his eyes filled with solemnity and excitement. He knew that this time, he might really be involved in a shocking secret. Ms. Morong, please stand up. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, don't worry, since I have a connection with these two pieces of ancient jade and have reached a cooperation with you, I, Jiang Chen, will take care of this matter. Although he was not a savior, he also believed that he had a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. The experience of the Morong family was indeed sympathetic. Moreover, the royal treasure that the rehabilitation map might point to also made him quite excited. Ding! The host has been detected to have triggered a hidden plot mission, the Morong family's century-old injustice. Mission requirements: assist Morong Liuli in solving the secret of the rehabilitation map, find the stolen national treasure, and reveal the real culprit who framed the Morong family, and vindicate the family. Mission rewards: Morong Liuli's favorability is max, Morong family antique restoration secrets fragment, partial ownership of the 9 Dragon secret treasure, and a mysterious gift related to the Chinese dragon vein. A mysterious gift related to the Chinese dragon vein? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat again. This mission reward is too generous, isn't it? It seems that the secrets hidden behind this plot of exoneration and the so-called 9 Dragon secret treasure are far more shocking than he imagined. Miss Morong, Jiang Chen looked at Morong Liuli, his eyes full of determination and confidence. Give me the half of the Zayaksuetu and the Nuangsueyu. I believe that it won't be long before we can make the truth known to the world. Chapter 93, Repairing the Rehabilitation Map and Pointing to the 9 Dragon Secret Treasure. Morong Liuli solemnly handed the half of the Zayaksuetu scroll made of special silk and the warm Nuanshua jade to Jiang Chen. Her eyes were full of trust and expectation, as if she had entrusted the fate of the entire family to this mysterious and powerful young man in front of her. Jiang Chen took the 2 heavy tokens, and an inexplicable sense of mission rose in his heart. He knew that what he took on was not only a treasure hunt, but also a grievance and hope that had been silent for 100 years. That night, Jiang Chen began to try to repair the incomplete Zayaksuetu in a private research institute arranged by Su Wanqing with extremely strict security measures. Su Wanqing wanted to stay to help, but Jiang Chen declined on the grounds that the repair process requires absolute silence and involves some unique secret methods, so it is inconvenient for outsiders to be present. He knew that he would use the supernatural ability given to him by the system next, and naturally, the fewer people who knew these secrets, the better. The lights were bright in the research institute. Jiang Chen carefully spread the yellowed half of the Zayaksuetu on a special restoration table. Although this picture has been around for 100 years, its special material has kept it in good condition, except for some damage and blur at the edges. The outlines of some mountains and rivers, as well as some strange symbols and astrological signs, were outlined with cinnabar and ink lines on the picture, which looked extremely mysterious. Then, he took out the ancient jade fragment covered with dirt, as well as Morong Liuli's warm snow jade. System, can I now use the antique restoration mastery skill I acquired earlier? Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Ding! It is detected that the host is facing a difficult antique restoration task. The antique restoration mastery skill has been activated. This skill will give the host extraordinary knowledge of cultural relics restoration, superb restoration skills, and the ability to accurately perceive the materials and structures of antiques. Ding! It is detected that the host is trying to repair the special token Zayaksuetu related to the Chinese dragon vein, triggering a special bonus. The host's Eye of Insight skill is temporarily upgraded, which can more clearly analyze the energy flow and hidden information contained in the ancient map. The system's prompting sound cheered Jiang Chen up. Antique restoration mastery plus the upgraded Eye of Insight were undoubtedly the biggest guarantee for his successful restoration of the Zayaksuetu. He first carefully cleaned the ancient jade fragment he had found in the Juzhan pavilion. As the dirt on the surface faded, a piece of jade about the size of a palm, with a warm golden color and a strange jade that seemed to have flowing light inside, appeared in front of Jiang Chen. The edge of this golden jade showed irregular fracture marks, which was obviously separated from a larger object. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and gently placed the golden jade fragment together with Moron Liuli's warm snow jade. Just as what happened in the Juzhan pavilion before, the two jades once again emitted a faint light and a slight vibration when they approached each other. A strange energy field flowed and resonated between them, as if relatives who had been separated for many years were finally reunited. Sure enough, these two pieces of jade were originally one. Jiang Chen's eyes focused, and he became more certain of his guess. He carefully observed the fractured surfaces of the two jades and found that their textures and gaps could fit together perfectly. However, it was not easy to put them together again. Although the fractured surfaces matched, they seemed to lack some kind of adhesive or energy guidance. Could it be that this Zheoxuetu itself is the key to reintegrating them? Jiang Chen's gaze turned to the half-broken map. He carefully placed the two pieces of jade on the two corresponding special markings on the fragment of Zheoxuetu. The two markings, one with a pattern resembling a dragon head and the other with a pattern resembling a phoenix tail, vaguely matched the aura of the two pieces of jade. When the two pieces of jade were placed accurately on the marked points, a miracle happened. The remaining half of the Zheoxuetu scroll suddenly emitted a soft white light, and the cinnabar ink lines on the picture seemed to come alive and began to flow slowly. At the same time, the two pieces of jade also shone brightly, and the golden dragon energy and the milky white phoenix energy intertwined to form a mysterious Tai Chi pattern. Then, the white light flowing out from the Zheoxuetu tightly wrapped the two pieces of jade like fine silk threads, and slowly brought them closer to each other. Crack! With a slight crisp sound, the broken surfaces of the two pieces of jade were perfectly refused together under the guidance of the white light. It formed a complete and unique jade pendant with a golden dragon pattern on one side and a white phoenix pattern on the other. At the moment the jade pendant merged, an even more powerful and pure energy wave emanated from its interior, complementing the light on the Zheoxuetu. After absorbing the energy emitted by the jade pendant, the originally blurred patterns and symbols on the incomplete Zheoxue map began to become clear. What was even more shocking was that the damaged and missing parts of the map due to the erosion of time actually began to repair themselves slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye under the nourishment of the white light. Those broken lines are reconnected, those blurred marks are shining again, and those incomplete words are gradually revealing complete strokes. Jiang Chen was completely shocked by the magical scene before his eyes. He never thought that the restoration of this Zheoxuetu would be so mysterious. This has gone beyond the scope of ordinary antique restoration, and is more like a ritual containing mysterious power. After about an incense stick of time, the light gradually dissipated. What appeared before Jiang Chen was an almost complete picture of vindication. On the map, the direction of the mountains and rivers was clearly visible, and various strange symbols and astrological signs became complete and orderly. More importantly, in the center of the map, there appeared a striking mark drawn with cinnabar that had never been seen before. It was a pattern that looked like 9 giant dragons coiled together, and the center of the pattern pointed to the northwest of the capital, a hidden valley called Yinshan Longyin Peak. Next to the 9 dragons coiling pattern, there is a line of beautiful and powerful small calligraphy. The 9 dragons' secret treasure is hidden in the dragon's hidden place. The evidence of redress is passed down from generation to generation. Waiting for the right person to open the destiny and return Moron to the cleared world. 9 dragons' secret treasure. Yinshan Longyin Peak. Jiang Chen's heart began to beat violently again. He knew that the ultimate clue to the Moron family's hope of redressing their century-old injustice, as well as the batch of national treasures that were said to be related to the royal dragon vein's fortune, pointed to this place. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Moron Liuli. Liuli, the Zheoxuetu has been restored. Jiang Chen's voice was filled with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. We have found the clue to the 9 dragons' secret treasure. Chapter 94: Lin Yifeng's provocation again and Raiders of the Lost Ark. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Zheoxuetu has been restored. We have found the clue to the 9 dragons' secret treasure. Moron Liuli on the other end of the phone fell into a long silence. Then, there was an uncontrollable sobbing sound of tears of joy. Mr. Jiang, is what you said true? Has the Zheoxuetu really been restored? Moron Liuli's voice trembled with excitement, with a strong nasal tone and full of incredible ecstasy. It's absolutely true, Liuli. Jiang Chen's tone was also filled with a hint of smile. The map points to the Yinshan Longyin Peak in the northwest of the capital. It seems that the injustice that has troubled your Morong family for 100 years, as well as the legendary 9 dragon secret treasures, will soon be solved. That's great, that's great. Morong Liuli cried with joy and said incoherently, Mr. Jiang, I will never forget your kindness. Don't thank me yet. Jiang Chen said, we should do this as soon as possible. Get ready immediately. We will set off for Yinshan Longyin Peak tomorrow morning. However, don't reveal this news to anyone for the time being, including Su Wanqing. I'm worried that if too many people talk, it will cause trouble. The reason why he didn't tell Su Wanqing was, on the one hand, out of caution. After all, this matter was of great importance, involving royal secrets from 100 years ago and priceless national treasures. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. On the other hand, it was also because he keenly realized that this 9 dragon secret treasure and the so-called Chinese dragon vein might have some unknown secret connection with the system on his body and the temple clues he had come into contact with before. Before he had thoroughly figured it out, he didn't want to involve more people. Morong Liuli naturally understood the interests involved. She suppressed her excitement and nodded solemnly, Liuli understands. Everything will be subject to Mr. Zhang's arrangements. However, what Jiang Chen and Morong Liuli didn't know was that the news that they had repaired the Zheoxuedo and found clues to the 9 dragons secret treasure had actually been leaked through some unknown channel before they set out for the Yinshan Longyin Peak. The person who leaked this news was none other than the unscrupulous businessman who was severely slapped in the face by Jiang Chen in Juzhen Pavilion and held a grudge against him because of it, Mr. Huang San. Although Mr. Huang didn't know what kind of treasure the mysterious fragment that Jiang Chen found from his pile of garbage was, he witnessed with his own eyes the magical scene of the fragment resonating with Morong Liuli's Muanxue jade. In addition, Jiang Chen later met with Morong Liuli alone, so he keenly realized that there must be some shocking secrets hidden behind these two things. Although he did not dare to provoke Jiang Chen directly, he secretly sent people to follow him, and used some of the despicable connections and channels he had accumulated over many years of business in Lolakang to spread rumors that Morong family heirlooms have reappeared in the world and are suspected to be related to the stolen national treasure. On the one hand, he wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, using those forces that had long coveted the stolen national treasure and the Morong family treasure to create trouble for Jiang Chen and Morong Liuli and avenge their previous humiliation. On the other hand, he also wanted to fish in troubled waters to see if he could get some benefits from it. This news soon reached the ears of an old rival of Jiang Chen, Lin Yifeng, the eldest son of the Lin family in Beijing, who had been slapped in the face by Jiang Chen in public at the Qin family's birthday banquet and was once again humiliated at the Hanlin family sales department. After hearing the news, Lin Yifeng scoffed at first, thinking it was just some unfounded rumors. But when he heard the names Morong family and Jiang Chen mentioned in the news, his eyes suddenly flashed with sinisterness and greed. He and the Morong family do have some unknown origins. The reason why the Morong family fell from a prominent family in the capital to the present is not only because of the huge case of stealing national treasures, but also because his Lin family played an extremely dishonorable role in secretly fueling the flames. It can even be said that the decline of the Morong family is closely related to the Lin family's taking advantage of the situation and adding insult to injury. As for the legendary 9 dragon secret treasures related to the royal dragon vein fortune, his Lin family had also secretly coveted them for many years, but unfortunately they had no clues. Now, the opportunity seems to have come. Jiang Chen, Morong Liuli, 9 dragons secret treasure. Lin Yifeng's eyes flashed with excitement and resentment. You really don't take the road to heaven, but you break into hell. Last time in the Qin family and the Hanlin family, the Qin family and the Su family protected you, and I couldn't do anything to you. This time, I wonder who can protect you. He immediately gathered a group of Lin family's loyal followers and hired martial arts masters at a high price, including several tomb robbers who were said to have defected from a mysterious organization and were good at tomb robbing and breaking through mechanisms. His goal was clear, which was to find and seize the 9 dragons secret treasure before Jiang Chen and Morong Liuli. Not only did he want to take the priceless national treasures for himself, he also wanted to take revenge on Jiang Chen and wipe out the shame. He even had the vicious idea of eradicating the roots and wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Morong Liuli, the last bloodline of the Morong family, and eliminate the trouble forever. A Raiders of the Lost Ark battle surrounding the 9 dragons secret treasure and the new and old grudges between Jiang Chen and Lin Yifeng are about to take place fiercely in the mysterious Yinshan Dragon Hidden Peak. Jiang Chen and Morong Liuli were completely unaware of this. According to their original plan, they left the urban area of Beijing with a small group of people early the next morning and headed towards the Longyin Peak deep in the Yinshan Mountains. In order to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, Jiang Chen did not use the Qin or Su family's personnel. He only brought a few of the most elite members of the Night Crow Squad to be responsible for vigilance and logistical support along the way. The car drove on the winding mountain road for several hours and finally stopped in front of a sparsely populated valley. In front of us is the Yenshan Longyin Peak marked on the map. I saw a solitary peak rising from the ground surrounded by mountains, with peaks and ridges overlapping and shrouded in clouds and mist, like a giant dragon entrenched here, full of mystery and majesty. Mr. Jiang, the hiding place of the 9 Dragons' secret treasure marked on the map should be in the heart of this mountain. Morong Liuli looked at the majestic and steep mountain in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement and nervousness. She knows that the secret that has troubled her Morong family for 100 years will soon be revealed here. And whether she can clear the injustice for her family will also depend on this. Jiang Chen nodded and scanned the surrounding environment with sharp eyes. He keenly noticed that there seemed to be some unusual aura hidden in this seemingly peaceful valley. It seems that we are not the first group of guests here. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up in a cold arc. Chapter 95, Break through the barriers with wisdom and courage, and crack the royal secret mechanism. As soon as Jiang Chen finished saying, "It seems that we are not the first guests to come here," a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out in the originally peaceful valley. Dozens of sharp arrows flashing with cold light, like poisonous snakes coming out of a cave, shot out from the dense forests on both sides, aiming directly at Jiang Chen and Morong Liuli. "Be careful." Jiang Chen reacted very quickly and pulled Morong Liuli into his arms. At the same time, he exerted force on his feet and retreated quickly like a ghost. Whoosh! 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 The sharp arrow flew past the corners of their clothes and pierced deeply into the ground where they had just stood. The tail of the arrow was still trembling, which showed how powerful it was. "It's Lin Yifeng's people." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he instantly determined the other party's identity. Apart from the eldest son of the Lin family who hated him to the core and had long coveted the 9 Dragons' secret treasure, no one else would be so impatient to launch an attack as soon as they arrived at Dragon Hidden Peak. "Protect Mr. Jiang and Miss Morong." The members of the Night Crow team reacted immediately, quickly dispersed and formed a temporary defensive formation. They loaded their special weapons and watched vigilantly in the direction where the arrows were coming from. "Jiang Chen. Morong Liuli. I didn't expect you to dare to come and die." An arrogant and somewhat complacent voice came from the depths of the dense forest. Then, Lin Yifeng walked out in a swagger, surrounded by a group of thugs wearing black uniforms and holding bows and crossbows and swords. Beside him, there were several middle-aged men who looked a little weird and smelled of earth. They were obviously the tomb robbers he had hired at a large sum of money, who were good at robbing tombs and breaking mechanisms. "Lin Yifeng, you really are haunting me." Jiang Chen looked at Lin Yifeng's smug face, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. "Have you forgotten the loss you suffered at the Qin family and the Hanlin family so quickly?" "Humph. Stop talking nonsense." Lin Yifeng's face suddenly became a little ugly after being poked in the sore spot by Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, I admit that you have some means, and you have the support of the Qin and Su families behind you. But this is a desolate mountain, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. Today is the day you die." He paused, his eyes greedily swept over Morong Liuli, and sneered, "Morong Liuli, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Zheoxuedo and the key to open the 9 Dragons' secret treasure. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Bah! Lin Yifeng, you despicable and shameless villain." Although Morong Liuli was a little scared, she still mustered up the courage and shouted angrily, "Back then, it was your Lin family that colluded with those treacherous villains to frame my Morong family. Today, even if I die, I will never let you thieves who stole the country succeed. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the forfeit." Lin Yifeng's eyes flashed with an obscene light. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Come on. Kill the men, and capture the women alive. I will love and cherish this last bloodline of the Morong family." Upon hearing this, the thugs behind him immediately pounced on Jiang Chen and Morong Liuli like wolves and tigers. Looking for death. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. What he hated most was this kind of shameless person who bullied weak women by taking advantage of his power. He protected Morong Liuli behind him and shouted to the Night Crow squad, "Quick battle and quick decision. Leave no one alive." "Yes." The members of the Night Crow team responded in unison. A fierce battle suddenly broke out in this quiet valley. Although the thugs brought by Lin Yifeng were numerous, they were no match for the well-trained and well-equipped Night Crow squad. Screams and the sounds of weapons clashing came one after another. Jiang Chen did not rush to take action, but calmly observed the situation on the battlefield, and focused his attention on the tomb robbers. He knew that these people were the key to finding and cracking the mechanism of the 9 Dragons' secret treasure. Sure enough, when the Night Crow squad was beating Linny Feng's thugs back step by step and making them defeated, those tumors did not join the battle, but quietly moved towards the dragon-hidden peak deep in the valley, which looked like a giant dragon. Want to get there first? Jiang Chen sneered and ordered Night Crow, leave this to you. I'll go meet those rats. After saying this, he flashed and followed those local robbers silently like a ghost. Seeing this, Moron Liuli wanted to follow, but was stopped by a member of the Night Crow team. Ms. Moron, it's dangerous here. It's safer for you to stay here. Mr. Jiang has instructed us to ensure your absolute safety. Moron Liuli knew that if she followed him she would only become a burden to Jiang Chen, so she could only wait anxiously there, silently praying in her heart that Jiang Chen would be safe. Jiang Chen followed the tomb robbers all the way and soon arrived at the foot of Longyin Peak. He saw an inconspicuous cave entrance hidden behind dense vines and rocks. Those tompers had obviously done some research on this place. They skillfully pushed aside the vines, lit torches, and filed in. Jiang Chen followed in without hesitation. The cave was dark and damp, with a rotten smell in the air. The passage was narrow and winding, only wide enough for one person to pass through. Jiang Chen opened his eye of insight and moved forward cautiously. He discovered that this cave was not formed naturally, but was artificially excavated and repaired, and was obviously the entrance to a secret place. On the walls of the passage, one can occasionally see some blurry murals and strange symbols, which seem to record some ancient legends and sacrificial rituals. Just after Jiang Chen went about 100 meters into the cave, a burst of exclamations and screams suddenly came from the front. Oh no! There's a trap! Ah, help! Jiang Chen's heart trembled and he immediately quickened his pace. Not far ahead, 2 of the tomb robbers had fallen into a bottomless trap, leaving only shrill screams echoing in the cave. The remaining 3 tomb robbers looked pale, staring at the huge pit that suddenly appeared under their feet in horror. This is a trap, one of the older tomb robbers said in a trembling voice. There must be sharpened bamboo sticks or poisonous snakes underneath. If you fall into it, you will definitely die. Jiang Chen watched coldly. He had already discovered this flap trap hidden under the ground through his eye of insight. This trap was very cleverly designed, almost integrated with the surrounding ground. If he hadn't had the system to assist him, it would have been difficult to discover. It seems that the hiding place of this 9-dragon secret treasure is indeed full of traps. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Just when the remaining 3 tumors were still in shock and were trying to find a way to bypass the trap, something strange happened. With a few sharp swoosh sounds, dozens of poisoned crossbow arrows suddenly shot out from the stone walls on both sides of the cave. These crossbow arrows were at tricky angles and extremely fast, leaving no chance for people to dodge. Be careful. Although Jiang Chen was not on the same path as these grave robbers, he knew that it was not the time to let them die. He still needed them to crack the subsequent mechanisms. He let out a low roar and rushed forward like a ghost. At the same time, he exchanged a disposable alloy folding shield from the system mall and suddenly blocked the 3 tomb robbers. Ding ding dong. A burst of dense metal collision sounds was heard, and all the poisoned crossbow arrows were blocked by the alloy shield. The 3 tomb robbers escaped death and looked at Jiang Chen in shock, their eyes full of gratitude. They never thought that this young man would save them at the critical moment. Don't just stand there. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice, if you don't want to die, quickly find a way to crack these traps. Otherwise, we will all be trapped here to death. Although he has the system to rely on, he does not want to consume too many of his cards in this unknown environment. The 3 grave robbers were professional tomb robbers after all, and they quickly recovered from their panic. They looked at each other and realized that they could only rely on the mysterious young man in front of them. Thank you for your help, young man. The older local scholar cupped his hands and said, I am Zhao Laosan, these 2 are my friends. May I ask your name, young man? My last name is Jiang. Jiang Chen said calmly, stop talking nonsense and quickly see how to crack these mechanisms. Zhao Laosan nodded and began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. After all, he was an experienced veteran and soon discovered some clues. Brother Jiang, look, Zhao Laosan pointed at some inconspicuous bumps and grooves on the stone wall and said, these crossbows should be triggered by some kind of mechanical linkage. If we can find the trigger or hub that controls these devices, perhaps we can make them ineffective. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately activated his eye of insight and scanned the stone wall carefully. Sure enough, at the locations pointed out by Zhao Laosan, he found some tiny gears and lever structures hidden in the cracks of the stone. These structures were almost integrated with the color and texture of the stone wall, and were extremely difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Let me try. Jiang Chen was a man of great skill and courage. He took a deep breath and, following the instructions of the Eye of Insight, pressed and fiddled with the hidden gears and levers in a special order and with a special force. With just a few soft click sounds, the crossbow firing holes that were originally ready to be fired slowly closed. Success! Zhao Laosan and the other two local masters were overjoyed when they saw this. They didn't expect that this young man was not only so skilled, but also knew how to crack such a sophisticated mechanism. Jiang Chen did not relax at all. He knew that this was just the beginning. There must be more dangerous traps waiting for them ahead. Under the professional guidance of Zhao Laosan and others and the cooperation of Jiang Chen's Eye of Insight, which could be called cheating, they safely passed the mercury pool, poison gas holes, and various ancient mechanical traps set up using the principles of gravity and leverage. During this time, Lin Yifeng also caught up with the remaining thugs. But these traps were like a nightmare to them. They didn't know how to crack them, so they could only force their way in. The result was naturally heavy casualties and wailing everywhere. Lin Yifeng was so angry that he screamed, but he could do nothing. He could only watch Jiang Chen and the others disappear into the depths of the cave, leaving them far behind. After several hours of arduous trekking, Jiang Chen and his group finally reached the end of the cave. Suddenly, everything becomes clear. Chapter 96, Finding the Nine Dragons' Secret Treasure and the Key Evidence for Clearing One's Name. At the end of the cave, the view suddenly opened up to a huge underground palace. The dome was inlaid with countless fist-sized night pearls, emitting a soft and mysterious light, illuminating the entire underground palace as bright as day. In the center of the palace was a huge altar carved from white marble. Around the altar stood 9 golden pillars with lifelike dragon patterns carved on them. Each pillar exuded a frightening aura of majesty. On the altar, dozens of huge rosewood boxes were neatly placed, with intricate and exquisite dragon patterns carved on the surface of the boxes. It was obvious that there were extraordinary treasures inside. Is this the hiding place of the 9 Dragons' secret treasure? Even Zhao Laosan, a tomb robber who was used to seeing rare treasures in ancient tombs, was completely shocked by the magnificent and luxurious scene before him, and his voice trembled. Jiang Chen's eyes also became solemn. He could feel that this underground palace was filled with an extremely strong dragon energy, which was 100 times stronger than any item containing dragon energy he had encountered before. Ding! The host has been detected to have arrived at the hiding place of the special plot location 9 Dragons' Secret Treasure, triggering the scene task, guard the evidence of vindication. Task requirements: ensure that the key evidence of the Morong family's century-old injustice is not seized by outsiders, and assist Morong Lioli in completing the family's mission of vindication. Task rewards: based on the completion of the task, you can obtain a large amount of filial piety points, system points, and mysterious clues related to the Chinese dragon vein. The system's prompt sounded at the right time, making Jiang Chen even more certain that the secret hidden here was definitely extraordinary. Just as Jiang Chen was about to go forward to check those rosewood boxes, a burst of hurried footsteps and the sound of weapons colliding suddenly came from the cave passage behind them. Oh no! Lin Yifeng and the others have caught up with us. Zhao Laosan's face changed and he exclaimed. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yifeng rushed into the underground palace breathlessly with his remaining thugs and a few other martial arts masters who looked quite powerful. When they saw the magnificent scene before them and the rosewood boxes on the altar that exuded an alluring scent, their eyes revealed undisguised greed and madness. Ha ha ha! The 9 Dragons' secret treasure. It's really here. Lin Yifeng laughed triumphantly, as if these treasures were already in his pocket. Jiang Chen. Morong Lioli. Didn't he expect it? You worked so hard to crack the mechanism, but in the end, you made wedding clothes for me. The thugs and martial arts masters behind him were also rubbing their hands, eager to try, ready to step forward and snatch the treasure. Lin Yifeng, you despicable villain. Morong Lioli, who had come running, was so angry that her pretty face turned pale. She shouted angrily, "These treasures belong to my Morong family. Don't even think about getting your hands on them." The Morong family? Lin Yifeng sneered, his eyes full of disdain. The Morong family is finished. From today on, these treasures will all have the surname Lin. And you, the little beauty of the Morong family, I will make you lie obediently on my bed today. His lustful eyes looked at Morong Lioli's exquisite body unscrupulously, full of naked desire. Looking for death. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. What he hated most was this kind of fool who didn't know how to live or die and dared to tease his woman in front of him. His figure flashed, and like a ghost, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Yifeng, and slapped Lin Yifeng's face hard with a slap filled with thunderous wrath. Bang! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the empty underground palace. Linifeng was slapped so hard that he turned 3 times on the spot. Half of his cheek was swollen instantly, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He felt stars in his eyes and felt dizzy. For a moment, he couldn't tell the directions. You dare to hit me? Linifeng covered his burning cheeks and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, his eyes full of resentment and madness. Hit you? I wanted to kill you. Jiang Chen's voice was icy cold, without any emotion. Linifeng, I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you were too stupid to cherish it. A brutal battle for treasure suddenly broke out in this mysterious underground palace. Although the mob brought by Linifeng was not small in number, they were still vulnerable to the well-coordinated and well-equipped Night Crow Squad. Moreover, Jiang Chen also joined the battle at this moment. He rushed into the enemy like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Every time he attacked, he would definitely take away a life. His terrifying strength, comparable to that of a humanoid beast, as well as his mysterious and elusive steps, made all those who faced him feel fear and despair from the bottom of their hearts. Zhao Laosan and the other 2 local masters were so frightened that they hid in the corner, trembling, afraid of being implicated. They never thought that this seemingly gentle young man would be so brutal when he started fighting. Moron Liuli was also frightened, but more than that, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace and admiration. She knew that as long as Jiang Chen was there, her and the Morong family's hopes would never be shattered. The battle didn't last long. Under the joint efforts of Jiang Chen and the Night Crow Squad, the thugs and gangsters brought by Linifeng were quickly slaughtered, leaving only Linifeng alone. He collapsed on the ground like a stray dog, trembling all over, with an unpleasant smell emanating from his crotch. He was actually scared to death again. Jiang Chen walked slowly to Linifeng, looking down at him with eyes as cold as a knife. Linifeng, do you have any last words? Don't kill me, young Master Jiang. Grandpa Jiang. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, spare my life. Linifeng burst into tears, hugged Jiang Chen's calf, begged bitterly, without any trace of his previous arrogance. Let you go? Jiang Chen sneered, do you think you still have the right to live? Just when Jiang Chen was about to kill this incorrigible idiot, Moron Liuli suddenly spoke. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and turned to look at Moron Liuli. Moron Liuli walked up to Linifeng, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. There was hatred and resentment. Linifeng, Moron Liuli's voice was cold and firm, I can give you a chance to live. However, you must hand over all the evidence of your Lin family and everyone else who participated in framing my Morong family. And, kowtow and apologize to the ancestors of my Morong family in public. When Linifeng heard this, a hint of hesitation and struggle flashed in his eyes. He knew that once he handed over the evidence, his Lin family's position in the capital would be completely lost. He himself might even face imprisonment. But compared with life, what are these? I agree. I agree to everything. Linifeng finally chose to give in. He knew that he no longer had any room for bargaining. Jiang Chen looked at Moron Liuli, with a hint of approval in his eyes. Although this woman looked weak, she was much stronger and more capable than he had imagined. She did not choose to simply kill Linifeng to vent her anger, but to use him to expose the truth of that year and completely clear the Morong family's name. This is the real heartbreaking. Under Jiang Chen's coercion and Moron Liuli's inducement, Linifeng quickly spilled the beans about some of the inside stories and evidence clues about the frame-up of the Morong family. Although these clues are not enough to catch all the masterminds behind the scenes, they are enough to prove that the Morong family was indeed framed back then. Just when Linifeng finished explaining everything and was about to kowtow to Moron to apologize, something strange happened again. Suddenly, a strange red light flashed in his eyes, and then he let out a painful roar that was not like a human voice. His body twitched violently, and black blood actually flowed out of his 7 orifices. In just a few seconds, Linifeng completely lost his life, and his death was extremely horrific. Is this the heart-eating poison? Zhao Laosan cried out in shock, his eyes filled with fear. It's the most vicious black magic in Nanyang. Once the person who is poisoned disobeys the wishes of the person who casts the poison, or reveals some secrets, the poison will immediately take effect and the heart will be eaten to death. Even gods can't save him. Jiang Chen's expression also instantly became solemn. It seems that there is an even more terrifying force hidden behind Linifeng. And they obviously don't want the truth of that year to see the light of day again. Chapter 97, The Lin family is destroyed, Moron Liuli falls in love with her and the idea of the treasure fund. Lin Yifeng's strange and miserable death, and Zhao Laosun's words heart-eating poison, instantly made the atmosphere in the underground palace solemn and strange. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly locked. He realized that the pool of water that framed the Morong family was much deeper than he had imagined, and the forces involved behind it were far beyond the reach of a mere Lin family. The emergence of the Nanyang black magic has cast a mysterious and evil veil over this century-old injustice. It seems that Lin Yifeng is just a pawn in the hands of some people, or a victim who knows too much and must be silenced. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold, and he had already made a judgment in his heart. The force hidden behind Lin Yifeng was the real culprit who planned and led the conspiracy back then. Morong Liuli was also frightened by Lin Yifeng's tragic death, but she quickly recovered from her initial shock and fear. Although Lin Yifeng's death made her lose an important witness, it also indirectly confirmed the complexity and darkness of the unjust case. This further strengthened her determination to redress the injustice of her family. "Mr. Jiang, what should we do now?" Morong Liuli's voice trembled a little, but her eyes were extremely firm. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Although Lin Yifeng is dead, some of the clues he gave us before are not completely useless. At least, we already know that in addition to the Lin family, there were several other powerful families in the capital who participated in framing the Morong family. Moreover, they seem to be in collusion with a mysterious organization in Nanyang." He paused and continued, "The most important thing now is to pass on the news of Lin Yifeng's death and his previous confession through reliable channels as soon as possible. I want to let those enemies hiding in the dark know that their conspiracy has begun to be exposed. I want to see if they can still sit still." In the next few days, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to leave the underground palace of Yenshan Longyin Peak. On the one hand, he asked the Night Crow Squad and Zhao Laosan and others to carefully count the 9 dragon secret treasures in the red sandalwood boxes on the altar, and do a good job of registration and protection. On the other hand, he began to use his own resources and connections to set off a public opinion storm against the Lin family in the capital. The news that Lin Yifeng died of the heart-eating goo and his confessions before his death about the Morong family injustice and the 9 dragon secret treasure quickly spread through the media channels controlled by Su Wanqing and the Qin family's influence in the officialdom and upper-class society in the capital. For a time, sensational news such as the Morong family's century-old injustice, the Lin family framing loyal officials, and Southeast Asian evil magic appeared in the capital became the hottest topics of conversation in the streets and alleys, residences of the powerful, and teahouses and taverns in the capital. The Lin family, which was once considered a second-rate family in the capital, was instantly pushed to the forefront. Faced with surging public opinion and pressure from all sides, Lin Jiangwo, the head of the Lin family, was overwhelmed and unable to defend himself. Although he knew that his son Lin Yifeng was arrogant and domineering and often caused trouble outside, he never expected that he would be involved in such an earth-shattering case and even bring about his own death. What frightened him even more was that the rumors about the Lin family's involvement in framing the Morong family were not groundless. Back then, his Lin family did play an extremely disgraceful role in that turmoil, and gained a lot of benefits from it. Now that the old things were brought up again, if they were verified, his Lin family's century-old foundation would probably be destroyed. When it rains, it pours. Just when Lin Jiangwo was desperate in trying to use all his connections to calm the storm, Jiang Chen dealt him a fatal blow. Jiang Chen secretly submitted some key evidence found in the 9 dragon secret treasures that could indirectly prove the innocence of the Morong family, some letters exchanged between Morong Bo and some ministers in the palace, and incomplete files recording the handover process of national treasures to relevant departments in the capital through the Qin family's channels. At the same time, Jiang Chen also used the power of a Han-Hai capital to launch precise sniping on the listed companies under the Lin family in the financial market. Under the multiple blows of public pressure, official investigations, and financial sniping, the already dilapidated ship of the Lin family could no longer hold on and collapsed. Lin Jiangwo was investigated by relevant departments for suspected economic crimes and historical problems, and was eventually imprisoned. The Lin family's businesses were also seized and auctioned off by major banks and creditors due to the breakdown of the capital chain and bankruptcy. The Lin family, which was once considered a glorious family in the capital, was completely destroyed. They became another loser that Jiang Chen stepped on during his trip to the capital. With the demise of the Lin family and the emergence of key evidence, the truth about the 100 years of injustice of the Morong family gradually surfaced. Although the other families who participated in the frame-up of the Morong family have not suffered a fatal blow for the time being due to the long time, insufficient evidence, or strong background, their reputation and influence have also been damaged to varying degrees. Under pressure from public opinion and forces such as the Qin family, the authorities in the capital were forced to re-examine the Morong Bo treasure stealing case and eventually publicly rehabilitated the Morong family and restored their family's clean reputation. When the news came out, Morong Liuli cried with joy and knelt down in front of Jiang Chen on the spot, crying, "Mr. Jiang, I can't repay your kindness even if I die. From now on, my life is yours. No matter what you ask me to do, I will never say no. She knew that without Jiang Chen, the century-old injustice of her Morong family would probably never be redressed. Jiang Chen not only restored her family's innocence, but also gave her hope for the Morong family to rise again. At this moment, her feelings towards Jiang Chen were more than just gratitude and trust. It was a deep-seated admiration, respect, and unswerving love. She was willing to give everything she had, including her life, for this man. Jiang Chen gently helped Morong Liuli up, and looking at her beautiful face that was tearful but full of determination and love, he couldn't help but feel a little tender in his heart. Liuli, I've said before that we are partners. It's my duty to clear your family's name. Jiang Chen said softly, as for your life, I can't bear to let you work like a slave. I hope you can live well and use your talent and wisdom to do something more meaningful. He paused, a deep light flashed in his eyes. For example, the national treasures recovered from the 9 dragons' secret treasures are priceless, but their more important significance lies in the history and culture they carry. I think we can set up a Chinese Treasures Protection Fund and you will be responsible for its operation and management. The purpose of this fund is not only to preserve and repair these national treasures, but more importantly, to be committed to tracing and protecting those Chinese cultural relics lost overseas, so that they can return to the embrace of the motherland as soon as possible. What do you think of this idea? When Morong Liuli heard this, a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes again. The China Treasures Protection Fund was established to recover cultural relics lost overseas. This is a career tailor-made for her. Her Morong family has been proficient in cultural relic appreciation and restoration for generations, and has a deep affection for China's treasures. If she can make this her lifelong career, it will not only comfort the spirits of her ancestors in heaven, but also make a huge contribution to the country and the nation. Mr. Jiang, are you really willing to let me do such an important thing? Morong Liuli's voice was filled with a hint of incredible excitement. Of course. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his eyes full of trust and encouragement. I believe in your ability and your character. This fund will use part of the 9 dragons' secret treasures we found this time as the startup capital. As for the subsequent operation and development, I will fully support you. Mr. Jiang. Morong Liuli could no longer control her emotions, tears rolled down like pearls from a broken string. But this time, her tears were filled with joy and gratitude. She knew that from this moment on, her life would become completely different because of the man in front of her. Not only did she clear her family's century-old injustice, but she also found the goal and direction of her lifelong struggle. And her love for Jiang Chen was like a surging tide, and she could no longer suppress it. Chapter 98, The New Nobles in Beijing's Cultural Circle and the Undercurrent of the Paradise. Thanks to the event that caused a sensation in the capital by clearing the Morong family of a century-old injustice, and the subsequent high-profile announcement of the establishment of the China Treasure Protection Fund and Morong Liuli personally responsible for its operation, Jiang Chen's name, in a very short period of time, jumped from the previously slightly mysterious young Master Jiang to a highly anticipated and popular new star in the Beijing cultural circle. Those old-school literati, collectors and art celebrities in Beijing who once doubted Jiang Chen's nouveau riche identity and thundering methods, after seeing his cherishment of China's treasures, his responsibility for cultural inheritance, and the unfathomable financial support behind Morong Liuli, the new treasure goddess, have changed their views on him and even extended an olive branch to him. At one time, invitations to various high-end cultural salons, private treasure appraisal meetings, and some top art exhibitions not open to the public flew to Jingxing Garden like snowflakes. Jiang Chen was also happy to take this opportunity to further expand his network resources in the upper class of Beijing, and at the same time to gain more support and attention for Morong Liuli's China Treasure Protection Fund. With Jiang Chen's full support, Morong Liuli also showed amazing talent and courage. She not only quickly built the organizational structure of the foundation, recruited a group of top cultural relics restoration experts and appraisal consultants at home and abroad, but also used part of the 9 dragons secret treasures provided by Jiang Chen as startup funds and core exhibits, and successfully held a large-scale national treasure charity exhibition called Thousand-Year Treasures, Renewal of the Prosperous Era, in the most central area of Beijing. This exhibition not only displays some of the 9 dragons secret treasures that are on display for the first time, but also artistically presents the entire story of the Morong family's century-old injustice, as well as the legendary story of Jiang Chen's keen eye for talent, spending a fortune on his beloved, and ultimately helping the Morong family clear their name. As soon as the exhibition was launched, it caused a huge sensation in Beijing and even the whole country. Countless people and cultural enthusiasts came to see the national treasure and praised Jiang Chen and Morong Liuli for their righteous deeds. Morong Liuli has thus become the most dazzling star in the cultural circle of Beijing. She is not only beautiful and elegant, but also has a deep family background and a sincere heart for the protection of cultural relics. She has become the cultural goddess in the minds of countless people. And the story between her and Jiang Chen, hero saves beauty, discerns treasures, and joins in the celebration, has been interpreted into various versions and widely circulated among the people, winning both of them a high reputation and public favorability. Jiang Chen was happy to see this happen. He knew that a good social reputation and cultural influence were also crucial to the construction of his future business empire. Just as Jiang Chen was becoming famous in the cultural circle of Beijing, Moron Liuli's China Treasure Protection Fund was also doing well, and everything was developing in a good direction. At the same time, the Dongtian Fudi project located in the western suburbs of Beijing, which was led by the Qin family and deeply participated by Jiang Chen, finally ushered in the initial harvest period. After months of intensive construction and careful preparation, the first phase of the Dongtian Fudi project, the core area integrating top-level Chinese medicine treatment, high-end health vacation, and special medicinal materials cultivation greenhouse, has finally been completed. It has also begun to invite some of the capital's real top dignitaries, business tycoons, and some old leaders who have made great contributions to the Qin family or suffer from chronic diseases to experience it internally on a small scale. The core competitiveness of this project, in addition to the Qin family's profound foundation and network resources in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, is inseparable from some initial research results of Chunma biology in neuron regeneration and repair technology provided by Jiang Chen, as well as those rare medicinal materials cultivated in the special environment of the Dongtian paradise and containing faint spiritual energy. The first batch of distinguished guests who experienced it all saw significant improvements in their physical condition after receiving a personalized conditioning plan developed by a national medical master and a team of experts from Chunma Biology that combined the essence of traditional Chinese medicine with modern biotechnology. An old general who had been suffering from long-term illness and bedridden for many years was able to walk, be energetic, and talk and laugh after only 1 month of experience. A business tycoon who suffered from severe insomnia and neurasthenia due to years of hard work was able to sleep peacefully and feel refreshed after receiving a few days of special aromatherapy and medicinal bath therapy, as if he was 10 years younger. These miraculous therapeutic effects quickly spread among the top small circles in the capital through word of mouth among these top dignitaries. For a time, the Dongtian Fudi became the most mysterious and desirable place of immortality in the upper class of Beijing. Countless people with connections tried every means to get a chance to enter the Dongtian Fudi to experience it, even if it was just to stay there for a few days and breathe the air that was said to prolong life. Reservations for the Dongtian Fudi suddenly became hard to come by, and its potential commercial value and social influence began to emerge at an astonishing speed. However, a big tree attracts the wind. The disruptive potential of the Dongtian Fudi project for the traditional medical and healthcare industry, as well as the huge commercial interests and strategic value behind it, are like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, attracting the attention of some domestic and foreign pharmaceutical capital giants and other old families in Beijing. They might not dare to openly oppose the Qin family and the popular Jiang Chen, but in secret, some conspiracies and calculations against the Dongtian Fudi project began to brew quietly. Jiang Chen was keenly aware of this surging undercurrent. He knew that the peaceful days would not last long, and a new storm would probably come soon. He must improve his strength as soon as possible and be fully prepared to meet any form of challenge that may be launched by the enemies hiding in the dark. Chapter 99: The Olive Branch and Arrogance of International Pharmaceutical Giants. The amazing therapeutic effects of Dongtian Fudi and the huge commercial potential behind it not only caused a sensation in the top circles in Beijing, but also quickly crossed national borders and attracted close attention from some international pharmaceutical giants. Among them, the one that responded the fastest and most positively was the parent company of United Gene, or its other important branch with greater influence in Asia, the international pharmaceutical oligarch Sino Medical. Sino Medical holds a pivotal position in the global pharmaceutical field, especially in gene editing, cell therapy and high-end medical device research and development, and is at the leading level in the industry. They are highly vigilant and have a strong interest in any new technology or new project that may threaten their market position or have disruptive potential. When the miraculous treatment cases of the Dongtian Fudi were heard by the Asia headquarters of Sino Medical through some special channels, they immediately attracted the attention of its top management. They quickly organized an evaluation team consisting of top medical experts, business analysts, and legal advisors to conduct a comprehensive investigation and evaluation of the Dongtian Fudi project, as well as the Chunma biology behind it and Jiang Chen himself. The results of the evaluation shocked and excited them. The potential demonstrated by Chinma Bio in neuron regeneration and repair technology, as well as the unique treatment model of Dongtian Fudi that perfectly combines traditional Chinese medicine with modern biotechnology, have allowed the experts of the Sino Medical to see a new blue ocean market with unlimited prospects. If we can control this technology and this model in our own hands, then Sino Medical's dominant position in the global pharmaceutical field will undoubtedly be more solid, and it may even usher in a new golden age. Therefore, after careful preparation and heated internal discussions, the Asia president of Sino Medical, a shrewd and arrogant white Western man named Carter Brown, personally led a luxurious delegation to Beijing in the name of inspecting cooperation. Mr. Carter is about 50 years old, blonde, blue-eyed, tall, wearing a well-cut Italian handmade suit, and exudes the confidence and superiority unique to the Western elite in his every move. He is fluent in multiple languages, known for his tough tactics and sharp vision in the business world, and is a capable person for Sino Medical to expand the Asian market. After expressing a strong willingness to cooperate to the Qin family through some official and semi-official channels, Mr. Carter's delegation finally got the opportunity to have its first meeting with Qin family representatives. The meeting place was set up in a private club of the Qin family in the core area of Beijing. The person in charge of the reception from the Qin family was Qin Mingyuan, the eldest son of Mr. Qin Jinbang and one of the actual helmsmen of the Qin Group. Jiang Chen, as an important partner of the Dongtian Fudi project and the actual controller of Chinma Biology, was also invited to attend the meeting. The atmosphere of the first meeting was quite harmonious. Mr. Carter first expressed high appreciation for the achievements of the Qin family in the field of Chinese medicine and health on behalf of the Sino Medical, and fully affirmed the innovative spirit and humanitarian care shown by the Dongtian Fudi project. However, when it came to the specific matters of cooperation, the arrogance and greed of Mr. Carter and the company he represented, Sino Medical, were fully exposed. Mr. Qin, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Carter said in a condescending tone, holding a glass of champagne, "We, Sino Medical, are very interested in the Dongtian Fudi project and your initial achievements in the field of neuroscience. We believe that this project has great potential. If it can be combined with our Sino Medical's global resources and top technology, it will surely create immeasurable value." He paused, a barely perceptible gleam flashed in his eyes, and continued, "To show our sincerity, we, Sino Medical, are willing to provide a total of $50 million in strategic investment to the Dongtian Fudi project in Chinma Bio. At the same time, we can also open up some of Sino Medical's global or D platforms, clinical trial bases and sales channels to help your technology and products enter the international market faster." $50 million? For a pharmaceutical oligarch with a market value of hundreds of billions, this amount of money is simply a drop in the bucket. Qin Mingyuan and Jiang Chen looked at each other without saying anything, but just listened quietly as Mr. Carter continued his performance. "Of course," Mr. Carter said, changing the subject and showing his true fangs. "In return, we, Sino Medical, need to obtain 40% of the future operating income of the Dongtian Fudi project and 51% of the controlling stake in Chinma Biotechnology. At the same time, the intellectual property rights of all core technologies of Chinma Biotechnology must also be shared with Sino Medical, and we will lead the subsequent R&D direction and commercialization process. We believe that only under the professional management and global vision of Sino Medical can this great technology truly bring out its greatest value and benefit all mankind. What do you think of my proposal?" Mr. Carter finished speaking with a confident and slightly almsgiving smile on his face, as if the condition he proposed was a great gift to the Qin family and Jiang Chen. Qin Mingyuan's face darkened instantly. He had been in the business world for a long time, and had seen all kinds of greedy faces. But it was rare to see someone like Mr. Carter, who wanted to swallow up other people's core technology and controlling rights right away, and put on a savior posture. How can this be called cooperation? This is clearly plunder. Jiang Chen still had a faint smile on his face, but a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. He could see that this Sino Medical was even more arrogant and shameless than the previous United Gene. They didn't take Chinese companies and scientific research achievements seriously at all, and only wanted to use their so-called global resources and top technology to reap the fruits of others' labor cheaply. "Mr. Carter," Jiang Chen put down the teacup in his hand and said calmly, "Excuse me, your proposal does not seem to conform to the basic principles of business cooperation, right?" "Oh? What do you mean, Mr. Jiang?" Mr. Carter raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Does Mr. Jiang think that our brand, technology and global channels of Sino Medical are not worth the price? Or does Mr. Jiang lack sufficient confidence in his own technology and dare not cooperate with us at a deeper level?" His words were full of provocation and incitement. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and shook his head. Mr. Carter misunderstood. I am full of confidence in the technology of Chenma Biology and the future of Dongtian Foodie. I just think that true business cooperation should be based on equality, mutual benefit, and mutual respect, rather than one party unilaterally demanding and controlling the other party. He paused, his eyes sharpened. The core technology of Chenma Biology is the result of years of hard research and development by our Chinese team of scientists. Its intellectual property rights must be firmly in our own hands. The operating model of Dongtian Foodie is also our unique innovation that combines traditional Chinese health wisdom with modern technology. We don't want anyone to dictate our actions. As for the $50 million of strategic investment you mentioned, Mr. Carter, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up with a playful arc. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen, really don't care about this little money. If Sino Medical is really sincere about cooperation, why not take out some real money in core technology? Otherwise, I think there is nothing to talk about between us. Jiang Chen's words were powerful and neither humble nor arrogant. They not only demonstrated his firm stance, but also ruthlessly hit back at Mr. Carter's arrogance and contempt. Chapter 100 Jiang Chen's business empire construction blueprint begins to show its power. The confident smile on Mr. Carter's face froze instantly, replaced by disbelief and anger. He never expected that this young rich man who he thought was just lucky would dare to reject such a generous cooperation proposal from Sino Medical in person, and even mocked their capital investment as not worth mentioning. Mr. Jiang, you. Mr. Carter took a deep breath, suppressed his unhappiness, and his tone became a little stiff. Are you sure you understand what you are saying? Refusing to cooperate with Sino Medical means to you and your Chenma Biology. Have you thought it through? His words were full of threats. In his opinion, a newly emerged Chinese biotech company would not be able to survive in the fiercely competitive global market without the support of an international giant like Sino Medical, let alone challenge the technological barriers and patent moats they had already established. Qin Mingyuan's brows also knitted slightly. Although he was also dissatisfied with Mr. Carter's arrogance and greed, he had to admit that the influence of Sino Medical in the global pharmaceutical field should not be underestimated. If Jiang Chen really offended them completely because of this, it might indeed bring some unnecessary troubles to the Dongtian Foodie project and the future international development of Chenma Biology. He was about to open his mouth to smooth things over, but Jiang Chen stopped him with a look. Jiang Chen still had the nonchalant smile on his face, as if he didn't feel the threat in Mr. Carter's words at all. He picked up the teacup in front of him, blew gently on the floating tea leaves, and said slowly, Mr. Carter, I think I know the future of Chenma Biology and the development potential of the Dongtian Foodie project better than anyone else. Perhaps, in Mr. Carter's opinion, without the charity of Sino Medical, our Chinese companies can only struggle in the quagmire and will never be able to enter the Hall of Elegance. Jiang Chen's tone was still calm, but his eyes flashed with a self-confidence that made people dare not look directly at him. But what I want to tell you is that the times have changed. China's scientific and technological innovation capabilities are no longer what they used to be. We have enough technology, enough funds, enough markets, and enough wisdom and determination to build our own Sino Medical and even surpass you. His words were so powerful and resounding that not only did they leave Mr. Carter speechless, but even Qin Mingyuan, who was standing beside him, became excited and had an even higher opinion of Jiang Chen, his young partner. Mr. Jiang's ambition is indeed admirable. Qin Mingyuan spoke at the right time, breaking the tense atmosphere in the conference room. He turned to Mr. Carter and his tone became a little tougher. Mr. Carter, our Qin family's cooperation with Mr. Jiang on the Dongtian Foodie and Chenma Biology projects is based on equality, mutual benefit, and common development. We welcome any sincere international partners to join us, but we will never accept any form of additional conditions and unequal treaties. If Sino Medical really wants to cooperate with us, please show enough sincerity and respect. Otherwise, I think there is really nothing to talk about between us. Qin Mingyuan's attitude also shows the Qin family's determination to support Jiang Chen. Mr. Carter's face turned pale and blue, looking extremely ugly. He never thought that he would encounter such a tough opponent on his confident trip to Beijing. The Qin family and Jiang Chen were simply unmovable and would not listen to any soft or hard words. He knew that today's negotiations might not be able to continue. Okay, very good. Mr. Carter squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, his eyes full of sinisterness and unwillingness. Mr. Qin, Mr. Jiang, I hope you don't regret your decision today. After saying this, he stood up abruptly and left with his delegation. Watching Mr. Carter's embarrassed departure, Qin Mingyuan couldn't help but feel a little worried. Brother Jiang, have we offended Sino Medical too much this time? After all, they are an international pharmaceutical giant. If they are secretly making trouble for us, I'm afraid Brother Qin, don't worry. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his eyes full of strong confidence. Although Sino-Medical is powerful, it is not impeccable. If they want to run wild on China's territory, they have to ask us for our consent first. The reason why he dared to reject Mr. Carter so firmly was not entirely out of emotion. Rather, it was because, in his mind, the system reward he had just received, Business Empire Construction Blueprint Primary, had already outlined a clear and grand blueprint for him. This Business Empire Construction Blueprint is not a simple business planning program, but more like an intelligent business strategy analysis system with self-learning and evolution capabilities. It can accurately analyze, deduce, and predict Jiang Chen's current resources, industries, connections, as well as the global economic situation, technological development trends, market demand changes, and other massive data, and provide Jiang Chen with the most optimized development path and strategic layout suggestions. Just now, during the negotiation with Mr. Carter, Jiang Chen had quietly activated this blueprint. The drawing system instantly analyzed the global business structure, core technological advantages, market layout, and many internal problems and potential weaknesses of Sino-Medical. For example, although Sino-Medical has a huge R&D system and sales network worldwide, its internal management hierarchy is cumbersome, decision-making efficiency is inefficient, and its response to emerging markets is relatively slow. For example, they also face the risk of some core patents expiring or being circumvented by competitors. For example, in pursuit of profit maximization, their drug pricing and marketing strategies in some developing countries have a lot of criticized and even illegal black history. More importantly, based on the core technologies currently mastered by Chenma Biology and the unique advantages of the Dongtian Foodie project, the drawing system has planned for Jiang Chen a set of Huaxia Health strategic concepts that can completely bypass the technical barriers and market monopoly of Sino-Medical and realize overtaking on the curve. The core of this concept is independent research and development, control of the core, cooperation with domestic allies, deep cultivation of the local market, and then gradually expanding the international footprint. Brother Qin, Jiang Chen encrypted some key analytical data and strategic ideas generated in the drawing system and transferred them to Qin Mingyuan's personal tablet computer. Take a look at this. Qin Mingyuan opened the tablet with some doubts. When he saw the analysis reports and development plans on the screen that were clearly organized, with detailed data, strict logic, and full of foresight and strategic vision, he was completely stunned. He never thought that Jiang Chen, a young man, would have such a terrifying business insight and strategic planning ability. This plan was even more brilliant and feasible than the plan made by his Qin Group's top strategic consulting team. Brother Jiang, is this all your idea? Qin Mingyuan's voice was trembling. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a monster. I guess so. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, without explaining the existence of the drawing system in detail. Brother Qin, do you think that according to this plan, we still need to look at the attitude of Sino-Medical? No need. Absolutely no need. Qin Mingyuan slapped his thigh excitedly. Brother Jiang, your plan is simply a stroke of genius. If we can really develop in this direction, let alone one Sino-Medical, even if there are 10 Sino-Medicals, they will not be able to stop the rise of our Huaxia health industry. The more he looked, the more frightened he became, and the more excited he became. He seemed to have seen a business empire led by the Chinese themselves, which was enough to shake up the global medical and health landscape, rising up. And Jiang Chen is undoubtedly the founder and leader of this empire. Brother Qin, this plan still requires the strong support of the Qin family. Jiang Chen said, especially in terms of opening up various domestic approval processes, integrating industry resources, and uniting other powerful domestic allies, the Qin family needs to come forward to coordinate. Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Qin Mingyuan patted his chest and promised, I'll take care of this matter. I'll report to the old man immediately. I believe that after seeing your plan, the old man will definitely support you with all his strength. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Mingyuan's eyes full of excitement and fighting spirit, and his heart was also filled with pride. He knew that his blueprint for building a business empire would finally begin to be implemented in the real world. And this arrogant visit from Sino-Medical is just an insignificant footnote in his grand blueprint. Chapter 101, Sino-Medical's Commercial Espionage and Technology Theft Plot. Mr. Carter led the delegation of Sino-Medical to the Qin Family Club and was frustrated. The news that they returned empty-handed did not cause much waves in the capital. After all, such failures in business negotiations are common in the ever-changing business world. Moreover, the Qin family and Jiang Chen deliberately kept a low profile and did not publicize the matter. However, Mr. Carter himself and the senior executives of Sino-Medical behind him could not swallow this bitter pill. They just couldn't understand why a little-known Chinese local enterprise in their eyes, a young upstart that seemed to have no deep background, dared to be so disrespectful to Sino Medical, an international pharmaceutical oligarch, and even made wild claims that it wanted to build its own China health empire to replace their global dominance. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. This Jiang Chen and that Qin family are simply refusing to accept a toast and drinking a forfeit. After returning to his Asian headquarters in a top office building in Beijing's financial district, Mr. Carter angrily threw an evaluation report on Chenma Biology on the table and shouted at several key subordinates in front of him, "Do they really think that with a little bit of so-called essence of traditional Chinese medicine and the gimmick of neural repair that they got from who knows where, they can challenge our Sino Medical and the century-old foundation established in the global pharmaceutical field? It's just a foolish dream. Mr. Carter, please calm down." A middle-aged Asian man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking quite shrewd, who is also the vice president of market intelligence for Asia at Sino Medical, stepped forward and persuaded him, "According to the intelligence we have so far, this Jiang Chen is indeed a bit shady. His several business operations in Jiangcheng and Beijing have shown extraordinary financial resources and skills, and it seems that he has established very close cooperative relationships with the Qin and Su families, two of the top wealthy families in Beijing. If we confront him head-on, I'm afraid we may not be able to gain an advantage." "So what you mean is that we just let it go? Just watch their so-called paradise and Chenma Biology grow bigger and stronger, and eventually threaten our core interests?" Mr. Carter's expression was still grim, his eyes full of unwillingness and resentment. "Of course not." The Asian vice president's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he lowered his voice and said, "It may not be wise to compete head-on, but we can take some more effective measures." He paused and continued, "Shinma Biotechnology's biggest reliance at the moment is their so-called neuron regeneration and repair technology. Although they claim that this technology is independently developed and has complete intellectual property rights, according to our preliminary assessment, the core principle of this technology is likely to be similar to some cutting-edge technologies that our Sino Medical and several other international pharmaceutical giants are secretly developing, and may even be borrowed from some undisclosed laboratory results." "You mean they are suspected of technology theft?" Mr. Carter's eyes lit up slightly. "We can't be sure of that yet." The Asian vice president shook his head, "But we can help them confirm it. We at Sino Medical have the best biopharmaceutical R&D team and the most advanced experimental equipment in the world. If we can get the detailed information of Chenma Bio's core technology, even if it's just some key experimental data and formulas, we have the confidence to copy it in the shortest possible time, and even do better than them. At that time, we can not only use patent weapons to completely kill them in the cradle, but also firmly control this technology with unlimited potential in our own hands." Mr. Carter's eyes were once again filled with greed when he heard this. He knew that if this plan could succeed, he would not only be able to avenge his previous humiliation, but also make an unprecedented contribution to Sino Medical. "Okay. Let's do it." Mr. Carter slammed the table and said viciously, "Immediately launch the highest level of commercial intelligence operations. Get me the core technical information of Chenma Biology at all costs." "But, Mr. Carter," another white executive in charge of legal affairs said with some concern, "once discovered, commercial espionage will have disastrous consequences. Especially in a country like China, which has increasingly stringent protection of commercial secrets, we are likely to face huge fines or even criminal liability." "Humph. Risks and benefits coexist." Mr. Carter snorted coldly, with a hint of madness in his eyes. "As long as we can get that technology, all the risks are worth taking. What's more, it's not the first time that we, Sino Medical, have dealt with this kind of dirty work. Find some professional outsourcing teams to do it, and do it cleanly and neatly. Who can catch us?" What he calls outsourcing teams are naturally those gray organizations that are active in the international business battlefield and specialize in corporate espionage, stealing business secrets, and even carrying out personal attacks and sabotage activities. Under the personal instruction of Mr. Carter and the meticulous planning of the Asian vice president, a commercial espionage and technology theft plot against the Chenma Biology and Dongtian Fudi projects began to unfold quietly in secret. They first tried to invade the internal servers of Chenma Biology and Dongtian Fudi through network attacks, trying to steal relevant technical information and experimental data. But Jiang Chen had anticipated this long ago. He not only equipped the two projects with a military-grade network security protection system provided by the Qin family, but also used the firewall enhancement patch and data encryption program exchanged in the system mall to build the entire network into an iron wall, so that the top hacker team of Sino Medical returned empty-handed. When cyber attacks failed, they turned their targets to people. Through various channels, they collected detailed information on all core technical personnel and middle and senior managers within the Dongtian Fudi project and Chenma Biology, trying to find a breakthrough. They used all kinds of despicable means, including the temptation of money, seduction of beauty, and even threats and intimidation. However, to their disappointment, the core team of Chenma Biology was personally selected and recruited by Dr. Chen Mo. Most of them deeply admired Dr. Chen Mo's academic ideals and personal charm. Coupled with the salary and benefits provided by Jiang Chen that far exceeded the industry level and the broad development platform, as well as the powerful deterrent power of the Qin family behind them, these people showed extreme vigilance and disdain for the various olive branches and sugar-coated bullets thrown by Sino Medical. Repeated attempts failed, which made Mr. Carter and the Asian vice president feel anxious and annoyed. They know that if they cannot make a breakthrough as soon as possible, once the technology of Chenma Bio is truly mature and commercialized, they, Sino Medical, will completely lose the initiative and may even be overtaken by this rising star from China. Just when they were at a loss, an unexpected opportunity quietly arrived. The Night Crow team's intelligence network accidentally intercepted an encrypted email while monitoring the communications of the Asia headquarters of Sino Medical. The content of the email was that the Asian vice president reported to a mysterious superior at the European headquarters on the progress of the operation against Chenma Biology and requested the headquarters to send a more professional technical support team to Beijing. And in the email, a name was also vaguely mentioned: Li Mingxian, the eldest son of the Li family in Beijing, who had been severely slapped in the face by Jiang Chen in the sales office of Jiangcheng and Hamlin family. He actually colluded with Sino Medical? After Jiang Chen learned the news, his eyes instantly turned cold. He knew that this poisonous snake hiding in the dark would finally come out to bite people again. Chapter 102, Taking Advantage of the Situation. This idiot is still so evil that he dares to collude with international pharmaceutical giants such as Sino Medical in an attempt to trip him up in secret and even covet the core technology of Chenma Bio. Mr. Jiang, according to the intelligence we have, the leader of the Night Crow squad, a stern man codenamed Night Crow, reported in a deep voice, after being taught a lesson by you last time, Li Mingxian has restrained himself on the surface, but secretly, he has been holding a grudge against you, spreading rumors about you everywhere, and trying to win over some forces that have had a grudge against you in order to take revenge on you. This time, the people from Sino Medical took the initiative to find him, and the two sides hit it off immediately. Night Crow continued, Li Mingxian promised that he could use his connections in Beijing and his familiarity with the environment around the Dongtian Fudi project to facilitate Sino Medical's technology theft operation. And Sino Medical promised that after the matter is completed, it will give the Li family some exclusive preferential conditions in pharmaceutical agency and the introduction of high-end medical equipment, and help the Li family improve its status in the Beijing business community. I see. Jiang Chen nodded, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. This Li Mingxian, for the sake of profit, was willing to do anything despicable and shameless. Do they have any specific action plans recently? Jiang Chen asked. According to the analysis of the content of the encrypted email, Night Crow replied, Sino Medical seems to have successfully instigated a middle-level manager of the Dongtian Fudi project's peripheral security team to defect through Li Mingxian's channel. They plan to send a specially disguised technical survey team to sneak into Chenma Biology's temporary laboratory inside Dongtian Fudi on the full moon night 3 days later, during the gap between the security shifts at the project site, with the help of the insider, to steal key data on the cultivation of special medicinal materials and the core formula of the treatment plan. Full moon night? Technical survey team? Jiang Chen heard this and smiled playfully again. It seems that they really think of themselves as secret agents in the movies. He pondered for a moment, then told Night Crow, since they have prepared the script for us, we must cooperate with them and put on a great show. Night Crow, go and do a few things right away. Jiang Chen's eyes became sharp. First, continue to closely monitor all movements of Li Mingxian and Sino Medical to ensure that their every move is under our control. At the same time, we must also find out the specific identity and background of the traitor who was turned against us to see if there are other people behind him. Second, contact Butler Qin Hai and inform him of our plan. I need the Qin family to cooperate with us in a good play of catching a turtle in a jar at the critical moment. Remember, we can make a bigger noise and make sure everyone knows what shady things Sino Medical has done in our Chinese territory. Third, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a sly light, ask Dr. Chen Mo to prepare a special core technical document. This document should look real and valuable enough, but in fact, it should contain some little surprises that we have carefully prepared. For example, some wrong experimental data, some misleading formula parameters, and even some micro-tracking and positioning devices can be implanted on the carrier of the document. Mr. Jiang, do you mean to take advantage of the situation and lure someone into a trap? Night Crow instantly understood Jiang Chen's intention, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded and said in a cold tone, since Sino Medical wants our technical information so much, then we will generously give them a big gift. I want to see what kind of wonderful expression Mr. Carter will have when they spend so much effort and invest huge amounts of money, but in the end they only get a pile of useless garbage, and even get into trouble because of it. Moreover, Jiang Chen paused, a deeper calculation flashed in his eyes. We can also use this opportunity to catch those villains hiding in the dark who are eyeing the Dongtian Fudi and Chenma biology. Let them know what will happen to those who dare to take advantage of us. Hearing this, Yi's blood boiled in his heart. He knew that a counter-espionage drama against Sino Medical and all potential enemies was about to begin under Jiang Chen's personal direction. In the next 2 days, Jiang Chen and the Qin family began to make intensive preparations. After learning about Jiang Chen's plan, Butler Qin Hai was greatly impressed and immediately mobilized all of the Qin family's security forces and intelligence resources in the capital to fully cooperate with Jiang Chen's actions. The security measures around the construction site of the Dongtian Fudi project seemed to have not changed on the surface, but in fact, a dragnet had already been laid in secret. Countless high-definition cameras, infrared sensors, and micro-drones, like eagle eyes, put the entire area under strict surveillance. Dr. Chen Mo, under Jiang Chen's instructions, worked overtime to rush out a piece of fake core technology information that looked extremely valuable but was actually full of various traps and Easter eggs. He carefully stored this information in his special safe in the laboratory, waiting for the predestined person to visit. Everything was ready, just waiting for the full moon night 3 days later, when those prey who thought themselves to be smart would step by step into the trap they had carefully set. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that if this luring the enemy into a trap drama was successfully staged, it would not only severely damage Sino Medical and ruin its reputation, but also enable him and the Qin family to completely establish an unshakable leadership position in the medical and health field in Beijing and even the whole country. Chapter 103, Catching the Perpetrators with Evidence, The Scandal of Sino Medical. 3 days later, on the night of the full moon, the construction site of the Dongtian Fudi project in the western suburbs of Beijing was shrouded in a quiet night. The Yanshan Mountains in the distance outlined an undulating silhouette under the hazy moonlight. Except for the faint lights from a few duty booths and the regular footsteps of patrols, there was no other sound on the construction site, as if everything was as peaceful as usual. However, beneath this calm appearance, an invisible net woven by Jiang Chen and the Qin family had already been quietly spread, waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. At midnight, when the security force at the construction site was doing its routine night shift change and there was a brief gap in defense, several ghostly black shadows, taking advantage of the cover of night and terrain, quietly crept in from an inconspicuous corner outside the project site, climbed over the makeshift wall, and sneaked into the construction site. These shadows were extremely professional and agile, and they had obviously undergone strict special training. They were the so-called Technical Survey Team personally selected and dispatched by the Vice President of Sino Medical Asia, and Li Mingxian was responsible for meeting and leading the way. Their goal was the temporary laboratory of Chenma biology with the highest security level located in the core area of Dongtian Fudi, and the core data of neuron regeneration and repair technology that they had long coveted stored inside. The leader of the team was a tall, thin, sinister-looking foreign man codenamed Viper. He was a blasting expert and infiltration expert in a special forces unit of a Western country. After retiring, he joined the Special Affairs Processing Department of Sino Medical, specializing in performing some dirty work that could not be seen in public. Beside him, there are 3 other equally skilled team members, who are good at electronic intrusion, close combat, and trace cleaning respectively. Viper observed the surrounding environment through special night vision goggles, and at the same time, through a miniature earphone, he contacted the insider who had been lurking inside the construction site and was responsible for receiving them, Wang Chang, a middle-level person in charge of the Dongtian Fudi project's peripheral security team. Wang Chang, we're already in. What's the situation in the laboratory? Is there anything abnormal? Viper asked in a specially processed hoarse voice. Don't worry, Mr. Viper. Everything is normal. Wang Chang's voice came from the headset, with a hint of subtle tension and greed. There are only 2 researchers on duty in the laboratory tonight, and they will stay in the lounge most of the time. I have already shut down some of the surveillance cameras in the corridor leading to the core data room, and have prepared the laboratory access card for you. As long as you act quickly enough, no one will notice. Very good. Viper nodded with satisfaction. After the matter is completed, the money I promised you will not be reduced by a single cent. Thank you, Mr. Viper. Thank you, Mr. Viper. Wang Chang's voice was full of flattery. He didn't know that he had already become a discarded piece on the chessboard of Jiang Chen and the Qin family. Everything he did now was under the other party's close surveillance. Under the guidance and cooperation of Wang Chang, Viper led his technical survey team and, like a ghost, shuttled through the intricate construction site, avoiding the obvious patrols and surveillance, and successfully arrived outside the independent temporary experimental building of Achinma Biology. I have temporarily disabled some functions of the lab's security system. Wang Chang's voice came from the headset again. You have 15 minutes. Remember, you must get the A-level encrypted USB flash drive stored in the safe in the core data room on the 3rd floor. In it, there is everything you want. Got it. Viper responded coldly, and then made a charge gesture to the team members behind him. A team member who was skilled in electronic intrusion immediately stepped forward and used a special decoder to silently open the electronic access control of the experimental building in just a dozen seconds. For black shadows, like civet cats, quickly sneaked into the dark experimental building. They didn't know that from the moment they stepped into the building, their every move had been transmitted in real time to a secret monitoring room located in the command center of the Dongtian Fudi project through pinhole cameras and high-precision sensors hidden in every corner. Jiang Chen, Qin Mingyuan, Butler Qin Hai, and several core members of the Night Crow team were sitting in front of the monitoring screen with calm expressions, watching the performance of the Viper team with cold eyes as if they were appreciating a carefully choreographed pantomime. Ah, these guys are really well trained. Qin Mingyuan looked at the professional and agile movements of the black shadows on the screen and couldn't help but admire them, but his tone was full of disdain. It's a pity that their brains are not very good. They are still helping others count money after being sold. Brother Qin, the best is yet to come. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. On the screen, guided by the internal map provided by Wang Chang, the Viper team easily avoided several key infrared alarms in pressure-sensitive floors. In fact, these were deliberately avoided by Jiang Chen, and successfully arrived at the door of the core data room on the 3rd floor. The electronic intrusion expert stepped forward again, using the universal decoder and micro-cutting tool in his hand, and began to carefully crack the seemingly indestructible alloy code door of the data room. A few minutes later, accompanied by an inaudible click sound, the alloy code door slowly opened. A gleam of excitement flashed in Viper's eyes. He signaled 2 team members to stand guard at the door, and he and the electronic intrusion expert quickly sneaked into the data room. The data room was completely dark. With the help of the weak emergency lights and night vision goggles, Viper quickly found the special safe that Wang Chang had mentioned, which contained the Class A encrypted USB flash drive. The combination lock of the safe looked extremely complicated, but the electronic intrusion expert was obviously also an expert in this field. He took out a set of sophisticated electronic stethoscopes and micro-drilling equipment, held his breath, and began to carefully crack the combination. Time passes by every second. In the monitoring room, Qin Mingyuan's forehead was also covered with fine beads of sweat. Although he knew that everything was under Jiang Chen's control, he still felt a little nervous when he saw the enemy approach the core secrets so easily. Jiang Chen, however, still had a calm expression, as if everything was within his expectations. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes, accompanied by a crisp unlocking sound, the door of the safe was slowly opened. A Class A encrypted USB flash drive flashing with a faint blue light lies quietly on the top layer of the safe. Success! Both Viper and the electronic intrusion expert were delighted. They carefully took out the USB drive and put it into a special anti-magnetic signal shielding box. Retreat! Viper shouted in a low voice, and immediately led the team to prepare to return along the original route. However, just as they walked out of the data room and stepped into the corridor that they had previously passed through safely, something strange happened. There were only a few harsh metal friction sounds, click, click, and the alloy explosion-proof doors at both ends of the corridor suddenly fell from the sky, completely sealing off the entire corridor. Then, dozens of dazzling lights suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire corridor like daylight. The glaring light made the Viper team members, who had just adapted to the dark environment, unable to open their eyes for a while. Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. Viper was horrified and immediately realized that they had fallen into a trap carefully set by the enemy. At this moment, dozens of black gun muzzles suddenly descended from the walls on both sides of the corridor. The cold, murderous aura instantly locked onto them. Welcome, friends from Sino Medical. Jiang Chen's voice, with a hint of teasing and coldness, came clearly through the loudspeaker hidden in the corridor. I wonder if you are satisfied with the gift I prepared for you. Viper's face turned pale as paper in an instant. He knew that they would not be able to escape today. At the same time, outside the construction site of the Dongtianfudi project and downstairs of the Asia headquarters of Sinomedical in the Beijing financial district, the Qin family's security forces, who had been waiting for a long time, and a large number of financial and industry media reporters invited by Jiang Chen through Su Wanqing and Lu Ruyan, also swarmed in like a tide. A drama of catching the criminal and the evidence in a commercial espionage operation against Sinomedical has officially begun. Chapter 104: The Qin family's thunderous counterattack and the embryo of the domestic pharmaceutical alliance. Brother Jiang, your trick of luring the enemy into a trap is really brilliant. Qin Mingyuan gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up and praised him sincerely. Not only did you catch all the commercial spies from Sinomedical and catch them red-handed, but you also exposed their despicable behavior to the sun. This battle was fought beautifully. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said calmly, "This is just the beginning. Since Sinomedical dares to extend its hands to our territory, we must make them pay a heavy price and let them know that China is not a place where they can do whatever they want." He knew that arresting a few commercial spies might only cause superficial damage to a behemoth like Sinomedical. The real counterattack had just begun. At Jiang Chen's signal, Butler Qin Hai immediately issued an action order through encrypted communication to the Qin family's legal advisory team and public relations team, who had been waiting downstairs at the Asia headquarters of Sinomedical. The first to attack were the media. Under Su Wanqing's secret operation, the breaking news that Sinomedical was suspected of sending commercial spies to steal the core technology of China's key scientific research projects and attempted to maliciously suppress local innovative companies quickly spread like a virus on major domestic mainstream media and online platforms. The news report not only described in detail the entire process of the Viper team sneaking into the Dongtian paradise to steal secrets, but also attached ironclad evidence such as special stealing tools, forged identity documents, and encrypted communication records with senior executives of Sinomedical in Asia, which were seized from the arrested spies. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Sinomedical, an international pharmaceutical giant that has always presented itself to the public as high-tech, saving lives, and industry leader, its glamorous coat was instantly torn to pieces. Instead, it was replaced by the image of a despicable villain who would do anything for commercial interests, even violating the laws of other countries and stealing trade secrets. The anger of the domestic public was completely ignited. On the internet, the voices of condemnation and boycott of Sinomedical were like a tsunami, sweeping across major social platforms and forums. Shameless. An international pharmaceutical giant actually did such a sneaky thing. Punish commercial spies severely. Protect national interests. We must not let these foreign capitals do whatever they want on our Chinese territory. Boycott Sinomedical. Support domestic medicine. Support our own Shenhua Biological and Dongtianfudi. The rapid fermentation of public opinion also attracted the attention of the top officials of China. The relevant departments quickly intervened in the investigation and launched a comprehensive review of all the businesses of Sinomedical in China. Immediately afterwards, the Qin family's legal advisory team also formally filed a lawsuit on behalf of the Shenhua Biology and the Dongtianfudi project in the Beijing local court, suing Sinomedical and its Asia president Carter Brown on multiple charges including stealing trade secrets, unfair competition, and defamation of goodwill, and demanded a sky-high claim of hundreds of billions of yuan. At the same time, the Qin family also united with several leading domestic companies and scientific research institutions in the field of medicine and health that also have strong strength and patriotic sentiments, including some families and forces that have previously cooperated with Jiang Chen or received his favors, and jointly launched a joint boycott and anti-monopoly investigation initiative against foreign pharmaceutical giants such as Sinomedical for suspected monopoly operations, price discrimination, and abuse of patent rights in the Chinese market. This initiative has received widespread response from the domestic pharmaceutical industry. Many local companies that have long suffered from the suppression and exploitation of foreign giants have come forward to expose the various illegal behaviors of companies such as Sinomedical and call on the government to strengthen supervision, maintain a fair and competitive market environment, and support the revitalization and development of the national pharmaceutical industry. For a time, Sinomedical's business in China fell into an unprecedented predicament. Plummeting stock prices, cancelled orders, partners terminating contracts, government investigations, huge claims, and a joint boycott from the entire industry. All kinds of negative news are like an avalanche, overwhelming the Asia headquarters of Sinomedical. Mr. Carter and his astute Asian vice president no longer had their previous arrogance and composure, but were replaced by endless panic and despair. They never dreamed that a seemingly foolproof technology theft operation would lead to such disastrous consequences. Not only did they underestimate Jiang Chen's wisdom and skills, they also underestimated the Qin family's energy and determination in China, and they also underestimated the strong will of the Chinese people to safeguard national interests and national dignity. While Sino Medical was exhausted and struggling to cope, Jiang Chen did not give up. He knew that to deal with an opponent of this level, he had to take advantage of his weakness and kill him. He keenly realized that the industry shock and public sentiment caused by the Sino Medical commercial espionage incident was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An excellent opportunity to integrate the strength of the domestic pharmaceutical and health industry, break the monopoly of foreign capital, promote local innovation, and ultimately realize the strategic concept of Huaxia Health. Therefore, with the strong support and active efforts of the Qin family, Jiang Chen timely issued a far-reaching proposal to his colleagues in the domestic pharmaceutical industry. It is proposed to establish a China Big Health Industry Alliance with the purpose of independent innovation, joint development, mutual benefit and win-win, and serving the people. This alliance aims to unite all domestic enterprises, scientific research institutions, medical units and industry associations that are committed to promoting the development of China's pharmaceutical and health industry, and jointly build an open, collaborative and efficient innovation ecosystem. The alliance will focus on the following areas. First, we will strengthen the core technology research and development, concentrate our efforts on breaking through the bottleneck technologies in a number of key areas, and enhance the independent innovation capability and core competitiveness of my country's pharmaceutical and health industry. Jiang Chen's Qinhua Biology and Dongtian Foodie projects will take the lead in opening up some non-core technologies and research platforms, share them with alliance members, and jointly invest in R&D resources. Second, establish a unified industry standard and quality supervision system, regulate market order, crack down on counterfeiting and unfair competition, and improve the overall quality and reputation of domestic pharmaceutical products and services. Third, integrate domestic production, sales and distribution channels, reduce operating costs, break the channel monopoly of foreign brands, and allow more high-quality and affordable domestic pharmaceutical products and services to benefit the general public. Fourth, actively participate in international competition and cooperation, represent the overall interests of China's pharmaceutical and health industry, engage in equal dialogue and competition with international pharmaceutical giants, and strive for a broader international market and fairer trade rules. Jiang Chen's initiative was like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake, once again causing a huge response and resonance in the entire Chinese pharmaceutical and health field. Those local enterprises that have been struggling to survive and develop under pressure for a long time seem to have seen the dawn and hope. They have responded to Jiang Chen's call and actively applied to join this industry alliance that aims to hold together for warmth and common development. The Qin family, relying on its profound influence in both the political and business circles, also provided strong support and endorsement for the smooth formation of this alliance. It can be foreseen that in the near future, a powerful alliance advocated and led by Jiang Chen, representing the core strength of China's pharmaceutical and health industry, will be officially born. Chapter 105: The Failure of Sino Medical and Jiang Chen's Unexpected Gain. Faced with severe investigations from Chinese officials, legal proceedings led by the Qin family, and a joint boycott by the entire Chinese pharmaceutical industry, Sino Medical, an international pharmaceutical oligarch that usually dominates the global market, finally tasted the bitter fruit of its own making. All of their businesses in China were completely paralyzed almost at the same time. First, all its branches and offices in China were subjected to surprise inspections and strict scrutiny by relevant departments. Taxation, industry and commerce, drug supervision, customs, and almost all regulatory departments that can be thought of have launched a carpet-style investigation on Sino Medical. For a time, various black materials such as illegal operations, tax evasion, data falsification, and suspected commercial bribery were constantly dug up and made public. Secondly, all its drugs and medical devices sold in the Chinese market are facing unprecedented strict review and re-evaluation. Many products that had previously barely passed the approval by relying on their international brand halo and some special public relations methods or had potential safety hazards and controversial efficacy were ordered to be removed from the shelves, sales were suspended, and even the production and sales licenses were directly revoked. To make matters worse for Sino Medical, those partners that used to have close relations with them, including some large public hospitals, drugstore chains, and local government procurement departments, have, under tremendous pressure from public opinion and goodwill reminders from the authorities, also distanced themselves from them, terminated all cooperation agreements, and demanded compensation for the economic losses caused thereby. For a time, the sales of Sino Medical in China plummeted, the market share shrank sharply, and the brand image that had been painstakingly cultivated for many years completely collapsed, and it became a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. The tens of billions of dollars in lawsuits filed by the Qin family on behalf of Qinhua Biology and the Dongtian Foodie project were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, plunging the financial situation of Sino Medical into an unprecedented crisis. Faced with such a tragic situation, the global headquarters of Sino Medical, far away in Europe, finally could no longer sit still. They held an emergency board meeting, and after some fierce arguments and buck passing, they finally had to make the decision to cut off the arm to survive. Mr. Carter Brown, the Asia president who planned and led the technology theft operation, was naturally the first to be abandoned as the scapegoat. He was dismissed from all positions on the spot by the board of directors for serious dereliction of duty and damage to the interests of the company, and was required to bear part of the economic losses caused by the incident. This once arrogant Western elite fell from heaven to hell overnight and became the laughingstock of the entire industry. Immediately afterwards, the global headquarters of Sino Medical dispatched a crisis management team led by its global chief operating officer and chief legal counsel, who rushed to Beijing to attempt to conduct friendly negotiations with the Qin family and Jiang Chen, hoping to quell this China storm that was enough to shake the foundation of its global strategy at the lowest cost. However, the answer they received was cold and tough. The Qin family and Jiang Chen made it clear that they would never tolerate the commercial espionage of Sino Medical and the malicious suppression of Chinese enterprises. They must be severely punished. As for the compensation, there was no room for negotiation. The compensation amount was tens of billions, not a cent less. In the end, under pressure from all sides and facing overwhelming evidence, Sino Medical had to lower its proud head and accept almost all the harsh conditions. Not only do they have to publicly apologize to Qinma Biology, the Dongtian Foodie project, and all the Chinese companies and people who have been harmed by them, admit their mistakes, and promise never to make them again, they also have to pay a huge compensation of up to 30 billion yuan as punishment for their commercial espionage and unfair competition. What is even more painful for Sino Medical is that in order to get out of the quagmire in the Chinese market as soon as possible and avoid greater losses, they were forced to transfer some of their high-quality assets in China at a fire sale price, including several joint venture pharmaceutical factories, a research and development laboratory with advanced equipment, and sales channels and logistics networks covering major cities across the country. They were all transferred to a newly established China Health Industry Investment Group led by the Qin family and actually controlled by Jiang Chen behind the scenes. This newly established investment group is the physical operating platform and capital operation core of the China Big Health Industry Alliance initiated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, without bloodshed, not only successfully defended the interests of the Qinma Biology and Dongtian Foodie, and severely taught a lesson to the arrogant international giant Sino Medical, but also took this opportunity to integrate some of the high-quality resources of Sino Medical in China at a very low cost, laying a more solid foundation for the realization of his own China Health strategic concept. This series of business operations, which can be described as masterstrokes, has brought Jiang Chen's reputation and influence in the business community of Beijing and even the whole country to a new peak. Everyone was completely impressed by his unfathomable financial resources, his powerful strategy, and his business acumen. Ding! The host successfully defeated the commercial espionage plot of the international pharmaceutical giant Sino Medical and led a comprehensive counterattack against it, forcing it to pay a heavy price, safeguarding the interests of the country and national enterprises, and greatly improving social reputation and industry influence. Ding! The host took the opportunity to successfully acquire some of the high-quality assets of Sino Medical in China at a low price, further expanding its business territory, and improving the comprehensive evaluation of the system. Reward, leadership plus 20, business talent points plus 5 can be used to enhance the host's insight or operational capabilities in a certain business field. Qin family trust and contribution points reached a new height automatically accumulated, unlocking the Qin family's more core network resources or privileges, and obtained a special item, Industry Integration Blueprint Medical and Health Field. Industry Integration Blueprint Pharmaceutical and Healthcare. After use, you will get an in-depth analysis report on the current status of China's pharmaceutical and healthcare industry, as well as a strategic planning blueprint on how to optimize the industrial structure, integrate industry resources, build a complete industrial chain, and ultimately achieve industry leadership. Looking at the generous rewards on the system panel, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with joy. The improvement of leadership and business talent points will allow him to better control and manage the growing business empire. The increase of Qin family trust and contribution points means that he can mobilize more top resources to serve him. And the Industry Integration Blueprint Medical and Health Field was like timely rain, providing him with the most professional guidance and the clearest path for the subsequent integration of Sino Medical's assets in China and the promotion of the development of the China Big Health Industry Alliance. Jiang Chen knew that his era had just begun. Just as he was immersed in the joy of victory and his vision for the future, a slightly lazy and charming voice suddenly came from behind him. "Boss Jiang, you are so busy that you didn't even attend the celebration party. Are you hiding here alone to relive the wonderful commercial blockbuster that just happened?" Jiang Chen turned around and saw Su Wanqing wearing a sexy black lace dress and holding 2 glasses of red wine. She was leaning lazily against the doorframe of the office. There was a teasing smile in her beautiful eyes as she looked at him with a half smile. Chapter 106, The Qin Family's Younger Generation's Admiration and the Undercurrents of the Shura Field. Su Wanqing's sudden appearance and her slightly teasing and seductive tone instantly made the atmosphere in the office a little charming. Jiang Chen looked at the fashion queen in front of him, who was wearing a sexy black lace dress and was as gorgeous as a rose in the dark night, and his heart couldn't help but be slightly moved. Lu Ruyan stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently lifted Jiang Chen's chin. Her beautiful eyes sparkled and she said in a sweet voice, "We just won such a beautiful victory. Don't you want to find someone to celebrate with?" Her suggestive words and alluring eyes are enough to make any normal man's heart sway. Jiang Chen was no exception. He could clearly feel the mature and fatal temptation emanating from Lu Ruyan. This woman was like a glass of mellow red wine. The more you tasted it, the more delicious it became, making you intoxicated unconsciously. Oh? Then how should we celebrate? Jiang Chen took Su Wanqing's soft little hand, with a hint of burning fire in his eyes. Su Wanqing did not answer directly, but handed the other glass of red wine in her hand to Jiang Chen, then leaned gently in his arms and said lazily, "Jiang Chen, you know what? You were at the negotiation table today, debating with a group of scholars, and refutation of those arrogant foreign devils of Sino-Medical speechless, and finally forced them to cede land and pay compensation. It was really cool. I've met countless people, but I've never seen a man as young as you who has such a formidable business mind and strong aura." Her eyes were full of undisguised appreciation and admiration, as well as a barely perceptible possessiveness. "It's my honor to receive such high praise." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, gently hugged Lu Ruyan's slender waist, and felt the softness and warmth coming from her body. However, Su Wanqing changed the subject, a sly look flashing in her eyes. "Boss Jiang, you stole the show in Beijing this time. Not only did you make international giants like Sino-Medical stumble, but you also became a guest of honor that the Qin family and our Su family competed to win over. I heard that even Mr. Qin's precious granddaughter, who is always arrogant and rarely gets close to others, is fond of you." Qin's granddaughter? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and a vague impression emerged in his mind. He remembered that at the Qin family's birthday banquet, he seemed to have seen several young people from the Qin family, but at that time his attention was mainly on Qin Jinbang and Qin Mingyuan, and he didn't pay much attention to those young people. That's right. Su Wanqing's tone was full of an inexplicable meaning. Qin Yutong, the only daughter of President Qin Mingyuan, just graduated from a top business school abroad this year. Whether it's her appearance, talent, or family background, she is one of the best in the entire Beijing socialite circle. Moreover, I heard that this Miss Qin is also quite arrogant. She usually doesn't say a word to those playboys who pursue her. But, Su Wanqing paused, looking at Jiang Chen with a half smile, "Ever since you showed your extraordinary strength and charm at the Qin family's birthday banquet last time and in this cooperation on the Dongtian Foodie project, Miss Qin seems to have a different eye for you." Just at the celebration banquet, Su Wanqing continued, "Qin Yutong took the initiative to ask me a lot about you." In her words, the curiosity and admiration were not concealed at all. "Boss Jiang, you are really lucky in love." Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He knew that although Su Wanqing's words were a bit teasing, they were not groundless. Ever since he came to prominence in the capital, especially after he demonstrated strong strength and influence in the Dongtian Foodie project and the incident against Sino-Medical, many famous ladies in the capital have shown great interest and affection for him. Among them, of course, is the Qin family's proud daughter Qin Yutong. Jiang Chen didn't have a very deep impression of Qin Yutong. He only remembered that she was indeed a lady from a noble family with outstanding appearance and extraordinary temperament. However, he always kept a distance from such peach blossoms that came to his door on their own initiative. He didn't want these unnecessary emotional entanglements to affect the overall cooperation between him and the Qin family. What's more, he already has Su Wanqing, Lin Shuiao, Moron Liuli, and other beautiful women around him, each of whom has a special emotional entanglement with him. He doesn't want to easily cause new trouble. "Wanqing, are you jealous?" Jiang Chen pinched Lu Ruyan's smooth chin and teased. "Jealous?" Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. "In my Lu Ruyan's dictionary, there is no word like jealous. I just want to remind Boss Jiang that the waters of Beijing are very deep, and some peach blossoms are not so easy to pick. Especially for top wealthy families like the Qin family, their marriages are often closely related to family interests and political considerations. If Boss Jiang wants to be the son-in-law of the Qin family, I'm afraid the price he has to pay will not be small." Although she said this lightly, Jiang Chen could detect a subtle hint of sourness and worry. He knew that although Su Wanqing looked strong and independent on the outside, deep down in her heart, she had an inseparable true love for him. "Don't worry." Jiang Chen hugged Su Wanqing tightly in his arms and whispered softly in her ear, "There are not many people that can fit in my heart. But I cherish every one of them with all my heart. As for the Qin family, my cooperation with them is based on common interests and has nothing to do with personal feelings." He paused, his eyes becoming deeper. "What's more, my Jiang Chen's marriage will always be in my own hands and will never become a bargaining chip for any family's interests." When Su Wanqing heard Jiang Chen's words, the little jealousy and worry in her heart instantly disappeared. She pressed her pretty face tightly against Jiang Chen's broad chest, feeling his strong heartbeat and the reassuring warmth, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up into a happy and satisfied smile. However, just as the two were enjoying each other's rare time together, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. It was an unfamiliar number, but Jiang Chen's eye of insight gave a hint in an instant. Caller: Qin Yutong, daughter of Qin Mingyuan. Note: the eldest daughter of the Qin family in Beijing, has a strong liking and curiosity towards the host, and is suspected of actively contacting and showing goodwill. Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly, barely perceptible. "It's true that when you mention Chow Chow, he will appear." Su Wanqing also saw the name on the caller ID. She glanced at Jiang Chen with a smile and a hint of amusement in her eyes. Chapter 107, The capital is settled, the magic city starts a new journey. Jiang Chen looked at the words Qin Yutong on the screen of his mobile phone, and glanced at Su Wanqing's eyes, which seemed to be smiling but not smiling, with a hint of playfulness and inquiry, and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It seemed that this piece of Tang monk's meat was really popular in the eyes of these proud girls in Beijing. He did not answer the call immediately, but turned his phone to silent mode, then gently hugged Su Wanqing tighter and whispered in her ear, "It seems that our world of two is always easily disturbed by some ignorant people. Why don't we change places and continue to celebrate?" Su Wanqing naturally understood what Jiang Chen meant. She gave Jiang Chen a charming look but did not refuse. She knew that a man like Jiang Chen would always be surrounded by excellent women. Although she was confident, she also understood that if she wanted to truly keep this man's heart, she needed not only beauty and means, but also wisdom and tacit understanding. During his time in Beijing, Jiang Chen's life was colorful and fruitful. In his career, he not only successfully thwarted the commercial espionage plot of Sino Medical, but also took this opportunity to integrate some of its high-quality assets in China, and advocated the establishment of the China Health Industry Alliance, which initially established his leadership in the domestic medical and health field. With sufficient funds and top talents, the core technology research and development of Chunma biology has also made breakthrough progress, and it is not far from real commercial application. The Dongtian Foodie project has become a health sanctuary that the top circles in Beijing are flocking to, and the huge commercial value and social influence behind it are also beginning to emerge. In the cultural field, he helped Moron Lioli to redress the injustice of her family for a century, and led the establishment of the China Treasure Protection Fund, which not only won him a high social reputation, but also expanded his network of contacts from the business world to the cultural and art world. Moron Lioli, the treasure goddess with both talent and beauty, also became a capable general under his command, and a confidant who secretly fell in love with him. In terms of personal connections, through deep cooperation and interest binding with the Qin family, Jiang Chen has firmly established his foothold in Beijing, the center of power in China. The appreciation and respect of old man Qin Jinbang, the trust and support of Qin Mingyuan, and the admiration and following of the younger generation of the Qin family such as Qin Yutong all give him a strong backing to fight against any potential enemies. And Su Wanqing, the smart female president of the Su Group, has formed the most stable business ally and tacit confidant with him. The storms that the two have jointly set off in the business world of Beijing are enough to scare all opponents. Emotionally, the relationship between Jiang Chen and the top beauties in Beijing, such as Su Wanqing and Moron Lioli, has become more stable and tacit. Although they have different personalities, they get along well with Jiang Chen's strong personal charm and superb balance art, and even in some aspects, they can cooperate with each other and contribute to Jiang Chen's career. Lin Shueyo has always maintained close contact with Jiang Chen. Under her management, the Shueyo brand has also flourished and become a rising star in the Chinese fashion industry. Jiang Chen's harem is full of talents and beauties, which makes others envious. However, Jiang Chen was not satisfied or lazy. He knew that the situation in the capital was just an important stop on his journey of life. A wider world and more severe challenges were waiting for him in the distance. And he has already chosen his next target, the Magic City, an international metropolis located at the forefront of Asia's and even the world's economy and fashion. There is more intense business competition, more cutting-edge technology, and more complex international forces. There is a brand new battlefield where he can truly show his talents and realize his life ambitions. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and drank the red wine in the glass. He knew that the layout in the capital had been basically completed. The Qin family, the Su family, Lu Ruyan, Moron Lioli, these people and forces with significant influence in the capital, will become his most solid backing and most reliable allies in the rear. It's time to embark on a new journey. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window in his office, overlooking the 1,000-year-old capital with its bright lights and bustling traffic, feeling filled with pride. Beijing, the city that once brought him humiliation and also allowed him to soar to fame, has now become a prominent footnote in Jiang Chen's legendary story. But the real-world stage is still in the distance, beckoning to him. He took out his cell phone and ignored the missed call from Qin Yutong, but directly dialed Lin Shuiyao's number. Shuiyao, get ready. We should go to the Magic City and let the light of Shuiyu illuminate the whole of Asia and even the whole world. Lin Shuiyao's surprised and happy voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen. That's great. I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a confident yet wicked smile. Chapter 108 Set Sail. A few days later, in the VIP terminal of Beijing International Airport, a brand new top-level Gulfstream G700 private jet was shining brightly in the morning light. This was the latest car that Jiang Chen had purchased through the Qin family's channels at a huge expense and had been personalized for the convenience of traveling around the world for himself and his core team. Its luxury and technological configuration could be called a palace in the sky. Jiang Chen was wearing a well-tailored casual suit. He looked relaxed as he hugged and said goodbye to Qin Mingyuan, Su Wanqing, Moron Lioli, and others who came to see him off. Brother Jiang, you should be more careful in everything. Qin Mingyuan warned earnestly, the Qin family also has some industries and connections in the Magic City. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Don't worry, Brother Qin. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Jiang Chen, never do anything that I'm not sure of. Su Wanqing held Jiang Chen's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Jiang Chen, when you get to the Magic City, remember to report to me as soon as possible. It's not like the capital, so be careful. The power of the United Jin is deeply rooted in the Magic City. I'm afraid you will face considerable challenges this time. Got it, Wanqing. Jiang Chen patted the back of her hand gently. Don't worry, I don't really care about a mere combined Jin. But you, take good care of yourself in Beijing, and don't worry too much about the affairs of the Su group. Moron Lioli stood quietly aside, just staring at Jiang Chen with her clear eyes that were filled with a hint of worry. She knew that Jiang Chen was going to the Magic City with a more important mission, and what she could do was to take good care of the China Treasure Protection Fund in the capital so that he would not have any worries. Lioli, thank you for your hard work on the foundation. Jiang Chen walked up to Moron Lioli and said softly, if there is any problem that cannot be solved, please feel free to contact me, or ask Brother Qin and Wanqing for help. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, Lioli will live up to your trust. Moron Lioli nodded slightly, her voice gentle but firm. After saying goodbye to everyone, Jiang Chen boarded the luxurious Gulfstream G700 with Lin Shuiao, the core members of the Night Crow team led by Night Crow himself, and several operations and marketing elites carefully selected from the Hanhai capital and Shuiyu brands. The plane took off smoothly, soared into the sky, and sped towards the Shanghai, an international metropolis known as the Paris of the East and the fashion heart of Asia. Inside the cabin, the specially modified interior space is comparable to a top-level presidential suite, with leather sofas, advanced audio-visual systems, independent conference rooms, and even a small skybar, all of which are extremely luxurious. Lin Shuiao sat on the soft and comfortable sofa, looking through the porthole at the rapidly shrinking outline of the capital city below and the endless sea of clouds outside the window. Her heart was filled with excitement and anticipation for the future, but also with a hint of nervousness and uneasiness about the unknown challenges. She knows that Shanghai is the place where the competition among global fashion brands is the most intense, and it is also the top stage that all designers dream of. And Shuiyu, the original brand that carries all her dreams and efforts, will soon face a real test there. What are you thinking about? Jiang Chen walked over to Lin Shuiyu with 2 glasses of champagne and sat down next to her, handing her one of the glasses. Nothing. Lin Shuiyu took the wineglass, took a sip, and said a little embarrassedly, I'm just a little nervous. After all, Magic City is an international metropolis, and the fashion circle there is much more complicated and cruel than that in Beijing. I'm worried whether Shuiyu can gain a foothold there. Silly girl. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, gently embraced her in his arms, kissed her smooth forehead lightly, and said softly, with me here, what are you worried about? I believe in your talent, and I believe even more in the potential of Shuiyu. Jiang Chen's eyes were full of strong confidence and encouragement to Lin Shuiao. Beijing is just the first stop for our Shuiyu to go global. Shanghai is just a starting point for us to conquer the Asian fashion circle. My goal is to make Shuiyu a top international luxury brand like Chanel and Dior, so that the whole world will fall for China's original designs. Lin Shuiao snuggled in Jiang Chen's broad and warm embrace, listening to his ambitious blueprint. The nervousness and uneasiness in her heart were gradually replaced by an indescribable sense of security and sweetness. This man always gives her the most steadfast support and the strongest confidence when she is most confused and helpless. Jiang Chen, thank you. Lin Shuiao raised her pretty face, her beautiful eyes sparkling with love and dependence on Jiang Chen. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Do we still need to say thank you? Jiang Chen scratched her upturned nose and said with a smile, you are my woman, and your dream is naturally my dream. Not only will I make you the top designer in China, but I will also make you the happiest woman in the world. Lin Shuiao's pretty face flushed upon hearing this, her heart filled with endless sweetness and emotion. She took the initiative to move forward and gave Jiang Chen a passionate and lingering kiss on his lips. 10,000 meters above the sky, the two of them enjoyed this rare warmth and romance, and were even more excited about their future trip to the Magic City. At this moment, the familiar prompt tone of the system sounded again in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! The host is about to arrive at the new city, Magic City, triggering the first ring of the Conquest of the Fashion Capital series of tasks, showing off your talents. Task requirements: within 1 month, let the Shuiyu brand gain initial recognition in the fashion circle of Magic City, and successfully hold a brand launch event. Task rewards: fashion influence points plus 10,000. The system mall unlocks the Fashion Big Shot exclusive redemption area, can be exchanged for special props and skills related to fashion, design, and media. New city, new mission. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a confident smile. Magic City, I, Jiang Chen, am here. Chapter 109, First Arrival in Shanghai, the Bund's Show of Strength? The Gulfstream G700 landed smoothly at the VIP terminal of Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport. Unlike the reserved and solemn atmosphere of Beijing, Shanghai's first impression on Jiang Chen was the extreme prosperity, fashion, and internationalization. In the airport, people of all colors and languages were in a hurry, and the air was filled with a fast-paced business atmosphere and a taste of extravagance. Already waiting on the tarmac were several top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Phantoms that Jiang Chen had pre-ordered through the Shanghai branch of Hanhai Capital. The motorcade was in good order, and the well-trained drivers and security personnel respectfully opened the doors for Jiang Chen and his party, showing off their pomp and circumstance. Jiang Chen did not choose to stay in a hotel, but had already purchased a century-old mansion with a river view in the most central area of the Bund at a jaw-dropping, super-rich price as their base in the Magic City. The mansion overlooks the magnificent scenery of the Huangpu River and serves as their base. This mansion was originally the private residence of a wealthy man in Shanghai during the Republic of China. After several changes of ownership, it finally fell into the hands of Jiang Chen. Its interior decoration combines the classical European palace style with modern simplicity and luxury. It covers an area of thousands of square meters and not only has an independent sky garden, a private swimming pool, a top-level audiovisual room, but also a small private museum with a collection of many valuable antique artworks. When the convoy slowly drove into this top-notch luxury house located in the prime location of the Bund, known as the Pearl of the Bund, even Lin Shuiao, Yiya, and others who were used to big scenes could not help but be deeply shocked by its grand momentum and ultimate luxury. Jiang Chen, is this where we live in the Magic City? Lin Shuiao held Jiang Chen's arm, her beautiful eyes filled with incredible surprise. She knew Jiang Chen was rich, but she didn't expect that he would own such an amazing property in the Bund where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Well, do you like it? Jiang Chen smiled and gently scratched her nose. From now on, this will be our home in the Magic City. Just as Jiang Chen and his companions were about to get off the car and step into their Bund palace, a shrill engine roar suddenly came from not far away. I saw several brightly colored, exaggeratedly shaped top-of-the-line sports cars rushing over like mad beasts, blocking the way of Jiang Chen's motorcade. Leading the group was a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno, with its door opened upwards. A young man wearing a fancy Armani custom suit, sunglasses, shiny hair and a wicked smile on his face got out of the car. Behind him, there were several rich young men who were also dressed in fancy clothes and looked lazy. These people were the notorious four young masters of Shanghai in Shanghai Circle. They relied on their family's power and money to act tyrannically and lawlessly in Shanghai. The young man leading the group and driving the Lamborghini Veneno was the leader of the four young masters of Magic City, the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Zhanbo. Although the Lu family's influence in Shanghai is not as strong as that of the Qin family and the Su family in Beijing, it is still one of the top families in Shanghai. It is mainly involved in real estate, shipping and entertainment industries, and has close connections with both the black and white worlds. Lu Zhanbo is a well-known playboy in the circle. He has a flamboyant and arrogant personality, and he likes to stir up trouble and bully men and women. At this moment, Lu Zhanbo took off his sunglasses and looked up and down at Jiang Chen and his group, as well as the Rolls-Royce phantoms behind them, with an extremely frivolous and disdainful look. When his eyes fell on Lin Shuiao's beautiful face and graceful figure, a hint of undisguised lust and greed flashed in his eyes. "Hey, guys, look. What's the wind today that has blown so many dragons crossing the river to our magic city?" Lu Zhanbo whistled and said frivolously, "Driving a Rolls-Royce and living in a mansion on the Bund, it's quite a show. I wonder which god has descended to earth." The few rich second generations behind him also burst into laughter, and their words were full of ridicule and disdain for Jiang Chen and others. Seeing this, Night Crow and several security personnel's faces darkened and they immediately stepped forward, protecting Jiang Chen and Lin Shuiao behind them. They stared at Lu Zhanbo and the others with cold eyes, emitting a heart-pounding murderous aura. "Everyone, this is a private residence, please leave immediately," Night Crow said in a voice without any emotion. "Private residence?" Lu Zhanbo sneered, as if he had heard a huge joke. "In this land of Magic City, there is no place that I, Lu Zhanbo, cannot go to. Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers in front of this young master?" He paused, and turned his gaze to Lin Shuiao again, with a lewd smile on his face. "This beauty, I don't know her face at all. I wonder which family she is from. Are you interested in having a few drinks with me? I promise that I will make you have fun and be comfortable in the Magic City." Shameless. Lin Shuiao's pretty face was filled with anger as she scolded him coldly. When had she ever been teased and insulted so blatantly? Oh, a rose with thorns. This young master likes this kind of personality. Lu Zhanbo was even more proud. He approached Lin Shuiao step by step, and the desire in his eyes became stronger and stronger. "Beauty, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. In the Magic City, no woman dares to refuse my invitation." Just when Lu Zhanbo's hand was about to touch Lin Shuiao, a strong and powerful hand, like an iron clamp, suddenly grabbed his wrist. Ah! Lu Zhanbo felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if his bones were about to be crushed. He couldn't help but let out a shrill scream, and a bead of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. The person who took action was naturally Jiang Chen. He had behaved extremely calmly from beginning to end, but at this moment, his eyes were as cold as 10,000 years of ice, without any emotion at all. "I don't care whether you are Lu Zhanbo or Zhang Zhanbo." Jiang Chen's voice was low and hoarse, like a judgment from the netherworld. "If you dare to touch my woman, you will die." He exerted a little force on his wrist. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking was heard. Lu Zhanbo's wrist was actually broken by Jiang Chen. Chapter 110. Sorry, I booked this floor. Ah, my hand. My hand is broken. Lu Zhanbo's heart-wrenching screams, like the midnight bell, broke the tranquility of the Bund, a top wealthy area. He hugged his right wrist, which had already shown a strange twist, and rolled on the ground in pain, veins popping out on his forehead, and beads of sweat rolling down like raindrops. Where was the arrogant and domineering look before? He could never have dreamed that this seemingly gentle and harmless young man in front of him would dare to be so cruel to him, the eldest son of the Lu family, in the territory of the Magic City and in public. What he could not have imagined was that the opponent's strength was so terrifying. Just a slight pinch broke his wrist. This inhuman strength was simply horrifying. The rich second generation following behind Lu Zhanbo were all scared out of their wits and their faces turned pale. Although they usually relied on their family's power to bully men and women outside, they had never seen such a bloody and violent scene. Especially Jiang Chen's pair of icy cold eyes without any emotion, which made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, freezing from head to toe, and they dared not even breathe. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? My father is Lu Tianxiong. He is the chairman of Lu Group. You are dead. You are dead." Lu Zhanbo endured the severe pain and roared at Jiang Chen in a cowardly manner, trying to intimidate the other party with his family background. However, Jiang Chen was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. He loosened his hand, letting Lu Zhanbo's broken wrist fall limply, then took out a clean white handkerchief from his pocket and slowly wiped his fingers, as if he had just crushed an insignificant ant, and said calmly, "Lu Tianxiong? Lu Group? Is it that great?" He paused, a sneer of disdain flashed in his eyes. "I don't care whether your father is Lu Tianxiong or Li Tianxiong. Today, you touched someone you shouldn't have touched and said something you shouldn't have said. You must pay the price." "Night Crow!" Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. "Here!" Night Crow appeared silently behind Jiang Chen like a ghost, his voice cold and crisp. "Throw these ignorant bastards out." Jiang Chen pointed at Lu Zhanbo and his companions who had already been frightened and said indifferently, "Remember, throw them out. If they dare to step into this place again, or dare to say another word of nonsense in front of me, I will break their legs." "Yes." A cold light flashed in Night Crow's eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately winked at his security guards who were also very skilled. Those security guards rushed forward like wolves and tigers, not giving Lu Zhanbo and the others any chance to resist or beg for mercy. They simply picked them up and dragged them towards the gate of the mansion like dead dogs. "Let me go! You bunch of dogs and slaves! Do you know who I am? Jiang Chen. Just wait for me. My Lu family will never let you go. Help! Someone is killing me!" Lu Zhanbo and the others screamed and cursed like pigs being slaughtered, but were soon dragged out of the courtyard of the mansion, and then were mercilessly thrown onto the cold and hard road of the Bund. Some passers-by in vehicles passing by were stunned by this sudden scene and didn't know what was going on. After dealing with these jumping clowns, Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Lin Shuao, who was still a little frightened, and the housekeeper and servants of the mansion who rushed over after hearing the news. His face returned to its previous calm expression. "Sorry to scare you all." Jiang Chen smiled apologetically. "It seems that we have encountered some unfriendly welcome ceremonies as soon as we arrived in the Magic City. Jiang Chen, are you okay?" Lin Shuao walked to Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes full of worry and fear. She was really frightened by Lu Zhanbo's arrogant and unscrupulous look, and was afraid that Jiang Chen would suffer. But she didn't expect that Jiang Chen's counterattack would be so simple and crude, but so satisfying. "What can happen to me?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly, gently held Lin Shuao's hand, and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I'm here, no one can hurt you." He paused, glanced at the mansion's housekeeper and servants present, and said calmly, "From today on, this is our home in the Magic City. I don't want any irrelevant people to disturb our peace and quiet." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." The experienced old butler, who was over 50 years old, bowed and responded quickly, with a trace of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He was also shocked by Jiang Chen's thunderous means. He knew that this new young master was no ordinary person. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a hotel manager's uniform, ran over breathlessly with several security guards. The hotel manager was the person in charge of a nearby 5-star hotel that had some connection with the property rights of Jiang Chen's mansion. For example, the mansion itself was the exclusive property for the hotel's top VIPs, or Jiang Chen bought it through the hotel's channels. He had obviously heard the noise just now, or received a report from his subordinates, and then hurried over to check the situation. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." When the hotel manager saw Jiang Chen and the imposing security guards behind him, his heart suddenly tightened. He quickly stepped forward and greeted them respectfully. "I am the general manager of this Grand Hyatt Hotel. My name is Wang Hao. Did something unpleasant happen outside just now? I am very sorry, our hotel's security work was not done well, and I disturbed you. Please forgive me, Mr. Jiang." As he spoke, he secretly looked at Jiang Chen, his heart full of curiosity and awe. He only knew from the records of property transactions that this top luxury house worth billions was bought in full by a mysterious young rich man at a staggering price. But he didn't expect that this young rich man was so unfathomable and seemed to be difficult to mess with. He saw clearly the miserable state of Lu Zhanbo and others when they were thrown out just now. The person who could make the young master of the Lu family suffer such a big loss must have an extraordinary identity and background. "Manager Wang, you're too polite." Jiang Chen nodded calmly. "They are just some blind flies. They have been dealt with. However, I am a little curious. The public security in this magic city does not seem to be as good as the legend says. In broad daylight, how dare someone openly harass and extort in a place like the Bund?" Wang Hao's forehead was sweating even more when he heard this. He knew that Jiang Chen's words seemed to be a complaint, but in fact they were a warning to him, the hotel group behind him, and even certain aspects of the magic city. "Mr. Jiang, please calm down. Mr. Jiang, please calm down." Wang Hao explained quickly, "This was indeed an oversight on our part. Don't worry, I will immediately increase security patrols around the hotel after I return, and will never let something like this happen again." At the same time, I will report this matter to the relevant departments, and will give you, Mr. Jiang, a satisfactory explanation. No need to explain. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said calmly, I just hope that during the time I live here, no unpleasant things will happen and affect the mood of me and my family. He paused, glanced at Wang Hao and the security guards behind him, and suddenly changed the subject, saying, By the way, Manager Wang, is there any vacancy in the presidential suite of your hotel tonight? Wang Hao was slightly startled when he heard this. He didn't quite understand what Jiang Chen meant, but he quickly replied, Yes, yes. The 3 presidential suites on the top floor of our hotel are all available tonight. Mr. Jiang, do you want to? Very good. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said in a calm but unquestionable tone, I'm sorry, Manager Wang. From now on, all the remaining suites on the top floor of your hotel, as well as those limited edition sports cars that look pretty good in the parking lot downstairs, I will take care of them all. Tonight, I'm going to hold a small welcome party for my friends here. I don't want to see any strangers appear in my sight. Jiang Chen said this lightly, but it was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present again. Chapter 111, Fashion Queen Lu Ruyan's attention. Wang Hao was completely stunned by Jiang Chen's sudden and inhumane operation. Book all the presidential suites on the top floor of the Grand Hyatt Hotel? And also book the limited edition sports cars in the parking lot that were originally displayed and rented exclusively for the hotel's top VIPs? And from the tone of it, it seems that it's just for a small welcome party? Who is this Mr. Jiang? Although he had received many wealthy and powerful people from all over the world before, some of them were spendthrifts, but it was the first time he had met someone like Jiang Chen, who wanted to book the entire top floor of the hotel and even clear out the limited edition sports cars in the parking lot. This is not just about being rich, this is simply treating money as dirt. Mr. Jiang, you are not kidding, are you? Wang Hao's voice was a little stammering. He looked at Jiang Chen carefully, trying to find even the slightest sign of a joke on his face. However, Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, his eyes were deep and confident, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. Manager Wang, do you think I'm joking? Jiang Chen asked calmly. No, of course not. Wang Hao waved his hands quickly, and the cold sweat on his forehead broke out even more. Mr. Jiang, you misunderstood. I was just a little too surprised. Don't worry, I will arrange it immediately. I guarantee that all the suites on the top floor will be reserved for you in the shortest possible time, and those sports cars in the parking lot will be cleared out for you and your friends to use. He knew that a super rich man like Jiang Chen was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Not to mention just booking a penthouse and a few sports cars, even if Jiang Chen said he wanted to buy the entire Grand Hyatt Hotel, he would probably have to call the board of directors immediately to discuss whether he could give up it. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. As for the expenses, just deduct them from my card. The password is 6/8. I don't want any unnecessary troubles to bother me before the party starts. Do you understand? As he spoke, he once again took out the black bank card that symbolized endless wealth and supreme status. I understand. I understand. Mr. Jiang, don't worry. I promise that tonight's party will definitely be the most unforgettable and enjoyable experience for you and your friends in Shanghai. Wang Hao took the bank card as if he had taken over a hot potato, and nodded and bowed repeatedly to assure him. Then, not daring to be negligent in the slightest, he immediately turned around and went to arrange the relevant matters himself. Looking at Wang Hao's hurriedly leaving back, Lin Shuiao, Yi and others were once again deeply shocked by Jiang Chen's inhumane gesture. Especially Lin Shuiao, although she knew that Jiang Chen was very rich, she never expected that he would spend so much money to welcome her in the team. This attention and love filled her heart with indescribable sweetness and touching. Jiang Chen's domineering CEO style of behavior and super rich style of doing things at the entrance of this top luxury house on the Bund and at the Grand Hyatt Hotel were like wings. They spread to all circles of the upper class in Shanghai through various channels at an astonishing speed. For a time, the identity and background of the mysterious young Master Jiang from the capital became the hottest topic of discussion among the wealthy and powerful families and celebrities in Shanghai. Some people say that he is the heir of a hidden wealthy family in Beijing, and that he came to Shanghai this time to expand his territory. Some people say that he is actually the spokesperson of a mysterious international consortium, and that he controls wealth and resources that rival that of a country. Some people even connect him with the China Treasure Guardian Fund and Qinma Biology that were previously famous in Beijing, and speculate that he is the mysterious boss who is strategizing and stirring up the storm behind the scenes. Various speculations and rumors spread like wildfire, making Jiang Chen's image even more mysterious and powerful. Naturally, these rumors were also spread to the ears of Lu Ruyan, the real top figure in the Magic City fashion circle, the iron-fisted female editor-in-chief of the top international fashion magazine Myingui at the fastest speed. At this moment, in the luxurious office of Phantom Club located on the top floor of a skyscraper in the most prosperous financial center of Shanghai, Lu Ruyan was lazily leaning on a valuable Italian leather sofa, holding a glass of top-grade burgundy red wine, listening to her shrewd and capable chief assistant reporting the latest developments about Jiang Chen. Today, Lu Ruyan wore a boldly cut, highly designed black deep V dress, which outlined her hot and sexy devil figure. Her slender and fair legs were casually crossed, exuding a fatal temptation. Her gorgeous face was painted with delicate and slightly aggressive makeup, her red lips were like fire, her eyes were narrow and long, and her eyes were full of the confidence, control, exploration and curiosity that are unique to mature women. As a former international supermodel and now the queen of media, Lu Ruyan has a pivotal position and influence in Shanghai and even the entire Asian fashion circle. Her words are enough to make a little-known brand become popular overnight, and can also make a popular international brand fall into the whirlpool of public opinion. She had seen many talented young men and rich young men, but she was very interested in Jiang Chen, who was so high-profile, so domineering, and a bit mysterious when he first appeared. Young Master Jiang from Beijing? The Shuiyu brand? And the Chunma biology? Lu Ruyan gently shook the wine glass in her hand, her red lips slightly parted, her voice carrying a unique hoarseness and magnetism. Interesting. It seems that the fashion circle of our Magic City, which has been calm for a long time, will soon become lively because of the arrival of this dragon crossing the river. Editor-in-chief, the chief assistant said respectfully, according to the information we have so far, this Jiang Chen is indeed not a simple person. In Beijing, he not only has close ties with the Qin and Su families, two of the top wealthy families, but he also single-handedly integrated the Nikkang Yui group in a short period of time and successfully launched the original designer brand Shuiyu, which caused quite a stir in the fashion circle of Beijing. Moreover, the assistant paused and continued, it is said that his visit to the Magic City this time, in addition to expanding the market for the Shuiyu brand, seems to be related to the upcoming Artificial Intelligence and Life Science Summit Forum. His Chunma biology has made some breakthroughs in the field of neuron regeneration and repair technology that have attracted the attention of the international medical community. Oh? He understands fashion and technology? Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a strange light. It seems that this Jiang Xiao is really a versatile cross-border genius. She pondered for a moment and instructed her assistant, keep a close eye on Jiang Chen and all the movements of his Shuiyu brand in the Magic City. I need to know whether he is a real fierce dragon or a bluffing loach. Also, Lu Ruyan's lips curled up into an unfathomable smile, please help me check all the information about the Shuiyu brand's press conference in Beijing, including the design concept, model lineup, and the detailed background of the chief designer named Lin Shuiya. I want to see what is so special about this designer that the mysterious Jiang Xiao is so devoted to supporting. Yes, editor-in-chief, the chief assistant responded respectfully and then quietly left. Lu Ruyan was the only one left in the office. She picked up her wineglass and walked to the huge French window, overlooking the glittering and bustling city that never sleeps. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement and a hint of challenge. Jiang Chen, Shuiyu. She murmured to herself, her red lips curled up in a heart-warming arc, I hope you won't let me down. Otherwise, the water of this Magic City fashion circle is much deeper than you think. Chapter 112, The Venue Problem of Snow Language's First Show in the Magic City. After the extremely luxurious welcome party on the top floor of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, Jiang Chen and Lin Shuiyu devoted themselves to the preparations for the Shuiyu brand's debut in Shanghai. They know that Shanghai, as the fashion heart of Asia, has a status and influence far beyond that of Beijing. It is not easy to become famous here and gain recognition from the fashion circle. A high-standard and high-quality show that can fully demonstrate the unique charm of the Shuiyu brand is essential. The venue is undoubtedly one of the key factors in the success of this show. Jiang Chen and Lin Shuiyu's goal is to find a top venue that can not only highlight the unique temperament of the Shuiyu brand that combines Oriental aesthetics with modern fashion, but also attract enough media attention and industry vision. They first set their sights on the century-old international architectural expositions along the Bund. These buildings are symbols of the history and culture of Shanghai, and their unique architectural style and profound historical heritage coincide with the cultural connotation that the Shuiyu brand wants to convey. However, holding a large-scale fashion show in these top historical protected buildings is much more difficult than they imagined. Jiang Chen, I contacted the current management of number 18 the Bund, the Peace Hotel, and the former British consulate, Lin Shuiyu said to Jiang Chen with a frown while holding the tablet in her hand, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Their replies were all similar. Either their schedules were already fully booked and we would have to wait at least half a year, or they were not interested in a new brand like us that was foreign and unknown in the fashion circle of Shanghai, and directly rejected us with reasons such as the venue does not match the purpose or application needs to be made 1 year in advance. In fact, Lin Shuiao paused, a trace of indignation flashing across her pretty face. The person in charge of Bund Yuan #1, when he heard that we are an original Chinese brand, became very arrogant and disdainful, saying that their venue only accepts events for international first-tier brands, and we at Shuiao are not qualified. Zhang Chen's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He knew that although the Magic City was known as an international metropolis, its worship of foreign things and prejudice against local brands were still deeply rooted. It seems that these so-called historical protected buildings are nothing but snobs who only care about money and not people. Zhang Chen sneered, since they don't know how to appreciate it, there is no need for us to waste our time on them. The Magic City is so big, can't we find a venue that is worthy of our snow language? In addition to the historical buildings along the Bund, they also turned their attention to some of the artistic and fashionable landmark buildings newly built in Shanghai in recent years. For example, the Yizhong Art Museum located on the bank of the Huangpu River is known as the most beautiful art space next to the Oriental Pearl Tower. For example, the Star Art Museum located on the Suwei Riverside and designed by Japanese architect Tadao Ando, and the 800 Show Fashion Show Center located in Jing'an District in the city center, which was transformed from an old factory building and is full of the collision of industrial style and modern art. These venues, whether in terms of design concept, spatial layout, fashion atmosphere, or media attention, are very much in line with the needs of the Shuiao brand. However, when Zhang Chen and Lin Shuiao's team contacted the persons in charge of these venues, they still encountered many difficulties. These top venues are all scarce resources that Shanghai's fashion circles and major brands are vying for. Their schedules have long been booked in advance by international first-tier brands and local fashion giants. Even if there are occasionally some vacant time slots, the high rents and harsh additional conditions are enough to discourage many emerging brands. More importantly, when the persons in charge of these venues learned that Shuiao was just a foreign brand that had just entered the Shanghai market, and that although it had achieved some success in Beijing, it had no foundation or influence in the Shanghai fashion circle, most of them showed overt or covert contempt and distrust. They are worried that a new face like Shuiao will not be able to attract enough media attention and heavyweight guests, which will lower the level and value of their venue. Mr. Jiang, Ms. Lin, a manager in charge of the venue rental for 800 shows, said in an extremely formulaic and impatient tone over the phone, "I'm very sorry, but all of our golden time slots in the second half of the year have been fully booked. If you don't mind, we can arrange for you at the beginning of next year, or during the daytime on weekdays, and maybe there will be some scattered slots." Early next year? During the day on a weekday? This is simply a perfunctory and dismissive approach. Lin Shuiao's pretty face flushed with anger, but she was helpless. She knew that this was reality. In the fiercely competitive fashion and fame fair in Shanghai, without sufficient strength and background, one could only be slaughtered and looked at by others. Zhang Chen, what should we do? Lin Shuiao looked at Zhang Chen with some frustration. Is our Shuiao debut in the Magic City really going to be shelved because of the venue problem? She has put so much effort and expectation into this show. If she can't even find a decent venue, it will be a heavy blow to her and the morale of the entire team. Zhang Chen looked at Lin Shuiao's lost and aggrieved look, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. He is a wealthy man with billions of wealth and a heaven-defying system. How could he be stumped by a mere venue issue? Shuiao, don't be discouraged. Zhang Chen reached out and gently held Lin Shuiao's hand, his eyes full of strong confidence and unquestionable dominance. There is nothing that I, Zhang Chen, can't do. Don't they think that we, Shuiao, are not qualified? Don't they think that we can't invite important guests and attract media attention? Zhang Chen raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. Then I will let them see what real face is. What real influence is. He paused, his tone calm but with a palpitating sense of oppression. Not only will I find the best venue in the Magic City for the release of Shuiao, I will also make those forces that once looked down on us and rejected us pay a heavy price for their arrogance and short-sightedness today. He, Zhang Chen, has never been a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. Since these local bosses in the Magic City want to give him a warning, he will use more powerful strength and more domineering means to completely trample them under his feet. Let them know who is the real master of the fashion circle in the Magic City. Chapter 113, Lu Ruyan's Olive Branch and Mission Impossible. Just when Zhang Chen and Lin Shuiao were at a loss as to the venue for the Shuiao debut in Shanghai, and Zhang Chen was even ready to use some unconventional means to solve this problem, an unexpected phone call suddenly came in. The person who called was none other than Lu Ruyan, the true queen of Shanghai's fashion world and the iron-fisted female editor-in-chief of the world's top fashion magazine Maingui. Boss Jiang, I heard that you've run into a lot of difficulties in Shanghai recently because of the venue issue? From the other end of the phone came Lu Ruyan's unique laughter, which was a little hoarse and magnetic, full of laziness and charm. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was not surprised. With Lu Ruyan's connections and power in the fashion circle of Magic City, the difficulties he encountered could not be hidden from her eyes. Editor-in-Chief Lu was really well informed. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, "The Magic City is indeed a place of xenophobia. It's not easy for a cross-river dragon like me to get something done here." He. Lu Ruyan laughed sweetly, her voice full of amusement. "Boss Jiang is too modest. With your strength and skills, a mere venue problem should not be a problem for you. However, I can point out a way for you, or do you a favor. I wonder if Boss Jiang is interested?" "Oh? Please go ahead, Editor-in-Chief Lu." Jiang Chen's tone remained calm, but he had already guessed Lu Ruyan's intentions. This woman would never show her kindness to him for no reason. "It's very simple." Lu Ruyan's tone became more direct. Phantom Club can be the co-organizer of the first show of the Snow Language brand in Shanghai. As for the venue issue, I, Lu Ruyan, can naturally help you solve it. Whether it's those self-righteous antiques on the Bund or those high-profile new landmarks, as long as I like the place, there is nothing I can't get. She said this lightly, but it was full of unquestionable confidence and dominance. Jiang Chen's heart was slightly moved when he heard this. If a top fashion magazine like Myingui could be the co-organizer, then the debut of Shuiyu in Shanghai would undoubtedly be upgraded to a higher level, and its publicity effect and industry influence would be incomparable. This is indeed a very tempting olive branch. However, Jiang Chen did not agree immediately. He knew that Lu Ruyan would never do business at a loss. She must have some ulterior motive for offering such a big favor. Editor-in-Chief Lu is so generous in helping me. I am very grateful. Jiang Chen changed the subject and his tone became meaningful. But there is no free lunch in the world. I wonder what Editor-in-Chief Lu needs from me. Smart people, I like dealing with smart people. Lu Ruyan laughed again, with a hint of admiration in her voice. My conditions are also very simple. I can even say that they are beneficial to you and your Shuiyu brand without any harm. Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan's tone suddenly became serious and carried a hint of unquestionable strength. I want you and your chief designer Miss Lin Shuiao to come up with a brand new series of designs within 10 days that will amaze me and the International Fashion Advisory Team of Phantom Club. This design must not only fully demonstrate the unique style and oriental aesthetics of the Snow Language brand, but also incorporate the fashion essence and international vision of the city of Shanghai. Its creativity, craftsmanship, and the final visual effects must all meet the standards of an international A-level fashion show. If you can do this, then Phantom Hui will not only fully support your debut in Shanghai, but I, Lu Ruyan, can even personally endorse you and invite the world's top fashion media and buyers to come and watch. Let your Snow Language become famous overnight. But if... Lu Ruyan paused slightly, with a hint of coldness in her voice. If you can't produce a work that satisfies me, or the effect of the press conference is unsatisfactory, then there is no cooperation. Not only that, in subsequent reports, Phantom Hui will also objectively point out that the Shuiyu brand is not suitable for the local market and has worrying prospects in the Magic City market. When the time comes, Boss Jiang, don't blame me for being unkind. Within 10 days, come up with a brand new set of designs that will amaze the International Fashion Advisory Group. And all the creativity and execution of the conference must meet international A-level standards. The condition proposed by Lu Ruyan is simply an impossible task. You know, a high-level series design usually takes several months or even longer, from inspiration and conception, design draft drawing, fabric selection, pattern making, to final modification and improvement. The planning, execution, model selection, stage lighting, media invitations and other aspects of a fashion show that meets international A-level standards require a large and professional team and weeks or even months of careful preparation. 10 days is an almost impossible challenge for any mature fashion brand. Moreover, Shuiyu is a new brand that has just entered the Shanghai market and has almost no foundation and resources here. Lu Ruyan's proposal seems to be an olive branch, but in fact it is an extremely harsh and even somewhat difficult test. She was using this method to test Jiang Chen's true strength and trump card, and also to test Lin Shuiao's design talent and ability to withstand pressure. Jiang Chen on the other end of the phone fell into a brief silence after hearing Lu Ruyan's conditions. Lu Ruyan did not urge him, but just quietly waited for his answer. She believed that this mysterious man would definitely give her a different answer. Editor-in-Chief Lu, Jiang Chen's voice sounded again after a moment, his tone calm but with a hint of unquestionable confidence. Your task is indeed very challenging. However, I, Jiang Chen, like to challenge the impossible. 10 days? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Okay. I promise you. In 10 days, I will make the entire Magic City crazy about Shuiyu. I will also make you, the editor-in-chief Lu, feel lucky for this decision today. When Lu Ruyan heard this, a hint of barely perceptible surprise and excitement flashed across her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to agree so readily. Moreover, his tone was full of strong confidence and ambition. This man is indeed different. Great. Boss Jiang is really courageous. Lu Ruyan laughed loudly. Then I'll wait and see. I hope that in 10 days, you and your Shuiyu can bring me and the entire fashion circle of Shanghai a huge surprise. After ending the call with Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen's eyes became deep and sharp. He knew that Lu Ruyan's impossible task was undoubtedly a huge challenge for him and Lin Shuiyu. But at the same time, it was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they can successfully complete this challenge, the status of the Shuiyu brand in Shanghai will soar to the sky, and no one can match it. He, Jiang Chen, will also completely conquer the queen of Shanghai's fashion circle and make her the most important and charming piece of the puzzle in his future business territory. He immediately told Lin Shuiyu the news and the harsh conditions proposed by Lu Ruyan. Chapter 114: Lin Shuiyu's pressure and Jiang Chen's stabilizing needle. When Lin Shuiyu learned from Jiang Chen about the impossible task proposed by Lu Ruyan, her pretty face, which had originally seemed a little relaxed because of the hope of solving the venue problem, instantly became solemn, and even pale with a hint of disbelief. 10 days? A completely new collection of designs? And it has to meet the standards of an international A-level fashion show? Lin Shuiyu's voice was trembling. She looked at Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes filled with great pressure and self-doubt. Jiang Chen, how is this possible? You know, a complete high-end fashion collection, from inspiration to final product, takes at least several months even for the top design team. What's more, planning an international A-level show is simply a fantasy. She is not self-deprecating, but is fully aware of the cruelty and hardship of the fashion design industry. Every detail needs to be repeatedly scrutinized, every piece of fabric needs to be carefully selected, every process needs to be refined. 10 days is not enough to complete the design draft for a new series, not to mention producing the finished product and preparing a high-level press conference. What made her feel even more stressed was Lu Ruyan's warning that otherwise, Phantom Hui will not be optimistic about Shuiyu's future in Shanghai. She knew that with Lu Ruyan's status and influence in Shanghai's fashion circle, this sentence would carry a lot of weight. If Shuiyu's Shanghai debut was a mess, then all their previous efforts would probably go to waste, and the Shuiyu brand might no longer have a foothold in Shanghai, or even in the entire Chinese fashion industry. For a moment, the huge pressure surged towards Lin Shuiyu like a tide, making her almost breathless. She even began to doubt whether her decision to bring Shuiyu to the international metropolis of Magic City to develop was too hasty and presumptuous. Seeing Lin Shuiyu's haggard appearance of being unable to sleep and eat and almost falling into a creative bottleneck, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with pity. He knew that Lu Ruyan's reason for putting forward such harsh conditions was largely because of him. It was his previous high-profile behavior at the Bund and Grand Hyatt Hotel that attracted the attention and interest of the fashion queen, which made her set this seemingly impossible test. But at the same time, Jiang Chen also firmly believed that this was not only an unprecedented huge challenge for Lin Shuiyu and the Shuiyu brand, but also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once successful, the rewards and influence it could bring would be immeasurable. Shuiyu, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, held Lin Shuiyu's slightly cold little hand tightly in his palm, and said in a gentle but powerful voice, I know this mission is difficult, and it can even be said that it is a life or death struggle. However, I believe in you, your talent, and your ability. You will definitely be able to create a miracle. He looked at Lin Shuiyu's beautiful eyes that seemed a little dim due to stress and anxiety, his eyes full of encouragement and trust. Remember when we held the first press conference of the Shuiyu brand in Zhongcheng? At that time, the difficulties we faced were no less than now, right? Didn't we also survive and achieve great success? The Magic City is indeed a broader and more cruel stage. But precisely because of this, it is more worthy of our conquest, isn't it? Jiang Chen's tone was filled with unquestionable confidence and appeal. Haven't you always dreamed of making Shuiyu a truly international brand, so that the whole world can see the charm of Chinese original design? Now, the opportunity is right in front of us. As long as we can seize this opportunity and successfully complete Lu Ruyan's test, then Shuiyu's status in the Magic City, and even the entire Asian fashion circle, will soar. Lin Shuiyu listened quietly to Jiang Chen's words, feeling the warmth and strength coming from his palms, and the unshakable trust and support in his eyes. Her heart, which had become a little flustered and confused due to the tremendous pressure, gradually calmed down. Yes, this man always gave her the most firm support and the strongest confidence when she needed it most. From Jiangqing to Beijing, and now to the Magic City, no matter how great the difficulties and challenges were, he never let her down. But Jiang Chen, Lin Shuiao's tone still carried a hint of uncertainty. 10 days is really too short. I'm worried that No buts, and no worries. Jiang Chen interrupted her and said firmly, from today on, don't think about anything else. Just put all your energy into designing the new series. Show your understanding of the Magic City, your understanding of fashion, and your pursuit of beauty in your works. As for the rest, Jiang Chen's lips curled up with a confident smile. Venue, models, stage design, lighting, media, guests, everything related to the press conference, leave it to me. I promise that in 10 days, when you stand on the top T stage in Magic City with your most perfect work, the whole world will cheer for you. He was not just saying empty words to comfort Lin Shuiao. After agreeing to Lu Ruiyan's conditions, he immediately activated the system in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is facing a key challenge in the conquest of the Fashion Capital's series of tasks. The Fashion Celebrity exclusive redemption area in the System Mall has opened some special props for a limited time. Jiang Chen's mind quickly entered the System Mall and saw that in the Fashion Celebrities exclusive exchange area, several amazing props related to fashion design and press conferences were refreshed. Fashion Inspiration Accelerator Card Advanced. After use, it can greatly inspire the designer's creative inspiration, shorten the design cycle, and have a certain chance of producing a masterpiece that transcends the times. Price: 5,000 system points. Top Fabric Suppliers List Global Edition contains detailed information, contact information, and priority purchasing rights of the world's top rare fabric suppliers. Price: 3,000 system points. Perfect T-Stage Construction Drawings International Grade A provides a complete stage design plan, lighting and sound configuration plan, and guidance on model selection and catwalk process for an international Grade A fashion show. Price: 8,000 system credits. Fashion Media Explosion Card. One time, after use, it can trigger the global mainstream fashion media to pay close attention to and report positively on a certain event or brand. Price: 10,000 system points. Looking at these dazzling array of props with amazing effects, Jiang Chen felt at ease. He spent tens of thousands of system points without hesitation to redeem all these key items. With the support of these system plugins, plus his own cash ability and network resources, let alone 10 days, even if it's only 7 days, he has the confidence to create a top-level fashion show for Lin Shuiao that will shock the entire Magic City fashion circle. Shuiao. Jiang Chen hugged Lin Shuiao tightly in his arms and whispered softly in her ear, his tone full of unquestionable firmness and tenderness, believe in me, and believe in yourself. This time, we will still win. And we will win more beautifully than ever before. Lin Shuiao snuggled in Jiang Chen's warm and solid embrace, feeling the reassuring and powerful aura coming from him, as well as his unwavering trust and support. All the doubts, uneasiness, and pressure in her heart seemed to disappear at this moment. What replaced it was endless courage, confidence, and the love and dependence on the man in front of her that had already penetrated deep into her bones. Yes. Lin Shuiao nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes rekindled with a confident and determined light. Jiang Chen, I listen to you. From now on, I won't think about anything else, just design. I must come up with a work that will amaze Lu Ruiyan and the entire Magic City. Jiang Chen looked at the beautiful woman in his arms who had regained her fighting spirit, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Chapter 115, Retreat and Create, the Birth of the Magic City Fenghua series. With Jiang Chen's unquestionable encouragement and the strong support of powerful resources, Lin Shuiao completely let go of the burden and pressure in her heart, and devoted herself wholeheartedly to the closed-door creation of Magic City Fenghualu, the first series of the Shuiao brand in Magic City. Jiang Chen directly booked the entire third floor of the top Riverview mansion on the Bund for her and her core design team, and transformed it into a temporary but fully functional and highly private top design studio. It not only has the most advanced drawing equipment, pattern-making tools, and a great view overlooking the magnificent scenery of the entire Huangpu River, but more importantly, Jiang Chen used the Top Fabric Supplier List Global Edition, exchanged by the system to mobilize top rare fabric samples from all over the world for Lin Shuiao, which are usually difficult for even the international first-line big brands to easily obtain. They filled an entire room for her to choose and use. Some of these fabrics are as light as a cicada's wing and as thin as morning mist, with a dreamy luster under the light. Some are thick and luxurious, woven with gold and silver threads, and embroidered with intricate and exquisite dark patterns, exuding a suffocating atmosphere of luxury. Others are special functional fabrics developed using the latest scientific and technological means, which not only have unique texture and luster, but also have magical properties such as waterproof, fireproof, and even weak self-luminescence. Faced with such a large amount of top-quality fabrics in Jiang Chen's investment regardless of cost, Lin Shuya and her design team felt both excited and under great pressure. They knew that Jiang Chen had created the most perfect creative environment for them that was almost impossible in the fashion industry, and they could only live up to this trust and expectation by giving 200% of their efforts and talents. The Fashion Inspiration Acceleration Card Advanced that Jiang Chen exchanged was also quietly used by Lin Shuya as soon as she started her creative retreat. An indescribable wonderful energy instantly surged into Lin Shuya's mind. She felt that her mind had become clearer and sharper than ever before. Countless inspirations about fashion, design, and beauty, like a volcanic eruption, constantly collided, stirred, and merged in her mind. The bottlenecks and doubts that had troubled her disappeared at this moment. The design concepts and details that were once vague became clearer and more specific. She picked up the paintbrush and began to sketch smoothly on the snow-white paper. Her inspiration comes from the unique Shanghai culture of the city of Shanghai. This is a city that perfectly blends the implicit elegance of the East with the modern avant-garde of the West. This is a city that has both the vicissitudes of a century of history and the fashionable vitality of an international metropolis. This is a city with both towering skyscrapers and glittering neon lights, as well as winding alleys and the bustling city life with the soft Wu dialect. What Lin Shuya wants to do is to integrate the soul of this city and this unique magic city style into her designs, and use the most beautiful fashion language to tell the world a touching story about the perfect encounter and fusion of the East and the West, tradition and modernity, sophistication and the market. Based on the classic Cheongsam silhouette, she boldly incorporated Western three-dimensional tailoring and asymmetrical design, giving the traditional Oriental charm a new modern vitality. She drew inspiration from the smooth lines and exquisite carvings of the century-old international buildings on the bund, and cleverly applied them to the shoulders, waist and hem design of the clothing, creating a unique beauty that is both retro and modern. She incorporated the artistic conception of Suzhou gardens with winding paths and changing scenery into the layering and spatial design of the clothing, allowing the wearers to look around and sway gracefully while walking. She also captures color inspiration from the world-famous dazzling night view and glittering neon lights of Shanghai, and boldly applies those dreamy colors to the printing and dyeing of fabrics and the embellishment of accessories, creating a visual effect that is both luxurious and blurred. Time passed quickly as Lin Shuya worked day and night on her creation. Jiang Chen did not bother her too much, but quietly provided her and her team with the most thoughtful and meticulous logistical support. From the nutritional combination of 3 meals a day, to the temperature and humidity of the working environment, to the psychological counseling and stress relief of team members, he arranged everything properly. He knows that what a top designer needs most at the critical moment of creation is a pure environment where he can devote himself fully without any external interference. And he is the man who created this pure environment for Lin Shuya and protected her. 7 days later, when Lin Shuya, with a trace of fatigue but eyes full of excitement and confidence, showed Jiang Chen a thick stack of design drafts and several samples that had just been made, which were the result of all her hard work and talent, even Jiang Chen, who was accustomed to all kinds of top luxury goods, could not help but be deeply amazed by these fashions that could be called works of art. This is the new series of the Shuyu brand, Magic City Fenggualu. Every piece of clothing is like the city of Shanghai, full of fascinating contradictions and harmonies. It has both the implicitness and restraint of the East and the unrestrained passion of the West. It has both the elegance and dignity of the classics and the avant-garde and boldness of the modern times. It has both the exquisite luxury of the upper class and the freshness and agility of urban life. Jiang Chen, what do you think? Lin Shuya looked at Jiang Chen nervously, with a hint of expectation and uneasiness in her voice. Although she was confident in her work, Jiang Chen's approval was still very important to her. Jiang Chen's eyes slowly swept over the samples that were the result of Lin Shuya's hard work and talent. He could clearly feel the ultimate pursuit of beauty in the designer's passionate and sensitive soul contained in these clothes. He took a deep breath, walked up to Lin Shuya, stretched out his hand, and gently smoothed a strand of her hair that was scattered on her forehead due to staying up late, and tucked it behind her ear. His eyes were filled with undisguised appreciation, admiration, and deep love. Shuya, Jiang Chen's voice was gentle and magnetic. You are a true genius. This set of the Magic City is not just a series of beautiful clothes, it is more like a gorgeous poem about the Magic City written with silk threads and colors. I believe that when it is presented to the world, the entire Magic City, and even the entire fashion industry, will be fascinated by it. Go crazy about it. Hearing Jiang Chen's high evaluation, Lin Shuya's heart, which had been tense due to several days of high-intensity work, finally relaxed completely. An indescribable joy and satisfaction, like warm spring water, instantly flooded her whole body. She knew that she had succeeded. Not only did she complete Lu Ruyan's seemingly impossible task, but more importantly, she once again used her talent and hard work to win the most sincere praise and recognition from the man in front of her. And this, to her, is more precious and more important than any flowers and applause. Chapter 116: Lu Ruyan's surprise inspection and initial approval. Just as Lin Shuao showed the preliminarily completed Magic City Fenggualove series design draft and several core samples to Jiang Chen, and received his high praise, and both of them were immersed in the joy of success and the vision of the future, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground, accompanied by an extremely aggressive smell of expensive perfume, suddenly came from the door of the design studio. "Boss Jiang, Designer Lin, I guess I didn't disturb your world of two, did I?" Lu Ruyan's unique voice, with a hint of hoarseness and magnetism, full of laziness and charm, sounded at the door. Jiang Chen and Lin Shuao were both startled when they heard the voice, then turned their heads to look. Lu Ruyan was wearing a bold, visually impactful red tight dress, with a black blazer casually draped over it, outlining her hot and sexy figure. She had delicate and slightly aggressive makeup on her face, her red lips were like fire, her eyes were narrow and long, and her eyes were full of the scrutiny and curiosity of a superior. Behind her, there were several men and women who looked equally smart and capable, obviously the core team of Phantom Club magazine. They were holding professional cameras and notebooks in their hands, and they looked ready for battle. "Editor-in-Chief Lu? Why are you here?" Lin Shuao obviously didn't expect Lu Ruyan to come uninvited and launch such a surprise attack. She was a little at a loss for a moment, and a nervous blush appeared on her pretty face. Although she was full of confidence in her Magic City Chronicles series and had received high recognition from Jiang Chen, she still felt a little nervous when facing this fashion queen who controlled the life and death of the Magic City fashion circle and was known for her discerning vision and sharp words. Jiang Chen's reaction was much calmer. He knew that a woman of Lu Ruyan's level would never play by the rules. She came to visit suddenly today, obviously wanting to see with her own eyes whether the results of their 10-day retreat could meet her demanding standards. "It is a great honor for us to have you, Chief Editor Lu." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, took a step forward, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Shuao and I have just finished the final review of the new series of design drafts and were about to contact you, but I didn't expect you to come in person." It seems that Chief Editor Lu really attaches great importance to our Shuao's debut in the Magic City. Of course. Lu Ruyan glanced meaningfully between Jiang Chen and Lin Shuao, and then walked into the design studio with elegant and confident steps. Her eyes, like the most sophisticated scanner, quickly scanned the design drafts, fabric samples, and the core garments that had just been completed scattered around the studio. She did not make any comments immediately, but from time to time she picked up a design draft or a fabric sample and looked at it carefully. Occasionally, she would gently touch the texture and craftsmanship details of the sample with her slender fingers. Her every move was filled with a professional and picky aura, making Lin Shuao and her design team members present feel an inexplicable pressure. Jiang Chen stood aside leisurely and did not interrupt. He knew that now was the time for Lin Shuao and her works to undergo the most rigorous test from the fashion queen. Time passes by every second. The atmosphere in the entire design studio seemed somewhat depressing and solemn because of Lu Ruyan's silence. Lin Shuao's heart was also in turmoil with every subtle expression of Lu Ruyan. She longed for the approval of this fashion authority, but was also worried that her work would not be able to meet her almost perverted high standards. Finally, after carefully examining all the designs and samples, Lu Ruyan slowly turned around and her eyes fell on Lin Shuao again. "Ms. Lin," Lu Ruyan's red lips parted slightly, her voice calm but with a hint of unquestionable majesty, "I have to admit that your design talent has indeed exceeded my expectations." After hearing this, Lin Shuao's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed a little. But she knew that Lu Ruyan had not finished speaking. As expected, Lu Ruyan changed the subject and her tone became sharp. "However, talent is talent, and design is design. Fashion has never been a work of art for self-admiration. It is also a cruel business about the market, about business, and about human nature. Your set of the Magic City has many remarkable aspects in terms of design concept and application of Oriental aesthetics. It can be seen that you have really tried your best to understand and interpret the unique charm of the city of Magic City." Lu Ruyan paused, her eyes becoming sharper. However, in the handling of some details, in the selection and matching of fabrics, and in the precise grasp of the target consumer group, you still seem a little immature and idealistic. She walked to a modified long skirt sample inspired by the old Shanghai cheongsam and incorporating the lines of the Bund buildings. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently brushed the slightly complicated Suzhou embroidery patterns on the skirt. She commented, "For example, this one has a very good design concept. It cleverly combines the subtlety and elegance of the cheongsam with the tough lines of the building. It is very visually impactful. However, have you ever thought that this overly complicated Suzhou embroidery technique will not only greatly increase the production cost and cycle, but also appear a bit too grand and out of touch for modern urban women who pursue simplicity and practicality? And this one, she pointed to another evening gown inspired by neon lights and featuring a lot of sequins and special reflective fabrics. The color combination is bold and the visual effect is eye-catching. However, although the texture of this fabric is dazzling under the lights, does it look a bit cheap and lacking in luxury when worn daily or observed up close? Moreover, does this overly avant-garde and exaggerated design have too narrow an audience? Every comment Lu Ruyan made was as precise and sharp as a scalpel, pointing directly to the possible shortcomings and flaws in Lin Shuiao's design. Lin Shuiao listened quietly, her pretty face slightly pale, but her eyes were extremely focused and serious. She knew that although Lu Ruyan's criticisms sounded a bit harsh, they were all good advice, and they were valuable experiences that only a senior like her who had been immersed in the fashion industry for decades could see. She did not feel frustrated or unconvinced by the criticism. Instead, she humbly took every question raised by Lu Ruyan to heart and began to think and reflect seriously. Jiang Chen watched the scene from the side, and couldn't help but admire Lu Ruyan even more. This woman not only had a strong aura and skills to control the fashion circle, but also had admirable professionalism and a deep understanding of fashion. She was not just deliberately making things difficult for Lin Shuiao, but was really using her professional vision to help Lin Shuiao improve and enhance her work. Of course, Lu Ruyan said in a slightly more relaxed tone after pointing out a series of problems. Overall, your set of the story of the Magic City still gave me some small surprises. At least, it's much better than I expected. She paused, turned her gaze to Jiang Chen, and raised a meaningful smile. It seems that Boss Jiang has a good vision. Being able to discover and support such a talented and spiritual designer is also a good thing for our Chinese fashion circle. Her words were not only an affirmation of Lin Shuiao's talent, but also an indirect praise of Jiang Chen's good eye for talent. However, Ms. Lin, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Shuiao again, her eyes becoming serious. Surprises are surprises, but standards are standards. Your work is still far from the level of an international A-level fashion show that I require. In the remaining 3 days, I hope you can seriously modify and improve your design based on the suggestions I just made. After 3 days, I will come back to see the final results. If your work still fails to satisfy me by then, Lu Ruyan did not say anything else, but her cold eyes were enough to explain everything. Lin Shuiao took a deep breath and looked at Lu Ruyan's eyes, which were full of oppression and challenge, but an even stronger fighting spirit was ignited in her eyes. Editor Lu, thank you for your advice. Lin Shuiao's voice was firm and confident. I promise that in 3 days, I will come up with a set of the Magic City's glory that will amaze you and the entire Magic City. Chapter 117, International Brands Coincidence and Plagiarism Suspicion. For the next 3 days, Lin Shuiao and her design team worked almost non-stop to finalize and improve the Magic City Chronicles series of works. Lu Ruyan's seemingly picky and sharp opinions were like a revelation, opening up a new way of thinking for Lin Shuiao. She began to re-examine her own designs, from the selection of fabrics, color matching, the use of craftsmanship, to the precise positioning of the target consumer group, and conducted more in-depth thinking and bold innovation. Jiang Chen once again demonstrated his strength as a super-rich boyfriend and behind-the-scenes promoter. He not only used the Top Fabric Supplier List Global Edition, exchanged in the System Mall to urgently mobilize more rare fabrics and accessories for Lin Shuiao that are rarely seen on weekdays, but also spent a huge amount of money to hire the top pattern makers, craftsmen, and fashion consultants in Shanghai and even in the world to assist Lin Shuiao in modification and production throughout the process. With Jiang Chen's unstinting investment and Lin Shuiao's tireless efforts, a new, more perfect and more stunning Magic City Chronicles series of works was finally successfully released before the deadline set by Lu Ruyan. When Lin Shuiao and her team presented this new work, which embodied countless efforts and wisdom, in front of Lu Ruyan again, even this fashion queen who was accustomed to top international fashion shows and had a picky eye that was almost abnormal, could not help but be moved, and her beautiful eyes were filled with amazement and admiration that were difficult to conceal. Lin Shuiao, Lu Ruyan said with a hint of excitement in her voice, "You did it." This set of the Magic City's splendor not only perfectly interprets the unique charm of the Magic City, but also finds a perfect balance between Oriental aesthetics and international fashion. I believe it is enough to conquer the most discerning fashion critics and make the entire Magic City crazy. Lin Shuiao and her team members were so excited to receive such high praise from Lu Ruyan that they burst into tears. They knew that all their efforts and contributions were not in vain. The first show of the Shuiyu brand in Shanghai also received unprecedented attention and resources due to the strong support of Lu Ruyan and Maingui magazine. The venue was finally decided to be the main show venue of the Bund International Fashion Center, the top fashion landmark in Shanghai. This venue is usually only used by those international first-tier luxury brands. All the models were chosen by Lu Ruyan herself, and she invited dozens of top supermodels active on the international catwalk to support her. The stage design, lighting and sound were also created by the world's top professional teams. Media invitations were sent to all the mainstream fashion magazines, TV stations, and the most influential fashion bloggers and internet celebrities in the world. A top fashion show that can be regarded as the annual event of the Shanghai Fashion Circle is being prepared in full swing. Everyone is looking forward to the Shanghai debut of the Shuiyu brand. However, just 3 days before the Shuiyu Magic City Wind and Glory brand show was about to be held, a sudden accident hit Jiang Chen and Lin Shuiyu on the head like a bolt from the blue. The top international luxury brand, M. Maying International M. Maying, similar to the name of Lu Ruyan's Maingui magazine, but belonging to different fashion groups and even competing in some areas, suddenly announced its latest autumn and winter ready-to-wear collection on a global scale. When the official website and social media platform of Phantom International announced some design manuscripts of its new series and promotional posters of several core items, the entire Chinese fashion circle, and even the global fashion circle, was in an uproar. Because some of the core design elements, color combinations, and even some unique tailoring and craftsmanship details of the so-called new autumn and winter high-end ready-to-wear series of Phantom International are surprisingly similar to the Magic City Records series created by Lin Shuiyu with great effort. In particular, some of the main dresses and suits are just like copy and paste from Lin Shuiyu's design draft. The only difference may be some insignificant modifications on some inconspicuous details, or the implicit charm originally belonging to the East has been forcibly distorted into the so-called exotic style in the eyes of Westerners. Plagiarism. Blatant plagiarism. This is a disgrace to the fashion industry. How dare such an international brand so blatantly steal the ideas of an emerging designer? Is Phantom International going crazy? Don't they know who is behind the Snow Language brand? For a time, public opinion about Maying International suspected of plagiarizing the Shuiyu brand spread rapidly on the internet like a virus. Various accusations, insults, and voices of boycott against Phantom International are heard everywhere. However, just when everyone thought that Phantom International would be ruined and pay a heavy price this time, the development of things far exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Phantom International not only did not make any explanation or apology for the accusation of plagiarism, but turned the tables and used its powerful global public relations and media network to slander the Shuiyu brand as the real plagiarist. They claimed that their latest autumn and winter ready-to-wear collection was designed by their chief designer, Mr. Pierre Dupont, a French national treasure-level fashion master, half a year ago, and they had complete creative manuscripts and timestamp evidence. The Shuiyu brand, as a foreign brand that has just entered the Shanghai market, has resorted to such despicable means to maliciously copy the design ideas of Meanwhile International in order to attract attention and hype its fame. They even went so far as to post some so-called evidence, including some blurry design sketches the dates on which were obviously tampered with and some work photos of Mr. Pierre Dupont discussing the design with his team members. The signs of being staged were extremely obvious. The shameless behavior of Phantom International of confusing right and wrong and biting back instantly angered all the Chinese people and fashion lovers who supported Shuiyu and Lin Shuiyu. However, in the face of Phantom International's powerful global public relations machine and media manipulation capabilities, as well as with the instigation of some Western media and fashion critics who are unaware of the truth, the direction of public opinion in the international fashion circle has begun to subtly change. Some Western media, which already had prejudice and discrimination against Chinese original designs, began to question the originality and authenticity of the Shuiyu brand, and even portrayed it as a copycat brand that would do anything to become famous. Most of the top international department stores, fashion buyers, and socialites who once had deep cooperative relationships with Phantom International have chosen to remain silent, or under pressure from Phantom International, have quietly cancelled their initial cooperation intentions with the Shuiyu brand. All of a sudden, Lin Shuiyu and her Shuiyu brand went from being a highly anticipated fashion star to being a plagiarist and scammer, and were under tremendous public pressure and malicious slander from all sides. Lin Shuiyu was so angry that she trembled all over, her pretty face turned pale. She never thought that the work she had worked so hard to create would be shamelessly stolen and tarnished in this way. And she had to bear the stigma of plagiarism in return. For a designer who regards design as his life, this is simply the most cruel humiliation and blow. Jiang Chen, I didn't plagiarize, I really didn't. Lin Shuiyu threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms, crying aggrievely, her voice full of helplessness and despair. She was not afraid of difficulties or challenges, but she couldn't stand that her hard work and talent were trampled and slandered like this. Jiang Chen tightly hugged the woman in his arms who was trembling with grievance and anger, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. He knew that this was not just a simple design coincidence or business competition. This was clearly a long-planned sinister plot against the Shuiyu brand, Lin Shuiao, and even against him, Jiang Chen. Chapter 118: The Mastermind Lu Zhanbua's Collusion with Phantom International. Jiang Chen gently patted Lin Shuiao's back, which was trembling slightly due to anger and grievance. Although his eyes were full of pity and tenderness for her, deep in his heart, he had already been filled with murderous intent. He knew that Lin Shuiao's Magic City Fenghualo series was the result of her hard work and sleepless creations during this period of time. Every design detail embodied her unique feelings for the city of Magic City and her ultimate pursuit of fashion art. Such a work could never contain any plagiarism. Then, the only explanation is that someone is behind this. Someone maliciously stole Lin Shuiao's design draft and used the influence of international brands to slander her before she did. The sinister intention of this manipulator behind the scenes is not only to suppress the emerging Chinese original brand Shuiyu, but also to nail Lin Shuiao, the talented designer, to the pillar of shame of plagiarist and make her never be able to turn over. Shuiao, don't cry. Jiang Chen's voice was low and firm, with a reassuring power. I believe you. I know better than anyone that the story of the demonic city is your unique original work, and no one can steal or tarnish it. He helped Lin Shuiao up and wiped the tears from her face, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this matter. No matter who dares to do this kind of despicable trick behind the scenes, I will make him pay a price worse than death. After calming Lin Shuiao down, Jiang Chen immediately contacted Night Crow. Night Crow, use all your strength to thoroughly investigate the truth behind this Phantom International plagiarism incident. Jiang Chen's tone was as cold as the Siberian cold current. I need to know who stole Miss Lin's design draft, when, and through what channel. And what role did Pierre Dupont, the chief designer of Phantom International, and their company's senior executives play in this matter? Also, Jiang Chen paused, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Keep a close eye on Lu Zhanbua. I feel like he has something to do with this. Although he has no direct evidence yet, his intuition tells him that international brands like Phantom International usually cherish their reputation and will not easily do such a self-destructive plagiarism stupid thing, unless they are bewitched, induced, or coerced by someone. Lu Zhanbua, a dandy boy who was arrogant and domineering in Shanghai and had a grudge against him, was undoubtedly one of the people with the greatest motive and the greatest possibility of committing such a despicable act. Yes. Mr. Jiang. Night Crow's voice was still short and crisp, but Jiang Chen could hear the wrath in it. He knew that most of the members of the Night Crow team were selected from orphans or retired Special Forces soldiers, and they had an almost blind loyalty and admiration for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's woman had suffered such a great injustice and humiliation, so they naturally felt the same way, and they wished to tear the mastermind behind the scenes into pieces immediately. The efficiency of the Night Crow squad did not disappoint Jiang Chen. In just less than 12 hours, a detailed investigation report on this plagiarism incident was placed on Jiang Chen's desk. The content of the report is almost completely consistent with Jiang Chen's previous speculation. The mastermind behind this is indeed the ignorant Lu Zhanbua. It turned out that Lu Zhanbua had been holding a grudge against Jiang Chen since he had his wrist broken in public by Jiang Chen last time and was thrown out of the Bun Mansion in a miserable state. He regarded Jiang Chen as a great humiliation and vowed to make Jiang Chen lose his reputation in the Magic City and pay a heavy price. But he knew that Jiang Chen was not only skilled, but also financially strong, and seemed to have an unfathomable background. He was no match for him in a head-on confrontation. So he came up with this sinister and vicious plan of killing with a borrowed knife. Through some unsophisticated means, he bribed a low-level intern in the Shuiyu brand team who was responsible for printing and archiving design drafts, and successfully stole Lin Shuiao's core design manuscripts of Magic City Fenghualo series and detailed photos of some sample clothes. Then, he used his family's special relationship with a senior executive of Phantom International in Asia to present these designs to Pierre Dupont, the chief designer of Phantom International. Pierre Dupont, the so-called French national treasure fashion master, has actually run out of ideas. He has not produced any stunning works in recent years, and his position in Phantom International is also precarious. When he saw Lin Shuiao's design draft of Magic City Fenghualo full of oriental charm and innovative spirit, he immediately felt like he had found a treasure and was amazed. Under the instigation of Lu Zhanbua and the pillow talk of his executive lover, as well as concerns about his own career and driven by greed for profit, Pierre Dupont finally went against his conscience and took Lin Shuiao's design for himself. He then had his team work overtime to imitate and modify it, and before the Shuiyu brand launch conference, he announced the new series of Phantom International in a high-profile manner. Liu Zhanhua not only took this opportunity to take revenge on Jiang Chen and Lin Shuiao, but also obtained a lot of business benefits and promises from his lover, a senior executive of Phantom International. He killed two birds with one stone and became too proud of himself. Looking at the shocking information in the investigation report and the ugly faces of Liu Zhanhua, Pierre Dupont and others, Jiang Chen's eyes were burning with rage. He never imagined that human greed and meanness could reach such a point. For a little personal gain and vanity, one can steal other people's hard work, trample on other people's dreams, and even destroy a rising Chinese original brand without hesitation. Liu Zhanhua, Pierre Dupont, Phantom International. Jiang Chen read out these names word by word, his voice as cold as a judgment from the netherworld. You are good. Really good. He slammed his fist on the hard mahogany desk, making a dull loud noise. The entire desk trembled slightly. Night Crow! Jiang Chen's voice was filled with uncontrollable rage. Immediately back up and notarize all the evidence. At the same time, find out the detailed records of the financial transactions and interest transfers between the so-called senior executive lover of Phantom International and Liu Zhanhua and them. Not only will I bring disgrace upon them, I will also make them lose everything and spend the rest of their lives in prison. Yes. Mr. Jiang. Night Crow felt the terrifying murderous aura from Jiang Chen, and his heart trembled. He immediately took the order and left. He knew that Mr. Jiang was really angry this time. Enemies who anger Mr. Jiang usually suffer a miserable end. Very miserable. Chapter 119 Liu Ruyan's choice and Jiang Chen's evidence. Faced with the shameless counterattack of Meiying International that turned black into white, and the subtle shift in the direction of public opinion in the international fashion circle, Meiyinghui magazine and its female editor-in-chief Liu Ruyan, as co-organizers of the Shuiyu brand's first show in Shanghai, are undoubtedly under tremendous pressure. The fashion industry is a place of fame and fortune, and it is also a cruel world where everyone pushes down the powerful. Under the strong public relations offensive and interest binding of international brands such as Meiying International, many brands, designers, and fashion media that were originally closely related to Meiying Club began to put pressure on Liu Ruyan, either explicitly or implicitly, asking her to distance herself from Shuiyu, a problematic brand caught in the plagiarism scandal, so as not to affect the reputation and status of Meiying Club itself. Even within the board of directors of the parent company of Phantom Club, some different opinions emerged, believing that Liu Ruyan's choice to cooperate with a little-known Chinese new brand was a bit risky. Now that Shuiyu is embroiled in such a serious plagiarism scandal, if it is not handled properly, it is likely to bring immeasurable negative impact to Phantom Club. For a time, Liu Ruyan, the fashion queen who usually calls the shots and has the final say in the Shanghai fashion circle, was caught in a dilemma. She knew that if she chose to protect herself and draw a clear line between herself and Jiang Chen and Shuiyu, it would undoubtedly be the most safe and commercially beneficial choice. She could easily push all the responsibility onto Shuiyu and even use this incident to hype up the positive image of Phantom Club as having a keen eye for gems and the courage to fight against counterfeiting. However, deep down in her heart, there was a voice telling her that she couldn't do this. Not to mention the ambiguous feelings between her and Jiang Chen that had long surpassed ordinary business cooperation, her appreciation of Lin Shuiao's design talent and her contempt and disdain for Phantom International's bullying and confusion of right and wrong made it impossible for her to do such a treacherous and mischievous thing. More importantly, she, Liu Ruyan, has never been a woman who would easily bow to power in public opinion. The reason she has been able to achieve her current status in Shanghai's fashion circle is not only due to her beauty and skills, but also her inherent pride, courage, and the purest love and persistence for fashion art. Jiang Chen, are you sure? In the luxurious office on the top floor of Phantom Club that overlooks the entire night view of the Magic City, Liu Ruyan looked at the young man in front of her who was still as calm as water and seemed to be unaffected by the outside public opinion, with a barely perceptible solemnity in her voice. She did not state her position directly, but Jiang Chen understood her thoughts from her expectant eyes. Editor-in-Chief Liu, what do you think? Jiang Chen smiled slightly and did not answer her question directly. Instead, he took out a thick stack of information from the special briefcase he carried with him and gently placed it on the desk in front of Liu Ruyan. This is? A hint of doubt flashed in Liu Ruyan's eyes. These are some little things that I asked someone to sort out just now. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up with an unfathomable arc. Maybe it can help Editor-in-Chief Liu make a more wise decision. Liu Ruyan stretched out her slender jade fingers and opened the stack of information with some curiosity. After just reading a few pages, an expression of incredible shock appeared on her beautiful face. This information was collected and compiled overnight by the Night Crow Squad at the instruction of Jiang Chen. It was a detailed record of all the improper transfer of benefits between Liu Zhanbo and a senior executive of Phantom International in Asia. Among them, there are not only a large number of private communication records between the two, the content is explicit and explosive, enough to ruin the reputation of the senior executive lover within Meanwhile International, but also clear bank transfer records, secret account information, and direct evidence that Liu Zhanbo used his family power to provide convenience for certain business projects of Meanwhile International in Shanghai and made huge profits from it. What made Lu Ruyan even more frightened was that in this file, there were actually several secretly filmed videos that had been processed with special techniques showing Liu Zhanbo, his senior executive lover, and Pierre Dupont himself in a private room of a private club, drinking and having fun while proudly discussing how to steal the design draft of Shuiyu and carry out reverse slander. In the video, Liu Zhanbo's arrogant face, Pierre Dupont's greedy and shameless smile, and the dissolute behavior of the executive lover were all recorded clearly. This evidence is as solid as a mountain. It is enough to completely nail Liu Zhanbo, Phantom International and Pierre Dupont to the pillar of shame, and they will never be able to stand up again. Where did you get these things? Lu Ruyan's voice trembled. Although she knew that Jiang Chen had some mysterious methods, she didn't expect that he could collect such deadly evidence in such a short time. This intelligence-gathering capability is comparable to that of a national-level spy organization. Editor-in-Chief Lu, you don't need to know the origins of these things. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said calmly, you only need to know that these things are true and reliable, enough to make Phantom International and Liu Zhanbo pay the price they deserve. He paused, his eyes sharpened. Now, Editor-in-Chief Lu, do you still think that cooperating with our Shuiyu is a risky thing? Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and suppressed the shock and excitement in her heart. She looked at Jiang Chen's eyes as deep as the starry sky, and for the first time she felt that she seemed to be completely unable to see through this man who was a few years younger than herself. How many unknown secrets and trump cards are hidden in him? However, she knew that now was not the time to think about these things. Since Jiang Chen could show her such important evidence without reservation, it was enough to show his trust in her and his determination to fight back. And she, Lu Ruyan, is definitely not a villain who would retreat at the critical moment or forget her principles when seeing profit. Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan's eyes rekindled the familiar, queen-like confidence and domineering, you win. From now on, I, Lu Ruyan, and the Phantom Club behind me will be your most solid allies. We will also be the sharpest knife in your hand. She stood up suddenly, walked to her desk, picked up the internal communicator on the desk, and issued a series of instructions to her chief assistant in an unquestionable tone. Notify the legal department of Phantom Club immediately to prepare defamation and unfair competition lawsuits against Phantom International and Pierre Dupont. Notify the new media department to organize and package the evidence provided by Mr. Jiang in the most professional way. I want the whole world to know within 24 hours what an ugly face Phantom International has. Notify the group public relations department to immediately contact all international mainstream fashion media, fashion bloggers, and industry associations that have cooperative relations with our Phantom Club. I want them to speak out together to resist the shameless plagiarism and bullying of Phantom International. In addition, notify my private lawyer team to prepare a report on the Liu family's commercial fraud and improper profit transfer. I want to make that ignorant Liu Zhanbo pay a price he cannot afford for his stupidity and arrogance. Every word Lu Ruyan said was as powerful as thunder, full of unquestionable determination and decisive murderous arrogance. At this moment, she is no longer the mature and charming lady in front of Jiang Chen, but the iron-fisted queen who truly controls the power of life and death in the fashion circle of Magic City. Jiang Chen looked at the woman in front of him who instantly entered combat mode and exuded a powerful aura, his eyes full of admiration and a hint of imperceptible love. He knew that with the full support of Lu Ruyan and that aircraft carrier Phantom Club, his subsequent counterattack plan would become smoother and more exciting. A storm of public opinion and legal sniping war against Phantom International and Liu Zhanbo is about to begin violently in Shanghai and even in the global fashion circle. Chapter 120, Exclusive Revelations from Phantom Club, Shocking Reversal of Public Opinion. Once Lu Ruyan makes up her mind, her efficiency and execution ability are absolutely swift and terrifying. Less than 6 hours after Jiang Chen provided the fatal ironclad evidence, a public opinion storm led by Maingui magazine against Meiying International and Liu Zhanbo swept through the entire fashion circle and social media platforms in Shanghai and even the world with a devastating force. The first to launch the attack were the official website of Maingui magazine and its official account on the new media platform, which has tens of millions of fans. An exclusive in-depth investigative report titled Fashion Scandal and Capital Arrogance in-depth exposing of the whole story of Phantom International allegedly stealing Huaxia original designs and reversely slandering, like a thunderclap, quietly went online at midnight. This report was written by Lu Ruyan herself. It has sharp writing, solid evidence, and tight logic. It exposes the whole story of the incident, as well as the disgraceful roles played by Phantom International and Lu Zhanbo in it, thoroughly and completely. The report not only compared in detail the striking similarities between Lin Shuyao's Magic City Glories series and the so-called new series of Phantom International in terms of design elements, color matching, and tailoring techniques, but also mercilessly exposed the ironclad evidence provided by Jiang Chen. Screenshots of the disgusting private communication records between Lu Zhanbo and a senior executive of Phantom International in Asia. Although his real name was hidden in the report, his identity and position were described suggestively. Clear screenshots of bank transfer records and secret account information. And those secretly filmed videos that were enough to ruin the reputation of the parties involved and make them lose all hope of recovery, in which they were in a private clubroom, drinking and having fun while proudly discussing how to steal the design draft of Shuyu and conduct reverse slander. These evidences are like daggers and javelins, each one is deadly and draws blood. Once the report was released, it was like dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm lake, instantly detonating the global fashion circle and the internet. Countless netizens and fashion lovers were shocked and angry after seeing this report and the shocking evidence. Oh my god! This is the biggest scandal in the fashion industry. How could Phantom International be so despicable? Lu Zhanbo is such a beast. He did such a despicable thing for revenge and personal gain. He is simply a scum among scum. Pierre Dupont, the so-called national treasure master, is actually a hypocritical thief. How despicable! I feel sorry for Miss Lin Shuya. Her original work that she worked so hard on was stolen and tarnished so maliciously. We must seek justice for her. Support Phantom Club. Thank you, Editor-in-Chief Lu, for daring to reveal the truth. This is the responsibility that the media should have. In just a few hours, public opinion underwent a shocking reversal. The voices that questioned and abused the Shuyu brand and Lin Shuya disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was an overwhelming condemnation, denunciation and boycott of Meiying International and Lu Zhanbo. The official website and social media accounts of Meiying International were instantly attacked by angry netizens. Various topics with tags such as #boycott Meiying International, #Meiying International get out of China, #give Lin Shuya justice, and so on rushed to the top of the hot search list of major social platforms around the world at an alarming speed. Its global brand image also plummeted, its reputation was ruined. Its stock price plummeted, and within just a few hours, tens of billions of market value evaporated. Pierre Dupont, the chief designer of Phantom International, and the Asian executive involved in the incident became the rats crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill them. Their reputation and status in the fashion circle that they had built for many years were completely wiped out at this moment. At the same time, Lu Ruyan also fully demonstrated her strong public relations skills and industry influence as the queen of media. Not only did she use the media resources of Meiying to continuously follow up and deeply interpret the incident, she also united dozens of international mainstream fashion media, fashion bloggers, and industry associations that have close ties with Meiying to speak out together, condemning the shameless behavior of Meiying International and supporting China's original design and the Shuyu brand. For a time, the entire international fashion circle launched a massive campaign to fight against plagiarism, fight against bullying, and support originality. The Shuyu brand and Lin Shuya, at the center of this public opinion storm, have gained unprecedented global attention and sympathy by acting as victims and the embodiment of justice. All the negative impact they had previously suffered because of the plagiarism scandal were not only wiped out, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and their fame and reputation reached a new height. Many international buyers, department stores, and fashion celebrities who had previously been on the sidelines about the Shuyu brand changed their attitudes after seeing the revelations of Meiying and the ironclad evidence provided by Jiang Chen. They took the initiative to extend olive branches to the Shuyu brand and express strong intentions to cooperate. Jiang Chen looked at the one-sided public opinion on the internet and the anxious and embarrassed appearance of Phantom International, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew this was just the beginning. The condemnation from public opinion is only a mental blow. The real physical attack is still to come. He has asked the Qin and Su families' legal advisory teams, as well as Lu Ruyan's personal lawyer team, to file multiple lawsuits against Phantom International, Pierre Dupont, and the Asian executive involved from different angles, including but not limited to infringement of intellectual property rights, trade defamation, unfair competition, and instigating and participating in the theft of trade secrets. If these lawsuits are proven guilty, not only will Phantom International face astronomical compensation, but Pierre Dupont and the executive may also face imprisonment. As for Lu Zhanbo, the instigator, Jiang Chen would naturally not let him off easily. In addition to asking Lu Ruyan's legal team to report the Lu family and Lu Zhanbo to the relevant departments on charges of commercial fraud and illegal transfer of benefits, Jiang Chen also secretly used some unconventional means to send all the black materials of Lu Zhanbo, such as bullying others, bullying men and women, and even suspected pornography, gambling, and drugs, to the desk of the public security organs. He would make this fool who didn't know how to live or die pay a price for his stupidity and arrogance that he absolutely could not afford. Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Chen's series of swift, interlocking, and deadly counterattacks, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light. She found that she seemed to be more and more addicted to the powerful charm of this man who was able to plan and control everything. He is like a top chess player, treating the entire Shanghai and even the global fashion circle as his own chessboard. Those so-called big shots and international brands that were once so powerful are like chess pieces that can be manipulated at will in his hands, without any ability to fight back. This powerful strength and courage to make clouds and rain with a flip of the hand made her feel both awed and excited. She knew that her decision to believe in and support Jiang Chen was definitely the most correct and exciting decision she had ever made in her life. Jiang Chen's admiration and fondness for this sexy queen doubled again because of the decisiveness, responsibility, and strong public relations skills that Lu Ruyan showed during this crisis. In the process of jointly dealing with the crisis, the two not only established a deeper trust in comradeship, but also the ambiguous feelings between them, like dry wood ignited by a raging fire, quickly heated up and became uncontrollable. Chapter 121: The Lu Family's Cutting Losses and Dongfang Hao's Wake-Up Call. As the initiator and one of the behind-the-scenes promoters of this incident, Lu Zhanbo, the eldest son of the Lu family, and the Magic City Lu family behind him, naturally could not remain immune. For a time, the Lu family, which was considered a large commercial ship in the Magic City, was plunged into unprecedented turmoil because of Lu Zhanbo, a good-for-nothing prodigal son. The share price of Lu Group plummeted. Many partners in banking institutions that originally had close relations with the Lu family began to re-evaluate the risks of cooperating with the Lu family. Some even terminated some cooperation projects and demanded loan collection, making the Lu family's capital chain instantly precarious. Lu Tianxiong, the head of the Lu family, a once powerful tycoon in the business world of Shanghai, was so angry when he learned that his son Lu Zhanbo had caused such a terrible disaster, not only offending the mysterious and all-powerful young master Jiang of Beijing, but also dragging the entire Lu family into an abyss of no return, that he vomited blood on the spot and almost fainted. He never dreamed that his son, whom he was so proud of and regarded as the future hope of the family, would be so stupid and arrogant. For a mere personal grudge and insignificant face, he would dare to provoke a terrifying existence whose depth even he could not see through. What made him even more desperate was that behind this incident, there was not only Jiang Chen, but also Lu Ruyan, the fashion queen of Magic City, and the huge media empire and complicated upper-class connections behind her. He even vaguely sensed that the Qin family and the Su family in Beijing seemed to be secretly helping Jiang Chen. Faced with such a powerful opponent and almost one-sided pressure from public opinion, Lu Tianxiong knew that his Lu family might really be doomed this time. Although he had tried to use all his connections and resources to calm the storm and make peace with Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan, he even offered a large sum of money in various humiliating conditions. However, Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan's attitudes were extremely tough and resolute. They made it clear that they would never tolerate Lu Zhanbo's despicable, shameless, and insane behavior. He must pay the most painful price for his actions. Unless the Lu family is willing to cut off their own flesh and stop losses, completely draw a line with the prodigal son Lu Zhanbo, and show enough sincerity to make up for the huge losses and damage caused to the Shuiyu brand and Lin Shuiyu. After several days of sleepless nights and painful decisions, Lu Tianxiong, the once invincible business tycoon, finally had to lower his proud head. He knew that compared with the life and death of the entire family, sacrificing an incompetent son and giving up part of the family's interests was already the best outcome. A few days later, the Lu Group suddenly issued a harsh public statement. In the statement, Lu Tianxiong, in the name of the chairman of the Lu Group, denounced the serious mistakes and despicable behavior committed by his son Lu Zhanbo in this plagiarism incident, saying that he was morally corrupt, lawless, and seriously damaged the reputation and interests of the Lu Group, and announced: First, immediately dismiss Lu Zhanbo from all positions in the Lu Group and all its subsidiaries, and expel him from the family's core management and never hire him again. Second, the Lu Group will actively cooperate with relevant departments to investigate Lu Zhanbo's suspected illegal and criminal acts, and will never condone them. Third, the Lu Group will publicly apologize for the reputation damage and economic losses caused to the Shuiyu brand and Miss Lin Shuiyu by this incident, and is willing to bear the corresponding legal responsibilities and economic compensation. Once this public statement was issued, it immediately caused an uproar in the business community of Shanghai and even across the country. Everyone was shocked by Lu Tianxiong's ruthlessness and decisiveness of killing relatives for the sake of justice and cutting off one's own arm to save a man. They knew that this time, the Lu family was really seriously injured and their vitality was seriously damaged. Lu Zhanbo, the once overbearing and arrogant young man in Shanghai, has completely become a stray dog abandoned by his family. What awaits him will be severe punishment from the law and endless regret. After issuing a public statement and reaching a private settlement agreement with Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan involving huge compensation, the Lu family's giant ship, which was swaying in the wind and rain, finally managed to stabilize its position and avoid the fate of completely capsizing. However, his status and influence in the business community of Shanghai also plummeted as a result, and his glory days are gone. As for the other 4 young masters of Magic City, after witnessing the tragic end of Lu Zhanbo and the Lu family, they were all terrified and silent. They were filled with deep awe and fear of Jiang Chen, the dragon from across the river from the capital. Especially Dongfang Hao, the eldest son of the Dongfang family, who had once met Jiang Chen at the door of his mansion on the Bund, was secretly rejoicing at this moment. He was glad that although he had spoken rudely to Jiang Chen in the past, he did not do anything more outrageous, nor did he, like Lu Zhanbo, recklessly provoke this evil god. Otherwise, the fate of his Dongfang family would probably not be much better than that of the Lu family. From then on, Dongfang Hao completely gave up the idea of being an enemy of Jiang Chen, and even began to take the initiative to find ways to show goodwill to Jiang Chen through various channels, hoping to repair the previous unpleasant little friction. He knew that a true dragon like Jiang Chen was definitely not something that could be easily forgotten. If he could make friends with him, there would be nothing but benefits. If he made enemies with him, there would be endless troubles. Jiang Chen did not show much surprise at the Lu family's cutting losses in Dongfang Hao and others' warning. He knew that in the face of absolute strength and interests, so-called family ties and personal grudges often seemed vulnerable. He wanted to have this kind of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys effect. He wanted all the forces in the Magic City that were hostile and coveted him and his people to see clearly what would happen if they provoked him, Jiang Chen. With the Lu family's bowing and the disastrous defeat of Meaning International, the reputation and influence of the Shuiyu brand in the Magic City and even the global fashion circle has reached a new peak. A plagiarism crisis that was enough to completely destroy it was miraculously transformed into a brand marketing feast that swept the world under the joint counterattack of Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan. The Shuiyu brand has therefore become the best spokesperson for the rise of China's original design power, and has been sought after and loved by countless domestic and foreign consumers and fashion lovers. Chapter 122 Snow Language Magic City Style Show, the rebirth that everyone is looking forward to. After completely removing the 2 despicable obstacles of Lu Zhanbo and Meaning International and transforming the sinister plagiarism crisis into a brand marketing feast that swept the world, the brand show Snow Language Magic City Wind and Glory was finally held as scheduled at the main show venue of the Magic City Bund International Fashion Center under the attention of all the people. Because of the previous plagiarism reversal incident that shocked the world, as well as the unremitting publicity and support from Myinghui magazine and Lu Ruyan herself, tonight's Snow Language debut in Shanghai is no longer just a simple fashion show, but more like a declaration symbolizing the rise of China's original design power and challenging the hegemony of the international fashion circle. Outside the show, there were already huge crowds of people, luxury cars, and stars. Top fashion media reporters, fashion bloggers, international buyers from all over the world, as well as local celebrities, business tycoons, and wealthy ladies from Shanghai all attended the show in their best attire, hoping to witness with their own eyes what kind of surprise and legend this original Chinese brand, which was reborn from the ashes at the height of the storm, would bring about at its Shanghai debut. The show was packed with people. Those who could get tickets tonight were all influential figures in the fashion, business, or entertainment circles. Jiang Chen naturally sat firmly in the center of the guest seats. Next to him, on his left hand was the still beautiful and powerful fashion queen Lu Ruyan, and on his right hand was the gentle and elegant female president of the Su Group Su Wanqing, who came all the way from Beijing to support him. These 2 top beauties who were rarely seen on weekdays appeared at the same time, and they were so close to Jiang Chen, which became a major attraction that people inside and outside the show talked about tonight. In the dressing room backstage, Lin Shuya was wearing a simple yet elegant white silk dress designed by herself, and was making final preparations before going on stage. Although her pretty face was slightly flushed due to nervousness and excitement, her eyes were unusually firm and confident. She knew that tonight, she and her Shuiyu would represent Chinese original design, stand in the center of the world stage, and be scrutinized by the most discerning eyes. She also knew that Jiang Chen, the man who gave her unlimited trust, support and strength, was in the audience at this moment, silently watching her, waiting for her to shine the most dazzling light. Shuiyu, are you ready? Jiang Chen appeared quietly at the door of the dressing room with a gentle and encouraging smile on his face. Yes. Lin Shuiyu nodded heavily, with a confident light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen, thank you. Tonight, I will definitely not let you down. I believe you. Jiang Chen took a step forward, gently tidied up her hair, and said softly, Go, let the whole world fall for your talent. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, accompanied by a melodious music full of oriental charm yet with a modern rhythm, the lights in the entire show venue suddenly dimmed, leaving only beams of dreamy spotlights projected onto the T-stage. The Snow Language Magic City Splendor brand show has officially kicked off. The first model to appear was an internationally renowned Chinese supermodel, wearing a modified black velvet long cheongsam inspired by the cheongsam ladies on the old Shanghai calendar posters, incorporating classic Art Deco elements from the Bund International Building Complex. The neckline, cuffs and hem of the cheongsam were all embroidered with intricate and exquisite Shanghai-style patterns in gold and silver threads. As she walked, she was full of brilliance and looked around with brilliance, perfectly integrating the oriental subtlety and the Western modern luxury, instantly catching the attention of everyone in the audience. Then, one after another, top supermodels dressed in the latest styles of Magic City Records series walked across the T-stage with elegant and confident steps. Every piece of clothing they wear is like a flowing work of art, full of amazing creativity and ingenuity. Some of them are inspired by the bustling life in the alleys of Shanghai in the early morning, combining traditional blue-printed cloth, zhangjiancha and other rustic fabrics with modern deconstructionist tailoring to create a unique style that is both nostalgic and avant-garde. Some draw artistic conception from the pavilions, towers, bridges and flowing water of Suzhou Gardens, and cleverly integrate elements such as ink smudges and freehand flower and bird paintings into the printing and embroidery of clothing, combined with light and flowing silk and chiffon fabrics to create an ethereal and elegant oriental zen. Others boldly seek inspiration from the colorful neon lights and towering skyscrapers in the Magic City at night, boldly colliding and integrating various highly saturated and contrasting colors, as well as futuristic metallic fabrics and geometric silhouettes, to create a psychedelic and modern urban futuristic feel. Lin Shuiao's designs have completely overturned the international fashion circle's stereotype of Chinese original designs. It is no longer a simple crude stacking and grafting of traditional elements such as dragons and phoenixes, auspicious clouds, etc., but it truly integrates the essence of Chinese culture and the soul of the city of Magic City into the bones and blood of modern fashion design, and perfectly interprets and presents it in a younger, more international, and more innovative way. The entire show was in complete silence. Everyone was completely overwhelmed by the magnificent and dazzling visual feast on the catwalk. Fashion media editors-in-chief, senior fashion critics, and top international buyers from all over the world were mesmerized by the show, their eyes filled with incredible amazement and admiration. They never imagined that an emerging original brand from China could come up with such high-quality design works with such an international perspective and full of unique oriental charm. This is a perfect show that will go down in fashion history. When the last model finished her runway show, Lin Shuiao, wearing that simple yet elegant white silk dress, walked slowly onto the T-stage amid thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. As she bowed to thank all the guests, her eyes were already filled with tears of excitement. She knew that from this moment on, she and her Snow Language had succeeded. Not only have they cleared themselves of the charge of plagiarism that they were previously maliciously accused of, but they have also won the respect and recognition of the entire fashion industry with their own strong abilities and stunning works. Jiang Chen sat in the audience, looking at the radiant, confident and calm Lin Shuiao on the catwalk. A smile of satisfaction and pride appeared on his face. He knew that this phoenix, which had almost lost its wings, had finally been reborn and flew high. And he is the man who gave her wings and helped her soar into the sky. After the show, reports and praises about Snow Language, Magic City Splendor flew to the front pages of major fashion media around the world like snowflakes. A stunning work of Chinese original design. Shuiao redefines Oriental aesthetics. The charm of the Magic City, the peerless beauty. Lin Shuiao conquers the world with her designs. From suspicion of plagiarism to rebirth, Shuiao staged the most inspiring counterattack legend in the fashion circle. Countless compliments pushed the Shuiao brand and Lin Shuiao to an unprecedented peak of public opinion. The number of followers on their social media accounts skyrocketed by millions overnight. Their official website was even paralyzed at one point due to the overwhelming volume of traffic. The flagship stores of the Shuiao brand in Shanghai and Beijing were packed with consumers and fashion lovers who heard the news from early the next morning. The stores were packed with people, creating an unprecedented grand occasion. Chapter 123 orders are pouring in, international buyers are flocking to the door. The sensational effect caused by the Snow Language Magic City style record brand show far exceeded everyone's expectations. In the following days, its popularity did not subside at all, but instead snowballed, continuing to ferment in the Magic City and even the global fashion circle, becoming more and more intense. Almost overnight, Lin Shuio and her design team went from being unknown newcomers to becoming the most sought-after fashion darlings. Various interview invitations, cooperation intentions, and praise and congratulations from all over the world came to them like snowflakes, making them overwhelmed and making them deeply understand what it means to be famous overnight. The temporary exhibition hall of the Shuiyu brand in the Bund International Fashion Center in Shanghai has been crowded with purchasing representatives from top department stores, well-known fashion buyers, and wealthy private collectors from all over the world since the morning of the second day after the show. Its popularity is even comparable to the top VIP pre-sale events of some international first-line luxury brands. Ms. Lin, we are the purchasing team from Galeries Lafayette in Paris, France. We are very interested in the Magic City Chronicles series you released this time, and hope to reach an exclusive cooperation agreement with the Shuiyu brand and introduce your works to our European flagship store. A blonde, blue-eyed, well-dressed, and very aura-filled middle-aged French woman spoke fluent Chinese to Lin Shuio sincerely. Hello, designer Lin. I am the chief buyer for Asia from Harrods in the UK. Your designs perfectly combine Oriental charm with international trends, which is breathtaking. We hope to order all the show models you release this time and set up an exclusive display area for the Shuiyu brand in the most conspicuous position in our department store. A British gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses and elegant temperament did not hide his love and desire for the Shuiyu brand. Ms. Lin. And me. I'm a representative from Saks Fifth Avenue, a boutique department store in New York, USA. We hope to obtain the exclusive agency rights of the Snow language brand in North America. You can set the conditions. And us. We are the royal purchasing consultants from Dubai in the Middle East. Our princess is very fond of the dresses you designed and hopes to customize them for you. Faced with these top international department stores and fashion buyers who usually have high standards and are almost harsh in choosing the brands to cooperate with, but who are now like the most devout believers, scrambling to extend olive branches to her and the Shuiyu brand and offering various favorable cooperation conditions, Lin Shuio's heart is filled with indescribable excitement and pride. She knew that all this was thanks to Jiang Chen. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's unstinting investment, unremitting support, and his thunderous magic operation at the critical moment, she and her Shuiyu would never have achieved such brilliant achievements in such a short period of time, let alone gained recognition and respect from the entire international fashion industry. She suppressed her excitement, tried to remain calm and composed as a professional designer should be, and began to negotiate and communicate in an orderly manner with these sponsored dads from all over the world. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, did not participate too much in these specific business negotiations. He was just the investor behind the Shuiyu brand and Lin Shuio's personal consultant, occasionally providing Lin Shuio with some strategic guidance and suggestions at critical moments, or using his unfathomable money power and personal connections to gain more favorable cooperation conditions and broader development space for the Shuiyu brand. For example, when a top fashion group from Italy tried to obtain the exclusive agency rights of the Shuiyu brand in Europe by using the bait of helping the Shuiyu brand to open up the European market and tried to lower the purchase price, Jiang Chen just made a casual phone call. Half an hour later, the CEO of the Italian fashion group appeared in front of Lin Shuio in person, sweating profusely, with a more generous and sincere cooperation plan, and his attitude was as respectful as a primary school student meeting his class teacher. For example, when a top American fashion magazine, known for its harshness and pickiness, reported on the Shuiyu brand with a hint of prejudice and doubt between the lines, Lu Ruyan's Maingui magazine would be the first to publish a sharp and clear-cut rebuttal article in a more authoritative, professional, and unquestionable manner, criticizing the shallowness and ignorance of the American magazine. With the strong support and protection of Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan, the two big bosses behind the scenes, Lin Shuio and her Shuiyu brand have been able to expand smoothly and unstoppably in the Magic City and even the global fashion circle. Orders came in from all over the world like snowflakes. The quantity and amount were so huge that even the supply chain and production lines of the Shuiyu brand, which had just been integrated, faced unprecedented pressure. Lin Shuio and her team worked almost non-stop, having a great time, feeling both pain and happiness. Not only do they have to handle massive orders from all over the world, but they also have to make some subtle adjustments and optimizations to the Magic City Records series based on the market characteristics of different countries and regions at the same time. They also have to start preparing for the design and development of new products for the next season in order to maintain the brand's innovative vitality and market competitiveness. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, began to use the industry integration blueprint medical and health field, rewarded by the system. Although this blueprint is mainly aimed at the medical and health field, its core business logic and industry integration ideas are also of great reference value to other industries, as well as his previous successful experience in acquiring the Nikkang Yui Group, to help Lin Shuio plan the global production and sales network of the Shuiyu brand. He knows that a truly successful international brand cannot be supported by just a few stunning designs. It also requires a strong and efficient supply chain system, a global sales channel network, and a professional and visionary brand operation team. What he needs to do is to build the cornerstone of such an indestructible business empire for the Shuiyu brand. He first used the strong financial resources of Hanhai Capital to selectively acquire or invest in some clothing processing factories with advanced production technology and high-quality management experience, as well as some fashion brand agency companies with mature sales channels and customer resources in specific regional markets around the world. Then, he hired a group of experienced professional managers and brand operation experts from top business schools and fashion groups at home and abroad at high salaries, and formed a luxury international operation team, which was fully responsible for the global market promotion, channel expansion, and daily operation management of the Shuiyu brand. At the same time, he has also spent huge sums of money to purchase or lease the best commercial real estate in major fashion capitals around the world, such as Shanghai, Beijing, Paris, Milan, New York, and London, preparing to open a global flagship store for the Snow Language brand and turn it into a fashion landmark that showcases the charm of China's original design and the essence of Oriental aesthetics. Jiang Chen's series of large-scale investments and layouts not only stunned and amazed Lin Shuiyu and her team members, but also shocked the entire fashion circle. Everyone was completely impressed by Jiang Chen's bold move of regardless of cost, global layout and his long-term strategic vision. Chapter 124: Lu Ruyan's Celebration Banquet and Private Reward. After the unprecedented success of the Snow Language, Magic City Splendor brand show and the conclusion of a series of subsequent commercial operations, Lu Ruyan, the queen of the Magic City fashion circle, finally had time to hold a private celebration banquet for Jiang Chen and Lin Shuiyu, the two biggest contributors of this event. The venue of the banquet was not chosen from those crowded public places, but was set up in the revolving restaurant on the top floor of Lu Ruyan's top private club located on the bank of the Huangpu River, which has an excellent view and extremely strict security measures. This revolving restaurant is usually open only to Lu Ruyan and her closest friends. Its luxury and privacy are even better than the century-old mansion that Jiang Chen bought on the Bund. The restaurant uses a 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling window design, overlooking the dazzling and dreamy night scene on both sides of the Huangpu River, as if you were in a fairyland in the clouds. Lu Ruyan was obviously dressed up tonight. She was wearing a tailor-made dark purple backless evening gown, with countless tiny Swarovski crystals dotted on the hem. Under the soft and somewhat ambiguous lighting in the restaurant, she was like the most dazzling star in the night sky, exuding a fatal temptation. Her beautiful face was painted with delicate and somewhat lazy makeup, her red lips were like fire, her eyes were full of spring, and her every move was full of the unique charm and heart-pounding charm of a mature woman. Lin Shuiyu also attended the event in a gorgeous outfit. She chose a moon-white silk long dress designed by herself, which combined traditional Cheongsam elements with modern minimalist style. The long dress perfectly outlined her exquisite and graceful figure, and also brought out her unique temperament, which was as gentle, elegant, and refined as the Jiangnan water village. Unlike Lu Ruyan's beauty, which was as hot and unrestrained as a blazing flame, Lin Shuiyu's beauty was more like a budding white magnolia, elegant and noble, which made people forget the world and feel pity. Jiang Chen was still wearing a well-tailored casual suit, looking relaxed, with a faint smile on his face. He sat between the two stunning beauties, enjoying the rare blessing of having two wives and the joy of victory. Jiang Chen, Shuiyu, Lu Ruyan picked up the tulip-shaped goblet filled with top-grade Lafite, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light, her voice with a hint of unique hoarseness and magnetism, and she was the first to speak. "Sister, I prepared some wine today, first to celebrate the complete success of our Shuiyu brand's first show in Shanghai, and second to thank you too. Especially you, Boss Jiang." Lu Ruyan turned her gaze towards Jiang Chen, her eyes full of undisguised admiration and a hint of barely perceptible passion. "If it weren't for your planning and efforts to turn the tide, I'm afraid that Shuiyu would not only fail to become a hit in the Magic City, but would also be ruined and become a laughingstock in the entire fashion circle. Sister, let me toast to you." As she spoke, she drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. Her movements were bold and yet carried a certain indescribable sexiness. "Editor-in-Chief Lu, you are too polite." Jiang Chen smiled and raised his glass, clinking it with Lu Ruyan and Lin Shuiyu. "The success of Shuiyu this time is the result of everyone's joint efforts. Shuiyu's talent, your strong support, and the hard work of the entire team are all indispensable. As for me," Jiang Chen paused, with a hint of amusement in his tone, "I was just cheering behind the scenes and throwing out a little money." He. Lu Ruyan was amused by Jiang Chen's Versailles remarks, and the breathtaking fullness of her chest rose and fell slightly, making Jiang Chen and Lin Shuiyu beside him feel a little dry in the mouth. "Boss Jiang is really good at joking." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen in a charming manner. "You didn't just spend a little money, you simply used money to create a smooth road. I have been in the fashion circle for so many years, and I have never seen a young person like you who is so rich and inhumane and has such a business mind. Lin Shuao nodded in agreement, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Yes, Jiang Chen, if it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. You not only gave me the stage to realize my dreams, but also gave me the most steadfast support and the strongest confidence when I was in the most difficult and helpless time. I will never forget this kindness. As she spoke, her eyes became slightly moist. Okay, today is the day for us to celebrate, so don't cry. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and gently scratched the tip of Lin Shuao's upturned nose, and comforted her softly. Shuao, I said, you are my woman, and I should do anything for you. He paused, then turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan, with a meaningful smile on his face. Editor-in-Chief Lu, you specially held the banquet here today, and you dressed so brightly. Is it just to treat us to a few glasses of celebratory wine? Lu Ruyan blushed slightly when she heard this, but soon returned to normal. She raised her wine glass and gestured to Jiang Chen again, with a hint of laziness and charm in her voice. Boss Jiang is indeed a smart man. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. That's right, her eyes became a little blurry, and her voice lowered a bit. Sister, today, in addition to thanking you, I also want to give you a special, personal reward. It depends on you, Boss Jiang, whether you dare to accept it. Oh? A personal reward? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, a fiery light flashed in his eyes. I wonder what kind of surprise Editor-in-Chief Lu has prepared for me. I've always been a bold person, there's really nothing I dare not accept. Lu Ruyan chuckled and did not answer directly. Instead, she took out a peculiarly shaped golden key from the limited edition Hermes handbag she was carrying and gently placed it on the dining table in front of Jiang Chen. The key was made entirely of pure gold and inlaid with tiny diamonds. A lifelike phoenix pattern was carved on the top of the key. It looked luxurious and full of mystery. This is? A hint of doubt flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. This is the key to my favorite and most private secret garden in this city. Lu Ruyan put her red lips close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered softly, her voice full of indescribable temptation, I am the only one who knows about that place. Tonight, I want to invite Mr. Jiang to sit in my secret garden, drink a cup of tea, chat, and enjoy the most beautiful night view of the magic city. I wonder if Mr. Jiang would be willing to honor me with a visit. Her warm breath gently blew on Jiang Chen's earlobes, bringing waves of palpitating tingling sensations. Her phoenix eyes, full of hints and teasing, were like two burning flames, as if they were going to swallow Jiang Chen whole. Jiang Chen's heart began to beat faster and faster. He knew what this personal reward from Lu Ruyan meant. This woman who controls the fashion circle of Shanghai and is usually high and mighty like a queen, is now launching the most deadly emotional offensive against him in the most direct and irresistible way. He looked at the sexy, charming, and stunning beauty in front of him, and the golden phoenix key in her hand, which symbolized invitation and hint, and his throat rolled unconsciously. He knew that if he took the key, tonight would be a sleepless night. Lin Shuao, who was standing by, had a complicated expression on her pretty face when she saw Lu Ruyan take out the golden phoenix key and say those suggestive words to Jiang Chen. Although she had long guessed that the relationship between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan was unusual, and had prepared herself mentally to accept it all, when this scene really happened in front of her, she couldn't help but feel an indescribable bitterness and loss in her heart. After all, no woman wants to share her beloved man with others. However, she also knew that a man as outstanding and powerful as Jiang Chen would always be surrounded by women who admired him. If she wanted to stay with him for a long time, she had to learn to be tolerant and understanding. What's more, Lu Ruyan has indeed given a new life to the Shuayu brand and to herself. Thinking of this, Lin Shuao took a deep breath, tried to suppress the unhappiness in her heart, forced a slightly forced smile on her face, and said to Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen, Editor Lu, you guys chat. I suddenly remembered that there are still some things in the company that have not been dealt with, so I will go back first. After saying that, she got up and left. Shuaya. Jiang Chen grabbed her hand. Chapter 125 Conquering the Queen of Fashion, Tenderness in the Magic City Night. Jiang Chen held Lin Shuao's hand tightly, not letting her leave. He turned his head and looked at Lu Ruyan, who was slightly startled by his action, and then a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. He then looked at Lin Shuao, whose pretty face had a hint of loss and a forced smile, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew that his blessing of having two women on both sides was not so easy to enjoy. Especially when facing a woman like Lu Ruyan who had a strong desire for control and showed such a straightforward offensive towards him, how to balance the relationship with Lin Shuao was indeed a big test. Shuao, Jiang Chen looked at Lin Shuao gently but firmly, with a hint of apology in his voice. Tonight is our celebration banquet, and the protagonist is you and Editor-in-Chief Lu. You are not allowed to go anywhere, just stay here, accompany me, and thank Editor-in-Chief Lu for his strong support for our Shuayu brand. He paused, then turned to look at Lu Ruyan, with a meaningful smile on his face. As for this personal reward from Chief Editor Lu, I, Jiang Chen, will naturally refuse it. However, how can one person enjoy such a beautiful scenery and beautiful women alone? Why not let me, Jiang Chen, host you tonight and invite you two beauties to Chief Editor Lu's secret garden to talk about life and enjoy the most beautiful night view of the Magic City together? Wouldn't it be more interesting? Jiang Chen's words were flawless. He did not directly reject Lu Ruyan's suggestive invitation, but also cleverly pulled Lin Shuyo in to avoid making her feel left out and embarrassed. More importantly, he also took this opportunity to send a clear signal to Lu Ruyan. He, Jiang Chen, has more than one woman. He can accept her good intentions, but he will never ignore the others around him. Lu Ruyan was so smart that she naturally understood the deep meaning of Jiang Chen's words. Her narrow and long phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked at Jiang Chen carefully, as if she wanted to see something from his face. After a moment, she suddenly giggled, and the laughter was as pleasant as a silver bell, but with a hint of inexplicable charm. Boss Jiang is indeed a man of temperament, and he is first-rate in treating women with sympathy. Lu Ruyan gave Jiang Chen a charming look. She was not angry at Jiang Chen's lack of understanding of romance. Instead, she admired and was curious about his methods of being both domineering and knowing how to balance. She reached out her hand and gently took back the golden phoenix key that symbolized invitation from Jiang Chen's hand, then took Jiang Chen and Lin Shuya's hands respectively, and folded their hands in her warm and soft palms, and said with a smile, "Since Boss Jiang is so interested, then I am naturally happy to accompany you. Tonight, let the three of us, under the bright starry sky of this magic city, have a good chat about our ideals in life." She deliberately emphasized the word chat freely, and her eyes were full of heartwarming ambiguity. Lin Shuyo blushed at Lu Ruyan's sudden action and bold words, and her heart was pounding. She didn't know what to say for a moment. She could clearly feel the warmth and the faint current coming from Lu Ruyan's palm. Jiang Chen laughed loudly, tightly held the hands of the two beauties, and said loudly, "Great! Beautiful scenery, beautiful women as company, such a feast, is a great pleasure in life. Tonight, let's not go home until we are drunk." Lu Ruyan's so-called secret garden is a specially modified top-level luxury yacht that is moored at the most central and secret private dock on the Huangpu River. The yacht, named Phantom, adopts a streamlined black design, full of futuristic and technological sense. Its interior decoration is extremely luxurious, comparable to a mobile palace on the sea. On the top floor of the yacht, there is an open-air bar and hot spring massage pool with a 360-degree view of the night view of both sides of the Huangpu River. It is extremely private and is an exclusive place for Lu Ruyan to relax or get together with her closest friends. As Jiang Chen, Lin Shuya and Lu Ruyan, in the night in the river breeze, held champagne and soaked in the warm and comfortable open-air hot spring massage pool together, admiring the glittering and dreamy night view on both sides of the Huangpu River, an indescribable, ambiguous and charming atmosphere quietly spread among the three. Lu Ruyan was indeed an old hand in the love field. She did not hold back at all because of Lin Shuya's presence. Instead, she became more bold and proactive. Her charming eyes kept moving between Jiang Chen and Lin Shuya. Her words were full of all kinds of provocative and suggestive tiger and wolf words, which made the shy and nervous Lin Shuya blush and her heart beat faster. She almost dared not look up and look at her. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was happy to enjoy the blessing of being embraced by two beauties and having two beauties competing for beauty. He skillfully dealt with Lu Ruyan and dealt with her emotional offensive like a storm, and at the same time, he used gentle eyes and considerate actions from time to comfort the slightly embarrassed and uneasy Lin Shuya beside him, trying to maintain the delicate balance between the three of them. Under the influence of alcohol and the ambiguous atmosphere, the conversation between the three people gradually became more and more bold and in-depth. From gossips in the fashion circle to the intrigues in the business world, from life's ideals and aspirations to the emotional entanglements between men and women. Lu Ruyan openly told Jiang Chen and Lin Shuyo about her legendary experience of rising from an unknown little model to becoming the media queen who now controls the fashion circle in Shanghai, as well as the hardships, sweat, unknown bitterness and helplessness she had endured behind the glamorous appearance. Her honesty and truthfulness gradually dispelled the last bit of estrangement and resentment in Lin Shuyo's heart. She discovered that this woman, who usually looked high and mighty, like a queen, actually had her fragile and soft side. And under the guidance of Lu Ruyan and Lin Shuya, Jiang Chen half-truthfully revealed some of his rise to wealth history of starting from scratch and constantly having adventures, as well as his grand vision for the future business empire. His unfathomable strength, wisdom and planning strategies, and ambition to dominate the world deeply impressed Lu Ruyan and Lin Shuya, two equally proud and arrogant girls, and made them more determined to follow him and create the future together. The night is getting deeper and deeper. The cruise ships on the Huangpu River are still brightly lit with singing and dancing. However, a hot spring massage pool on the top floor of the Phantom is already filled with boundless spring scenery and infinite beauty. The next morning, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the sexy Queen Lu Ruyan on his left, who was still sleeping with a satisfied but slightly tired smile on her face. He then looked at the pure and talented Lin Shuao on his right, who was also lying on her back with a shy and sweet blush on her pretty face. He felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment and a little guilt. From now on, these two most dazzling pearls in the Shanghai fashion circle will completely become Jiang Chen's women, and become the most loyal and charming confidants in his future business empire. Ding! The host has successfully conquered the Magic City fashion queen Lu Ruyan, and made her surrender herself to him physically and mentally, with a max favorability rating. Unlock the fashion queen's assistant's aura, gain additional advantages in the fields of fashion and media, and have a certain chance of obtaining implicit control or core resource support from Lu Ruyan's family and its media group. Ding! The host's relationship with his confidant Lin Shuao has taken a qualitative leap, and their favorability rating has greatly increased. Lin Shuao's loyalty and dependence on the host has reached a new height. The system's prompt sound once again confirmed Jiang Chen's brilliant victory last night. He smiled slightly, carefully stood up from between the two sleeping beauties, and prepared to prepare a loving love breakfast for them. Chapter 126: Lin Shuao's Blessing in Delicate Balance. After the extremely luxurious and ambiguous Phantom Yacht feast, the relationship between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan has undoubtedly undergone a radical change. This fashion queen, who usually controls the life and death of the fashion circle in Shanghai, now shows unprecedented gentleness, obedience, and even the charm and dependence of a little woman in front of Jiang Chen. Not only did she open her most private secret garden to Jiang Chen without reservation, she also mobilized her huge resources in the fashion and media circles in Shanghai and even the world, and spared no effort to help Jiang Chen's various undertakings and escort them. Whether it was the global promotion of the Shuayu brand, the publicity campaign of Chunma Biology, or Jiang Chen's layout in other business fields in Shanghai, Lu Ruyan handled everything for him in an orderly manner like the most virtuous and capable good wife. As for Lin Shuao, she knew that a man as outstanding and powerful as Jiang Chen was destined to have more than one woman by his side. She also knew that Lu Ruyan had advantages that she could not match at present, whether in terms of personal charm, social status, or support for Jiang Chen's career. She did have feelings of loss and insecurity in her heart. Especially when she saw the intimacy and tacit understanding between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan, a faint sense of bitterness and inferiority also quietly surged into her heart. But at the same time, she is also a very smart and considerate woman. She knows clearly that she can go from being an unknown designer to becoming the founder of the Shuayu brand that everyone is looking forward to today, all of which is inseparable from Jiang Chen's strong support and unswerving support. Jiang Chen not only gave her a stage to realize her dreams, but also gave her the strongest confidence and the strongest support when she was in the most difficult and helpless time. This kindness and love have long been deeply rooted in her bones, making her unable to extricate herself. She knew that Jiang Chen had her in his heart, and her place in his heart could not be replaced by anyone. That's enough. Instead of yearning for those unrealistic only and exclusive, it is better to cherish the happiness in front of you, work hard to improve yourself, and become the woman who can fight side by side with him and create the future together. So, after Lu Ruyan officially became Jiang Chen's woman and began to frequently enter and exit the top Riverview mansion on the Bund and stay in the same room with Lin Shuao did not show any jealousy or dissatisfaction. On the contrary, she took the initiative to express her sincere respect and blessings to her sister Lu Ruyan, who can be regarded as a senior in the fashion circle and business world. Editor-in-Chief Lu, no, should I call you Sister Ruyan from now on? On a sunny afternoon, Lin Shuao brought 2 cups of coffee she had prepared herself and walked to Lu Ruyan, who was leisurely flipping through a fashion magazine on the terrace of the mansion, with a sincere and gentle smile on her face. Lu Ruyan put down the magazine in her hand and looked at the young woman in front of her, who had an elegant temperament and a hint of heroism between her brows. A hint of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. She knew that Lin Shuao's importance in Jiang Chen's heart was no less than hers. In fact, in some ways, the seemingly weak woman could touch Jiang Chen's inner tenderness and protective desire more than she, the fashion queen. You're too polite, Sister Shuao. Lu Ruyan smiled, took the coffee and took a sip. We're all family from now on, there's no need to be so formal. If you don't mind, call me sister, I'll be happy to do so. Her words were not only an attempt to get closer to Lin Shuao, but also a silent declaration of her sovereignty and status. Lin Shuao was very smart and naturally understood the deep meaning of Lu Ruyan's words. She smiled slightly and did not dwell on this issue too much. Instead, she said sincerely, "Sister Ruyan, I know that you are much better than me in terms of experience and connections in the fashion circle, as well as business operations and media public relations. In the future, please give me more guidance and support. The Shuayu brand is what it is today, and it is inseparable from your strong support. In the future, I also hope to join hands with you to promote our original Chinese designs to the world." Her words were flawless, expressing her respect and gratitude for Ruyan Lu, demonstrating her own vision and ambition. She also cleverly transformed the relationship between the two from potential rivals in love to business partners who could fight side by side. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but flash a trace of approval when she heard this. She knew that Lin Shuayo was no ordinary woman. Not only did she have extraordinary design talent, she also had a delicate and considerate heart. She must have something extraordinary to be able to receive such favor and support from Jiang Chen. "Sister Shuayo, you are too modest." Lu Ruyan put down her coffee cup, reached out her hand, and gently held Lin Shuayo's hand. Her tone became more sincere. "Your design talent is so great that even I am ashamed of myself. The future of the Shuayu brand is limitless. All I can do as a sister is to add icing on the cake and cheer for you." As for Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan's eyes inadvertently glanced at the tall figure standing in front of the French window not far away, with his hands behind his back, gazing at the view of the Huangpu River. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile that was both admiring and a bit helpless. That man is like a mystery, and also like a ball of fire. He is destined to soar into the sky and conquer the world. All we can do is work hard to make ourselves better so that we can keep up with him and not be left too far behind by him. Lin Shuayo nodded in agreement after hearing this. She knew that what Lu Ruyan said was also her true thoughts deep in her heart. Jiang Chen is the brightest star that they all admire and pursue. At this moment, two equally outstanding and proud women reached a subtle and harmonious understanding and balance because of the same man. Jiang Chen, after keenly sensing the change in the atmosphere between his two close female friends behind him, couldn't help but smile with relief. He knew that it was not easy to build a stable and harmonious harem. It required not only money and strength, but also wisdom and emotional intelligence. He was glad that the women he met were not the kind of mediocre women who only knew how to fight for favors and were short-sighted. Each of them had their own unique talents, charms, and pursuits. The reason why they were willing to stay with him was not only because they loved him, but also because he could give them what they really wanted. For example, what Lin Shuayo wants is a stage to realize her dream of designing and the freedom of creation without any constraints. For example, what Lu Ruyan wants is to create a more magnificent career with a strong man who can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with her and even make her look up to him. For example, what Su Wansheng wants far away in the capital is to get rid of the shackles of her family, control her own destiny, and prove her value in the business world. For example, what Moron Liuli wants is to vindicate the family's injustice, protect the treasures of China, and realize her life ambitions. And Jiang Chen just happens to be able to satisfy them. Therefore, he can move easily among these equally outstanding and proud women, and make them willingly give to him and wait for him. Of course, this delicate balance also requires him to manage and maintain it carefully at all times. He knows that he must not favor one over the other, and he must not neglect his old confidant just because he has a new lover. He must use his unique love and commitment to nourish the hearts of every woman who loves him, so that they can feel that they are unique and irreplaceable in his heart. Chapter 127, Snowy Language S Asian Expansion and the Tentacles of the Media Empire. With the unremitting support of Lu Ruyan, the fashion queen of Shanghai, and the comprehensive promotion of the powerful resources of the Maingui media empire, the success of the Shuayu brand in Shanghai, like a spark that set a prairie fire, quickly ignited the enthusiasm of the fashion circles throughout Asia and even the world. The Magic City Style series designed by Lin Shuayo, with its unique oriental aesthetics, exquisite craftsmanship, and accurate grasp of modern fashion trends, has not only won unanimous praise from professional fashion critics and international buyers, but has also set off a strong Chinese style around the world. Cooperation invitations from top department stores, fashion boutiques, and well-known e-commerce platforms from major countries and regions in Asia, such as Tokyo, Seoul, Singapore, Bangkok, Kuala Lumpur, etc., are flying to the Shanghai headquarters of the Snow Language brand like snowflakes. They all hope to introduce this hot Chinese original brand into their own market as soon as possible to meet the strong demand of local consumers for high-quality and high-grade Oriental fashion. Faced with such a hot market and a once-in-a-lifetime development opportunity, Jiang Chen and Lin Shuayo would naturally not miss it. With Lu Ruyan's help and professional advice, they quickly developed a detailed expansion plan for the entire Asian market. First, the brand will open flagship stores of the Snow Language brand as quickly as possible in major fashion capitals in Asia, such as Ginza in Tokyo, Gangnam District in Seoul, and Orchard Road in Singapore. The location, design, and decoration of these flagship stores will continue the high standards and unique style of the Shanghai flagship store, and strive to build them into new fashion landmarks that showcase the charm of Chinese original design and the essence of Oriental aesthetics. Secondly, we will establish close strategic partnerships with the most powerful and influential local fashion groups, department stores, and e-commerce platforms in Asia. Through brand authorization, joint cooperation, channel sharing, and other means, we will quickly bring the products and services of the Shuiyu brand to a wider range of consumer groups. Thirdly, the product line and marketing strategy of the Snow Language brand will be appropriately adjusted and optimized in response to the cultural characteristics and consumption habits of different countries and regions. For example, in response to the Japanese market's extreme pursuit of refinement and details, they will launch some special styles with more ingenious craftsmanship and limited collection value. In response to the Korean market's fanatical pursuit of trends and celebrity effects, they will actively seek cooperation with local top stars and internet celebrities, using the fan economy to ignite the market. And in response to the Southeast Asian market's preference for tropical style and holiday leisure style, they will also launch some special series with more island style and light luxury holiday feeling. Finally, and most importantly, it is the reserve and cultivation of talents. Jiang Chen knows that the success of a brand is inseparable from an excellent team of talents. He not only hired a group of experienced professional managers and brand operation experts from major domestic top business schools and fashion groups at high salaries, but also planned to establish the Shuiyu Fashion Academy in Shanghai and other core cities in Asia to cultivate Chinese local fashion design talents, brand management talents, and marketing talents with international vision and local sentiment, so as to reserve a steady stream of fresh blood for the future global development of the Shuiyu brand. With the full support and protection of Lu Ruyan's media empire, the Maingui Group, Jiang Chen's grand blueprint is becoming a reality step by step at an astonishing speed. The Maingui Group not only uses its strong influence in the global fashion and media circles to carry out all-round and comprehensive publicity and promotion for every important event and new product launch of the Shuiyu brand, but also unreservedly tilts its top model agency, fashion photography team, public relations event planning team, and other high-quality resources towards the Shuiyu brand. Lu Ruyan even took the initiative to suggest that the Maingui Group's media distribution channels and advertising networks in Asia and around the world could be used to tailor an integrated marketing plan covering both online and offline channels for the Shuiyu brand, helping it to establish strong brand awareness and reputation in the target market as quickly as possible. Jiang Chen was naturally grateful for Lu Ruyan's generous help that she spared no effort to do. He knew that the reason why this sexy lady was so hardworking was not only because of the special friendship between the two of them that had long surpassed ordinary business cooperation, but more importantly, she was also keenly aware of Jiang Chen and the unfathomable strength and potential behind him, as well as the huge commercial value that the Shuiyu brand might bring in the future. She is making an emotional investment and business investment with a very high return rate. Jiang Chen did not just accept Lu Ruyan's good intentions unilaterally. In a way of returning favors, he also began to consider formally acquiring shares or conducting deeper strategic cooperation with the Maingui Group through the Hanhai Capital channel, jointly controlling some media resources, and building an indestructible public opinion position and cultural influence for his future business empire. He knows very well that in modern business competition, the guidance of public opinion and the control of discourse power are no less important than capital and technology. A powerful media empire can not only protect his business territory, but also send out the loudest and most unquestionable voice of Jiang Chen when he needs it. He and Lu Ruyan, two equally ambitious heroes and queens who also possess great strength and skills, began to be closely tied together at an extraordinary speed because of their common interests and indescribable feelings. The relationship between them has long surpassed simple lovers or allies and is more like a pair of tacitly understanding and well-cooperative business accomplices and soulmates. It can be predicted that in the near future, a super business consortium spanning multiple fields such as fashion, media, and finance, controlled by Jiang Chen behind the scenes and led by Lu Ruyan in the front, will rise in Shanghai and even in the whole of Asia, and will have a profound and significant impact on the existing business landscape. While Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan were planning their respective business empires and media empires, and Lin Shuya was busy with the Asian expansion of the Shuiyu brand, a gold-stamped invitation letter from the Science and Technology Innovation Promotion Association with the background of the Magic City government was quietly delivered to Jiang Chen's desk. The content of the invitation letter is to invite Jiang Chen and Dr. Chen Mo, the chief scientist of his Chunma Biology, to participate in an international top-level artificial intelligence and life science summit forum to be held in Shanghai, and hope that they can share the latest research results of the Chunma Biology in the field of neuronal regeneration and repair technology at the forum. Chapter 128, The Invitation to the Magic City Summit and the New Battlefield in the Technology Industry. Jiang Chen looked at the beautifully designed and carefully worded gold-plated invitation letter in his hand, as well as the bright red seal on it that read Magic City Intelligence and Life Sciences Summit Forum Organizing Committee, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that when he was in Beijing, he had invested huge sums of money to support Dr. Chen Mo and his Chunma biology, and announced in a high-profile manner that he would conquer the world-class medical problem of neuronal regeneration and repair technology. This move was not only to complete the system's tasks, or simply to get a share of the biomedical field. More importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to send a clear signal to the outside world. He, Jiang Chen, not only wanted to stir up the business and fashion fields, but also to occupy a place in the high-tech field that represents the future of mankind. This invitation, which was proactively sent by the Science and Technology Innovation Promotion Association with the background of the Shanghai municipal government, was undoubtedly the best response and initial recognition of his previous high-profile layout. Intelligence and Life Sciences Summit Forum. Jiang Chen tapped the table lightly, his eyes flashing with thought. It seems that these people in Shanghai have a very good nose. Chunma biology has just started to gain some popularity in Beijing, and they can't wait to drag us to this so-called top international forum to be the mascot or guinea pig. He naturally understood that the official forum of this level invited him and Dr. Chen Mo to attend, ostensibly to promote academic exchanges and demonstrate China's scientific and technological strength, but in fact, it was also an opportunity to find out the real technical level of the Chunma biology and even incorporate it into the local science and technology industry development plan of Shanghai for its own use. However, Jiang Chen was not disgusted by this, and even looked forward to it. He knew that the technology of Chunma biology would sooner or later go global and be subject to the most rigorous testing and the most brutal competition. And Shanghai, an international metropolis, was undoubtedly a better platform than Beijing for technology display, attracting international capital, and recruiting the world's top talents. What's more, Jiang Chen has never been a person who is willing to passively accept arrangements. Since the Magic City government has taken the initiative to extend an olive branch, he will naturally make good use of this opportunity to once again demonstrate his unfathomable strength and money ability in this new tech battlefield of Magic City, and show off his muscles, so that everyone knows that behind Chunma biology stands Jiang Chen. It also makes his name Jiang Chen well known in the Magic City's technology circle. Night Crow, Jiang Chen pressed the internal communicator on the table and ordered in a deep voice, "Contact Dr. Chen Mo immediately and tell him that we have received an invitation to the Magic City AI Summit. Ask him and his core team to set off immediately and come to Magic City to meet me. I want to see a speech about the latest research results of Chen Mo biology in the shortest possible time, which is enough to shock the whole world." Also, Jiang Chen paused, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Please help me check the detailed agenda of this summit, the list of major guests attending the summit, and the actions of those international pharmaceutical giants that may pose a potential threat to our Chunma Bio, especially United Gene and its related subsidiaries, at this summit." He had not forgotten the bitter words that Mr. Carter of Sino Medical had said to him in Beijing after his failure. Although Sino Medical's business in China had suffered a heavy blow due to the corporate espionage scandal, the strength and influence of its parent company, United Gene, in the global pharmaceutical field should not be underestimated. Jiang Chen believed that with the revengeful style of United Gene, they would never let go of any opportunity to suppress and discredit Chunma biology. And this Magic City AI Summit was undoubtedly the best stage for them to carry out academic sniping and public opinion attacks. "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Night Crow's voice was still cold and efficient. Under Jiang Chen's personal arrangement and with the full cooperation of the Shanghai branch of Hanhai Capital, Dr. Chen Mo and the core research and development team of the Chunma biology led by him soon arrived in Shanghai secretly from Beijing on Jiang Chen's private plane. Jiang Chen did not let them stay in a hotel, but directly arranged them on one of the floors of his top Riverview mansion on the Bund. Not only is the security here strict and private, but more importantly, Jiang Chen has already used the top laboratory construction drawings biomedicine field and small high-energy particle collider miniature version, only used for basic cytology research, still in the field of urban science and technology, and other heaven-defying props exchanged in the system mall, as well as the blessing of money power, to secretly build a top biomedicine research and development center comparable to a national key laboratory in the basement of the mansion. This underground laboratory not only has the world's most advanced experimental equipment, the most sophisticated testing instruments, and the highest standard of sterile operating environment, but more importantly, Jiang Chen also uses the special medicinal materials containing faint spiritual energy cultivated in the Dongtian Fudi project, as well as the life energy catalyst liquid provided by the system, for the laboratory cell culture and gene editing research. It provides an ideal environment that is almost cheating. When Dr. Chin Mo and his team members first walked into this top-notch underground laboratory that looked like a scene from a science fiction movie, everyone was completely stunned by the unimaginable luxury and advancement before their eyes. Mr. Jiang, this is simply a paradise for biological scientists. Dr. Chen Mo's voice trembled a little. He stroked those brand new and sophisticated experimental instruments, his eyes filled with incredible ecstasy and deep gratitude. He knew that with such top-notch R&D conditions and Jiang Chen's unsparing investment, their Chenma biology research in the field of neuronal regeneration and repair technology would surely advance by leaps and bounds and achieve even more brilliant breakthroughs. Dr. Chen, this will be your home in Shanghai from now on. Jiang Chen smiled and said calmly, I only have one request, and that is to produce research results that will impress the whole world in the shortest possible time. I want to let those Western countries that once looked down on our Chinese scientific research strength know that in the field of life sciences, we can also be the world's top. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Dr. Chen Mo's eyes were burning with the fire of scientific research. He said excitedly, I, Chen Mo, and my team will definitely live up to your trust. We will do our best, and we will make the name of Chen Mo biology resound throughout the world. In the next few days, Dr. Chen Mo and his core team worked day and night on intensive experimental research and preparation of summit speeches. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, began to use the platform of Hanhai Capital to carry out a series of low-key but precise layouts in the financial and technological circles of Shanghai. Not only did he successfully acquire several emerging technology companies with core technologies and development potential in the fields of artificial intelligence, big data, and gene sequencing, he also reached a preliminary strategic cooperation intention with several key technology investment funds with backgrounds in the Shanghai municipal government. His goal is not only to build Chenma Bio into a world-leading biopharmaceutical giant, but also to build a huge high-tech industrial empire spanning multiple fields such as artificial intelligence, life sciences, and big health with Chenma Bio as the core and Shanghai as the base. Chapter 129: The arrival of Chen Mo's team and the magic city strategy of Chen Mo biology. Jiang Chen was not idle either. He once again activated the industry integration blueprint medical and health field that the system rewarded, and combined with the local economic characteristics, industrial policies, and the latest developments in the international pharmaceutical market in Shanghai, he began to formulate a detailed and thorough strategic plan for the future development of the Chenma biology in Shanghai. The core goal of this plan is not only to enable Chenma Bio to achieve a world-leading position in the field of neuronal regeneration and repair technology, but more importantly, to rely on this core technology to extend and expand to the upstream and downstream industrial chains, and ultimately create an international Chenma Bio Health Industrial Park in Shanghai that integrates research and development, production, clinical applications, rehabilitation, and high-end medical services. This industrial park will not only be a simple biomedical research and development and production base, but also a model of future healthy living that integrates the most cutting-edge life science technology, the most humane medical service concept, and the top health management model. In order to achieve this ambitious goal, Jiang Chen began to use the Hanhai Capital platform to carry out a series of low-key and precise layouts in the financial circle, technology circle, and medical and health field of Shanghai. He first spent a huge amount of money to acquire an industrial land covering an area of more than 1,000 acres in Pudong New Area, a prime location adjacent to the International Medical Park and Zhangjiang High-Tech Park, as the future construction land for the Chenma Bio Health Industrial Park. Then, he hired a group of top professional managers and professional and technical personnel with rich experience in drug research and development, clinical trials, production management, marketing, and hospital operations from major domestic and foreign pharmaceutical companies, research institutions, and well-known medical schools through various channels such as headhunting companies and internal recommendations, and built a luxurious management and operation team for the rapid development of Chenma biology in Shanghai. At the same time, he also actively communicated and coordinated with the relevant departments of the Magic City government, striving to obtain the greatest support and convenience in terms of policy support, talent introduction, and land approval. The Magic City government naturally welcomed Jiang Chen and Chenma Biology, a high-tech enterprise with core technology, strong capital, and willingness to make large-scale investments in Magic City, and made a decision on the spot, granting a series of extremely attractive preferential policies and green channel treatment. Jiang Chen even used his good relationship with the Qin and Su families, as well as Lu Ruyan's influence in the media, to begin laying the groundwork and building momentum for the future financing and brand promotion of the Chenma Bio Health Industrial Park. His goal is to build the Chenma Bio Health Industry Park into a new business card for Shanghai and even the entire China in the field of life science and health industry. An Oriental Health Silicon Valley comparable to the world's top biopharmaceutical industry clusters such as Silicon Valley and Boston. The upcoming Artificial Intelligence and Life Science Summit Forum will undoubtedly be the best stage for Jiang Chen to showcase the technological strength of the Chenma biology to the whole world, announce its grand strategy, and attract the attention of the world's top talents and capital. Jiang Chen knew that this road was not destined to be smooth sailing. He would inevitably face fierce challenges from domestic and foreign competitors, as well as various unpredictable difficulties and obstacles. But he is fearless. Because he possesses a heaven-defying system, the blessing of money power, and a strong heart that dares to challenge and conquer everything. Shanghai, this phantom city full of opportunities and challenges, will surely set off a technological and commercial storm sweeping the world because of the arrival of Jiang Chen. Chapter 130, International Pharmaceutical Giant United Gene's Attention and Potential Threats. Just as Jiang Chen and Dr. Chen Mo were leading the Chenma biology team in the heavily guarded underground laboratory on the Bund in Shanghai, making the final sprint for their stunning appearance at the Artificial Intelligence and Life Sciences Summit Forum, a conspiracy against them was quietly brewing in the top decision-making meeting room of a global pharmaceutical oligarch on the other side of the ocean. This pharmaceutical oligarch is none other than United Gene. As the absolute hegemon in the global biopharmaceutical field, the strength and influence of United Gene is far beyond the Sino-Medical that was severely punished by Jiang Chen in Beijing before. In fact, Sino-Medical is just a branch of United Gene responsible for market development in the Asia-Pacific region. At this moment, in the top-floor conference room of United Gene's global headquarters in Boston, the atmosphere was heavy and depressing. The group's global CEO, a 60-year-old white man named Davis Morgan, was listening to his subordinate's detailed report on the Waterloo of Sino-Medical in the Chinese market with a gloomy face. In other words, Davis Morgan's deep blue eyes flashed with a cold light. He spoke slowly in a low and powerful voice. Our Sino-Medical under United Gene has not only lost tens of billions of orders and high-quality assets in the Chinese market, but has also been sued by an unknown young man and his company on charges of commercial espionage, making it infamous and embarrassing? Yes, Mr. Morgan. The Asia-Pacific strategic president in charge of the report answered tremblingly. The young man named Jiang Chen and the Qin family behind him are very tough. They don't seem to take us, United Gene, seriously at all. Jiang Chen. Qin family. Chenma biology. Davis Morgan's fingertips tapped gently on the smooth conference table, making a very regular sound. He was not as furious as Carter Brown, but everyone in the conference room could feel the suffocating and powerful sense of oppression emanating from him. He knew that the disastrous defeat of Sino-Medical in China was no accident. There must be deeper reasons and threats behind it. Regarding that Chenma biology and their so-called neuronal regeneration and repair technology, does our technical assessment team have any latest conclusions? Davis Morgan turned his gaze to another middle-aged man sitting next to him. This man is Professor Smith, the global chief scientist of United Genetics and a leading figure in the fields of neuroscience and gene editing. Professor Smith adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes showing a scholar's rigor and undisguised arrogance. He pushed an assessment report in front of him and said calmly, Mr. Morgan, based on the limited information we have collected so far in the analysis of several papers previously published by Dr. Chen Mo at the Huaxia State Key Laboratory, their so-called neuron regeneration and repair technology is indeed feasible in theory, and even in some aspects, it is strikingly similar to the Prometheus project we are secretly carrying out. But, Professor Smith changed the subject, his tone full of disdain. I personally think that with their current technical level and RD conditions, it is nothing short of a fantasy to truly realize the clinical application of this technology. The technical bottlenecks and ethical dilemmas that need to be overcome are far beyond their imagination. I am more inclined to believe that they have only mastered some early theories that we have long eliminated or failed to verify, and then used some Chinese-specific Chinese medicine metaphysics and capital speculation methods to exaggerate and promote them, trying to attract investment or steal our real core technology. Professor Smith, do you mean that they are probably bluffing, or even trying to take advantage of our United Gene? A hint of coldness flashed in Davis Morgan's eyes. That's possible. Professor Smith nodded. However, we can't completely rule out the possibility that they have made some small breakthroughs in some areas that we didn't expect. After all, China is always full of all kinds of incredible miracles. Just now, we received the latest news from the organizing committee of the Magic City's Artificial Intelligence and Life Science Summit. The Asia-Pacific strategic president, who had been silent, spoke again. Jiang Chen and his Chenma biology team have accepted the invitation of the forum and will publicly publish their latest research results on neuronal regeneration and repair technology at the summit in 3 days. Oh? They actually dared to publicly publish their research results at such a high-level international forum? Upon hearing this, Professor Smith's eyes flashed with surprise, which was then replaced by a stronger disdain. It seems that they are really confident in themselves. Or is it that ignorance is fearless? The corner of Davis Morgan's mouth curled up in a cold arc. Very good. He said slowly, since they came to us on their own initiative, we should naturally treat them well. Smith, he turned his gaze to Professor Smith and said in an unquestionable tone, you will immediately lead the core team of our Prometheus project to the Magic City in the name of the chief scientist of United Genes to participate in this AI summit. I need you to use your most professional knowledge to thoroughly refute their so-called technological breakthrough in front of all the world's top scientists and media during the Q&A session of the summit. I want everyone to know that Chenma Biology is nothing but a liar who is just trying to attract attention. The real cutting-edge technology in life sciences will always be in the hands of us, United Gene. Don't worry, Mr. Morgan. Professor Smith adjusted his glasses, his eyes flashing with confidence and cruelty. To deal with academic clowns of this level, I don't even need to use the core results of the Prometheus project. Just some basic theoretical knowledge and experimental logic are enough to make them lose face in front of the whole world and feel ashamed. Very good. Davis Morgan nodded with satisfaction. In addition to completely crushing them academically, we also need to teach them a lesson in business that they will never forget. He turned his gaze to the Asia-Pacific strategic president and ordered coldly, immediately launch the strangulation plan against Chenma Biology and all its affiliated companies. I don't care what means you use, whether it's poaching, spreading negative information, or even using patent weapons to sue. I only have one request, and that is in the shortest possible time, make this Chenma Biology disappear from this world completely. Also, Davis Morgan's eyes flashed with a deeper chill, keep a close eye on Jiang Chen, as well as the Qin and Su families behind him. Since they dare to be enemies with our United Genes, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. I want to let them know how miserable the consequences of offending our United Genes are. Yes. Mr. Morgan. Everyone in the conference room responded in unison, their voices filled with cold murderous intent. A huge conspiracy plan by the global pharmaceutical oligarch United Gene to completely strangle Chenma Bio and suppress Jiang Chen and the forces behind him has begun to unfold quietly around the world. The upcoming Magic City AI and Life Science Summit Forum will undoubtedly be the battlefield for the first head-on confrontation between the two sides. Chapter 131 Lu Ruyan's Intelligence Network and Preparations Before the Summit. Once the huge commercial machine of United Gene starts running, the energy and efficiency it can unleash are extremely astonishing. Within just a few hours after the highest decision-making meeting of the United Gene Global Headquarters ended, an information war and public opinion war against Jiang Chen and Chenma Biology had quietly begun. Some influential academic journals in the international biomedicine field, industry websites, and social media accounts of well-known experts have begun to publish articles and comments that appear to be objective and neutral but are actually full of doubts and insinuations. Most of these articles are about popularizing the huge technical bottlenecks and ethical dilemmas faced by neuron regeneration and repair technologies, and kindly remind investors and the general public to be wary of certain emerging companies using pseudoscience and capital speculation to exaggerate their propaganda and make huge profits. Although these articles did not directly name Chenma Biology, the objects implied and pointed to between the lines are self-evident. At the same time, some dirty information about Dr. Chen Mo, the chief scientist of the Chenma Biology, began to be spread with ulterior motives in some semi-closed academic forums and social groups. For example, the reason why he resigned in anger from the National Key Laboratory was not entirely because of academic differences, but because his research direction was too radical, lacking scientific basis, and not good at teamwork, etc. Although these half-true and half-false negative information have not yet caused much waves at the public level, they have begun to have a certain negative impact on the reputation and credibility of Chenma Biology in professional academic and investment circles. However, all of this was already within Jiang Chen's expectations. In other words, it was within Lu Ruyan's expectations. As the queen who controls a huge media empire, Lu Ruyan is already accustomed to the smear campaigns and information warfare tactics used in commercial competition, and is even an expert at it. After learning that Professor Smith, the chief scientist of United Gene, would personally lead a team to Shanghai to attend the AI summit, she immediately activated the most advanced and secretive intelligence collection and analysis department of her media group, and began to conduct a comprehensive and thorough background investigation on United Gene and its related stakeholders. Lu Ruyan's intelligence network was so powerful and efficient that it even exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. In just one day, a detailed document of dozens of pages about United Gene and its chief scientist Professor Smith was delivered to Jiang Chen's desk. This document not only lists in detail United Gene's main business structure, core technology patents, market layout, and some major commercial mergers and acquisitions and litigation cases in recent years, it also delves into some of the dishonorable gray methods it has used in the process of global expansion, including but not limited to malicious suppression of competitors, patent trolling, suspected price monopoly, and conducting ethically controversial clinical trials in some developing countries. As for the personal information about Professor Smith, who was about to come to Shanghai to challenge, it is so detailed that it is outrageous. This includes not only all his academic resume, research results, academic controversies, and black history in the industry, even some of his personal lifestyle issues, such as extramarital affairs, keeping a lover, and some special personal hobbies, etc., have been dug out clearly by Lou Ruyan's intelligence network. This old guy is really a hypocrite with a sanctimonious appearance and a golden appearance. Jiang Chen looked at the romantic gossip and academic scandal about Professor Smith and the information, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that with this piece of dirty information in his hand, he had the trump card that would bring Professor Smith to ruin and ruin his reputation forever. "Ruyan, thank you so much for this time," Jiang Chen said sincerely to Lou Ruyan, who was sitting opposite him and sipping coffee elegantly. "Your information is just in time. Why are you being so polite to me?" Lou Ruyan rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, with a hint of smugness in her beautiful eyes. "To deal with international hooligans who bully others by taking advantage of their power, we must use more hooligans' methods than them. My man, Lou Ruyan, is not someone who can be bullied by anyone." She paused, her tone becoming a little serious. "However, Jiang Chen, you still have to be careful. Although this Smith is not a very good person, his academic achievements in neuroscience and gene editing are indeed world-class. At this summit, he will definitely raise some extremely tricky and cutting-edge questions about the technical details of Chenma biology, trying to completely refute you academically. How are you and Dr. Chen Mo preparing?" "Don't worry." Jiang Chen's eyes were full of strong confidence. "I have conducted several rounds of simulations and stress tests with Dr. Chen and others. We have basically anticipated the questions that Smith might ask, and have prepared answers that will leave him speechless." What's more, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up with a mysterious smile. "For this summit, I have specially prepared a secret weapon. When the time comes, I promise that the arrogant Professor Smith and the United Gene behind him will be shocked." The secret weapon he mentioned was naturally the incredible item that had just been refreshed in the system mall, Top Scientist Thinking Resonance Card. This card can allow Jiang Chen to acquire a level of thinking, knowledge reserves, and logical reasoning abilities similar to that of top scientists in a certain field in a short period of time. Although this card has a time limit, is expensive, and requires a lot of system points, Jiang Chen believes that as long as it can be used at a critical moment, it is definitely worth it. He has decided that if Dr. Chen Mo really encounters a difficult question during the question and answer session on the day of the summit, he will not hesitate to use this Top Scientist Thinking Resonance card, and personally take part in a epic intellectual showdown with the arrogant Professor Smith as the major investor of Chen Mo biology and a cross-border technology enthusiast. He wants everyone to know that he, Jiang Chen, not only has money power, but also has a super brain that will attract the attention of all top scientists. Lou Ruyan looked at Jiang Chen's confident and well-organized appearance, and the worry in her heart gradually disappeared. She knew that this man would never fight a battle without preparation. Since he dared to say such words, he must have a trump card that could subvert everything. She is now beginning to look forward to the good show at the AI Summit 3 days later. She even asked the chief photographer and the top editing and editing team of Phantom Club to make all preparations in advance. She wanted to use the camera and pen in her hands to perfectly record Jiang Chen's highlight moments at the summit, where he debated with many scholars and amazed everyone with his skills, and spread them to the whole world at the fastest speed. Chapter 132: New Function of the System Future Technology Simulator. After Lou Ruyan left with satisfaction, carrying the black material that was enough to make United Gene anxious, Jiang Chen stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the Bun Mansion, overlooking the prosperous city that never sleeps beneath his feet, his eyes deep and sharp. He knew that although Lou Ruyan's intelligence network was powerful, it could only be used as a deterrent and a weapon for public opinion counterattack. At the upcoming Artificial Intelligence and Life Science Summit Forum, the real winner would be Chenma Biology's own technical strength and on-the-spot performance. As the global chief scientist of United Gene, Professor Smith's academic achievements and influence in the field of neuroscience are well-deserved. He will certainly question and challenge Dr. Chen Mo's research results from the most professional, cutting-edge and tricky perspective. Although Jiang Chen and Chen Mo's team have conducted multiple rounds of simulations, facing a top-level competition of this level, any negligence or lack of preparation could lead to a complete loss. We must add another layer of insurance. Jiang Chen said to himself. He calmed his mind and immersed his thoughts into the system panel in his mind, and began to carefully count the system points and rewards he had recently obtained from completing a series of tasks, hoping to find some trump cards that could be used to meet the challenges of this technology summit. At this moment, a cold system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is about to face a cross-domain, high-intensity technology and business confrontation. The host's current capabilities and props reserves are not enough to fully cope with the potential risks of this challenge. Ding! The host's recent achievements in successfully defeating the Sino-Medical plot, integrating domestic pharmaceutical industry resources, and establishing a positive influence in the Beijing cultural circle have greatly improved the system's comprehensive evaluation and have met the prerequisites for system function upgrades. Ding! Do you want to consume 100,000 system points and 500 special achievement points obtained by completing high-difficulty hidden tasks to fully upgrade the system and unlock a new auxiliary function module? System upgrade? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Since obtaining this super-rich face-slapping system, the system has had several small functional updates and reward upgrades, but this is the first time that it has clearly prompted comprehensive upgrade and unlock new auxiliary function modules. Moreover, the system points and special achievement points required for this upgrade are unprecedentedly huge. Jiang Chen has no doubt that after this upgrade, the help the system can bring to him will definitely be subversive. Upgrade. Upgrade immediately. Jiang Chen confirmed in his mind without hesitation. Ding! System upgrade command confirmed, consuming 100,000 system points and 500 special achievement points. Ding! System upgrading. 10%. 30%, 70%, 100%. Ding! System upgrade complete. Congratulations to the host, successfully unlocked the new strategic level auxiliary function, Future Technology Trend Simulator Primary. Future Technology Trend Simulator Elementary, this function can perform highly complex simulations and deductions based on massive data such as the target technology field, relevant core parameters, and the current global technology level and resource allocation input by the host. Function 1, Development Path Simulation. It can simulate and deduce the most likely development paths of the target technology in the next 1-3 years, and present them in the form of probability. Function 2, Bottleneck and Risk Warning. It can warn in advance the most likely technical bottlenecks, ethical risks, and potential threats from competitors that the target technology will encounter during the research and development process. Function 3, Breakthrough Direction Guidance. Based on the results of the simulation, it can provide the host with several most promising technical breakthrough directions and innovative ideas, but it will not directly provide a complete technical solution. Note, this function is currently in its primary state. Each in-depth simulation consumes a large amount of system points and energy. The simulation results are for reference only. The specific decision still needs to be made by the host. Looking at the detailed introduction of the Future Technology Trend Simulator on the system panel, Jiang Chen's breathing became a little rapid. This is simply a powerful plug-in tailor-made for him to deal with the AI summit. With this simulator, he can not only predict in advance the difficulties and risks that Chunma biology may encounter in the future research and development process, but also gain insight into the future development trends and technological breakthroughs in the entire field of neuroscience. He could even input relevant information about United Gene and Professor Smith to simulate and deduce from which angles and with which technical arguments they would most likely attack Chunma biology at this summit. This is no longer a simple matter of knowing yourself and knowing your enemy. This is simply opening a goddess perspective and getting the opponent's test answers in advance. Ha ha ha. Good. That's great. Jiang Chen's eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance and confidence. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and immediately contacted Dr. Chen Mo, who was far away in the underground laboratory, still pondering over the summit speech and unable to sleep or eat. Dr. Chen, gather all core team members immediately and have a meeting in the main conference room. I have some new ideas about the response strategy for this summit that I want to discuss with you. Half an hour later, in the top-level confidential conference room filled with futuristic technology in the underground laboratory of Chen Mo Biology in Shanghai, Dr. Chen Mo and a dozen core scientific research elites led by him were sitting at the conference table with solemn expressions. Each of them looked a little tired and anxious. In the past few days, they have been studying Professor Smith's past academic papers and speech videos almost non-stop, trying to find possible attack points from them and prepare corresponding countermeasures. However, Professor Smith's academic attainments are so high, his knowledge system is so vast, and his logical thinking is so rigorous that even these team members, who are also top scientists, feel under great pressure and as if they are facing a great enemy. Everyone, Jiang Chen sat in the main seat, looking at the slightly haggard scientific research elites in front of him with a confident smile on his face. I know that everyone has worked hard these past few days. I also know that everyone feels a lot of pressure for the upcoming academic showdown with Professor Smith. However, from now on, everyone can put their hearts back in their stomachs. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his tone calm but full of powerful appeal, because I have already predicted all of Professor Smith's predictions in advance. As he spoke, he projected a report on Professor Smith's 10 most likely attack points and countermeasures analysis report that he had compiled overnight using the Future Technology Trend Simulator onto the giant holographic screen in the conference room. When Dr. Chen Mo and his team members saw the extremely accurate and incisive analyses on the screen, as well as the logically rigorous and even dimensionality reduction response strategies, everyone was completely stunned. How is this possible? A young doctor in charge of gene sequence analysis looked at the content on the screen in disbelief and exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang, how did you know that Professor Smith secretly conducted a study on the off-target effects of retroviral vectors in neuron-targeted delivery 3 years ago? The data of this study has never been published publicly because the results were not ideal. And the response strategy you listed here can use the failed data of this study to refute his possible doubts about the safety of our technology." And this? Another senior expert in cell culture and preclinical research pointed at another analysis on the screen in shock. The telomere loss problem during in vitro differentiation of neural stem cells has always been a problem that has plagued the entire industry. Professor Smith will certainly attack the long-term effectiveness of our technology from this perspective. And the solution you proposed here using CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technology to activate telomerase at a specific site. My God! This idea is simply genius. Not only can it perfectly solve the problem of telomere loss in theory, it can even open a new door for our subsequent anti-aging research. In the conference room, exclamations, praises, and incredible discussions rang out one after another. Dr. Chen Mo was stunned and his heart was filled with emotion. He looked at the theoretical ideas and response strategies on the screen that were full of foresight and creativity that he had never thought of before, and then looked at the young boss sitting in the main seat with a calm expression and an unfathomable smile on his lips. The awe and admiration in his heart had reached an unprecedented peak. He really couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen, an investor who didn't major in biomedicine, could have such a terrifying reserve of cross-disciplinary knowledge, such a keen insight into technological development, and such a demonic ability to predict strategies. Could it be that he is really the legendary genius that only appears once in a million years? Mr. Jiang. Dr. Chen Mo's voice was trembling. Your analysis report is simply a stroke of genius. With it, let alone one Smith, even if there are 10 Smiths, we have the confidence to completely crush them academically. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Everyone, there are still 2 days before the summit. I need you to thoroughly understand and digest all the contents of this report and incorporate them into your preparations for your speeches and the Q&A session. I want the whole world to know that the technology of Achinma biology can withstand any test. I also want to let that arrogant Professor Smith have a taste of what it means to show off one's skills in front of an expert and what it means to humiliate oneself in the Magic City, on our Chinese territory. Chapter 133 AI Summit opens, globally attracted Chenma moment. The Magic City AI and Life Science Summit Forum officially kicked off at the main venue of the Magic City International Convention Center. This annual event brings together the world's top scientists, CEOs of multinational companies, and top investors with huge sums of money. Every agenda item is enough to influence the direction of global technology and business in the next few years. The venue was packed with people, and the air was filled with the unique atmosphere of the collision of wisdom and capital. Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Su Wanqing, who had come all the way from Beijing to support Jiang Chen, were now sitting firmly in the first row of the most central guest seats at the venue. The appearance of the three of them formed a beautiful and eye-catching landscape, attracting many media reporters and guests to whisper and look at them. At 3 p.m., after a few rather boring opening speeches by industry leaders and government officials, it was finally time for the much-anticipated Chen moment. Next, let us give the warmest applause to Dr. Chen Mo, the founder and chief scientist of Chen Mo Biotechnology Company, Limited from Beijing, China, to share with us the latest theoretical breakthroughs and research results on neuron regeneration and repair technology. The host's voice was high-pitched and passionate. Under the gaze of thousands of people in the audience, Dr. Chen Mo, wearing a well-fitting dark gray suit, took a deep breath, took steady steps, and slowly walked up to the podium that would attract the attention of the whole world. Normally, he was just a pure scientist who was buried in the laboratory and not good at speaking. Facing such a grand scene, it would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. But when his eyes met with Jiang Chen's eyes full of encouragement and trust in the first row of the audience, his heart, which had slightly accelerated due to nervousness, instantly calmed down. He knew that he was not fighting alone today. Behind him stood the omnipotent young boss who gave him unlimited trust and support, his entire team who worked hard, and the thousands of patients and their families who suffered from neurological diseases and longed for a new life. Thinking of this, Chen Mo's eyes became extremely firm and confident. He straightened his back, walked onto the podium, and bowed deeply to all the participants. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Chen Mo's voice was clearly heard in every corner of the conference hall through the microphone. Although his voice was not as passionate and appealing as those of professional speakers, it was full of the rigor and calmness of a scholar, as well as the purest awe and persistence for science. My name is Chen Mo, and I am the chief scientist of Chenma Bio. Today, I am standing here and I want to share with you a technology that our team has explored for several years and finally made a breakthrough in recently: neuron regeneration and repair technology. As soon as he finished speaking, a complex diagram of the neuronal structure of the human brain appeared on the huge holographic projection screen behind him. As we all know, Chen Mo's tone became serious. Neurons are the basic units that make up our nervous system. Once they are damaged or die due to disease, trauma, or aging, it is almost irreversible. This has also led to neurological diseases such as Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, spinal cord injuries, and various sequelae of stroke, becoming one of the most difficult fortresses to conquer in the field of modern medicine, bringing endless pain and despair to hundreds of millions of patients and families around the world. Many participants in the audience nodded in agreement. Many of them were scientists engaged in research in related fields, or wealthy people who suffered because their family members suffered from such diseases. However, today, I want to tell you all, Chen Mo's tone suddenly changed, becoming loud and powerful. This irreversible curse is about to be completely broken by us. He pressed the remote control in his hand, and the picture on the holographic screen changed. An extremely complex animation appeared, filled with various gene sequences, protein molecular structures, and bioelectric current waveforms. With the strong support and forward-looking guidance of Mr. Jiang Chen, our Chenma Biotechnology research team has creatively proposed a set of multi-pathway synergistic activation theories of neuronal regeneration and repair. Chenma's voice was full of pride and passion. We no longer rely on a single technology path to achieve neuron regeneration. Instead, we use the synergy of three core levels to jointly awaken and activate the long-dormant self-repair potential of the human nervous system. First, it is targeted gene activation based on the latest CRISPR gene editing technology. We have successfully screened and located several dormant genes that play a key role in the differentiation of neural stem cells and axon growth. Through the special messenger RNA vector we developed, we can accurately wake them up, thereby providing the most fundamental raw materials for neuron regeneration at the cellular level. The second is the microcurrent pulse resonance that combines the ancient Chinese meridian theory with modern bioelectric technology. We found that using microcurrents of specific frequencies and waveforms to pulse stimulate specific acupoints or nerve nodes around the damaged nerve area can greatly improve local microcirculation, reduce inflammatory responses, and create an ideal microenvironment for the growth and connection of new neurons. The third and most crucial point is that we have successfully extracted and purified a new compound bioactive substance from some extremely rare Chinese native medicinal materials that grow in special environments. We named it Neuron Growth Factor CM01. Experiments have shown that this growth factor can not only provide the most sufficient nutrition for new neurons, but also act like a navigator to accurately guide nerve axons across the damaged area and re-establish effective synaptic connections with the correct target cells. Chen Mo's words were like dropping a series of heavy bombs on the calm lake, instantly causing a huge sensation in the entire venue. The scientists and medical experts in the audience were all stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Targeted gene activation. Microcurrent pulse resonance. Brand new neuron growth factor. Any of these three technical paths, taken alone, is enough to cause an earthquake in its respective field. However, Chenma Biology has perfectly integrated them together to form a systematic and subversive theoretical system. This is simply a genius idea. Professor Smith, who was sitting in the audience, had a rather ugly expression on his face. He originally thought that Chenma Biology only had some superficial technologies and was just being mysterious. But he didn't expect that the other party would come up with such a complete and forward-looking new theory that even made him, a leader in the industry, feel a little scared. Humph. These are just some sensational theories. Professor Smith snorted in his heart and whispered to his assistant, without solid experimental data to support them, even the most perfect theories are just castles in the air. I want to see what decent evidence they can come up with. As if in response to Professor Smith's question, Chen Mo on the stage pressed the remote control in his hand again. The images on the holographic screen switched to videos and data of shocking preclinical animal experiments. Everyone, please look, Chen Mo's voice became louder and more confident. This is a spinal cord injury repair experiment we conducted on non-human primates rhesus monkeys. In the experiment, we used surgery to completely transcribe the monkey's spinal cord at the T10 segment, causing complete paralysis of both lower limbs. On the screen, several monkeys appeared with their lower bodies dragging on the ground, unable to move. Their helpless and painful looks moved many people present. After one cycle of treatment with our CM Nerveregan 01 regimen, please see. The scene changed and a miracle happened. Those monkeys that were originally paralyzed actually began to try to shake their legs with the help of therapists. 2 months later, they were able to barely support their bodies. After 4 months, they were able to crawl slowly with the help of a stent. After August, they are able to walk independently, although their gait is still a little unsteady. In the video released 12 months later, a lab monkey codenamed Wukong was able to run and jump flexibly in the spacious activity room, and even climbed to a high place to pick his favorite bananas. His athletic ability was almost the same as before the injury. Boom! The entire venue was in an uproar. Everyone stood up from their seats, staring at the miraculous scene on the screen in disbelief, and burst into thunderous applause and exclamations. Oh my God! Is this true? Complete spinal cord transection can actually be cured? Incredible! This is a milestone in the history of human medicine. Shenma biology. They created a miracle. Lu Rian and Su Wanqing also stood up excitedly and applauded loudly for the man who had created a miracle on the stage, and also for the man they both loved deeply who was planning everything behind the scenes. Professor Smith was completely stunned. He stared at the lively monkey on the screen and the clear microscopic image next to it showing the axons regenerating and reconnecting across the damaged area, his eyes filled with incredible shock. He knew that if these data were true, then the technology of Shenma biology would completely subvert the entire field of neuroscience. And the technological hegemony and market monopoly established by him and the United Gene behind him would also collapse in an instant. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Professor Smith roared madly in his heart, these data must be forged. It's a scam. I must expose them. The tide of applause and exclamations continued in the grand venue. Dr. Chen Mo stood in the center of the podium, feeling the recognition and praise from the world's top peers, and his heart was filled with unprecedented excitement and pride. He knew that from this moment on, Shenma biology and the research he insisted on would no longer exist in obscurity, but would truly step onto the top stage of world life sciences. However, just as the host announced the start of the question and answer session and countless arms were raised in the audience, all wanting to get the first chance to ask questions, a figure slowly stood up from the first row of guest seats with unquestionable strength. He is Professor Smith, the global chief scientist of United Genetics. When he stood up, he seemed to carry an invisible and powerful aura, instantly quieting the originally noisy venue. Everyone's eyes were focused on this leading figure in the field of neuroscience. They knew that a real, tit-for-tat academic contest was about to take place between the two top scientists. Professor Smith did not take the microphone handed to him by the staff, but walked directly to the spare podium in front of the guest seats. His deep blue eyes looked at Chen Mo on the stage through his gold-rimmed glasses, with a hint of condescending scrutiny and undisguised provocation. Congratulations, Dr. Chen Mo. Professor Smith's voice was heard throughout the room through the microphone. His English pronunciation was standard and elegant, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. I have to admit that you just put on a very wonderful science show for us. Especially the experimental videos you showed on the repair of primate spinal cord injuries, which were really very entertaining. He deliberately emphasized the words wonderful and entertaining, and the implication of his words is self-evident. Chen Mo frowned slightly, but he was not angered by the other party's provocation. He just responded calmly, "Thank you, Professor Smith, for your compliment. I wonder if you have any questions for my speech just now? It's not really about giving me advice, I just have a few small academic questions that I'd like to discuss with Dr. Chen Mo." Professor Smith raised the corner of his mouth with an icy arc, and then threw out his first question, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, pointing directly to the vital point. Dr. Chen, the primate experimental data you just showed are indeed impressive. However, I noticed that you seem to deliberately avoid several key experimental design issues throughout your report. Professor Smith's tone became aggressive. First, you did not explain in detail what specific statistical methods you used in the data analysis to exclude those confounding variables that may affect the experimental results, such as individual differences in animals, postoperative infection risks, and rehabilitation training intensity. Second, for this level of preclinical research, a rigorous double-blind control experimental group is essential. But I did not see any detailed data and comparative analysis of the control group in your report. Third, and most importantly, the resolution and clarity of the microscopic images of axon regeneration you showed do not seem to be sufficient to completely exclude the artifact interference caused by the proliferation of glial scars. How can you guarantee us 100% that what you see is real, functional nerve regeneration, rather than a self-deceiving illusion? Professor Smith's question was extremely sinister. He did not directly question the authenticity of the data, but started from the rigor of the experimental design and the standardization of scientific methods, trying to fundamentally shake the credibility of Chen Mo's entire research. Each of the three questions he raised directly points to the core and pain points of modern biomedical research. If it were any other young scientist who was not well prepared, he would probably be sweating and speechless on the spot. Many experts and scholars in the audience nodded and showed solemn expressions after hearing Professor Smith's question. They knew that although Professor Smith was deliberately making things difficult, the questions he raised were indeed very professional and were indeed the key criteria for evaluating the value of a scientific research result. However, there was no panic on Chen Mo's face. Because Professor Smith's first killer move had already been anticipated by Jiang Chen's cheating Professor Smith's 10 most likely attack points and countermeasures analysis report. Thank you very much for the valuable questions raised by Professor Smith. Chen Mo's tone was still calm and steady. He turned to the holographic projection screen and skillfully called out several PPTs that had been prepared long ago, which were full of various complex data and charts. Regarding the first question, our statistical analysis uses the most rigorous multi-level linear mixed effects model currently recognized internationally, and has performed Bonferroni correction for multiple comparisons. All confounding variables have been included in the model as covariates for analysis, and their impact on the final experimental results has been reduced to the lowest level in statistical significance. After the meeting, we will publish the detailed statistical model and original data in the form of an attachment on the official website of Chenma Bio for review and supervision by all colleagues. Regarding the second question, double-blind control. Professor Smith should know better than me that for severe injuries such as complete spinal cord transection, from an ethical point of view, we cannot set up a control group that only receives placebo treatment and watch those poor experimental animals spend the rest of their lives in pain. Therefore, we used a historical control research method that is also widely recognized internationally. Our experimental results are obtained after a strict comparative analysis with the efficacy data of other treatment plans for similar spinal cord injury models published worldwide in the past 5 years. As for the results of the comparison, I think I don't need to say more, right? Chen Mo's words were well-reasoned and neither humble nor arrogant. He not only explained the rationality of his experimental design, but also quietly defeated Professor Smith. There was another round of whispers and approving glances from the audience. Professor Smith's expression became even uglier. As for the third question you mentioned, regarding the artifact interference of glial scars, Chen Mo smiled slightly and pressed the remote control in his hand again. On the holographic projection screen, an ultra-high resolution, three-dimensionally reconstructed dynamic image of neuronal connections instantly appeared. In the image, newly born axons, flashing with weak bioelectric currents, clearly passed through the glial scar area that was originally regarded as a life-restricted zone, and re-established a tight and orderly synaptic connection with the downstream neurons. This image, like the most direct and powerful slap in the face, slapped Professor Smith hard in the face. Professor Smith, Chen Mo's voice was filled with a hint of pride and a barely perceptible edge. Now, do you still think that this is just an illusion that deceives yourself? Humph. Professor Smith snorted coldly, forcibly suppressing the shock and anger in his heart. He knew that he had completely fallen into a disadvantage in the first round of confrontation. But he did not give up. He knew that the real killer move was still to come. Very good, Dr. Chen, it seems that you have really put a lot of effort into the experimental design and data presentation. Professor Smith's tone became even colder and more dangerous. However, some superficial data cannot cover up the fatal flaws in your technical theory. I would like to ask Dr. Chen. Professor Smith stared at Chen Mo with a venomous gaze. How does your so-called targeted gene activation technology solve the off-target activation risk of more than 15% in the in vivo application of the CRISPR-Cas9 system? According to the latest issue of Nature magazine in 2024, an authoritative paper published by Dr. Ishikawa's team pointed out that this off-target effect is very likely to accidentally activate latent cancer genes in the human body, thereby inducing uncontrollable cancer. For this catastrophic risk, why did you not mention it in your report? Could it be that you are pursuing the so-called technological breakthrough and disregarding the safety of patients' lives? This question is more acute and more fatal than the previous one. He directly raised the issue from academic discussion to the level of ethics and medical safety. If Chen Mo fails to give a convincing explanation, the technology of Chenma biology will not only face market doubts, but may also be directly labeled as dangerous and irresponsible, thus being strangled in the cradle. The atmosphere in the venue became tense and depressing again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Mo on the stage, waiting for his answer. Chapter 134: Jiang Chen's God-level refutation, investors' professionalism. Professor Smith's question, like a poisoned blade, instantly froze the atmosphere in the entire conference hall to the freezing point. Everyone's eyes were like spotlights, locked on the slightly thin figure on the stage. This question was too deadly. It not only pointed directly to the potential safety risks of the core technology of Chenma biology, but also raised the entire topic from a simple academic discussion to a moral judgment height concerning life ethics and corporate responsibility. If Chen Mo cannot give a perfect answer, then all the efforts of Chen Mo biology and Shuayu brand will be in vain. They may even be nailed to the pillar of shame of disregarding life and academic fraud forever. Lu Ruyan and Su Wanqing in the audience couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Chen Mo on the stage. Although they had full confidence in Jiang Chen, facing such a professional academic sniping launched by a world-class scientific master like Professor Smith, their hearts were also in their throats. However, to everyone's surprise, Dr. Chen Mo on the stage calmed down quickly after the initial moment of shock. Although his face was still a bit solemn, his eyes were unusually clear and firm. Because Professor Smith's seemingly impeccable trump card was also expected in Jiang Chen's response strategy report, which could be called a God-level script. Professor Smith, the question you raised is very professional. It is indeed one of the core issues that we at Chenma Biology attach the most importance to and invest the most resources to solve during the research and development process. Chen Mo's voice was still steady. He did not avoid the problem, but chose to face it head-on. Our team has also conducted in-depth study and research on Dr. Ishikawa's paper in Nature that you mentioned. The off-target effects and potential carcinogenic risks caused by using the first-generation adeno-associated virus vector for in vivo gene activation pointed out in the paper are indeed severe challenges that all scientists engaged in research in this field must face. But, Chen Mo changed the subject, his tone full of confidence. I need to clarify to you and all my colleagues here that the CM Vector 3 targeted delivery system used by our Chenma Bio is no longer the first-generation technology used in Dr. Ishikawa's thesis. It is a brand new, fourth-generation targeted delivery system based on non-integrating lentiviral vectors and artificially synthesized amino acid shells, developed exclusively by our team. He pressed the remote control in his hand, and an extremely complex dynamic three-dimensional model composed of countless molecular structures and gene sequences immediately appeared on the huge holographic projection screen behind him. Our CM Vector 3 system fundamentally solves the off-target risk problem of traditional gene editing technology in vivo applications through innovations at 3 levels. Chen Mo's voice became high-pitched and passionate. He pointed to the model on the screen and introduced it like a treasure. First, we designed a brand new guide RNA-gRNA scaffold structure with triple logic gating. It will only unlock the Cas9 protein inside and perform gene activation operations when it recognizes 3 specific receptor proteins on the surface of target neuronal cells at the same time, and the pH value and bioelectric signals of the surrounding environment fully meet the preset safety threshold. This triple insurance design has reduced the probability of off-target activation to less than 1 in 10 million in theory. Second, we abandoned the traditional Cas9 protein and adopted a new high-fidelity Cas9 protein Hi-Fi Cas9 that was artificially designed and screened through directed evolution, with its fidelity increased by hundreds of times. Its recognition accuracy for the target DNA sequence has reached an astonishing single base level. The third and most important point is that all of our delivery vectors use non-integrating lentiviral vector technology. This means that our therapeutic genes will not be integrated into the patient's own genome, thus completely eliminating the potential risk of accidental activation of oncogenes due to random insertion. Here are the detailed data from more than 5,000 in vitro cell experiments and hundreds of in vivo primate experiments we conducted. Chen Mo switched the screen again, and a PPT filled with various complex data and statistical charts was presented to everyone. The data shows that our CM Vector 3 system has not detected any statistically significant off-target activation events in all experiments. Its safety has far exceeded all similar technologies currently known in the world. Chen Mo's answer was clear, detailed, logical, and perfect. He not only responded to Professor Smith's doubts, but also took this opportunity to show the world the strong strength and leading position of Chen Mo biology in core technology, which far exceeds its peers. In the conference hall, there was once again a burst of suppressed exclamations and whispers. Oh my God! The fourth generation targeted delivery system? Triple logic gated gRNA? The technical reserves of this Chen Mo biology are too terrifying. Non-integrating lentiviral vector. This technology is extremely difficult, and I didn't expect them to actually overcome it. It seems that we really underestimated this company from China before. Professor Smith's face had turned livid. He had never expected that academic sniper he had carefully prepared, which he thought was a sure kill blow, would be so easily resolved by the other party. Moreover, the other party also showed off his more advanced and more powerful technical muscles. This was simply a slap in his face in front of the whole world. He was about to speak again, trying to find new flaws in Chen Mo's answer and fight back. However, at this moment, a voice that was slightly lazy but full of unquestionable penetrating power suddenly sounded from the first row of the guest seats. Professor Smith, if I remember correctly, you just mentioned the words disregarding patient safety and hiding data, right? The one who spoke was Jiang Chen. As the major investor of Chen Mo Bio, he calmly picked up the microphone in front of him with a faint, harmless smile on his face. Everyone in the venue focused their attention on this extremely young Oriental man. They were all very curious about what this mysterious investor, who created the two legendary companies Chen Mo Biology and Shuiyu, wanted to say at this time. Professor Smith was also slightly startled, then snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "Yes, I said it. As a rigorous scientist, I believe that any medical technology applied to the human body must put safety first. Any attempt to conceal or downplay potential risks is a blasphemy against science and irresponsible to life. I wonder if Mr. Jiang, as an investor, has any different views on my point of view?" He deliberately emphasized the word investor, obviously trying to imply that Jiang Chen was just a profit-seeking businessman who didn't understand science at all and had no right to point fingers at him, an academic giant. Opinion? Of course I have. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, but his eyes suddenly became sharp, like two unsheathed swords, piercing Professor Smith's heart. Professor Smith, I really admire your persistent pursuit of scientific rigor and life safety. However, when you use such lofty moral standards to demand others, shouldn't you also look back and see whether you and the united gene behind you are consistent in your words and deeds? When Jiang Chen said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. No one expected that this young man would dare to launch such a sharp counterattack against Professor Smith and United Genetics, the global pharmaceutical oligarch, in front of the whole world. What do you mean? Professor Smith's face changed instantly, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. It's nothing. Jiang Chen's tone remained calm, but the words he said next were like detonating depth charges, shaking the entire venue. I just suddenly remembered that your company secretly carried out a liver cell regeneration project codenamed Project Chimera in 2021. If my memory is correct, that project was eventually forced to be terminated because the 3 precious rhesus monkeys participating in the experiment all developed uncontrollable liver cell cancer, right? What's even more interesting is that Jiang Chen raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. In the paper about the project that your company finally published in The Lancet, the final destination and true cause of death of the 3 monkeys that developed cancer due to the experiment seemed to be glossed over with a simple phrase like humanitarian treatment due to postoperative complications. I wonder, Professor Smith, whether your behavior of glorifying the fatal cancer risk as postoperative complications and deliberately concealing key experimental data is also in line with the rigor of science and responsibility for life that you just touted? Jiang Chen's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Professor Smith hard on the head. His face instantly turned as pale as paper. His whole body was cold. He couldn't figure out how Jiang Chen knew about the Chimera project. This was one of the highest-level secrets within the United Gene. After the incident, they had used all their strength to block all the news and deal with all the relevant insiders. This secret could not possibly be known by any outsider except him and a few top decision-makers of the group. Who is he? Professor Smith's face turned pale as paper in an instant, completely bloodless. His blue eyes, which were usually full of arrogance and confidence, were now filled with incredible shock, panic, and endless humiliation after his darkest secret was exposed in public. He stared at Jiang Chen intently, his lips trembling, and a ho-ho sound came out of his throat, but he couldn't say a word. He wanted to refute, to scold, to say that Jiang Chen was slandering him and talking nonsense. However, he knew that every word Jiang Chen said was an ironclad fact. The Chimera project was indeed a top-secret project secretly carried out by United Gene a few years ago. It was eventually forced to stop due to uncontrollable carcinogenic risks. In order to protect the company's reputation and stock price, they did use all their strength to block the news and deal with all relevant evidence and insiders. This secret could not possibly be known by any outsider except him and a few top decision-makers of the group. How on earth did he know that? This thought was like the claws of the devil, tightly grasping Professor Smith's heart, making him feel suffocated and dizzy. After the initial shock, the other participants in the venue also reacted and broke out into an uncontrollable uproar and discussion. The reporters from all over the world were like sharks smelling blood, and they were instantly excited. The flashlights of their cameras flashed wildly, clearly recording Professor Smith's pale, panicked face. They knew that the headlines of the science and technology editions of all mainstream media in the world tomorrow had already been booked. Oh my God! Is this true? United Gene has actually done such a thing? Falsifying experimental data and concealing carcinogenic risks. This is simply the biggest scandal in the academic world. How terrible! They are playing with their lives. No wonder they are so crazy about suppressing Chunma biology. It turns out they are guilty. At this moment, the direction of public opinion underwent a complete and irreversible reversal. Jiang Chen ignored the commotion around him and did not look at Professor Smith, who had already lost his soul like a lost dog. He just turned his gaze back to the host on the stage, who was still a little confused, with an apologetic smile on his face, and said calmly, "Mr. Host, I'm very sorry. It seems that I lost my composure just now because of my excitement. I don't have any personal prejudice against Professor Smith. I just want to take this opportunity to clarify a point of view to all my colleagues here. Science cannot tolerate any falsehood or concealment. We at Chenma Biology welcome any form of rigorous academic discussion based on facts and data, but we firmly oppose any despicable behavior that is for commercial purposes, disregards facts, and even attempts to stifle technological innovation through suppression and smearing. We believe that real science should be open, transparent, and stand the test of any situation in the sunshine, rather than hidden in dark corners, full of lies and deception." His words were righteous and powerful, which not only once again demonstrated the confidence and responsibility of Chunma Biology, but also completely distinguished himself from Professor Smith on the moral high ground. Well said. I don't know who was the first one to lead the applause in the audience. Then, thunderous applause, like a tide, rang out from all directions of the venue. It lasted for a long time. Everyone was completely impressed by Jiang Chen's words, as well as the powerful aura and extraordinary wisdom he displayed. The host finally recovered from his shock and looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. He knew that Jiang Chen's words just now not only justified the reputation of Chunmeng Biology, but also sent out the strongest voice for justice and conscience of the entire scientific community. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your wonderful speech," the host said excitedly. "I think Mr. Jiang's words also represent the voice of all of us here who truly love science and respect life." Then, let's continue with the next question and answer session. However, at this moment, how could Professor Smith still have the courage to stay here and embarrass himself? Under the thousands of eyes full of contempt, disdain, and gloating, he felt his face burning, as if he had been hit hundreds of times with the soles of shoes. He could no longer hold on, and mumbled, "I'm not feeling well," incoherently. With the help of several assistants who also looked ashen, he fled out of the side door of the venue like a stray dog. Looking at Professor Smith's fleeing back, Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into an icy arc. He knew that from this moment on, Professor Smith, once an unrivaled academic leader in the field of neuroscience, was completely finished. And the United Gene behind him will surely pay a painful price because of this scandal that they absolutely cannot afford. After Professor Smith's embarrassing exit, the atmosphere during the QA session of the summit became unusually warm and harmonious. All the experts and scholars who asked questions to Dr. Chen Mo put away their previous scrutiny and doubts, and instead expressed genuine curiosity, admiration, and a strong desire to cooperate. Without the pressure from Professor Smith, Dr. Chen Mo was able to let go of his hands and feet completely. With his solid professional skills and deep understanding of technology, he gave detailed and wonderful answers to every question, winning unanimous praise from all colleagues present. When the entire speech and QA session ended successfully amid thunderous applause, a miracle happened. Before Jiang Chen and Dr. Chen Mo stepped down from the stage, dozens of top scientists, investors, and CEOs of multinational pharmaceutical companies from all over the world rushed towards them like a tide. "Dr. Chen. Mr. Jiang. I am Professor Hans Schneider from the Max Planck Institute of Neurobiology in Germany. A white-haired but vigorous German old man excitedly squeezed to the front, tightly shook Chen Mo's hand, and said, "The microcurrent pulse resonance theory you proposed is simply a genius idea. Our institute has also conducted some preliminary explorations in this field, but has not been able to make a breakthrough. I hope to have the opportunity to have an in-depth academic exchange with you and your team, or even carry out a joint research project." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Japan's SoftBank Vision Fund. My name is Kenta Takahashi." A well-dressed, smart and capable middle-aged Japanese man also squeezed in front of Jiang Chen and respectfully handed over his business card, his tone full of excitement and desire. "We are full of confidence in the future of the Chunma Bio. We hope to have the opportunity to lead your company's next round of financing. Valuation is not a problem. We only have one request, and that is to become a long-term partner in your company's globalization strategy." "Mr. Jiang. And me. I'm Robert Phillips, CEO of Novartis Pharmaceuticals of Switzerland." A tall, dignified white man, with his signature gentle smile, stepped forward. "First of all, congratulations to you and Dr. Chan on your great achievement. Secondly, on behalf of the Novartis Group, I would like to formally extend a strategic cooperation invitation to Chunma Biotech. We are willing to open all of Novartis clinical trial bases and sales channels in Europe, and fully support the promotion and application of Chunma Biotech's technology and products in the European market. We hope to work with your company to create a new era of life sciences." All of a sudden, invitations to cooperate, investment intentions, and all kinds of praise full of goodwill and admiration, like a tide, completely overwhelmed Jiang Chen and Dr. Chen Mo. Dr. Chen Mo had never seen such a grand scene before. He was surrounded by these big shots who he could only see in top academic journals and financial news. He was so excited that his face flushed and he didn't know what to say for a while. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, remained calm and confident. He smiled and shook hands with every VIP who came forward to show his goodwill, and greeted them. His words and actions were neither humble nor overbearing, and he was flawless, showing his demeanor. Lu Ruyan and Su Wanqing stood on Jiang Chen's left and right, like the two most capable adjutants and the most beautiful door gods, skillfully selecting guests for him and dealing with various situations, showing amazing social skills and ability to control the situation. Chapter 135: The Birth of a New Technological Upstart and the Revenge Plan of United Gene. The day after the summit, Jiang Chen's luxury riverside residence on the Bund became the busiest and most desirable social center in the entire Magic City. Top scientists, investors, and CEOs of multinational pharmaceutical companies from all over the world sent requests for meetings and cooperation to Jiang Chen and Dr. Chen Mo through various channels, almost breaking down the threshold of the luxury residence. Jiang Chen was not overwhelmed by this sudden admiration. He knew that now was the best time to seize the opportunity and transform the technological advantages of the Chunma biology into tangible commercial benefits and global influence. With the assistance of Lu Ruyan and Su Wanqing, he selectively met with several heavyweights who were truly capable and sincere and could provide great support for the future development of Chunma biology. He first met with Professor Hans Schneider from the Max Planck Institute of Neurobiology in Germany. The two had an in-depth discussion for 3 hours on the theory of microcurrent pulse resonance and the deep biophysical mechanism of neuronal regeneration. Jiang Chen, relying on the residual power of the top scientist thinking resonance card and the flexible use of the analysis results of the Future Technology Trend Simulator, put forward some very forward-looking and creative ideas, which impressed Professor Schneider, a German academic master. In the end, the two sides reached a preliminary strategic cooperation intention on the spot. The two sides will jointly establish 2 world-class joint laboratories in Shanghai and Munich, Germany, and jointly commit to the research and development of cutting-edge neuroscience technologies. Jiang Chen promised to provide up to €100 million in initial research and development funds for this project. His boldness and emphasis on basic scientific research once again won Professor Schneider's high praise and respect. Then, Jiang Chen met with Mr. Robert Phillips, the CEO of Novartis Pharmaceuticals from Switzerland. Facing this man who was also the helmsman of an international pharmaceutical giant, Jiang Chen showed his unquestionable strength and shrewdness as a top businessman. Although he welcomed Novartis' proposal to open its clinical trial bases and sales channels in Europe, he refused to give in and argued on key issues such as core technology patents, market regional divisions, and future profit distribution. He used Lu Ruyan's intelligence network and the business analysis data provided by the system to accurately point out Novartis' competitive disadvantages against United Gene in certain product lines, as well as their urgent need for Chunma Bio as disruptive technology. In the end, at the negotiation table, he won an extremely generous strategic cooperation agreement for Chunma Bio with absolute dominance. This series of business operations and academic exchanges not only brought unprecedented enhancement to the international status and influence of the Chunma Bio, but also made Jiang Chen himself deeply imprinted in the hearts of all participants with the image of an all-round technology upstart who understands technology, capital, and strategy. However, just as Jiang Chen was in high spirits in the Magic City, making plans and laying a solid foundation for his future high-tech industrial empire, a more sinister and vicious revenge plan against him and Chunma Biology was quietly unfolding on the other side of the ocean, at the global headquarters of United Gene. Trash. A bunch of trash. In the top-floor conference room of United Gene in Boston, Global CEO Davis Morgan looked at Professor Smith's face full of humiliation and unwillingness on the screen, as well as the detailed report on the scene of the Shanghai AI Summit. He was so angry that he slammed a document in his hand on the table with a dull thud. A little-known Chinese kid and a theory that we have long eliminated can actually make you, the world's chief scientist of United Genes, lose face in front of the whole world and flee in embarrassment? Smith, you still have the nerve to report to me? Davis Morgan's voice was cold and angry, like a Siberian cold current, which made everyone in the conference room silent. Mr. Morgan. Professor Smith on the other end of the video was pale and his lips were trembling, but he couldn't refute a word. He knew that he had really failed this time, and he had failed completely. Enough. Davis Morgan didn't want to listen to any more explanations and nonsense. He stood up suddenly, his eyes like a hungry wolf, sweeping over all the core executives present, and issued a series of instructions in an unquestionable tone. I don't care who Jiang Chen is. I don't care whether the Qin family or the Su family is behind him. Since he dares to challenge the authority of our United Genes, he must be prepared to bear the consequences. From now on, launch the highest-level strangulation plan against Chunma Biology and all its affiliates. First, the legal department. Davis Morgan turned his gaze to the company's chief legal counsel. Immediately organized the top team of patent lawyers to dig out all the patents related to neuroscience, gene editing, and cell culture that our company has registered worldwide in the past 20 years. I don't care what methods you use, whether it's taking advantage of loopholes or misinterpreting the terms, I need you to file at least 10 patent infringement lawsuits against Chunma Biology in the courts of China, the United States, and the European Union at the same time in the shortest possible time. We don't have to win, but we must use endless legal proceedings to completely drain their energy and financial resources. I won't leave them even time to breathe. Second, the Human Resources Department. His gaze turned to another blonde female executive, immediately launched the targeted poaching plan. Find out for me every single person in Dr. Chen Mo's core team. Their family background, educational experience, financial status, and even their personal ambitions and weaknesses. I want you to poach these people from Chen Mo Biology one by one, at all costs. You can triple or quintuple their salaries. You can even promise them independent laboratories and the title of chief scientist. I want Jiang Chen and Chen Mo to eventually become commanders without troops. Third, the PR and marketing department. Davis Morgan's tone became even colder and more vicious. Our previous method of academic questioning was too low level. Now, we need to change our tactics. From today on, I want you to quietly spread a kind of public opinion around the world that is, all emerging gene activation technologies that have not been clinically verified for a long time may have unknown and catastrophic long-term safety risks. We can secretly fund some so-called independent scientific research institutions and patient rights protection organizations and let them come forward to question the safety of Chunma biological technology in the name of science and humanity. We want to portray them as a mad scientist who disregards the ethics of life in pursuit of technological breakthroughs. I want all potential partners and consumers to stay away from them. Davis Morgan's 3 moves are deadly and interconnected. Legal proceedings, poaching of talent, and smear campaigns. This is no longer a simple business competition, it is clearly a war to the death. Did you understand everything? Davis Morgan's gaze swept across everyone present like a knife. Understood. Mr. Morgan. Everyone in the conference room responded in unison, their voices filled with cold murderous intent. Davis Morgan sat back in his seat, his eyes flashing with cruelty and confidence. Jiang Chen. He muttered to himself, with a bloodthirsty sneer on his lips, do you think that just because you won a small debate at the summit, you can really challenge the hegemony of our United Gene? Too naive. I want you to see with your own eyes how your company is dismembered and devoured bit by bit, and finally disappears. I want you to know that in this world, there are some people you can never afford to offend. This war has just begun. Just as Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan were working together to make precise arrangements for the upcoming commercial and public opinion war with United Gene, a call from the capital brought him unexpected news on another front, adding a new and mysterious variable to his already complicated trip to the Magic City. The person who called was Morone Lioli. Jiang Chen, I have a major discovery. Morone Lioli's voice on the other end of the phone was filled with irrepressible excitement and a hint of urgency, which was completely different from her usual cold and aloof temperament. Jiang Chen's heart moved slightly. He could feel that the significant discovery that Morone Lioli mentioned was by no means a trivial matter. He walked to a secluded corner of the study and asked in a deep voice, "Lioli, don't be anxious, tell me slowly, what happened?" "It's the rehabilitation map and the 9 Dragons secret treasure." Morone Lioli's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Ever since I found the treasures at Yenshan Longyin Peak and vindicated your family, I have been following your instructions and working with several top ancient book and historian experts in the capital to conduct more in-depth research and decipher the inscriptions and related archives in the treasures. Just yesterday, Morone Lioli's tone became more excited. We found an extremely secret inscription engraved in ancient bird seal script from the interlayer at the bottom of a bronze ritual vessel that was collected by Morone's ancestors and unearthed together with the 9 Dragons secret treasure. After we and several senior professors worked overnight to decipher this inscription, the content is simply earth-shattering. The inscriptions record that the so-called 9 Dragons secret treasures back then were not actually a whole, but part of a larger set of ancient sacrificial ritual vessels related to the dragon veins of China. This set of ritual vessels is called the Dragon and Phoenix Auspicious National Jade, which consists of 2 core jade pieces, 1 dragon and 1 phoenix, and 9 bronze auxiliary vessels. What we found before were only the 9 bronze auxiliary vessels and the core jade disc that symbolizes the dragon, which is the dragon pattern jade pendant formed by the fusion of your mysterious fragment and my warm snow jade. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this. The auspicious dragon and phoenix are the national treasures. It turns out that the priceless national treasures have such an amazing origin. And the 2 pieces of jade he got by chance turned out to be one of the core components of this set of national treasures. What about the other piece? Jiang Chen immediately asked, where is the core jade disc that symbolizes the phoenix? This is the great discovery I want to tell you about. Morone Lioli's voice was full of affirmation. According to the records in that inscription, and my mutual verification of some incomplete ancient books of the Morone family, the core jade disc that symbolizes the phoenix is named Yulinglong. And this piece of Yulinglong was stolen along with the 9 Dragons secret treasure during the turmoil more than 100 years ago. Its last trace pointed to the magic city known as Shanghai at that time. Magic City? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that this clue that had been broken for 100 years would intersect with his current trip to the Magic City in this way. According to a torn travelogue left by one of my ancestors, Morone Lioli continued, he was ordered to secretly track down the whereabouts of the stolen national treasures. He tracked them all the way and finally found out that the Yulinglong seemed to have fallen into the hands of a wealthy salt merchant in the Magic City who had close business dealings with foreigners at the time. But later, the salt merchant died suddenly and his family quickly fell into decline. The whereabouts of the Yulinglong has been unknown since then, and the clues have been cut off since then. Jiang Chen, Morone Lioli's tone became extremely solemn and earnest. This Yulinglong is the key to collecting the entire set of Dragon and Phoenix Auspicious National Jade and uncovering the greater secrets behind it. Its importance may even be far greater than the 9 Dragons secret treasure. I must find it. So, Jiang Chen, I want to come to the Magic City to find you. I hope to work with you to trace the whereabouts of Yulinglong again in this bustling city. I know this request may bother you, but apart from you, I don't know who else I can trust. Morone Lioli's words were full of trust in Jiang Chen and an unconscious dependence on him. After listening to Morone Lioli's narration, Jiang Chen's heart was already filled with emotions. Yulinglong. Another core prop related to the clue of the temple is actually in the Magic City. This is simply God's will. He knew that his trip to the Magic City, in addition to expanding the territory for the Shuiyu brand and engaging in a commercial and technological showdown with United Gene, also added a more important and challenging task, that is, to find the Yulinglong, collect the Dragon and Phoenix by, and uncover the ultimate secret that has been sealed for 100 years. Lioli, you don't have to beg. Jiang Chen's tone became gentle but firm. You forgot that we are partners. Your business is my business. What's more, my interest in this Yulinglong is no less than yours. Get ready immediately. I will arrange my private plane to pick you up in Beijing. Bring along all the relevant research materials, ancient book rubbings, and the dragon pattern jade pendant. We need to reconnect this thread that has been interrupted for 100 years right here in the Magic City. Really? Jiang Chen. That's great. Morone Lioli was overjoyed, her voice filled with indescribable gratitude and joy. Wait for me, Jiang Chen said and hung up the phone. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night view of the Magic City outside the window, which was as bright as the stars in the sky, with excitement and sharp light flashing in his eyes. He knew that with the arrival of clues about Morong Liuli and Yu Linglong, his trip to the Magic City would become even more exciting and more treacherous. That night, in the luxurious restaurant of the mansion, Jiang Chen told Lin Shuio and Lu Ruyan that Morong Liuli would soon come to the Magic City and work with him to track down an extremely important family token. When Lin Shuio heard the name Morong Liuli, her hands, which were cutting steak, paused slightly. She naturally still remembered this treasure goddess who had an indissoluble bond with Jiang Chen in Beijing, with a cold and aloof temperament. Although she knew that the relationship between Jiang Chen and Morong Liuli was more of a partnership and mutual appreciation, her woman's intuition told her that Morong Liuli's feelings for Jiang Chen were by no means that simple. However, as smart as she was, she did not show any strange emotions, but just said to Jiang Chen gently, "Really? That's great. Miss Morong is a top expert in antique identification and cultural relic restoration. Her coming to the Magic City is also a good thing for us. Jiang Chen, you can rest assured and do your business. I'm here with Shuiyu, don't worry." Her words were gentle and generous, expressing her support for Jiang Chen while also cleverly avoiding emotional topics that might cause embarrassment. Lu Ruyan's reaction was much more direct and sharp. She swung the red wine glass in her hand, her narrow and long phoenix eyes looked at Jiang Chen with a smile, her red lips slightly parted, and she teased, "Oh? The ice beauty of the Morong family is coming to Shanghai as well? Boss Jiang, your mansion on the Bund is really getting more and more lively. First it was the eldest daughter of the Su family who came from Beijing, and now it's the treasure goddess of the Morong family, plus our local Shanghai designer Lin and this idler like me. Wow, we can even get together a mahjong table." Although her words were joking and teasing, Jiang Chen keenly caught a hint of gunpowder from them. He knew that although Lu Ruyan looked charming and cynical on the surface, her possessiveness and competitiveness were no less than anyone else's. "Sister Ruyan, you're joking." Jiang Chen laughed, raised his glass, and took the initiative to signal Lu Ruyan. Liuli came to the Magic City this time to track down a token that is crucial to her family. It concerns her family's innocence and honor for 100 years. As a friend and partner, I naturally cannot stand idly by. Of course, he changed the subject, looking at Lu Ruyan and Lin Shuia with burning eyes, and said sincerely, "I also know that in this place where there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Magic City, if I want to accomplish this smoothly, my own strength is far from enough. I also need the full support and help of the two beautiful CEOs. Whether it's the gathering of intelligence, the building of personal connections, or the creation of public opinion at critical moments, it all depends on the planning of you, the Queen of Media, Sister Ruyan. And you, Shuio, are thoughtful and observant, and you may be able to find key clues from some unexpected details." Jiang Chen's words were flawless. They not only confirmed the importance of Morong Liuli's visit, but also brought Lu Ruyan and Lin Shuio to the same front, making them feel that they were indispensable participants and helpers. Sure enough, after listening to Jiang Chen's praise of her high emotional intelligence, the gunpowder smell on Lu Ruyan's face gradually dissipated, and was replaced by a smug smile. "You still have some conscience." She rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen in a charming manner. "Don't worry, since it's your business, I will naturally do my best. As long as that Yu Linglong is still in the Magic City, I don't believe that with my intelligence network, Lu Ruyan, I can't find any clues about it." Jiang Chen looked at the two stunning beauties in front of him who had been successfully pacified by him, and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that being a qualified master of balancing things is indeed an art that requires continuous learning and practice. Chapter 136 Three Beauties Gather in Magic City? Jiang Chen's Happy Troubles. Jiang Chen's private plane landed quietly at the VIP channel of Beijing International Airport. Butler Qin Hai, who had been waiting there for a long time, personally escorted Morong Liuli in several high-security cipher boxes made of special alloy materials that she carried with her onto the plane. "Miss Liuli, please take care of everything that happened to Mr. Jiang in the Magic City," Butler Qin Hai said respectfully to Morong Liuli before leaving. He knew that this seemingly cold and aloof eldest daughter of the Morong family was now very important to Mr. Jiang. "Butler Qin, you are too polite. Liuli will do her best." Morong Liuli nodded slightly and then boarded the Gulfstream G700, which symbolizes ultimate luxury and noble status. A few hours later, when the plane landed smoothly at Shanghai's Hangzhou International Airport, Jiang Chen and Lin Shuio came to pick them up. Jiang Chen's move was naturally well thought out. He knew that as he had more and more female confidants around him, how to handle the relationship between them and maintain the harmony and stability of the harem would be an important issue he had to face in the future. letting Lin Shuya, the hostess who followed him the earliest and had the most gentle and kind temperament, to welcome Morone Lioli, the new sister, was undoubtedly a gesture to declare to everyone that we are a family. When Morone Lioli, wearing a plain and elegant moon-white dress, holding a cipher box containing core tokens such as the dragon-pattern jade pendant and the Zeok Suedo in her arms, walked down the gangway, her cool and unworldly temperament, like a solitary orchid in a valley, and Lin Shuya's gentle and elegant beauty, like that of the water towns in the south of the Yangtze River, formed two completely different but equally breathtaking beautiful landscapes. Lioli, thank you for your hard work along the way. Jiang Chen stepped forward and naturally took the password box from Morone Lioli's hand with a gentle smile on his face. It's not hard. Morone Lioli looked at Jiang Chen, and a barely perceptible warmth appeared in her cold eyes. Sister Lioli, hello, I'm Lin Shuyo. Lin Shuyo also took the initiative to step forward, with a sincere and friendly smile on her face, and stretched out her hand. Jiang Chen often mentioned you in front of me, saying that you are the most outstanding expert in cultural relic identification and restoration in the world today. Lin Shuyao's words were very clever. She not only expressed her welcome as the hostess, but also affirmed Morone Lioli's professional value, and pointed out the close relationship between herself and Jiang Chen without making a fuss. Morone Lioli was very smart, so she naturally understood the deep meaning behind Lin Shuyao's words. She stretched out her hand, shook it gently with Lin Shuyo, and responded in a cold voice, Miss Lin, you are too kind. Lioli only knows a little about the fur craftsmanship inherited from her ancestors. However, the Shuyu brand designed by Miss Lin is now well known in the capital, and it is hard to find a piece of clothing. Lioli has long heard of Miss Lin's talent. Two equally beautiful and intelligent women started a silent battle of emotional intelligence and wisdom from the moment they met for the first time. When the motorcade slowly drove into the top Riverview mansion on the Bund, the real Azura field had just begun. Lu Ruyan, who had already received the news, was now lazily leaning on the expensive Italian leather sofa in the living room of the mansion, holding a glass of deep red burgundy wine in her hand, and her beautiful eyes looked at Morone Lioli, who had just entered the room, with a smile. She specially changed into an extremely slim-fitting red tight dress today, which perfectly outlined her hot and sexy double figure, full of powerful visual impact and unquestionable home court momentum. Hey, this must be our treasure goddess from the capital, Miss Morone Lioli, right? Lu Ruyan stood up and walked in front of Morone Lioli with an elegant and confident cat-like step, with a warm but slightly scrutinizing smile on her face. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Jiangchen, oh no, to our home in the Magic City. Jiangchen is looking forward to your visit every day. Please take a seat, I specially asked someone to prepare your favorite Westlake Longjing tea. Her words were flawless, yet full of mystery. The phrase our home in Shanghai instantly classified herself and Lin Shuyo as hostesses. And the phrase Jiang Chen is looking forward to your visit every day was full of teasing and testing, as if she was expressing some special emotion for Jiang Chen. Morone Lioli looked at the powerful and beautiful fashion queen in front of her, and she couldn't help but be secretly alert. She knew that this woman was definitely not the gentle and kind type like Lin Shuya. She was more like a red rose with thorns, beautiful but also full of danger. Editor Lu, you are too polite. Morone Lioli nodded slightly, her voice still cold but polite. Lioli came to the Magic City this time to assist Mr. Jiang in handling an important matter related to the family's 100-year innocence and honor. I dare not slack off in the slightest. I would like to trouble Editor Lu and Miss Lin to entertain me. She cleverly defined the purpose of her trip as assisting Mr. Jiang in handling important matters, which not only emphasized the unique and close relationship between herself and Jiang Chen based on common cause, but also drew a clear line between herself and Lu Ruyan's slightly ambiguous and lifelike hostess attitude. Seeing this, Lin Shuyo hurried forward to smooth things over. She held Morone Lioli's hand and said softly, Sister Lioli, you just got off the plane, you must be tired, right? I'll ask the housekeeper to take you to your room to rest first. Jiang Chen has personally decorated your room and study for you. They're right next to mine, so we two sisters can take care of each other in the future. Her words not only expressed her concern for Morone Lioli, but also once again quietly emphasized the extraordinary close relationship between herself and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the three women in front of him, each with a different personality but equally beautiful and intelligent. In just a few minutes, they had already engaged in several rounds of silent confrontation with each other. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart, and deeply experienced what happy troubles meant. He knew that at this time, it was up to him, the head of the family, to break this delicate and tense atmosphere. All right, Jiang Chen laughed, took a step forward, naturally put his arm around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, and gently patted Lin Shuya's shoulders. Then he said to Morone Lioli, Lioli, you've had a hard time on the way. I'll take you to see your room and the temporary research room prepared for you. The equipment and materials inside are all configured according to the highest standards. I hope it will be helpful for your subsequent research." He turned to Lu Ruyan, his tone was full of pampering and intimacy. "Ruyan, as the landlady, you must fulfill your duties as a good host. I'll leave the dinner to you. Remember to prepare some light dishes that Lioli likes." He smiled gently at Lin Shuao again. "Shuao, you have been exhausted these days. It's a good thing that Lioli is here. You two can chat more and exchange ideas on design and aesthetics. I heard that Lioli is an expert in the research of ancient costumes and jewelry. Jiang Chen's actions can be regarded as a model of a master of balancing things." He not only affirmed Lu Ruyan's home status, but also calmed Lin Shuao's emotions, and also demonstrated his importance and professional recognition of Moron Lioli, the new guest. In just a few words, he diffuses the crisis of the Shura field that is about to break out. The atmosphere at the welcoming dinner that night became much more harmonious. Although Lu Ruyan still used some bold and ambiguous words from time to time to tease Jiang Chen and the slightly shy Moron Lioli, she knew just the right amount and was no longer as aggressive and tentative as before. Lin Shuao made full use of her gentle, kind and considerate personality advantages and took the initiative to talk to Moron Lioli, chatting about topics such as ancient aesthetics and modern design. The two actually found a lot of common language. And after feeling Jiang Chen's attention and the kindness shown by Lin Shuao and Lu Ruyan, Moron Lioli gradually let go of her guard and restraint, and began to try to integrate into this slightly strange, yet warm and vibrant big family. He knew that to make these equally proud and arrogant girls loyal to him and live in peace with him was an art more complicated and advanced than any commercial war or treasure hunt. And he seemed to be enjoying it. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind at an inopportune time. Ding! It is detected that the host has successfully maintained the initial balance of the Shura field. Personal charm value +5, hidden attribute, emotional quotient, is slightly improved. Warning, long-term imbalance may lead to the negative state of backyard fire effect. The favorability of the confidant will randomly decrease, and the host's career fortune will be randomly debuffed. Please handle it with caution and keep up the good work. Jiang Chen looked at this system prompt that was somewhat teasing and warning, and a helpless yet confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that his path to becoming the master of the harem of a wealthy man is indeed a long and arduous journey. After successfully welcoming Moron Lioli, the new sister, and cleverly resolving a potential harem crisis, Jiang Chen then devoted his main energy to tracking down clues to the mysterious Yu Linglong. The next morning, in the private study with the highest security level in the Bun Mansion, Jiang Chen, Lin Shuao, Lu Ruyan and Moron Lioli held a small combat meeting. The theme of the meeting was, naturally, how to find an ancient jade disc that may have disappeared more than 100 years ago in this international metropolis with a population of tens of millions. Moron Lioli first presented all the relevant material she had sorted out overnight to everyone, including the half of the restored Zayok, several broken ancient book rubbings passed down from generation to generation in the Moron family, and the dragon and phoenix jade pendant that combined the Nwanshua jade and the fragments of ancient jade. According to the travel notes left by my ancestors, Moron Lioli pointed to a yellowed map and said in a cold and focused voice, "The last time Yu Linglong appeared was at the residence of a wealthy salt merchant named Long Xiaoyun in Shanghai at that time. This Long Xiaoyun was extremely powerful at the time. He not only monopolized most of the private salt trade in Jiangnan, but also had inextricable ties with the foreign concession forces at the time. He was a master of both the black and white worlds and was one of the real underground emperors in Shanghai." My ancestor mentioned in his travel notes that Long Xiaoyun's greatest hobby in life was collecting all kinds of rare treasures, especially those ancient jades related to royal legends and myths. He once spent a huge sum of money to buy a piece of peerless jade that was said to be the incarnation of the phoenix from an old eunuch of the Qing palace who fled from Beijing. After much investigation, my great-grandfather can basically conclude that the so-called phoenix jade is the Yu Linglong that was stolen from our Moron family. However, Moron Lioli said with a hint of helplessness and loss, just when my ancestor was preparing to investigate further and find the Yu Linglong, Long Xiaoyun suddenly died unexpectedly, and his family quickly split apart and fell into decline. The whereabouts of the Yu Linglong has been unknown since then, and the clues have been completely cut off. For more than 100 years, several generations of my Moron family have sent people to the Magic City to secretly investigate, but they have found nothing. Although the name Long Xiaoyun is not uncommon in the Magic City, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a descendant of a salt owl from more than 100 years ago in the vast sea of people and confirm whether Yu Linglong is still in their hands. After listening to Moron Lioli's narration, everyone present fell silent. Lin Shuao frowned slightly. She knew that it would be extremely difficult to investigate an old case from over 100 years ago in this modern commercial city. Jiang Chen's eyes also became a little solemn. He knew that what Morone Lioli said was true. If there were no more precise clues, it would be very difficult to find Yu Linglong based on the name Long Xiaoyun and a legend from 100 years ago. However, at this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had been lazily sipping coffee and seemed not very interested in these old historical cases, suddenly opened her red lips and chuckled disdainfully. He. Sister Lioli, your archaeological investigation method of following the map and tracing the origin is naturally perfect for studying history. Lu Ruyan put down the coffee cup in her hand, and her narrow and long phoenix eyes flashed with confidence and cunning. But, if we want to find a mysterious family that has deliberately hidden itself for more than 100 years in a city full of intelligent people, these things in the pile of old papers are far from enough. She paused, turned her gaze to Jiang Chen, threw him a coquettish look, and said with a smile, Boss Jiang, it seems that it is time for me, a local boss, to help you solve your problems. As she spoke, she took out an ultra-thin tablet from her Hermes handbag, unlocked it skillfully, and called up an extremely complex interface filled with encryption software full of various character relationship maps and data analysis models. Sister Lioli, the Long Xiaoyun you mentioned, and the mysterious family behind him, are really good at hiding. Lu Ruyan's fingertips slid across the screen quickly, with a hint of amusement in her tone. Not only did they successfully whitewash themselves from a salt smuggler family to a legitimate shipping and financial family more than 100 years ago, they also transferred most of their core assets and family members overseas, and acted extremely low-key and secretively. In the Magic City, except for a very few top insiders, almost no one knows their true details. But, Lu Ruyan raised her lips with a queen-like confidence, they can't hide from my eyes, Lu Ruyan, nor from my Phantom Club's intelligence network that spans the globe. She turned the tablet towards everyone, and on the screen appeared a picture of a dignified, and distinguished white-haired old man, as well as his detailed personal information. Long Xiaotian, now 72 years old, is the behind-the-scenes controller of the Long Group in Magic City. He is also the direct descendant of Long Xiaoyun, the wealthy salt merchant in Shanghai more than 100 years ago. This person lives in seclusion, has a suspicious personality, and is ruthless. In the top circles of Magic City, he is respected as Lord Long. This Long Yi has perfectly inherited his great-grandfather's hobby. He is almost obsessed with collecting all kinds of rare treasures, especially those related to ancient Chinese legends and mysterious powers. The value and rarity of his private collection is said to be comparable to that of a national museum. And the place where he stores these treasures, and the place where he spends most of his time on weekdays, is. Lu Ruyan tapped the screen with her fingertips, and a photo of a top-notch private cruise ship anchored on the Huangpu River, which looked extremely luxurious and mysterious, appeared in front of everyone. This cruise ship named Yingzhou is the mobile palace and private kingdom of Lord Long. The cruise ship is heavily guarded, and it is said that not even a fly can fly in. And if the Yu Linglong we are looking for is still in the hands of the Long family, there is a 99% chance that it is hidden on this cruise ship. Lu Ruyan's words were like a huge rock dropped into a calm lake, shocking everyone present. Morone Lioli was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. She had never thought that the clues that had troubled her Morone family for generations and had cost countless efforts to find could be dug up clearly by Lu Ruyan's intelligence network in such a short time. Editor-in-Chief Lu, you are so awesome. Morone Lioli's voice was trembling a little. Call me sister. Lu Ruyan winked at Morone Lioli and said with a smile, we are all family from now on, there is no need to be so formal. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ruyan's smug look, asking for credit and reward, and he could not help but have a deeper understanding of the power of this sexy queen. He knew that Lu Ruyan's intelligence network was not just a simple collection of business information, and the depth and breadth of its penetration had probably reached an awe-inspiring level. Now that we have found the target, what should we do next? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice, should we go aboard and visit directly? Or should we think of another way? I'm afraid a direct visit won't work. Lu Ruyan shook her head, her expression becoming a little serious. As I said earlier, this dragon master lives in seclusion and is suspicious. He never interacts with outsiders easily. It's harder to board his Yingzhou than to ascend to heaven. However, she changed the subject, revealing that confident and mysterious smile again, there is always a way out. According to my intelligence, this Lord Long, in order to collect rare treasures from all over the world and communicate with the top collectors in the circle, will hold an extremely private and high-end antique appreciation and trading party on his Yingzhou every 1 to 2 years. This party is called the Treasure Gathering in the Circle. And this year's treasure gathering will be held in just 1 week. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This may be our only chance to contact Lord Long and find out the whereabouts of Yu Linglong. Chapter 137, Invitation to the Treasure Gathering. Early invitation hard to get. As soon as Lu Ruyan finished her words, "This may be our only chance to contact Lord Long and find out the whereabouts of Yu Linglong," the atmosphere in the study room suddenly became solemn. Jiang Chen, Lin Shuio, and Moron Lioli all knew clearly the weight of Lu Ruyan's words. The word only itself represents great difficulty and pressure that cannot afford to make mistakes. Sister Ruyan, Lin Shuio spoke first, frowning and asking, "Since this treasure gathering is a private gathering of Lord Long, the threshold must be very high, right? With the current reputation of our Shuiyu brand in the Magic City, or Jiang Chen's financial resources, do we have a chance to get invited?" Hearing this, Lu Ruyan slowly shook her head, and a trace of solemnity flashed across her narrow phoenix eyes. "Sister Shuiyu, you think things are too simple. The threshold of this treasure gathering of Lord Long is far higher than you can imagine. It has never been a door that can be opened with money or ordinary social status." She paused, and her tone became more serious. "Let's put it this way. In the eyes of Lord Long, money is perhaps the thing he has the least of. The purpose of his holding the treasure gathering is not to make a profit, but to satisfy his personal, almost paranoid desire to collect, and to communicate with insiders of the same level as him. There are usually only two types of people who can receive an invitation to the treasure gathering, but..." Lu Ruyan stretched out two slender jade fingers and explained, "The first type is top collectors like him who have a pivotal position in the world, or representatives of some hidden families with hundreds of years of heritage and unfathomable heritage. Every time these people attend the treasure gathering, they must bring a rare treasure that will attract the attention of Lord Long as a stepping stone. The second category is people who have unique or even world-class skills in certain special fields. For example, I heard that at the last treasure gathering, Long Yi invited a top European document restoration master who was said to be able to repair any damaged ancient book with his bare hands, a mysterious feng shui master who could accurately predict the trends of the world's major financial markets in the coming year, and even a world-class art security and recovery expert who was said to have retired from Israel's Mossad." In short, Lu Ruyan concluded, if you want to get an invitation to the treasure gathering, you either need to possess a rare treasure that even Lord Long would be interested in, or you need to possess a unique skill that Lord Long would find useful. Otherwise, even if the heads of the so-called first-tier wealthy families in the Magic City come forward in person, they may not even be able to see Lord Long's butler. After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Lin Shuia and Moron Lioli both showed a trace of solemnity on their pretty faces. They knew that Lu Ruyan was not exaggerating. The threshold of this treasure club was indeed a bit too high. Although Jiang Chen is financially strong and has demonstrated extraordinary business acumen and skills, in the eyes of a mysterious tycoon like Long Yi who has long transcended the pursuit of worldly wealth, the achievements he has currently demonstrated in the Magic City may not necessarily be worthy of the other party's attention. It seems that we have really encountered a difficult problem this time. Jiang Chen's brows also frowned slightly, but he was not discouraged by this. Instead, a glimmer of excitement of the challenge flashed in his eyes. However, the more difficult the door is to enter, the more worth looking forward to the scenery behind the door. He turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan and asked in a deep voice, "Ruyan, with your connections and channels, is there any way you can get us even one invitation?" Lu Ruyan hesitated for a moment and said with some embarrassment, "Although my Lu family has some background in the Magic City, we don't have a very deep direct relationship with the level of Long Yi. It's just that my grandfather's generation seemed to have some dealings with the family of Long Yi's deceased wife. I can try to use this long-faded favor to sound out Uncle D, the most trusted butler around Long Yi. But I can't guarantee success. After all, Long Yi has a strange temper and never plays by the rules. Moreover, it is said that he has become more reclusive than before recently and has rejected many requests for visits from top wealthy people from all over the world. Just do your best." Jiang Chen nodded. He knew that he couldn't put all his hopes on Lu Ruyan. He had to take multiple approaches and take the initiative. He immediately contacted Night Raven through the intercom. "Night Crow," Jiang Chen's voice was cold and decisive, "I need you to immediately mobilize all the forces in the Magic City and find out 3 things for me. First, has there been any new changes in the personal preferences and collection interests of Dragon Lord Long Xiaotian recently? What kind of treasures does he value and want the most? Secondly, the so-called butler Uncle D beside him, his detailed background, personality traits, and whether there are any weaknesses that can be exploited? Third, and most importantly, find out for me who else has been confirmed to have received an invitation to this year's treasure gathering, besides Lord Long himself? I want a complete and detailed guest list and background analysis report." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Night Crow's voice was still short and powerful. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to Moron Lioli. "Lioli," his tone became gentle and serious, "it seems that the key to whether we can successfully enter the treasure club this time will fall on you. Me? Morone Lioli was slightly stunned. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded, his eyes full of trust and encouragement. Didn't you register and study the batch of 9 dragon secret treasures in detail when you were in the capital? Now, I need you to pick out the most special, mysterious, and rare treasure that is most likely to impress a top collector like Master Long from that batch of treasures. This treasure doesn't have to be the most valuable, but it must be unique. It must be the kind of killer weapon that he can't take his eyes off once he sees it, and he might even be willing to make an exception and send us an invitation just to get it. Morone Lioli heard this and a hint of solemnity appeared on her pretty face. She knew that what Jiang Chen had given her was an extremely difficult, yet crucial task. Although each piece of the 9 dragon secret treasures is a national treasure and is priceless, it is not easy to pick out one rare treasure that would attract the attention of collectors of the level of Dragon Lord. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, Lioli will do her best. Morone Lioli nodded solemnly, with a determined light flashing in her eyes. In the next few days, the entire team started working at high speed around the core goal of how to obtain the invitation to the Jubawi. Lu Ruyan used all her connections in the upper echelons and finally contacted the mysterious butler of Lord Long after many twists and turns. However, Uncle De was unusually cold and tough. He just politely said that the guest list of Lord Long for this year's treasure gathering had already been determined and would not accept any form of recommendation or visit. He then hung up the phone, leaving Lu Ruyan disappointed. The Night Crows also encountered unprecedented difficulties in their intelligence gathering. Dragon Lord and his Ingzhou were like an independent kingdom isolated from the world, and their security and anti-reconnaissance measures even reached military level. Although the Night Crows also found some clues about the guest list, they could not get final confirmation. Morone Lioli, on the other hand, locked herself in the makeshift research room of the mansion, and worked day and night to read through the detailed information in catalogs of the 9 dragons' secret treasures, trying to find the stepping stone that could make the final decision. Time passes day by day. There are less than 3 days left until the Jubawi officially takes place. However, there was still no progress on the invitation issue. The entire team was shrouded in a cloud of oppression and anxiety. Although Jiang Chen's face remained calm, he began to feel an unprecedented pressure in his heart. Could it be that Jiang Chen's trip to the Magic City would really have to end here just because of a mere invitation? Just as Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Morone Lioli were racking their brains for the hard-to-get invitation to the Jubawi, and the entire team was shrouded in a depressing and anxious atmosphere, a more difficult and more insidious crisis, like a poisonous snake in the dark night, quietly struck the heart of Chenma Biology. That afternoon, Jiang Chen received an urgent call from Dr. Chen Mo in the underground laboratory. Chen Mo's voice on the other end of the line was filled with unprecedented anxiety, anger, and a hint of frustration that was hard to conceal. Boss Jian. Something bad has happened. Chen Mo's voice trembled with excitement. The core members of our team, Dr. Wang, who is in charge of the Neural Stem Cell Differentiation Project, and Dr. Li, who is in charge of Bioinformatics Data Analysis, submitted their resignation letters to me at the same time this morning. What? Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shone, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Resign? Why would they resign? The treatment and research conditions I give them should be the best in the country and even the world, right? The treatment is indeed top-notch, but... Chen Mo's tone was full of helplessness and indignation. Someone offered them an offer they simply couldn't refuse. Just yesterday, Chen Mo continued, a third-party headhunting company claiming to be from Switzerland secretly contacted almost all the core members of our team. The conditions they offered were simply outrageous. Not only did they promise to give them an annual salary more than 3 times higher than their current level, they also promised to build a completely independent private laboratory named after them in Boston, USA, and provide them with at least $50 million in unconditional startup funds. What's even more abominable is that, Chen Mo's voice was filled with anger, they are spreading rumors within the team, saying that our Chenma Biology project is actually a castle in the air and will never succeed. They say that as an investor, you will soon withdraw your investment because you can't see a return. They even say that some of our current research results are suspected of academic fraud. Once exposed, all participants will be ruined. Now, the whole team is in a panic. In addition to Dr. Wang and Dr. Li, several young researchers have also begun to waver. Mr. Jiang, it's clear that someone is behind this and wants to disintegrate us from the inside. Jiang Chen listened to Chen Mo's narration quietly, but there was no panic on his face. Instead, his expression became unusually cold and calm. He knew that what was supposed to come would eventually come. The revenge of the United Gene was even more swift and despicable than he had imagined. They had obviously learned from the disastrous defeat of Sino Medical in Beijing, and knew that they might not be able to gain an advantage on the front battlefield, so they came up with this vicious plan of cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron and attacking the heart first. They were trying to shake the foundation of Chenma biology and disintegrate the scientific research team that Jiang Chen was most proud of. Dr. Chen, calm down first. Jiang Chen's voice was steady and powerful, like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, instantly calming Chen Mo's panic. This matter was already expected by me. This is just a trick played by the defeated subordinates of United Gene. They have run out of tricks. Don't do anything now. Don't approve anyone's resignation letter, and don't talk to those wavering employees. Jiang Chen's tone was unquestionable. Immediately, call all members of the Core RD team to the main conference room of the underground laboratory for a meeting. Tell them that I, the largest investor of Chenma Biology, will be there in person. I want to see everyone in half an hour. Yes. Mr. Jiang. Chen Mo's heart suddenly trembled when he heard the words, as if he had found his backbone, and he immediately took the order and left. Half an hour later, in the top-level confidential meeting room of Chenma Biology full of futuristic technology, Dr. Chen Mo and the dozen or so core scientific research elites he led were sitting at the conference table with complicated expressions. Some of them looked ashamed and dared not look directly into Jiang Chen's eyes. Some of them had flickering eyes, obviously still hesitating and struggling. Jiang Chen walked up to the podium with steady steps, his eyes calmly and sharply sweeping over everyone present. He did not get angry or question right away as everyone imagined. Instead, he smiled gently and said, "Everyone, I know that everyone has been very busy recently. I also know that everyone has received some very tempting invitations and heard some very exciting rumors recently. Some people say that the Chenma Biology project is a scam. Some people say that I, Jiang Chen, will withdraw my investment soon. Some people even offer you a salary 3 or 5 times higher than your current salary and a bright future of establishing a private laboratory in the United States. Is that right?" Jiang Chen's words made everyone present feel depressed. They didn't expect that Mr. Jiang knew everything about this. Dr. Wang and Dr. Li, who had already submitted their resignation letters, turned pale and lowered their heads in shame. Jiang Chen looked at everyone's reactions, smiled slightly, and continued, "I called everyone here today not to hold anyone responsible, nor to force anyone to stay. I just want to have a frank chat with everyone. First, about the prospects of Chenma Biology." Jiang Chen's tone became firm and powerful. "I can solemnly promise everyone here that the research we are conducting is real and effective. It is a great innovation that can change the history of human medicine. The reason why United Gene wants to suppress us so madly is not because we are weak, but on the contrary, it is because they see a huge threat from our technology that can subvert their century-old hegemony. Secondly, regarding my investment." His eyes flashed with strong confidence. "I admit that I am not a pure philanthropist. I invested in Chenma Biology for the sake of pursuing commercial returns. However, the projects that I, Jiang Chen, invest in have always only valued their long-term value and potential, rather than the immediate petty profits. I can assure you that as long as our research continues, there will never be a limit to my investment in Chenma Biology. Finally, and this is what everyone is most concerned about, is the issue of remuneration." Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a domineering smile that only a super-rich could offer. "I admit that I may have been a little careless in the previous salary and benefits. I always thought that I could retain everyone with ideals and feelings. But now it seems that in the face of reality, ideals also need to be defended with real money. So, I declare." Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rose, like thunder, exploding in the conference room. "From today on, the fixed annual salary of all Core RD team members of Chenma Biotechnology will be doubled on the existing basis. All performance bonuses tied to project development progress will be tripled. In addition, I will personally invest 2 billion renminbi to establish a stock incentive pool for the core employees of Chenma Bio. Everyone here will receive corresponding stock options based on your contributions and qualifications. I promise you that when our technology is successfully commercialized, the value of these options in your hands will be 10 times or even 100 times the so-called high salary offered by United Genetics." Moreover, Jiang Chen seemed to think that the excitement was not big enough and dropped another bombshell. "In order to allow everyone to focus on research, I have decided that from today onwards, all the children of all core team members, from kindergarten to doctoral graduation, no matter whether they are in China or abroad, no matter which school they choose, all their tuition and living expenses will be covered by me, Jiang Chen." Boom! Jiang Chen's words were like the detonation of nuclear bombs, instantly shocking everyone in the conference room. Salary doubled. Bonus tripled. Equity incentives worth 2 billion. Even the children's education expenses are fully covered? What kind of godly boss is this? This is no longer a simple salary increase, it is simply using money to create a gold mountain. Dr. Wang and Dr. Li, who were still wavering, were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. They never thought that they would betray such a godly boss who valued talents as his life and spent money like dirt just for the little profit of United Gene. Mr. Jiang, we were wrong. Dr. Wang and Dr. Li knelt down in front of Jiang Chen on the spot, their voices filled with regret and fear. Jiang Chen did not immediately help them, but instead calmly scanned everyone present and asked in a deep voice, "Now, does anyone else want to leave?" There was dead silence in the meeting room. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, shame, and indescribable admiration and loyalty to Jiang Chen. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Since everyone doesn't want to leave, I also hope that everyone can devote 200% of their energy and enthusiasm to the next research. Use our strength and achievements to severely fight back against those enemies who look down on us and want to defeat us. As for the joint gene, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Don't they like to play the game of poaching? Then we will play with them. I, Jiang Chen, want to see who can poach who better. Chapter 138 Preparation for the Stepping Stone 9 Dragon Relics from the Capital. After successfully stabilizing the morale of Ichenma Biology in the conference room and launching a strong counterattack against United Gene to anti-poaching, Jiang Chen can finally focus some of his energy back on the equally imminent but mysterious challenge: how to qualify to enter the Jubawi. He knew very well that although Lu Ruyan and the Night Crow Squad had a powerful intelligence network, conventional investigation methods and personal connections would hardly play a decisive role in front of a mysterious boss like Lord Dragon Long Xiaotian, who had long isolated himself from the secular world. The only way to knock on the tightly closed door of Jubao Club is to, as Lu Ruyan said, come up with a stepping stone that would move Lord Long and make him willing to make an exception for it. And this important stepping stone can naturally only be found among the batch of 9 dragon secret treasures he had obtained before at the Yenshan Longyin Peak in the capital. That night, Jiang Chen invited Moron Liuli to his private study on the top floor of his mansion on the Bund. This place had undergone the highest level of security renovation, which was enough to ensure that their subsequent conversations and actions would not be eavesdropped or spied on by any outside forces. Liuli, Jiang Chen said with a serious expression, straight to the point, Lu Ruyan has tried to contact Uncle De, the steward of Lord Long, through her family's network, but the other party's attitude was very tough and he directly refused. Night Crow has also been unable to infiltrate the security corps of Yingzhou for the time being. It seems that our only hope of getting an invitation to the treasure gathering lies in this stepping stone we are about to choose. Moron Liuli heard this and a trace of solemnity appeared on her pretty face. She nodded solemnly. Jiang Chen, I understand. I have imported all the lists and high-definition 3-dimensional image catalogs of the 9 dragon secret treasures into this confidential computer. We can analyze and screen them one by one. As she spoke, she opened a specially encrypted laptop in front of her, and a huge royal treasure house full of historical weight was presented to Jiang Chen in the form of a holographic projection. Hundreds of rare treasures slowly rotate in the soft light, each one is dazzling and priceless. There is the Prince's Jade Seal, which symbolizes the supreme imperial power. It is made of top-grade white jade, with exquisite carvings and majestic dragon patterns, exuding a palpitating kingly aura. There are exquisite porcelains from the official kills of the Song dynasty that have been lost for hundreds of years. Its glaze is as blue as the sky after rain and as warm as jade, perfectly interpreting the pinnacle of Chinese classical aesthetics. There is the other half of the lost fragment of the 87 Immortal Scroll, the authentic work handed down by the Tang dynasty painter Wu Daozi. Its lines are elegant and the characters are vivid, as if they are about to break out of the painting, with an awe-inspiring fairy spirit. There are also various rui inlaid with gold and gems, ornaments carved from a whole piece of top-grade Tianhuang stone, and some ancient bronze ritual vessels with strange shapes. Any one of them would be enough to cause countless top tycoons and collectors to scramble for it at an international auction. Jiang Chen, what do you think of this white jade seal of Prince Gong? Moron Liuli pointed to the majestic jade seal first. This seal is not only made of top-grade materials and exquisitely carved, but more importantly, it was once the private seal of Prince Gongyisan, the most powerful person in the late Qing dynasty. It carries an important history, and its political significance and collection value are extraordinary. Since Lord Long loves items related to the royal family, I'm sure he won't refuse it, right? Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the jade seal, and his eye of insight quickly gave a response. It was indeed a genuine item, and its value was inestimable. But he hesitated for a moment, and slowly shook his head. Liuli, this jade seal is indeed precious, but it's not special enough. Jiang Chen's eyes were deep as he analyzed. Lord Dragon Long Xiaotian, his family has been able to stand in the Magic City for 100 years, and has collected treasures that are comparable to national museums. Do you think he would be short of a prince's jade seal? Perhaps, he has a collection of an emperor's jade seal of a higher level than this one. We can show our financial strength and sincerity by taking out this thing, but I'm afraid it's not enough for him to make an exception for us. What we need is not a simple valuable treasure, but a rare treasure that can accurately hit his soft spot and make him want to have it. Morone Lioli nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. She knew that Jiang Chen was right. A person of the level of Lan Yi had long transcended the pursuit of ordinary money and power. What could move him must be something deeper, related to his personal hobbies and ultimate pursuits. What about the fragment of Wu Daozi's immortal scroll? She pointed to the ancient painting that was full of fairy spirit. This is the long-lost authentic work of the painting saint. Once it is released, it will surely shock the entire art history community. Its academic and artistic value are unique. The academic and artistic value is indeed unique. Jiang Chen still shook his head, with a mysterious smile on his face. But according to Lu Ruyan's information, this dragon master doesn't seem to be very interested in pure calligraphy and painting. He is more obsessed with items related to ancient Chinese legends, mysterious powers, and lost civilizations. So, this painting, although it could amaze him, was also not enough to make him open the door for us. In the next hour or so, the two of them screened more than a dozen treasures that could be called national treasures, but they were all rejected by Jiang Chen for various reasons. Morone Lioli could not help but feel a little anxious and frustrated. She did not expect that in such a huge royal treasury, she could not find a stepping stone that would satisfy Jiang Chen. Just when she was about to give up, her eyes accidentally swept to the very end of the catalog list, to the miscellaneous items marked as unknown purpose, material to be verified. Among them, a component that looked like some ancient instrument and was made up of 9 palm-sized black metal pieces covered with strange patterns suddenly caught her attention. Wait, Jiang Chen, look at this. Morone Lioli's voice trembled slightly with excitement. She quickly enlarged the holographic 3-dimensional image of the 9 black metal pieces and presented it in front of Jiang Chen. When these metal pieces were counted, all experts were unable to determine their specific age and purpose due to their peculiar materials and strange patterns, so they were classified as miscellaneous. Morone Lioli's eyes flashed with a strange light, but I just took a closer look and found that the patterns on these metal pieces, if arranged and combined in a certain order, they can actually be pieced together into a complete ancient star map. Moreover, her tone became even more excited. Look at the material of these metal pieces. I just checked some incomplete ancient books of my Morone family, and there were sporadic records on them. This material is as black as ink, hard, cold to the touch, and never rusts. It is very likely the legendary meteorite black iron refined from meteorites from outer space. More importantly, Morone Lioli's voice reached its peak due to excitement. She pointed to the ancient star map made of 9 pieces of metal on the holographic projection, which was full of mystery and profoundness, and said word by word, the stars depicted in this star map are not the starry sky of any era we can see now. It is much older than we imagined. And the arrangement of several companion stars around the Emperor star in the center of the star map is surprisingly similar to a mysterious symbol on the Zhaoyun map that we have repaired before, which we have never been able to decipher. Jiang Chen. Could this be what we have been looking for, the ultimate trump card that can truly impress Lord Dragon? Jiang Chen's heart began beating wildly the moment he heard Morone Lioli's words. He immediately turned on that eye of insight and focused his gaze on the 9 mysterious black metal pieces. Ding! Special plot items detected, deep analysis in progress, target, 9 stars star disk incomplete components, era, ancient times. The specific era is beyond the current measurable range of the system, material, meteorite, a special alloy containing unknown extraterrestrial elements, with extremely strong energy conduction and information recording capabilities, status, components missing, energy dormant, and contains a vast amount of encrypted information about the astronomy, geography, and energy operation laws of a lost civilization. Special reminder, this item has a very high underlying logical resonance with the astronomical navigation system of the Temple civilization. The family of Lord Dragon Long Xiaotian, whom the host had previously come into contact with, seems to be struggling to find other incomplete components of this 9-star star disk. If the host can use this item as a stepping stone, there is a high probability that he will be qualified to enter the treasure club and trigger a hidden plot task related to Lord Dragon. That's it. An unprecedented brilliance burst out from Jiang Chen's eyes. He knew that they had finally found the real key that could open the door to the Jibawi. just as Jiang Chen and Morone Liuli, after a whole night of careful research and screening, finally decided that the mysterious 9-star starplate was the ultimate killer to knock on the door of the Jubo Club, and were preparing to quietly release some bait information about meteorite black iron and ancient star map to Uncle De, the steward of Longyi, through the channels of the Night Crow Squad the next day to attract the other party's attention. An unexpected surprise came ahead of schedule like a sweet rain from heaven. The next morning, when Jiang Chen and Morone Liuli were in the study, making the final deductions on the display method and timing of the 9-star starplate, Lu Ruyan walked in wearing her iconic red high heels, as charming as a queen inspecting her territory. There was a hint of undisguised pride on her face. "Boss Jiang, Sister Liuli, look what good things I have brought for you." Lu Ruyan slightly opened her red lips, her voice full of confidence and charm. As she spoke, she gently threw 2 extremely exquisite heart invitation cards, which were a deep ink black in color and had a lifelike dragon pattern outlined in dark gold thread, onto the desk in front of Jiang Chen. The invitation was made of neither gold nor jade, and felt cold and heavy. There was no extra text on it, only a powerful word gathering written in ancient seal script, and a unique gold-stamped code. When Jiang Chen and Morone Liuli saw the 2 invitations, they were both stunned, and then there was an expression of incredible surprise in their eyes. "Is this an invitation to the treasure gathering?" Morone Liuli's voice was trembling. She never thought that something they had spent countless efforts and racked their brains to obtain would appear in front of them in this way, so easily. "Ruyan, how did you do it?" Jiang Chen's eyes were also full of surprise. He knew that Lu Ruyan said she would try her best, but he didn't expect that her efficiency would be so high and her energy would be so great. "You know," she said before that even she herself was not completely sure. "Ha ha ha." Lu Ruyan looked at the shocked expressions of the 2 people, and her heart was filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. She liked to see a fearless man like Jiang Chen being surprised and admired by her. "What? You don't believe in my ability?" Lu Ruyan lazily sat down on the sofa opposite Jiang Chen, elegantly lifted up her long, white legs, and gave Jiang Chen a coquettish look. "There are really few things that I, Lu Ruyan, can't accomplish in this land of Magic City." She paused, picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip, and then explained slowly, "I have said before that my Lu family has some connections with the family of Lord Long's deceased wife. However, that was all about my grandfather's generation. People are gone, and the relationship has long faded, so I didn't hold out much hope at first. But," Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a sly light, "I thought about it carefully later and felt that maybe I could try a different approach and talk to Uncle De, the stubborn Longyi. Yesterday afternoon, I used some of the Lu family's best connections and bypassed Uncle D to contact a 90-year-old senior who had long since retired from worldly affairs but could still speak a few words in front of Lord Long. It is said that this senior was my grandfather's lifesaver and had also received kindness from Lord Long's deceased wife. I didn't ask him for an invitation directly. Instead, I donated a considerable amount of money to him in the name of Phantom Club to support a charity foundation under his name that specializes in protecting and inheriting traditional Jiangnan handicrafts. Then, when I was drinking tea and chatting with him, I inadvertently mentioned that I recently met a talented young friend in Beijing who was also passionate about the protection of Chinese traditional culture and lost national treasures. His name is Jiang Chen. I told that senior that you not only facilitated the establishment of the China Treasure Protection Fund, but also redressed the century-old injustice of the Morong family and brought the 9-dragon secret treasure to light. I also mentioned in passing that you seem to be very interested in some of the Shanghai-style collection culture in Magic City recently. I hope to have the opportunity to have some pure academic exchanges with the top local collectors in Magic City." Lu Ruyan glanced at Jiang Chen with pride when she said this, and continued, "After hearing your deeds, the old senior showed great interest in you, a young man he had never met before. He immediately said that young talents like you who have financial resources, responsibility, and passion are exactly the fresh blood that our Chinese collection and cultural circles need most. He is willing to personally come forward and introduce you and your expert consultant to Master Long. With this senior's personal recommendation, and your previous heroic deeds in the capital, Master Long will naturally not refuse us." Lu Ruyan's lips curled up into a triumphant smile. "This morning, Uncle De personally sent someone to deliver these 2 invitations to my office. He also specifically conveyed Master Long's words, saying that he is looking forward to meeting Mr. Jiang in person at the treasure gathering, who can make the Qin and Su families look at him differently and clear the Morong family's grievances." "Who is he?" After listening to Lu Ruyan's top public relations operation, which could be described as textbook level, Jiang Chen and Morone Liuli were completely impressed by the wisdom and skills of this fashion queen. She did not choose to use up the family favor that had long faded head-on, but found another way. First, she established a good relationship and common topics with the key old senior through charitable donations. Then, in an inadvertent way, she portrayed Jiang Chen as a cultural upstart with financial resources, feelings, and responsibility, and successfully aroused the interest and curiosity of the old senior in Mr. Long. The whole process was flawless and closely linked, not only achieving the goal, but also making the other party willing, and even making them full of expectations for Jiang Chen. This insight into human nature and ability to utilize resources is simply terrifying. Ruyan, Jiang Chen praised sincerely. He reached out and held Lu Ruyan's hand tightly, his eyes full of gratitude and ardent love. Thank you. This surprise is really important. He knew that Lu Ruyan must have made great efforts and used favors to get these 2 invitations. Especially using her grandfather's life-saving grace, the value of this friendship was probably far beyond what money could measure. Why are you being so polite to me? Lu Ruyan felt the warmth and strength coming from Jiang Chen's palm, and her heart warmed up. A touching blush appeared on her pretty face. Your business is my business. What's more, it feels really good to be able to break the rules of those self-righteous old antiques with my own hands. Moron Lioli also stepped forward and bowed deeply to Lu Ruyan, saying sincerely, Sister Lu, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have missed out on the opportunity to join the Treasure Club. After spending some time together, she has long been convinced and respectful of Lu Ruyan, a sister who seems domineering and strong but is actually smart, capable, and righteous. Okay, Sister Lioli, please stand up. There's no need to be so polite between us. Lu Ruyan quickly helped Moron Lioli up and smiled sweetly. After solving the biggest problem of invitations, the atmosphere in the study became relaxed and pleasant. Jiang Chen looked at the 2 heavy ink gold invitations in his hands, as well as the 2 equally beautiful and intelligent confidants beside him, and his heart was filled with pride. He knew that with these 2 admission tickets and the ultimate trump card in his hand that had not yet been exposed, the 9-star star plate, he would be able to take the initiative in the upcoming treasure party. Now that we have the invitation, Jiang Chen's eyes became sharper. We need to make some corresponding adjustments to our previous plans. We no longer need to use the 9 stars disc as a stepping stone. We can use it as our biggest trump card and show it at the most critical moment. Give the mysterious Lord Dragon and all the enemies who may be hiding in the dark an unforgettable surprise. Chapter 139, Undercurrents on the Eve of the Treasure Gathering. Traces of the Scythe of the Night. There is only 1 day left before the Jibawi is officially held. Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan, Moron Lioli and Lin Shuya were sitting in the study room full of classical charm in the Bun Mansion, conducting the final strategic deduction and preparation for the upcoming top event. Moron Lioli has carefully selected several treasures from the batch of 9 dragon secret treasures that can both demonstrate their taste and not expose their true cards too early, as backup chips for communication and display at the treasure gathering. Lu Ruyan used her powerful social network to prepare 2 perfect participant identities for Jiang Chen and Moron Lioli. One was a hidden collector from the capital who was very interested in ancient Chinese technology and mysterious culture. The other was the chief cultural relic consultant who was knowledgeable and insightful. This identity not only fits the real situation of Jiang Chen and Moron Lioli, but also does not appear too ostentatious and cause unnecessary vigilance. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. However, at this moment, a rapid and special knock on the door that only insiders could understand suddenly broke the silence in the study. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Come in." The door of the study was silently pushed open, and Night Crow's face, as cold as an iceberg, appeared at the door. His expression was more serious and solemn than ever before. Mr. Jiang, Night Crow walked quickly to Jiang Chen, without any unnecessary greetings, and directly handed a specially encrypted military-grade tablet to Jiang Chen, reporting in a low voice, "Urgent information. We have made a major discovery while investigating the information related to the Jibawi." The atmosphere in the study room suddenly became tense. Lu Ruyan, Lin Shuya, and Moron Lioli also stopped talking and turned their eyes to the tablet in Yi and Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen took the tablet and quickly browsed the contents. On the screen was a background investigation and dynamic tracking report on some of the confirmed guests attending the treasure party compiled overnight by the Night Crow squad. The first half of the report mostly contains some of the top wealthy people and collectors from all over the world that Jiang Chen had already known through Lu Ruyan's channels. But when Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the second half of the report, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Mr. Jiang," Night Crow's voice sounded at the side, his tone cold and solemn, "when we cross-checked and deeply analyzed the security teams and recent itineraries of all known guests attending the treasure gathering, we found an extremely dangerous abnormal signal. There are at least 3 mysterious wealthy people from Europe and Southeast Asia. In the past month, they have all replaced their core private bodyguard teams. Although these newly hired bodyguards all come from different, internationally inconspicuous shell security companies. After our underlying data tracing and analysis, we found that the actual controllers of these shell companies are inextricably linked to several important overseas fund transfer accounts of the Night Scythe Killer organization. More importantly, Nightcrow paused, his tone becoming more serious. Our personnel lurking in the underground intelligence market in Magic City also intercepted a high-priority encrypted message last night. The content of the message shows that the Asian branch of Dark Knight Scythe seems to have issued an internal order, requiring all its lurking personnel around Magic City to pay close attention to the movements of this treasure gathering and focus on collecting all information related to Dragon Lord Long Xiaotian, his Ingzhou cruise ship, and a mysterious item codenamed Eye of Destiny that may appear at the meeting. Scythe of the Dark Knight? Hearing this familiar yet bloody name, the expressions on the pretty faces of Lu Ruyan, Lin Shuya, and Moron Liuli who were present instantly became solemn. They never expected that this mysterious assassin organization, which had just had a fierce battle with Jiang Chen in Beijing and finally returned in defeat, would chase him to the Magic City. Moreover, it seems that their target is not only Jiang Chen, but also this treasure gathering itself, and the mysterious Long Yi. It seems that we have underestimated this Night Scythe before. Jiang Chen's eyes became deep and cold. He put down the tablet in his hand and said slowly, "They are not just a group of killers who only care about money. They are more like a dark organization with its own independent intelligence network and strategic goals." Jiang Chen, Moron Liuli's pretty face showed a trace of worry that was difficult to conceal. She immediately connected the clues of Scythe of Dark Knight with her family. "Are they also coming for you, Linglong? There are records in the ancient books of my Morong family that the set of Dragon and Phoenix Auspicious National Jade is not only a royal sacrificial ceremonial vessel, but also seems to hide a huge secret that can subvert the world. For more than 100 years, in addition to the enemies of our Morong family, there have always been some foreign evildoers of unknown origin who have been coveting it in secret." "It's very likely." A trace of solemnity flashed across Lu Ruyan's phoenix eyes. "Dragon Lord Long Xiaotian is the person in the Magic City who is most likely to know the whereabouts of Yu Linglong. It's no coincidence that Dark Knight Scythe is targeting him and Treasure Club at this time. Their purpose is probably the same as ours. They also want to find Yu Linglong, or the so-called Eye of Destiny, through Lord Dragon." For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire study became extremely depressing and dangerous because of the unexpected appearance of the Scythe of the Night. What was originally a treasure hunt full of business and intellectual games was suddenly upgraded into a life-and-death battle with the possibility of bloodshed at any time. Jiang Chen's mind was also working rapidly. He immediately issued instructions to the system in his mind. "System, immediately conduct a top-priority in-depth correlation analysis on the three keywords Scythe of the Dark Knight, Lord Dragon Long Xiaotian, and Yu Linglong. I need to know what unknown secrets are hidden between them." Ding. Starting deep correlation analysis. Retrieving and integrating relevant data from around the world. Ding. Analysis completed. Warning. High-risk hidden plotline detected. The system's prompt sound made Jiang Chen's heart sink suddenly. Analysis results show that the Dark Knight Scythe Killer organization, under its huge organizational structure, seems to hide a more mysterious and more powerful core in ancient secret society called Ouroboros. The Ouroboros organization is committed to searching and seizing all items and knowledge related to ancient lost civilizations, mysterious powers, and advanced technologies around the world. Its ultimate goal seems to be to control these powers to achieve a grand plan that can affect the fate of all mankind. And Dragon Lord Long Xiaotian and his family, based on the system's preliminary inference of their background and heritage, are very likely to be members of an ancient organization dedicated to protecting the heritage of these lost civilizations' temple guardians. Yu Linglong, as well as the Dragon and Phoenix Jade Pendant, part of the Sea God and other items that the host obtained before, are very likely to be the key tokens to open a certain temple that contains the final treasure house of the core secrets of lost civilizations. Conclusion: the real purpose of the action of Dark Knight Scythe against treasure gathering and Dragon Lord is not simply money or treasure hunting, but a long-planned hunting operation launched by the Ouroboros organization to seize the temple token. Warning. The host has been listed as a high-priority elimination or control target by the Ouroboros organization because he holds some temple tokens and has intersected with the descendants of the temple guardian Moron Liuli, Long Ruoshi, etc. This treasure gathering will not only be a simple antique appreciation meeting, but also assure a field where multiple forces converge, hidden murderous intentions, and a life-and-death struggle. Looking at the shocking analyses and warnings on the system panel, even Jiang Chen, who had long been accustomed to many storms, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Ouroboros. Guardians of the Temple. Lost civilization. He never imagined that he just wanted to live a quiet life as a wealthy man and help a few close female friends solve some minor problems, but he would unknowingly be involved in such a magnificent and dangerous battle for the ultimate secret of the world. It seems that this trip to the Magic City is more interesting than I thought. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and transformed the shock and solemnity in his heart into a stronger and more determined fighting spirit. He knew that he had no way out. No matter it is to protect the woman around him, or to guard the secrets of the temple that may be related to the fate of China and even all mankind, he must confront this dark organization called Ouroboros head on to the end. The upcoming treasure gathering will undoubtedly be the best battlefield for the two sides to have their first head-on confrontation. Temple Guardian, Ouroboros. When these words filled with an ancient, mysterious, and extremely dangerous aura were slowly spoken from Jiang Chen's mouth and linked to the upcoming treasure gathering, the originally relaxed atmosphere in the study room instantly dropped to freezing point. Lu Ruyan, Lin Shuya and Moron Lioli, three equally intelligent women, immediately realized that what Jiang Chen and they were about to face was not just a simple business game or treasure hunt, but a life-and-death battle that could lead to fatal disasters at any time. Jiang Chen, what you mean is? For the first time, Lu Ruyan's narrow and long phoenix eyes revealed a truly solemn look. This treasure gathering is not just a private party of Lord Long, but also a hunting ground set up by Scythe of the Dark Knight, or the mysterious organization behind them called Ouroboros, in order to seize the temple's token? It's very likely. Jiang Chen nodded, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Lord Dragon Long Xiaotian, as the descendant of the guardian of the temple, must have important clues about the temple, and may even include the Yu Linglong that Liu Li is looking for. And the Ouroboros organization is obviously determined to get these things. This treasure gathering is undoubtedly the best time for them to take action to rob them. Then are we still going? Lin Shuyao's pretty face was full of worry. This is too dangerous. Since they are an international assassin organization, they must be ruthless and unscrupulous. We go. Of course we have to go. Jiang Chen's tone was firm and unquestionable. This is not only to find Yu Linglong and clear Liu Li's family's name. It's also because we have no way out. From the moment I received the first temple token and was targeted by Ouroboros, this war has been inevitable. Jiang Chen's eyes became cold and firm. Instead of passively waiting for their next assassination and attack, it is better to take the initiative and enter this hunting ground they set up for us to see how many cards they have. Let them see the true strength of me, Jiang Chen. He knew that facing an enemy of the Ouroboros level, any retreat or compromise would only result in a more frenzied and ruthless attack from the other side. The only way to eliminate the trouble forever was to show that he was stronger and more ruthless than them, and to scare them completely and cripple them. Seeing Jiang Chen's confident face and his will to win, the three beauties present gradually felt a sense of relief and a strong will to fight, replacing their worries and fears. They know that as long as this man is there, the sky will not fall. Okay. Jiang Chen, I'll go with you. Lu Ruyan was the first to express her opinion, her beautiful eyes burning with excitement. Lu Ruyan, want to see who this so-called Ouroboros is. If anyone dares to touch my men in this land of Magic City, I will make sure they never come back. I'll go too. Moron Liuli said without hesitation. Her cold eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Finding Yu Linglong and clearing the family's name is my lifelong mission. No matter how dangerous the road ahead is, Liu Li is willing to share life and death with Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen felt warm in his heart when he saw the two confidants who were full of fighting spirit. But he knew that this operation was no joke and he had to make the most careful and prudent arrangements. Night Crow. Jiang Chen contacted Night Crow directly through the internal communicator. Mr. Jiang, what can I do for you? Night Crow's voice was still cold and efficient. Immediately activate the highest level storm security plan. Jiang Chen's tone became extremely serious. I don't care what method you use, whether it's contacting the Qin family or using our secret channels overseas, I need you to prepare the world's top non-military level individual combat and protective equipment for our core action team within 24 hours. Including but not limited to, ultra-thin bulletproof vests made of the latest composite ceramic materials that are strong enough to withstand close-range shooting from large-caliber pistols, encrypted communicators equipped with multi-band anti-eavesdropping and strong signal jamming functions, and some small toys that can come in handy at critical moments, such as high-voltage stun guns, powerful tear gas, and several special anesthetic injections that can be fired underwater. In addition, Jiang Chen paused and continued, immediately conduct the most comprehensive infiltration and analysis of all public and non-public information of the Yingzhou cruise ship. I need to know its detailed structural diagram, security system layout, monitoring probe distribution, and all possible emergency escape routes. Remember, I want detailed information down to every screw. Yes. Mr. Jiang. I promise to complete the task. There was also a hint of excitement in Night Crow's voice. He knew that a real battle was about to begin. After arranging the security and equipment, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the three stunning beauties present and began to divide the work for them. He first looked at Morong Lioli and said solemnly, "Lioli, your mission this time is the most important and crucial. You are not only the living map and translator of our team, but also the compass for us to find you Linglong. At the treasure gathering, you need to rely on your professional knowledge of antiques and your special sensitivity to the temple tokens to find those items and clues that may be related to you Linglong or the temple as soon as possible. Your judgment will directly determine the direction of our next action. Therefore, during the operation, the top members of the Night Crow Squad will stay with you to protect your safety." Upon hearing this, Morong Lioli nodded solemnly. She knew how heavy the responsibility was on her shoulders. Then, Jiang Chen looked at Lu Ruyan again, with a hint of appreciation and trust in his eyes. "Ruyan, you are the diplomat and control queen of our operation this time. You are the introducer of this treasure gathering, and you are familiar with the various unspoken rules and interpersonal relationships of the upper class of Magic City. I need you to use your social skills to create the most favorable conditions for our contact with Lord Dragon and other guests, and collect as much information as possible about Ouroboros and Scythe of the Night. In secret, I need you to mobilize your huge media empire and intelligence network as our most solid eyes and ears in the rear, ready to deal with any emergencies that may occur at any time. Don't worry, my boss Jiang." Lu Ruyan winked at Jiang Chen charmingly, her red lips curled up in a confident arc. "Sister, I promise that I will turn this Hongmen banquet into our own home court." Finally, Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Lin Shuao. His eyes instantly became extremely gentle and apologetic. "Shuao," he reached out and gently held Lin Shuao's small hand, saying softly, "I know that asking you to stay may be a little unfair to you. However, this operation is too dangerous, and I can't let you take any risks. Your battlefield is not on that cruise ship full of conspiracy and murderous intentions." Jiang Chen's tone became extremely serious. "Your battlefield is here, in Shuayu, in our future business empire. I need you to be our most stable and reliable rear base, to sit in the Magic City and coordinate the overall situation. When I charge to the front, help me guard our home and be ready to deal with any form of attack that may be launched by business rivals such as United Gene. Your safety and stability are the biggest premise and guarantee for me to fight with peace of mind. Do you understand?" Lin Shuao looked at Jiang Chen quietly. From his eyes full of concern and love, she understood his good intentions. She knew that Jiang Chen did not distrust her ability, but was too concerned about her safety. Although she felt a little disappointed that she couldn't fight alongside him, she was more deeply moved by his deep love and trust. "I understand, Jiang Chen." Lin Shuao nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light, her voice gentle but firm. "Don't worry. I'm at home. No matter how dangerous the road ahead is, I will be here, waiting for you to come back safely." She took the initiative to move forward and gave Jiang Chen a passionate and blessing kiss on his lips. Jiang Chen looked at the three confidants in front of him who had already clearly defined their division of labor and were full of fighting spirit and determination, and his heart was filled with pride. He knew he was not fighting alone. Behind him stands the most powerful team consisting of top warriors, wise strategists, and the women who love him the most. Ouroboros. Lord Dragon. Treasure gathering. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with unprecedented brilliance and fighting spirit. This game of chess is becoming more and more interesting. I want to see who will be the final winner. Chapter 140. The venue of the treasure party, the mysterious cruise ship on the Huangpu River. On the night of the treasure party, the night was as dark as ink, shrouding the entire Magic City in a hazy light network interwoven with neon lights and desires. Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan and Morong Lioli did not take any eye-catching luxury cars, but changed into relatively low-key but high-quality clothes and got into a heavily modified black special business car prepared in advance by the Night Crow Squad. The car looked ordinary on the outside, but its body and glass were made of military-grade bulletproof materials, and the interior was equipped with the most advanced encrypted communication system and anti-reconnaissance equipment, which was enough to deal with any emergency. The vehicle did not drive to any famous club or manor in Shanghai, but instead, according to the first set of coordinates provided on the ink gold invitation, it made many detours and finally drove into an old industrial dock area located in the lower reaches of the Huangpu River that had been abandoned for many years. It was a deserted place with rusty cranes and long collapsed warehouses everywhere. The air was filled with the dampness of the river and the decay of the industrial age. If it weren't for the precise navigation and the special instructions on the invitation, no one could imagine that the entrance to a mysterious event that brought together the world's top billionaires and collectors would be located in such a dilapidated place. The business car stopped in front of a huge warehouse that looked like it could collapse at any time. Standing at the door of the warehouse were 4 burly men wearing black suits, sunglasses, and wireless headsets. They looked stern and had stern faces. They were like 4 silent door gods, exuding a fierce aura that kept strangers away. Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Moron Lioli got out of the car. One of the men in black immediately stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and said in a voice without any emotion, "Please show me your invitation." Lu Ruyan took out the 2 ink gold invitations from her expensive Hermes handbag. The man in black took the invitation and did not check it with his naked eyes. Instead, he took out a peculiarly shaped portable scanner, aimed it at the gold-stamped code on the invitation, and scanned it carefully. Ding, identity confirmed. Ms. Lu Ruyan, Mr. Jiang Chen. Welcome to Jubawi. The scanner emitted a crisp electronic sound and displayed a 3-dimensional holographic authentication image. After confirming that everything was correct, the man in black bowed slightly, made a please gesture, and signaled them to enter the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, there was a completely different world from the shabby scene outside. The interior had long been emptied and renovated, turning it into a temporary transit station full of postmodern industrial style. Dozens of security guards, also wearing black suits, stood solemnly in every corner of the warehouse. Their eyes were sharp and alert, and they had obviously undergone rigorous professional training. In the center of the transfer station, there are several security checkpoints comparable to airport security. Every guest who comes to the meeting must undergo the most stringent security check here. Not only must they hand in all their communication devices and weapons, but they must also pass through a large metal detector and body scanner to ensure that they do not bring any threatening items on board. Jiang Chen noticed that the so-called top-level non-military grade individual equipment he had obtained through the Qin family's channels would not be able to escape the security equipment here. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and did not bring those things with him, but asked the Night Crow squad to deliver them to the designated meeting point in advance through other more secret channels. After going through several tedious and strict security procedures, Jiang Chen and others were led by another waiter through the back door of the warehouse and arrived at a brightly lit secret private dock hidden behind the warehouse. Several black speedboats with smooth shapes and a sense of technology have long been moored at the dock. Beside each speedboat, there are several stern-looking crew members waiting to take the VIPs who have passed the security check to the real venue of the treasure party tonight. Jiang Chen saw that before them, several guests who looked like they had distinguished status had boarded the speedboat under the guidance of the waiter and sailed towards the depths of the Huangpu River. Some of those guests were Middle Eastern oil tycoons wearing traditional Arab costumes and accompanied by several sturdy guards. Some were blonde and blue-eyed gentlemen with elegant temperaments, who looked like the descendants of some ancient European nobles, and some were Oriental elders wearing tang suits, with a celestial look, who looked like the head of some hidden sect. All those who can come here are big figures who have significant influence on the world. It seems that this Lord Long really likes to be mysterious. Jiang Chen looked at the scene in front of him that looked like something out of a spy movie, with a playful smile on his face. He has always been like this. Lu Ruyan whispered beside her, with a hint of solemnity in her eyes. He uses this method to screen guests, and also uses this method to show his strength and uniqueness. Those who can pass his many levels and finally board the Yingzhou are the kind who are truly qualified to talk to him on an equal footing in his eyes. The 3 of them boarded a speedboat. Under the control of the crew, the speedboat quickly left the dock like a sharp arrow in the dark night, and rushed towards the deep part of the Huangpu River shrouded in night and fog. After driving for about 10 minutes, a huge and oppressive black steel monster finally appeared in their sight. That's a top-of-the-line luxury cruise ship. The entire cruise ship is coated with a special black coating that absorbs radar waves and light. Under the cover of night and river fog, it is like a moving black island, silently floating on the river surface. There are no extra lights or decorations on the outside of the cruise ship, only a few key locations, with faint navigation signal lights flashing. Its overall design style is simple and tough, full of futuristic and heart-pounding military atmosphere. This is the mobile palace and private kingdom of Lord Dragon Long Xiaotian Yingzhou. The speedboat slowly approached a hidden lifting platform on the side of the Yingzhou. After the last iris and voice print recognition, the platform slowly rose and sent Jiang Chen and others to the main deck of the cruise ship. When Jiang Chen actually stepped onto this legendary mysterious cruise ship, even though he was accustomed to all kinds of grand scenes, he couldn't help but be deeply shocked by the luxury and grandeur inside. Completely different from the low-key and solemn black paint on the exterior, the interior of the Yingzhou is simply a magnificent and beautiful palace on the sea. A huge atrium with a height of more than 20 meters, which could accommodate thousands of people, appeared in front of everyone. The dome of the atrium was a huge intelligent skylight that could simulate day and night and the changing stars. The floor was paved with the top-grade white marble from Italy, which was so shiny that you could see through it. On the walls around, there were all authentic works handed down from the top masters of the Renaissance, and each one was priceless. In the center of the atrium, there is even a small indoor garden, with pavilions, towers, bridges, flowing water, exotic flowers and plants, everything you can think of, as if the entire Jiangnan region has been moved onto this cruise ship. Countless well-dressed and elegant guests were chatting in groups of 3 or 5 in the atrium, tasting the top-notch food and vintage wines cooked on site by Michelin 3-star chefs. Any one of them would be enough to shock a business community or a field. The waiters and security guards who shuttled between the guests and provided them with the most thoughtful and considerate service were all calm and sharp-eyed, and were obviously not ordinary people. Jiang Chen's eye of insight could even sense from several of the security guards a murderous aura that was comparable to that of the Night Crow Squad members. What a big deal! What a grand display! Jiang Chen secretly admired in his heart. This Dragon Master is really not simple. As a local boss in the Magic City, Lu Ruyan was obviously much more familiar with the environment and people here than Jiang Chen and Moron Lioli. As she led the two to the main banquet hall, she whispered to Jiang Chen about some big shots she knew. Jiang Chen, look, that old man in a white tang suit, chatting and laughing with several Middle Eastern princes, is the old man of the Hong Kong Li family, a real top rich man. And that beautiful woman in a Dior haute couture evening gown, who looks like a movie star, is the head of the Rothschild family in Asia, Elena, known as the financial witch. And the oriental guy tasting wine alone in the corner, he is Wakashira No. 2 of the Japanese Yamaguchi Gumi, and one of the largest antique collectors in Japan. Listening to Lu Ruyan's introduction, Jiang Chen's eyes became more and more solemn. He knew that tonight's treasure fair was not just a simple antique appreciation and trading fair, but also a top-level fame and fortune event that brought together the world's top dignitaries, capital, and dark forces. This place is full of opportunities, but also full of infinite dangers. He must be extremely alert in order to find the prey he wants and escape unscathed in this top event where all kinds of people gather. Just as the treasure gathering was about to officially begin and the atmosphere in the atrium banquet hall was becoming increasingly heated, an old man wearing a traditional tang suit with a front opening, with his hair meticulously combed, his face gaunt and his eyes as calm as an ancient well, appeared silently on the white marble staircase leading to the VIP area on the second floor. He is the most trusted butler of Lord Dragon Long Xiaotian, and the actual operator of the entire Yingzhou Uncle De. Uncle De's appearance instantly quieted the originally noisy atrium. Everyone's eyes were simultaneously cast towards this mysterious figure who was also full of legends in the top circles of Shanghai. Uncle De didn't say anything, but just raised his hand slightly to signal. A graceful waitress wearing a black cheongsam stepped forward and announced in a clear and pleasant voice without any emotion, "Dear distinguished guests, the treasure gathering is about to begin. Before that, my host, Lord Long, specially prepared some tea and would like to invite a few distinguished guests to the sea viewing pavilion on the top floor to chat for a while." Those who were invited by Dragon Lord to have a private chat before the meeting were all top figures who were truly qualified to be on an equal footing with him in his eyes. This in itself was a symbol of identity and status. The waitress opened an ancient scroll in her hand and began to read out the guest list, which could not be any shorter. In Europe, the Rothschild family, Ms. Elena. In Japan, the Yagyu Group, Mr. Yagyu Munhide. In the Middle East, the Al Thani royal family, His Royal Highness Prince Hamad. Every name that was read out would cause a small commotion and whispers among the crowd. These names all represented wealth that rivaled that of a country and unknown powerful forces. Just when everyone thought the list had ended, the waitress's clear voice rang out again. As well as Mr. Jiang Chun from the capital, and his recommender, Ms. Lu Ruyan. Boom! This name was like dropping a huge rock into a calm lake, instantly causing huge waves among the guests present. Jiang Chen? This mysterious young man who has recently stirred up great turmoil in Beijing and Shanghai, destroyed the Tang and Lu families with thunderous means, and made international pharmaceutical oligarchs such as United Gene look humiliated, actually received a special invitation from Lord Long? Who is he? What is the unknown relationship between him and Dragon Lord? For a moment, countless gazes filled with curiosity, inquiry, jealousy, and deep fear focused on Jiang Chen from all directions. Jiang Chen, however, seemed oblivious to the gazes from all around him, and still had the nonchalant smile on his face. He gently patted the back of Lu Ruyan's hand beside him, and gave a reassuring look to Moron Lioli who was not far away. Then, under the guidance of the waitress, he and Lu Ruyan walked towards the exclusive elevator leading to the private living room on the top floor. Moron Lioli and Lin Shuio stayed in the atrium banquet hall. Jiang Chen had already told them not to expose their close relationship with him for the time being, so as not to become the target of attack by some potential enemies. Their task was to observe and analyze every guest and every treasure present from different angles at the next treasure gathering as expert consultants and business partners. The elevator leading to the top-floored Guanhai Pavilion requires a dedicated magnetic card and iris dual authentication to start. Its security level is comparable to that of military fortresses in some countries. When the elevator door slowly opened, Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan finally saw the legendary and mysterious Lord Dragon Long Xiaoyun. The furnishings in the Guanhai Pavilion are completely different from the luxurious style of the lower deck of the cruise ship. Instead, they reveal a sense of simplicity and zen. The entire room is almost entirely made of top-grade golden nanmo wood, and the air is filled with a light, refreshing wood fragrance. In the center of the room, there is only an ancient tea table and a few futons. A Song Dynasty landscape painting with a far-reaching artistic conception hangs on the wall. Apart from this, there are no other unnecessary decorations. And Lord Dragon Long Xiaotian, at this moment, was wearing a plain white linen tang suit. He sat cross-legged behind the tea table, fiddling with a set of purple clay tea sets with great concentration. His movements were smooth and full of Taoist charm. He looked to be in his 70s, with white hair and beard, but his complexion was unusually ruddy and he looked energetic. Although he was just sitting there quietly, he unconsciously exuded a powerful aura of deep and majestic aura. From time to time, a glimmer of wisdom and insight into the world flashed in his seemingly turbid old eyes, as if he could easily see through anyone's heart. Girl Lu, and this young friend Zhang, are here. Long Xiaotian did not stand up, but slowly raised his head, looked at Jiang Chen inconspicuously, and said in a flat voice, "Sit down." His voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a strange magic that made people unconsciously feel awe and dare not be the slightest bit presumptuous. Jiang Chen's heart also shuddered slightly. He could clearly feel that the Dragon Master in front of him was definitely the most unfathomable person he had met since his rebirth. The energy fluctuations on his body, which seemed to be there and not there, were different from any dragon energy or spiritual energy he had come into contact with before, but they were more restrained, profound, and dangerous. Grandpa Long, long time no see. You are still in good health. Lu Ruyan put away her usual strong aura like a queen. In front of Grandpa Long, she behaved like a well-behaved junior and greeted him with a sweet smile. "Ha, I'm old and useless." Long Xiaotian waved his hand, and then personally poured 2 cups of fragrant tea for Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan, and cast his eyes on Jiang Chen again. "My dear Jiang, I have heard your name a lot recently. At such a young age, you can stir up such a big storm in the capital and the magic city. The young are really formidable." His words seemed to be a compliment, but Jiang Chen keenly caught a subtle hint of temptation and scrutiny in them. "Mr. Long, you are too kind." Jiang Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. He responded calmly, "I am just lucky and have accomplished some insignificant things. Compared with a legendary figure like you, Mr. Long, who controls the world and overlooks the wind and clouds, it is really not worth mentioning." "Haha, luck?" Hearing this, Long Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a meaningful smile. "Little friend Jiang, do you think that being able to let that old fox of the Qin family stand up for you, to let that girl of the Su family run around and mediate for you, and to let a behemoth like United Jin be humiliated, is it just luck?" He paused, his eyes became sharp, as if he wanted to see through Jiang Chen's soul. "I heard that Jiang is also interested in items related to ancient Chinese legends and mysterious powers. He even offended the Tang family in Southeast Asia and the troublesome organization Scythe of the Dark Knight for this, right? Here we come." Jiang Chen's heart trembled, knowing that this Lord Dragon was finally going to get to the point. He really knows everything. Mr. Long is really well informed. Jiang Chen put down his teacup, still with that nonchalant smile on his face. "I am indeed full of awe and curiosity about our Chinese traditional culture and historical treasures. As for offending people, I, Jiang Chen, have always been kind to others and never take the initiative to cause trouble. But if someone insists on thinking that I am blocking his way, or wants to steal something from me, then I can only accompany him to the end." His words were soft yet firm. He neither admitted nor denied anything, but expressed his position and attitude clearly. What a great phrase, "stay with me till the end." Upon hearing this, Long Xiaotian's eyes flashed with approval. "Young man, it's a good thing to be proud. However, I still want to remind you that this world is far more complicated and dangerous than you think. Some things, once you get involved, you can never get rid of them. They can bring you endless wealth and power, but they can also bring you devastating disasters." His words were full of puns and hints, as if he was admonishing Jiang Chen, and also as if he was warning him. Jiang Chen knew that the thing that Lord Long was referring to was most likely the secret of the temple. "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Long." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, his eyes becoming equally profound. I believe that wealth and power are neither good nor evil. The key lies in what the person who controls it wants to do with it. Does he want to use it to bring disaster to the world and satisfy his own selfish desires, or does he want to use it to protect something more important? His words were also intended to test Lord Long's stance and true identity. When Long Xiaotian heard the word protect, a terrifying light suddenly shot out from his deep old eyes. He stared at Jiang Chen intently, as if he wanted to see through him completely. The air in the entire Guanhai pavilion seemed to freeze at this moment. A silent, top-level contest of wisdom, courage, and stance unfolds fiercely between two equally unfathomable men.